A stunned silence hung heavy in the audition room, thick enough to cut with a knife. The judges stared, their professional composure shattered, their eyes locked on the young man before them. Finally, the lead female judge, a renowned actress named Hong Yoon, leaned forward, her voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. Where in the world did you learn to act like that? Are you a theater graduate? Did you study abroad? The man, our protagonist, met her gaze with an unervingly calm expression. No, he replied, his tone flat, almost bored. I graduated with a design degree from a local university. I'm self-taught. Another judge, his face a mask of incredulity, shook his head. Impossible. No novice could deliver a performance like that. That wasn't acting, that was a genuine cry of pain. Our MC, Kang Woo-jin, simply shrugged, his face a perfect poker mask hiding a storm of inner turmoil. It wasn't that difficult. With that, he turned to leave, the air crackling with the tension he left in his wake. Pausing at the door, he glanced back over his shoulder, his eyes holding a sudden, sharp edge. And a word of warning. Don't you dare broadcast the footage of my performance. If you do, I'll see you in court. My man went from 0 to John Wick in 10 seconds flat. The judges were left speechless, their mouths agape as Woo-jin disappeared. Hong Yoon finally found her voice, whispering to her colleague, he read the script for mere minutes. To claim he's self-taught has to be a complete and utter lie. The other judge, still lost in the memory of Woo-jin's terrifyingly authentic portrayal, could only nod. Monsters like him, he murmured, are a once-in-a-generation phenomenon in this industry. Meanwhile, sitting on a bench just outside, Kang Woo-jin was anything but a monster. He was a mess, his face buried in his hands as a wave of second-hand embarrassment washed over him. They just suddenly told me to act, so I had to do it, he groaned to himself. But what in the world was that black thing? The day before, his world hadn't been black, but a hazy, throbbing gray. Kang Woo-jin awoke to a hangover of biblical proportions, a jackhammer pounding relentlessly against his skull. The previous night was a blur of cheap soju and celebratory chaos. After he'd finally done it, he'd thrown his resignation letter squarely in the face of his rhino-like boss. The ensuing party with his friends had been legendary, but now, the only thing he remembered was the sweet taste of freedom, followed by a whole lot of nothing. His phone buzzed, dragging him from his misery. It was his friend, Youngda. Hey, you make it home alive? Youngda's cheerful voice was like nails on a chalkboard. How much did I drink? Woo-jin groaned. I can't remember a thing. Enough that you vanished for a solid 30 minutes at one point, Youngda laughed. Anyway, the reason I'm calling, remember what we agreed on yesterday? We're going to the preliminary audition for Super Actor together. Woo-jin's brain sputtered. Super Actor? Wait, what? I thought acting was just a hobby for you. Are you trying to make a career out of it now? Just shut up and listen. Youngda said, a hint of desperation in his voice. I passed the first document screening. The in-person interview and judging is today, and I'm freaking out. I need you there for moral support. Woo-jin was about to refuse, citing his near-death experience with alcohol, but then Youngda played his trump card. Please, man. I'm so nervous I could puke. Just come with me. I'll buy you all the samgyeopsal and soju you can handle. Thank you for the meal. Woo-jin chirped, his agreement instantaneous. A man's gotta have his priorities, right? You little. Youngda grumbled, before adding, oh, by the way, Hong Yoon is one of the judges today. Woo-jin froze. Hong Yoon. The goddess of the silver screen. Suddenly, his hangover didn't seem so bad after all. At the bustling audition hall, the air was thick with nervous energy and cheap hairspray. Woo-jin, however, was practically vibrating with excitement at the thought of seeing his celebrity crush in person. He pointed to a pair of empty seats. "Let's sit there, Youngda." But his friend was practically melting into a puddle of anxiety behind him. "I can't do this, man. I'm too nervous," he stammered, his face pale. "What's there to be nervous about? You've performed in the acting club tons of times," Wu Jin said, trying to be encouraging. A few minutes later, Youngda's condition had deteriorated from nervous to imminent disaster. "Dude," he whispered, clutching his stomach, I've got a code red, level 5, evacuate the bowels emergency." Wu Jin blinked. "You have to go now. If my name gets called, answer for me." Youngda yelped, already sprinting towards the restrooms. "I'll be right back." Wu Jin chuckled as his friend disappeared. He's a nervous wreck, but this is hilarious. Let's see if he can make it back in 3 minutes. 10 agonizing minutes passed. Wu Jin's amusement curdled into panic. Where is he? Did that idiot fall into the toilet? Next, contestant number 74, Choi Youngda, an announcer called out. Wu Jin's blood ran cold. He laughed weakly, trying to convince himself he'd misheard. "Contestant Choi Youngda, please come to the stage." Wu Jin was frozen solid. He scrambled to the announcer, bowing apologetically. "Excuse me, I'm his friend. He just ran to the washroom, I'll go get him." The announcer gave him a tight, unsympathetic smile. "He's the first contestant up. We can't wait. If he's not here in the next minute, he's disqualified." "Disqualified? That's so embarrassing." Wu Jin pleaded. "Can't you just give us a little more time?" The announcer spoke quietly into his headset, then a wicked grin spread across his face. "You know what? It's fine. Come with me. We'll wait for your friend inside." Relieved, Wu Jin thanked him profusely and followed him into the audition room. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes landed on Hong Yoon. She was even more beautiful in person. He was so starstruck he barely noticed when a staff member handed him a sheaf of papers. "Are you Youngda's friend? This is today's assignment, an improvisational piece. Your friend will have to act out this script. You can read it while you wait." Wu Jin took the script, and that's when he saw it. Superimposed over the text was something impossible, a perfect, ink-black square, shimmering like a tear in reality. It seemed to absorb the light around it, a void in the middle of the page. "What is this?" he wondered, his curiosity overpowering his common sense. He reached out and touched it. The world dissolved into a blinding flash of light. When he opened his eyes, he was somewhere else entirely. He was standing in a strange, desolate space, the script still in his hand. "Wait, wasn't I just touching that black square next to the script?" he muttered. "Did I fall inside it? Is this a movie?" In front of him, the script hovered in the air. Grade F, it read. Incomplete script. Reading progress, 10%. New words materialized on the page, presenting him with an option, the scared man. Confused but seeing no other choice, he mentally selected it. A cold, synthetic voice echoed through the void. Preparation complete. Damaged script. Implementing 10% of scenario. Who's there? Who are you? Wu Jin shouted into the emptiness. The voice ignored him, and the world shifted again. Suddenly, he was in a dense, dark forest, the smell of damp earth filling his nostrils. The air was cold, and the scenery felt terrifyingly real. This was no dream. A switch flipped in his soul. An overwhelming, primal danger washed over him. He didn't know why, but he had to run. He took off, his feet pounding against the forest floor, his lungs burning. He could hear snapping twigs behind him, the heavy footfalls of someone, in pursuit. A voice, rough and guttural, called out from the shadows, "Stop right there. He ran faster, pure terror fueling his flight. His foot snagged on a root, and he went down hard, the pain in his ankle sharp and agonizingly real. A hulking shadow fell over him. "I'm starving," the man growled, "all thanks to you. Help me." Wu Jin screamed, scrambling backward, his hands held up in a desperate plea. "Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me." Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed, the fear so potent it was suffocating. He felt a cold, sharp pressure against his stomach. The man had plunged a knife into him. An earth-shattering scream tore from Wu Jin's throat as the man twisted the blade, laughing maniacally. "When I'm done with you," the man cackled, "I'm gonna go eat some pizza." A true villain, worrying about his post-murder snack. In the real world, the judges watched in horror and fascination as Kang Wu Jin fell to the floor, screaming in what seemed like genuine, unbearable pain. His eyes were wide with a terror so profound it chilled them to the bone. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it was over. The connection to the black square severed. Wu Jin lay on the audition room floor, panting, the phantom pain still echoing through his nerves. What have I just done? He thought, his mind reeling. He had just acted out the entire horrific experience in front of everyone. The embarrassment was crushing. I have to get out of here. Now. That's when Hong Yun, her eyes wide with a professional admiration he couldn't comprehend, asked her question. Where did you learn to act like that? Wu Jin, panicking internally but desperate to hide it, summoned a mask of supreme confidence. It was the only way to deal with the mortification. I'm self-taught, he said, his voice miraculously steady. It wasn't that difficult, he added, a line that would haunt him for days. He made his swift exit, throwing the warning about the lawsuit over his shoulder like some kind of badass villain, while on the inside, he just wanted to curl up and die. And so, the snowball of misunderstanding began its epic roll downhill, with Wu Jin blissfully unaware he was the one who'd given it the first push. Outside, Young Da finally reappeared, looking sheepish. Man, how long does it take to poop? Wu Jin grumbled, trying to act normal. So, how'd your audition go? They kicked me out in 15 seconds, Young Da sighed. But they were asking about you. Did you get selected? Wu Jin dodged the question, his eyes falling on the script in Young Da's hand. Is that the same script they gave me? He asked. As he took it, the black square materialized again. This time, he knew. It wasn't a dream. It was real. This script, it contains exactly what I felt in those mountains. I chose the scared man. Does that mean I can experience any situation written in a script? A wild idea sparked in his mind. Young Da, he said, his voice urgent, do you have any more scripts at your house? We need to go. Right now. At Young Da's messy apartment, which smelled suspiciously like day-old ramen and broken dreams, Wu Jin grabbed a stack of old drama and movie scripts. Okay, he said, touching a script and seeing the familiar black square. Watch me carefully. He touched it. The world went black. He immediately tried to leave. Log out. Go back. Let me out. Exit. At the word exit, he was back in the real world. Young Da was staring at him. Dude, you just froze for a second. You okay? Wu Jin glanced at his phone. The time hadn't changed at all. So, time stops in the real world when I go in. The rules were becoming clearer. Just then, his phone rang. Young Da handed it over, whispering, it's the producer from Super Actor, they want to talk to you. Wu Jin, still cringing from his performance, answered meekly. A woman's voice came on the line. Mr. Kang Wu Jin? We're calling to inform you that you've passed the first round. It's quite the story, you came for your friend but ended up passing yourself. Would you like to participate in the next round? These people must be insane, Wu Jin thought. There's no way I'm going back there. He put on his cool genius voice again. No, thank you. I was just there to kill time. The woman on the other end was floored. If this is him killing time, what would he be like if he were serious? You're very honest, Mr. Wu Jin. It's the truth, he said, while internally pleading, please just forget my embarrassing screaming fit. Very well, the woman said, a hint of regret in her voice. I'll have your audition footage deleted. Wait. Wu Jin blurted out. Can I get a copy of that footage first? Our boy wants to see the cringe for himself. A true masochist. A few moments after the call ended, a man appeared behind the producer. Was that the kid? Yes, she sighed. But he says he was just having fun and isn't coming back. The man, a veteran director, just laughed. An idea sparked in his eyes. You got his number, right? Lying on his floor, Wu Jin pieced together his new reality. 1. Time in the real world freezes when he's inside the black square. 2. Only he can see it. 3. Exit is the magic word. It was time for more experiments. He pulled out 2 scripts for broadcasted dramas and 1 unproduced screenplay from Youngda. He checked the ratings online. Thug Prosecutor, 7.1% rating. Elegant First Daughter, 2.7%. He entered the black square. The scripts for the dramas were there, graded E and C. The grades don't seem to be about quality. Maybe it's popularity? Then he looked at the unproduced screenplay. It was graded B, the highest yet. Wait. I can check the potential of scripts that haven't even been made yet? This is better than stock market tips. Just then, his phone vibrated. The super actor PD had sent him the video. Steeling himself for a tidal wave of cringe, he pressed play. Across town, a woman was watching the exact same video. Was this boy actually stabbed in real life? She muttered, captivated. If not, how can anyone act out that kind of expression? Writer Park Yunmi, a man's voice said beside her. Look at that raw expressiveness. Doesn't he remind you of a certain character? Yunmi's eyes darted to a character profile on her desk, a behavioral analysis for a sociopath. She'd been struggling, convinced no actor could handle the role's ambition and complexity. But watching this boy, this raw, terrifying talent. I need to meet him, she said, a smile spreading across her face. In person. Meanwhile, Wu Jin stared at his phone screen, a strange thought dawning on him. This is actually much better than I thought. How am I so good at this? He remembered his Chad moment with the judges. I was just trying to hide my embarrassment, but maybe they thought I was a genius for real. A dizzying thought entered his mind. He had spent all night experimenting, living through dozens of scenes. He had memorized every line, absorbed every emotion, every sensation of the characters. It was as if their worlds had been downloaded directly into his soul. He started to laugh. Maybe, staying here and becoming an actor wouldn't be so bad after all. His phone rang again. An unknown number. He picked it up. Hello? A gruff, unfamiliar man's voice responded on the other end. Is this Kang Wu Jin? This is producer Song Manhwa. A beat of silence, and then, a question so bizarre it left Wu Jin utterly baffled. The gruff voice on the other end of the line was strangely familiar. I am here. Do you remember me? Kang Wu Jin's mind flashed back to the audition. Of course, he remembered. It was the same bearded man who had been sitting in the center of the judging panel, his expression unreadable. This was producer Song Manhwa. Manhwa chuckled, a sound like gravel rolling downhill. Can we meet for a bit? There's something I want to discuss. A knot of anxiety twisted in Woojin's gut. Why would these industry titans want to meet him? This smelled like a trap. Or worse, another pop quiz. If you tell me the reason, I'll consider it, he said, trying to sound nonchalant. It's a bit awkward to discuss over the phone, Manhwa insisted. Let's talk in person. I'll even bring a few other people along. Woojin, trying to maintain his cool facade, glanced at his non-existent schedule. I'm only free at 4 p.m. Perfect. Manhwa sounded thrilled. I'll send you the address. See you then. The call ended, leaving Woojin in a state of quiet panic. Why are they calling me? He quickly searched their names online and his eyes widened. These weren't just big names, they were legends. The writer, Park Yunmi, was a star maker, and producer Song Manhwa was known for his Midas touch. Why would people this famous want to meet me, he muttered. I really hope they don't ask me to act again. A short time later, standing in a sleek, modern conference room, Woojin realized his worst fears had come true. The acting you showed us the other day, Manhwa began, getting straight to the point. It wasn't focused on dialogue, was it? I'd like to see a monologue performance from you. All eyes in the room, Manhwa's, Yunmi's, and a few other stern-looking executives, were fixed on him. This is ridiculous. Woojin screamed internally. I just started this whole acting thing yesterday. I should just stay quiet and hope they think I'm being mysterious. You can read the script from this tablet, Manhwa said, sliding the device across the table. Interpret it however you see fit. Woojin's heart sank as he looked at the glowing screen. The black square, his miraculous cheat code, was nowhere to be found. It only works on paper. The horrible realization dawned on him. Without that subspace, without the ability to live the role, he was just Kang Woojin, a design graduate with zero actual talent. His whole genius act was about to be exposed. What should I do? He panicked. Is it worth risking my life and sanity for this? No. At the end of the day, I'm just a normal guy. I should just be honest. He cleared his throat. The judges leaned forward, their anticipation palpable. Kang Woojin opened his mouth and delivered. A story about a cat that jumped on him on his way over. That's it. That was the performance. He stared blankly into space, rambling about the feline encounter, internally begging for the sweet release of going home. Manhwa and Yunmi exchanged baffled looks. This was trash. Utter, nonsensical trash. He's worse than a first-year acting student, Yunmi thought, her hopes plummeting. Woojin finished his riveting tale of the cat and switched back to his Chad mode. Now that you've caught me, I'd like to go home, he said, his voice dead serious. And here, my friends, is where the misunderstanding Olympics officially begins. A spark of realization flickered in Manhwa's eyes. Oh, I see now. He thought, a slow grin spreading across his face. He's acting like he can't act. Why are you acting as if you don't know how to act? Manhwa asked aloud, his voice full of admiration. He was convinced Woojin was protesting their sudden demand, a brilliant, meta-performance of creative unhappiness. The other executives, hearing their boss, immediately caught on. Of course. It was an act within an act. Meanwhile, our boy Woojin was completely clueless, wondering if the bearded producer had lost his mind. This guy is saying the strangest things. Does he really think I'm some kind of genius? Well, when in doubt, lean into the Sigma male persona. I did that because you asked me to perform without any explanation, Woojin said, his tone icy. I don't appreciate being treated that way. He stood up, ready to make his grand exit. Wait. Manhwa shot up, genuinely apologetic. You're right, I made a mistake. I was just so eager to show everyone your talent. Please, sit down. I'll explain everything properly. Woo Jin, with a show of great reluctance, sat back down. Inside, he was just happy he didn't have to leave yet. Manhwa let out a sigh of relief. I can't lose a monster like him over a simple mistake. We're preparing a new drama, he said, his voice now filled with sincerity. And we want to cast you in it. Woojin's poker face remained firmly in place, but inside, his mind was exploding with fireworks. A drama? They want to cast me? Yunmi slid a thick, paper script in front of him. This is the first part. You're the first person outside our team to ever see this, she said, her eyes intense. Please, take your time. Read it, choose any role you like, and perform a few lines for us. His role is already decided, she thought, watching him closely. But I want to see what he chooses. I want to see how his mind works. Woo Jin picked up the script. And there it was. His beautiful, magical, life-saving black square. A few minutes later, Kang Woo Jin looked up from the script. I'll play the role of Assistant Manager Park, he declared. The dog scene. The room went silent. Yunmi and Manhwa stared at him, dumbfounded. That's the one. Yunmi thought, her heart pounding. That's the sociopath character I designed for him. It's one of the most difficult roles in the entire script, and he chose it without a moment's hesitation. Woo Jin put the script down. Will you be able to do it without looking? Yunmi asked, amazed. Yes, Woo Jin replied, his voice a flat, confident baritone. He memorized it all already? She wondered. The lines, the stage directions, the emotional cues, everything? Let's begin, Manhwa said, leaning forward, his eyes gleaming. Let's see what kind of monstrosity he shows us this time. Woo Jin placed a hand over his mouth, his entire demeanor changing in an instant. His eyes, once blank, suddenly lit up with a terrifying, predatory gleam. The very air around him shifted, growing cold and heavy. Manhwa and Yunmi gasped. He had already become the character. In the subspace simulation, Woojin's foot had just landed in a pile of dog poop. The ordinary world around him was melting into a swirl of psychedelic colors. He spotted a small, fluffy dog. He crouched down, a sickeningly sweet smile on his face. So there you were, you little rascal, he cooed, extending a hand to gently poke the dog. You're so cute, so squishy. He began to pet it, his touch turning into a rough scratch. I just want to scratch you, he whispered, his voice dripping with psychotic glee, so hard that you splatter all over the place. The scene shifted back to the real world. Kang Woo Jin opened his eyes, the terrifying aura vanishing as if it had never been there. It's over, he announced to the stunned judges. They were speechless. It was as if Assistant Manager Park himself had materialized in the room. Yunmi felt a shiver run down her spine. I poured my blood, sweat, and tears into that character, she thought, her mind reeling. I never believed anyone could bring him to life so perfectly. This man's acting is better than my writing. She had seen all the top actors in the industry, but she had never, ever seen anyone like Kang Woo Jin. I cannot lose him. Meanwhile, Woo Jin was just thinking, man, that role was ugly. Assistant Manager Park is a total creep. He recalled his trip to the Subspace just minutes before. Seeing the grade on the script for profiler Haryong had confirmed his suspicions. This project was going to be a massive hit. He'd seen the list of characters and, wanting to play it safe, had deliberately chosen the one with the fewest lines, Assistant Manager Park. He had no idea he'd just picked the most psychologically complex supporting role in the entire show. Yunmi suddenly stood up and rushed over to him, grabbing both of his hands. Please, she begged, her eyes shining with desperate passion, you have to accept this role. Only you can do it. Woo Jin, completely overwhelmed by a beautiful woman holding his hands, just stared. Her reaction: "It must mean that Subspace thing is even more incredible than I thought." Maintaining his cool, he gently pulled his hands away. "Let's calm down, writer Yunmi," Manhwa interjected, though he looked just as excited. He turned to Wu Jin. "You said you're self-taught. How long have you been acting?" It had been, quite literally, 2 days. But our boy Wu Jin, ever the Chad, simply replied, "I don't remember exactly. It's been a while." A while? Manhwa thought. The way he internalizes roles, it has to be at least 10 years. He pressed further. "Where did you study? Abroad?" The misunderstanding was getting bigger and bigger. Seeing his chance, Wu Jin nodded to the idea of a mysterious, unspoken reason. "I'd rather not say." Manhwa's mind went into overdrive. He has a secret past. "One last question," he said. "Why did you choose Assistant Manager Park? There were much easier roles to analyze." Wu Jin gave the most honest answer he could. "I chose it because its scene was the shortest." The 3 judges just stared. They were completely and utterly stunned. He chose the most difficult role because it was short? Manhwa thought, his brain short-circuiting. Is this man a genius or just a complete weirdo? Hong Yoon, who had been quiet until now, had her own theory. He's showing off, she realized. He's trying to tell us that a role this complex is child's play for him. Wu Jin could feel the weird vibes in the room and decided it was time to go. "I'll consider your offer," he said, standing up. "I'm leaving now." He walked out, leaving a room full of bewildered geniuses in his wake. As he waited for the elevator, his phone rang. It was Youngda, demanding his scripts back and offering to treat him to meet as promised. Just as he hung up, a soft voice called his name. It was Hong Yoon. She was even more beautiful up close. "Why didn't you accept the offer immediately?" she asked. Wu Jin's heart was doing the tango, but his face remained a mask of indifference. "As I said, I need time to think," he replied, internally patting himself on the back for looking so cool. "Are you with an agency?" she pressed. "No." "How is that possible?" "It is what it is," he shrugged. The elevator arrived, and he stepped inside. "Well," she said with a bright smile, "I'd be very happy to see you on the project." The doors slid shut, and the moment they did, Wu Jin's cool demeanor melted like ice cream in July. He had just had a full conversation with his goddess. That night, the production team reviewed his performance again. They were desperate, but also wary. Any normal person would have accepted the offer on the spot, the general manager argued. "Why are we chasing this arrogant kid?" Manhwa sighed. "Maybe he's trying to increase his value," he mused. "He's playing hardball to get a better appearance fee." "Money?" Yunmi scoffed, her eyes flashing dangerously. "I don't care what it costs. Just get him. Don't be stingy." The general manager gulped. That sounded like a threat. "All right," Manhwa decided, picking up his phone. "Let's settle this." He dialed Wu Jin's number. Wu Jin picked up. "Kong Wu Jin," Manhwa said, his voice decisive. "Have you made a decision? Are you hesitating because of the appearance fee? Let's do this. Think about it tonight. Tomorrow, we'll discuss the practical conditions of the contract, and then you can join us." Completely unaware that he's just won a high-stakes negotiation he never even knew he was in, the call came out of nowhere. On the other end was Manhwa, the powerhouse PD, and his words were cryptic. "You can make the decision." Kong Wu Jin, still reeling from his whirlwind entry into the world of high-stakes drama, could only muster a simple, "Okay." "Good," Manhwa's voice crackled through the phone. "Be at the office tomorrow. 10 a.m. sharp." With that, he hung up, leaving Wu Jin staring at his phone in utter confusion. Fees? What fees? Had he missed something? He needed advice, and he knew just the person to ask. He found his friend, Youngdi, nursing a drink in a dimly lit bar. Wu Jin slid into the booth, tossing the script he'd borrowed back onto the table. Youngdi eyed it skeptically. Did you actually read that, or did you just use it as a coaster? I read it, I swear, Wu Jin shot back, a smirk playing on his lips. He leaned in, lowering his voice. And speaking of scripts, is it true? The short film, Detective Agency. I heard it was dead in the water. Youngdi took a swig of his drink. Was. Past tense. Some investor apparently swooped in like a knight in shining armor. Looks like it's back on. They're even holding auditions. Wu Jin's interest peaked. So, it'll be in theaters? Youngdi let out a short, bitter laugh. Whoa there, cowboy. Slow down. It's a short film, not a blockbuster. Heck, most commercial films never see the inside of a theater. And the director's a nobody. The best it can hope for is a dusty award at some indie film festival. He paused, giving Wu Jin a curious look. Why the sudden interest? I'll send you a link to a film community forum. You can dig around for info there. Thanks, Wu Jin said, his mind already racing. He had to ask. Hey, hypothetically, if a totally unknown actor was cast by a legendary writer for a huge drama, what would you do? Youngdi stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. What would I do? I'd get on my knees and thank the heavens. That's not a hypothetical, that's a full-blown miracle. No, a miracle is an understatement, it's an impossibility. Big production companies have a line of A-listers and well-connected actors stretching around the block for those roles. An unknown getting a shot? They should just be grateful they're in the room and not ask for a single penny. He shook his head. It would never happen. Oh, you sweet, innocent fool, Wu Jin thought, a wry smile hidden behind his serious expression. That impossible person is sitting right in front of you. Okay, but let's say, Wu Jin pressed, that nameless actor was you. How much would you ask for? Me? Youngdi considered it. I'd take whatever they offered and say thank you. Newbies usually get, what, 300,000 won per episode. If they offered me 3 million, I'd probably kiss their feet. I wouldn't dare ask for more. The number echoed in Wu Jin's head. 3 million won. A wave of anxiety washed over him. What if that was all he was worth? What if this whole thing was a fluke? The next day, Wu Jin walked into the pristine, intimidating office building, his heart thumping a nervous rhythm against his ribs. Manager Lee, a man with a perpetually sour expression, met him at the lobby. Follow me, he grunted, not even bothering with a proper greeting. Does this guy hate me already? Wu Jin wondered, hurrying to keep up. Inside the elevator, Manager Lee turned to him, his voice low and conspiratorial. Listen. I've been in this business a long time, but a fee negotiation like this? For a rookie? It's a first for me. I don't know what you're expecting, but the number you're about to hear is generous. Frankly, I'm against it. But the PD and the writer are pushing hard. Just, be careful. Rumors spread fast, and you don't want to get a reputation before you even start. I'm telling you this to help you. Help me? Wu Jin thought, bewildered. This guy is acting like my concerned uncle all of a sudden. Still, he nodded. Okay, I understand. He followed the manager down a hallway, his mind a mess of numbers. Okay, deep breaths. If I get 3 million won like Youngdi said, that's still amazing. Don't get greedy. Don't expect too much. Manager Lee pushed open a heavy door. PD Man Wu, I've brought Kong Wu Jin. Manhwa beamed, gesturing to the chair beside him. Woo Jin. Welcome. Sit, sit. He slid a thick contract across the table. Take a look. It's full of complicated legal jargon, but the main point of today's discussion is your appearance fee. Woo Jin's hands trembled slightly as he picked up the contract. He scanned the pages, his eyes gliding over clauses and paragraphs until they landed on a number. And then, they widened. His brain short-circuited. Your fee, Manhwa said, watching him closely, will be 25 million won per episode. What do you think? 25 million. Woo Jin's internal monologue was screaming. Is that after tax? Before tax? Who cares? That's more than I made in a whole year at my old job. Outwardly, however, he was a statue. His face remained a mask of calm, serious consideration. Manhwa saw his non-reaction and misinterpreted it completely. Is that not enough for him? He wondered, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Well, assistant manager Park is a pivotal role. And writer Yunmi was adamant. Look, Manhwa said, leaning forward. Normally, a newcomer gets 2 to 4 million won. But you're a special case. It wouldn't be right to treat you like a typical rookie. Plus, there will be additional fees for reruns, streaming rights, and so on. Assistant manager Park is confirmed for the first 4 episodes, but if he appears in flashbacks, you'll be paid for those too. All in all, you're looking at a total of over 100 million won. This was it. The moment to deploy his newfound superpower. The poker face. That's about what I expected, Woo Jin said coolly, while inside his mind was a chaotic party of confetti and screaming goats. 100 million? How much do top actors like Ian make? $1 billion? Manhwa saw the flicker of something in Woo Jin's eyes. Ambition? Dissatisfaction? He pressed on. Frankly, with your talent, you'll be earning that much per episode in no time. Woo Jin's mind reeled. The news articles, the celebrity gossip, the astronomical figures he used to read about with detached envy, was that about to become his life? A dangerous thought sparked within him. How much am I really worth? There was only one way to find out. He met Manhwa's gaze, his expression deadly serious. Is my worth really only 25 million won per episode? The room went silent. Manager Lee looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Manhwa stared, stunned for a second, before a slow grin spread across his face. This kid, he's got guts. He remembered writer Yunmi's fierce defense of this unknown actor. We can't lose him. Not now. Alright, Manhwa declared, slapping the table. You drive a hard bargain. In my eyes, your worth is 35 million. Let's make it 35 million won per episode. But this deal, and the casting process, are strictly confidential. Manager Lee let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Now, Manhwa asked, a triumphant glint in his eye. Does that feel better? Woo Jin gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Yes. That is sufficient. The rest of the meeting was a blur. Manager Lee rushed through contract details, schedules, staff, investors, promotions, and Woo Jin nodded along, pretending to understand a single word. All of it flew over his head like a bouncer ball in a cricket match. Before he left, Manhwa handed him the first part of the official script. Do your best, Woo Jin, he said earnestly. Bring assistant manager Park to life. Stepping out into the sunlight, Woo Jin felt like he was floating. It was real. He had the contract. He was an actor. People are going to see me on TV. I'll get a manager. I'll need an agency. He remembered his conversation with Youngbi about the pros and cons, the support of a big company versus the freedom of a small one. When would he even get to make a choice like that? His phone buzzed, pulling him from his thoughts. It was his mother. He took a deep breath. He had to tell them. Hello? Woo Jin? Your sister said you quit your job. Is that true? He hesitated. You could say that, Mom. I think I'm going to be an actor. Silence. Dead silence on the other end of the line. Mom? Are you there? Her voice, when it finally came, was strained with worry. Son, are you feeling all right? Should we book you a nice, quiet room at a special hospital? 2 days passed. While Woo Jin was dealing with a family who thought he'd lost his mind, the entertainment industry was buzzing. Whispers of a hidden actor, a mysterious rookie handpicked for the most anticipated role in Profiler Haeong, were spreading like wildfire. But Woo Jin, blissfully unaware of his burgeoning fame, had another project on his mind. That short film, he thought, pulling up the community forum Youngdi had sent him. Detective agency. He sifted through posts, dismissing most as baseless rumors, until one article caught his eye. It was detailed, credible, and had tons of views. Following the leads, he managed to dig up an address for the production company, but little else. This is tougher than I thought, he muttered to himself. Should I just give up? But the scenario was so interesting. TV dramas had ratings, a clear measure of success. But a short film that hadn't even been released? It was a gamble. Still, he mused, even top actors start small. Maybe I should try. The only option left was to go to the company directly. But first, it was time to dive back into that strange, black void. He reached out, his fingers about to touch the Subspace portal, when his phone rang again. He sighed, expecting his sister to call and mock him. He ignored it. It rang again, louder this time, more insistent. Has she gone mad? He grumbled, snatching the phone, ready to unleash a tear of frustration. But the number on the screen wasn't his sister's. It was one he didn't recognize. Is she calling from a different number to trick me? He answered the call, annoyance clear in his voice. Hello? A smooth, melodic voice, a voice he recognized from 100 movies and 1,000 commercials, flowed through the speaker. Hello, is this Kong Woojin SSI? Woo Jin froze. It couldn't be. He cleared his throat, instantly switching to his serious, actor persona. Yes, this is he. This is Ian, she said, her voice laced with amusement. I heard you accepted the role of assistant manager Park. The staff is going wild with rumors. Everyone is dying of curiosity. They are? Woo Jin asked, his voice barely a whisper. Absolutely, Ian laughed, and the sound was like liquid gold. When we do the first script reading, everyone will be expecting some famous veteran actor. The look on their faces when they realize they've never heard of you, it's going to be priceless. I just thought I should give you a heads up. See you at the reading. The call ended. Woo Jin stared at his phone, a goofy, starstruck grin spreading across his face. Ian. The Ian. She had his number. She said his name. She treated him like a colleague, an equal. His family thought he was crazy, but a top-tier actress was giving him inside information. He was in. He was really in. Meanwhile, in a smoky bar across town, PD Manhwa clapped his friend on the back. Shin Dong-chun. You're late, as usual. Dong-chun, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders, gestured to his plate of kimchi and soju. You know my situation, my friend. Why pretend things are better than they are? Don't talk like that, Manhwa chided. We were both aces in the SBC drama department. You left to chase your dream of making movies. I heard you found an investor for that screenplay of yours. What's it called again? Detective Agency, Dong-chun said, his voice flat. It's a short film. He explained that the investor, Geo Entertainment, came with a heavy string attached. They wanted to cast their problematic actor, Park Jung-hyuk, a man whose career was in shambles after a series of scandals, as the lead. Manhwa's face darkened. They're using you. They want to use your film as a laundromat for that kid's dirty reputation. I know, Dong-chun sighed. I didn't struggle for all these years to clean up some bastard's mess. An idea sparked in Manhwa's mind. Hey, should I introduce you to an actor? All your actors are A-listers. They wouldn't look at a short film. This one isn't, Manhwa said, a sly grin forming. He's new. His name is Kang Woo-jin. The next morning, the official promotions for profiler Haeyoung exploded across the internet, and the industry was in a frenzy. Dong-chun read the articles on his phone, a mix of pride for his friend and a knot of anxiety in his own stomach. He was at a cafe, waiting to meet the director from Geo Entertainment. The meeting was for 3 p.m. It was now 3:30. These people, he thought, standing up to leave. They think they're royalty. I'm done. Just as he turned to go, the cafe door chimed. A young man walked in. He was tall, with sharp, decent looks. Must be one of Geo Entertainment's rookies, Dong-chun thought with a sigh, sitting back down. You're late, he said, his voice dripping with impatience. The meeting was for 3. Kang Woo-jin, who had just arrived at the address he'd found online, looked around in confusion. Never mind, Dong-chun waved a dismissive hand. Sit down. Director Park will be here eventually. Until then, let's see some acting. He sized Woo-jin up. Another pretty face, probably with zero talent. But I have to check. You did prepare something, right? You didn't just come here to show off your face, did you? Yes, Woo-jin said, caught completely off guard. A little bit. A grim smile touched Dong-chun's lips. Good. Then perform. And so, Woo-jin began to speak, his voice taking on the world-weary tone of a lone private eye. He was reciting the very script Dong-chun had poured his heart and soul into, the story of Kim Rajan, a man running a detective agency who takes on the case of a husband who suspects his wife is cheating. The impromptu audition had begun, and neither man had any idea of the incredible twist of fate that had brought them together. The air in the quiet cafe crackled with an unseen energy. In an instant, Kang Woo-jin was no longer a nervous rookie, he was Kim Rajan, a world-weary private eye. His performance began, painting a vivid picture of the detective agency script. He described how Rajan, on a seemingly simple infidelity case, followed the client's wife to a remote bungalow deep in a forest. It was a classic lover's tryst, until the scene took a dark, sudden turn. The other man, mid-sip of soup, collapsed. A new, burly figure appeared, hauling the unconscious man into a car and vanishing into the shadows. Woo-jin's voice dropped, filled with the hushed terror of his character. He narrated Kim Rajan's shock, his reluctant decision to sneak into the bungalow through an open window. The suspense thickened as Rajan descended into a damp, dark basement, only to find another body on the floor. This one, however, was still breathing. But just as he tried to help, footsteps echoed from above. Rajan dove for cover behind a pile of broken furniture, his heart hammering in his chest, a witness to a murder, now a fugitive trespassing on a crime scene. The performance was a masterclass in tension, a thriller unfolding in the middle of a coffee shop. Woo-jin concluded, his voice returning to normal, the story is a tight, 45-minute psychological thriller, relying heavily on the protagonist's internal acting and facial expressions to convey a sense of claustrophobic danger. That's all I have prepared. Dong-chun sat in stunned silence. It was as if Kim Rajan, the character he had bled onto the page for years, had materialized right before his eyes. The performance was more real than reality itself. What kind of acting style is this? He thought, his mind reeling. Has GGO Entertainment really nurtured a monster like this in secret? How long, Dongchun asked, his voice trembling with awe, have you been with GGO Entertainment? Just then, the cafe door chimed. A portly man in a suit bustled in. Director Dongchun. My apologies. Am I interrupting a meeting? He glanced at Wu Jin. Who is this? One of yours? Dongchun's brow furrowed in confusion. Director Park, you don't know him? Wu Jin, finally piecing together the disastrously awkward puzzle, spoke up. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. I don't know this gentleman either. Dongchun stared, his jaw slack. Then, who in the world are you? My name is Kong Wu Jin, he replied calmly, though inside his brain was doing cartwheels. So that's it. He thought I was an actor from GGO Entertainment. And this new guy, he must be the one they were actually waiting for. He stood up, giving a slight bow. My work here is done. I'll be leaving now. As Wu Jin walked away, his brief spark of hope for the short film fizzled out. He'd stumbled into an audition he wasn't meant for. He passed the real GGO actor and his manager on the way out, both looking handsome and confident. The lead roles are already taken, he thought with a sigh. I guess I'll have to give up on detective agency. Kong Wu Jin. A voice shouted from behind him. It was Dongchun, scrambling out of his seat. The name echoed in his mind, triggering a memory. Manhwa, the legendary PD, had mentioned that name. Could it be? Is this the same Kong Wu Jin? The scene shifts to a lively lunch meeting. PD Manhwa is holding court with his stars, including the radiant Ian and writer Yunmi. His phone buzzes, and he answers, I'm a bit busy right now. On the other end, Dongchun's frantic voice poured out. The guy you mentioned yesterday, Kong Wu Jin. Is he about 180 centimeters tall? Serious aura, deep voice? Manhwa paused, a piece of sushi halfway to his mouth. How do you know that? Ian and Yunmi's heads snapped up at the mention of the mysterious rookie's name. He just showed up at my meeting. Did you tell him about my movie? How is this possible? Manhwa wondered, completely bewildered. I only just told Dongchun about him. There's no way Wu Jin could have known we're friends. What did he do there? Manhwa asked, his curiosity overriding his confusion. He acted, Dongchun said, his voice still filled with disbelief. Manhwa, it was like the character leaped off the page and became real. It was terrifyingly realistic. Manhwa let out a knowing chuckle. That's just how he is. Dongchun, I don't know how this happened, but Kong Wu Jin showing up at your door is like a divine phoenix landing on your roof. If you let this chance slip by, you will regret it for the rest of your life. He leaned back, a proud smile on his face. We fought tooth and nail to cast him, and now you're telling me he came to you, asking to audition for your film? Doesn't that tell you something? He must be absolutely in love with your script. Now, you didn't get his number, did you, you fool? I'll send it to you. Call him. Set up a proper meeting. After hanging up, Manhwa shook his head, muttering, I'm actually jealous. To think he went to Dongchun himself. He turned back to the table. Sorry about that, urgent call. Where were we? Ian, however, wasn't letting it go. Her mind was racing. Kong Wu Jin. Later, at his apartment, Wu Jin stared at the scripts laid out before him. His phone rang, another unknown number. He was starting to get used to this. Hello? He answered, his voice automatically dropping into its serious, professional tone. This is Dongchun. We met earlier. You performed for me. The director from the cafe? Why is he calling? Yes, the director of detective agency, Wu Jin replied. How did you get my number? From PD Manhwa, Dongchun said, then quickly added, can we meet again? Tomorrow. I need to talk to you about the film. The next day, they sat opposite each other once more. Dongchun, remembering Manhwa's epic praise, felt a strange sense of reverence. This was no ordinary actor. You've read the script for Detective Agency, he began, his voice nervous. What do you think of it? Wu Jin considered the question, his poker face firmly in place. Then, he delivered the killing blow. I feel a deep connection to it, he said, his voice resonating with sincerity. It is a masterpiece. The word struck Dongchun like a lightning bolt. Tears welled up in his eyes. For years, his script had been dismissed, ignored, and insulted. And now, this incredible actor, this phoenix Manhwa spoke of, was calling it a masterpiece. It was a validation that healed years of creative wounds. He wiped his eyes, a shaky smile on his face. Thank you. I appreciate that more than you know. Wu Jin, meanwhile, was having a minor internal panic attack. Oh no, why is he crying? Was a masterpiece too much? I overdid it, didn't I? I'm supposed to be the cool, serious actor, not the guy who makes directors weep. Dongchun, composing himself, leaned forward, his eyes alight with a newfound fire. Kong Wujin SSI, we have to change everything. He took a deep breath. Please, accept the lead role. Play Kim Rajan in Detective Agency. Wujin's serious expression didn't waver, but inside, his world had just tilted on its axis. He thought he'd misheard. I'm serious, Dongchun insisted, his passion overflowing. Our goal is the Misensin Short Film Festival. It's the most prestigious in Korea. Winning there launches careers. But my production is a mess. The investors I was dealing with. I'm canceling the deal. All of it. We'll start from scratch. We will build this film around you. Wu Jin was taken aback. You don't have to go to such extremes for me. It's not extreme. It's necessary. Dongchun declared, his voice booming with conviction. I will handle everything. I'll find new investors, a new production company. If I have to, I'll fund it with my own retirement savings. All you have to do is focus on acting. So please, say you'll do it. Wu Jin looked at the man before him, a man who had gone from weeping to warrior in the span of 5 minutes. It was impossible to say no to this level of passion. A slow smile crept onto his face. Well, he thought, Detective Agency was my goal all along. Okay, Wu Jin said, extending his hand. I'm ready to work with you. The fallout was immediate and explosive. In the luxurious offices of GGO Entertainment, CEO Seo Gusiab slammed his fists on the table, his face a mask of volcanic rage. How dare he roared, his voice echoing through the office. How dare that nobody, Dongchun, defy me and GGO Entertainment? He turned to his subordinates. We had a deal. What happened? Director Park stammered, he cancelled everything, sir. The investment, the casting, all of it. So he chose another actor over our Jung-hyuk? Seo sneered. Who? Some A-lister? For that pathetic little script he's been hawking for 2 years? Impossible. He pointed a finger at Park. Find out who it is. And spread the word. I want every independent production house in this city to know, do not give one single one to Detective Agency. We will starve them out. We will crush them. He turned to his own actor. Jung-hyuk, find another short film. The best one you can. I will back you with everything we have. We are going to bury Detective Agency at that film festival. The battle lines had been drawn. Meanwhile, standing outside her agency building, the actress Ian was on her phone, texting Manhwa. She asked about the call during their lunch, about the name that had piqued everyone's interest. Kang Woo-jin wanted to work on a short film. Manhwa texted back. The one my friend Dong-chun wrote. Are you interested? I can send you the script. Ian's fingers flew across the screen. Yes. Send it. She stared at her phone, a thoughtful, almost predatory smile on her face. Why would an actor who just landed the role of a lifetime in profiler Haeyoung risk it all for a tiny, no-budget short film? She had to know. She had to see what was so special about this script, and more importantly, what was so special about this mysterious actor. I need to see his acting for myself, she thought, her curiosity turning into a sharp, competitive edge. After all, how am I supposed to act alongside a talent like that? The shockwaves from Kang Woo-jin's talent were already beginning to ripple through the highest echelons of the industry. In the sleek, modern office of BW Entertainment, the top actress Ian paced nervously. This rookie, she thought, a shiver running down her spine. Once he becomes famous, he won't just be a star, he'll be a black hole, pulling all the light towards him. And I refuse to be pushed into the shadows. With newfound determination, she burst into her CEO's office. The man, Choi, looked up from his desk. Ian. I was just about to call you. I need a favor, she said, cutting straight to the chase. There's a short film, detective agency. I need you to find out everything about its current status. Every single detail. Choi leaned back, an amused smirk on his face. A short film? After landing a lead role in profiler Haeyoung? Why the sudden interest? I'm just curious, Ian deflected, a little too quickly. Choi leaped to his feet, a flare of dramatic realization on his face. Aha! You're really interested. I know that look. Whenever you get that look, it means you're about to drag me into some monumental project. He slapped his forehead. So, you want me to dig up dirt on this little film? Fine. But what's in it for me? Ian shot him a look that could curdle milk. I'm the one who pays for this fancy office, remember? We're a team. He retorted playfully. Alright, deal. I'll get you your info, but you have to renew that shampoo commercial you abandoned. And I'll make sure they replace that manager you hate. Ian sighed, defeated. The man was a shark, but he was her shark. Fine. But make sure that manager is gone. Vanished. Erased. She paused, and Choi saw his opening. So, he pried, this sudden obsession, it can't just be because PD Manhwa mentioned it. There's a man involved, isn't there? Is he your boyfriend? Are you insane? Ian snapped, her cheeks flushing. He's an actor. And you need to listen carefully because this actor is incredible. She proceeded to tell him everything, the casting, writer Yunmi's unprecedented desperation, the whispers of a talent so profound it bordered on supernatural. Choi's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by stunned silence. Wait, he said, writer Yunmi sidelined top stars for this. Woo-jin? Why? She's not just casting a role, Ian explained. She's obsessed with finding the perfect embodiment of her character. And she found it in him. Choi's eyes narrowed. So this isn't about the film at all. It's about Woo-jin's acting. You haven't even read the script for Detective Agency, have you? Caught red-handed, Ian quickly tried to change the subject. How much money do we have in the bank? Why are you asking that? Trying to distract me? Just answer the question, she pressed, her mind already moving a dozen steps ahead. Do we have enough? If not, prepare it. We need to sign him. It's weird to give a signing bonus to a complete rookie, but for a special case like this, it's necessary. And you'll have to be his manager personally. Choi stared at her, utterly dumbfounded. He'd known Ian for over a decade, but he had never, ever seen her like this. This wasn't just ambition. It was a primal fear of being left behind. Just what kind of actor is this Kang Woo-jin? He wondered, a spark of his own curiosity igniting. "All right, hold on," he said, pulling out his phone. "Let's use my connections and see what history this little film has." A few taps later, his face went pale. "Oh, this is bad." "What is it?" Ian asked. GGO Entertainment was supposed to be the main investor, with their own actors in the lead roles, Choi explained. But director Dong-chun cancelled everything. Now, GGO is furious and they're putting the squeeze on every independent film company in the city, telling them not to fund detective agency. He looked at Ian. Without funding, this film is dead in the water. Ian absorbed the news, a slow, dangerous smile spreading across her face. "By the way, Choi," she said sweetly, "weren't you saying that BW Entertainment should start investing in productions?" Meanwhile, Kang Woo-jin found himself summoned to a surprisingly homey apartment. It was, as PD Man-woo explained, writer Yunmi's personal studio. "Before we get to the point," Man-woo said, his eyes sharp, "I have to ask. Where did you get the script for Detective Agency?" Woo-jin's mind raced. They're friends, of course, they'd know. He decided on a simple, mysterious answer. "I got it from an acquaintance." "Does it matter?" No, just curious," Man-woo said, though his interest was anything but casual. "It's just, a bit of a gamble, isn't it?" "That film is on shaky ground." "I chose it based on my instinct," Woo-jin replied, his face a mask of solemn gravity. Inside, he was patting himself on the back. That sounded so cool. Am I a genius? Man-woo and Yunmi exchanged a look of sheer bewilderment. Instinct? Man-woo thought. The ability to sniff out a hit project was a rare, innate talent possessed by only a few legendary actors. If Woo-jin was right, and Detective Agency succeeded against all odds, it would mean he wasn't just a phenomenal actor, he was an oracle. "So you really think it will be a hit?" Man-woo pressed. "Yes," Woo-jin said with unwavering confidence. Yunmi jumped in. "Isn't that a bit reckless? This is a crucial time for you." "Is it?" Woo-jin asked, genuinely unconcerned. The sheer calm of his response left them speechless. He then turned the tables. "But with the two of you working on Profiler Haeyoung, it's guaranteed to be a hit, right?" He remembered the A-grade rating in his Subspace. "I believe this drama will also be a hit." Yunmi's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "Now I understand why people believe in religion." Man-woo chuckled and finally got to the point, handing Woo-jin a bound copy of the official script. "We called you here to give you this. It's been revised, inspired by your performance. The script reading will be part of a 2-day membership training retreat, this Saturday." As they spoke, Woo-jin's phone rang. It was Dong-chun, asking for a meeting the next morning. After Woo-jin hung up, Man-woo, ever the meddler, asked, "So, when is the script reading for Detective Agency?" "Oh, no one else has been cast yet," Woo-jin said casually. "It's just me." Man-woo froze. Ian hasn't contacted them yet? He thought. Well then, I'll just have to arrange things myself. The next day, Woo-jin met with a despondent Dong-chun. "I'm sorry," the director said, his shoulders slumped. "Finding investors is nearly impossible with GGO Entertainment blocking me at every turn. We might have to cut scenes to lower the budget." "Won't that hurt the quality?" Woo-jin asked, a pang of empathy striking him. This felt just like his old job, facing rejection after rejection. Just as despair began to settle in, the door to their makeshift office opened. A woman took off her mask, revealing the world-famous face of Ian. "Director Nim," she said with a dazzling smile. "I'd like to be in your film." "I can do that, right?" Dong Chun looked like he'd seen a ghost. Wu Jin, on the other hand, was just confused. Why would a top actress want to be in a struggling short film? Ian turned to him, noticing his stoic expression. "Not surprised? Did you expect me to show up?" "I am completely surprised," Wu Jin said, his voice flat, while his internal monologue was a chaotic mess of screaming and confetti. "But I have to maintain my composure." Ian laughed. "You're funny. You say you're surprised, but your face hasn't changed at all." She confirmed that Manhwa had told her where to find them, and yes, she was dead serious about joining the film, and bringing the full financial might of BW Entertainment with her. "Just keep my involvement a secret until the release," she said, before turning to Wu Jin with a curious glint in her eye. "By the way, why did you choose this film?" Wu Jin gave his now trademark answer. "My instinct." Ian stared at him for a long moment, then broke into a grin. "You are so strange. Stay in touch, okay?" As she left, Dongchun practically vibrated with excitement. What just happened? Wu Jin, equally bewildered but trying to play it cool, simply thought about how he was now on a stay-in-touch basis with Ian. That night, sleep wouldn't come. He was going to be in 2 projects with Ian. He had to prepare. He touched the black square, entering the subspace. The Profiler Haeong script had been updated. He opened it, and his eyes widened. The grade had changed. It was no longer A. It was A+. The day of the membership training arrived. Wu Jin stood before a luxurious villa, looking completely out of place in his simple, comfortable clothes. He was immediately stopped by staff. Outsiders aren't allowed. Just then, Ian appeared, rescuing him. "He's with us," she whispered, pulling him aside. "We're going to surprise them." "But seriously, your clothes, aren't they a little too plain? You have to learn to maintain an image." She dragged him off. "Come on, I'll do some basic makeup for you." Inside, Wu Jin felt his nerves kick in. The room was buzzing with A-list actors and top staff. He felt like an imposter. He stood awkwardly behind Ian as she greeted the handsome lead actor, Jungmin. Jungmin's eyes flicked over to Wu Jin. "Is this your new manager, Ian? He's quite handsome." "Too talented looking for a manager, don't you think? Maybe we should try to make him an actor," Ian laughed, playing along. Wu Jin just stood there, thinking, why does everyone assume I'm a manager? Ignoring him, the room's attention turned to Manhwa and Yunmi. The main event was about to begin. Everyone took their seats around a large table. "Where's the actor for assistant manager Park?" Jungmin asked Manhwa. "Is he late?" Manhwa just smiled and gestured towards the end of the table. "He's already here." All eyes turned to the handsome but oddly dressed manager. Realizing the jig was up, Wu Jin stood and gave a slight bow. "Hello. My name is Kang Wu Jin. I will be playing the role of assistant manager Park." A wave of confused murmurs washed over the room. Jungmin leaned over to Manhwa. "Director, you don't cast rookies. This guy looks a little stiff. His acting might be dull." "Just you wait," Manhwa replied, a devilish glint in his eye. "Now, let's begin." The reading started. The professional actors were brilliant, their voices filling the room with intensity. Wu Jin watched, analyzed, and waited. He noticed small flaws in their delivery, moments that didn't match the perfect version he had experienced dozens of times in his subspace. Then, it was his turn. "Your first appearance is a solo scene," Manhwa said. "Just play it moderately for now." "Moderately?" Wu Jin thought. "What does that even mean?" Reduce it by half? He decided to just focus on his expression. He had absorbed this character completely. He was Assistant Manager Park. A switch flipped. The air around him changed. A chilling, unsettling aura emanated from him. He let out a low, predatory chuckle. His eyes darted to the right, then to the left. Ian, caught in his gaze, physically flinched. The intensity was overwhelming. He stared straight ahead at Youngmin, who felt a genuine bead of sweat trickle down his spine. Then, Wu Jin smiled. A terrifying, sociopathic grin, and delivered his line. So, there you were, you bastard. The room was dead silent. Youngmin stared, his mind blown. Moderate? What part of that was moderate? Who is this guy? This isn't acting, he's become the character. A psychopath with pure pleasure in his eyes. The reading continued, but the power dynamic had irrevocably shifted. Wu Jin didn't even look at his script. He had become a monster, his performance so real, so terrifying, that he held every single person in that room captive. By the time it was over, hours later, the cast and crew were in a state of shock. At the afterparty, Wu Jin, completely drained and now just ravenously hungry, became the subject of every hushed conversation. A reporter from the making of team approached him. Your performance was incredible. How much analysis and practice did you do to prepare for such a challenging role? Wu Jin panicked. Analysis? Practice? He just lived it. He cobbled together a professional-sounding answer. The script itself was quite great. The reporter pressed on. Your skills are phenomenal. Were you part of a theater troupe for many years? All eyes in the room were on him, waiting for the answer, desperate to understand the origin of this monstrous talent. No, Wu Jin said, his voice calm and clear. I'm self-taught. The silence that followed was so absolute you could hear a pin drop. Then, chaos. Are you joking? The reporter stammered. Are you serious? Someone else whispered. Zhang Min looked like he'd seen a UFO. The heads of a dozen entertainment agencies, who had been ready to pounce, froze in disbelief. Ian just smiled, enjoying the pandemonium. Wu Jin, oblivious to the atom bomb he had just dropped, only felt the intensity of their stares. Did I say something wrong? Why are they looking at me like that? Overwhelmed, he excused himself and fled the room. The industry veterans were left reeling. An army of agency heads scrambled to offer him contracts. The other actors, humbled and terrified, abandoned the party to go practice, their competitive spirits ignited by the Wu Jin effect. And as our monstrous rookie, oblivious to the storm he had created, slept soundly in his room, dreaming of banquets fit for a king, the world outside kept spinning. The membership training retreat was over. Our boy Wu Jin stood there, a portrait of pure, unadulterated despair. The source of his misery? Not the crushing emotional weight of his soul-bearing performance, but the tragic, empty void in his stomach. He'd been so exhausted, he'd slept through the entire after-party feast. I'm just an actor, trying to earn a living, he thought, his expression so grim you'd think he'd just witnessed the end of the world. A serious actor who is now very, very hungry. Ian watched him from a distance, completely misreading the situation. He still hasn't recovered from the emotions of Assistant Manager Park, she thought, a flicker of concern in her eyes. As he started to wander off, she called out, Kong Wu Jin. Where do you live? Come on, I'll give you a ride. Wu Jin's heart did a little backflip. A ride home from Ian herself? He managed to keep his cool, rattling off his address and accepting her invitation with a stoic, thank you, as if this were a completely normal, everyday occurrence. Inside, however, a full-blown parade was marching through his brain. His excitement came to a screeching halt the moment he slid into the luxurious van. Someone else was already sitting inside. Hello, the man said with a sharp, businesslike smile. "Can we talk for a moment? This is the CEO of my agency, Choi Song-jae," Ian explained. "The CEO?" Woojin's mind immediately went into overdrive. "He's the investor for detective agency. So, in real estate terms, that makes him my landlord, right?" He gave a slight nod. "Yes. I'll get straight to the point," Choi began, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "I know you haven't joined an agency yet. My company, BW Entertainment, and I, personally, would be honored to have you." Woojin blinked. "Are you offering me a contract?" "I am," Choi confirmed. "Now, we may look small with only Ian on our roster, but our influence is on another level. This industry, Woojin, is a jungle. One wrong step, and your career is over before it even begins." A flicker of anxiety ran through Woojin. This world really was as brutal as they said. But he couldn't show weakness. He had a reputation to maintain, even if it was one he'd accidentally created. He squared his shoulders. "If it's a jungle," he said, his voice deep and steady, "that sounds exciting." Choi stared, completely flabbergasted. I was trying to scare him with the harsh realities, and he's treating it like an invitation to a theme park. This kid was unreal. His mind was already forged steel. "I have to have him," Choi thought, his initial interest morphing into a full-blown obsession. "If you join us," Choi said, recovering, "I will ensure you have the freedom to spread your wings in that jungle. By the way, you must have received a lot of business cards today, yes? More than 10, I'd wager. Did any of them mention a down payment?" Woojin thought for a moment. No one had. "I heard some unconventional conditions," he said, letting the mystery hang in the air. "Whatever they offered," Choi leaned in, "I will provide it. Just hear our offer." Woojin, master of the poker face, gave a slow nod. "I don't make decisions based on words alone. I will consider it and contact you later." The ride ended, and Woojin finally collapsed onto his bed at home, the weight of the day crashing down on him. "I expected agency offers eventually," he thought, "but this is way more troublesome than I imagined." He decided to push it all aside. The shooting for detective agency was about to start. That was his priority. It was time to enter the subspace. He touched the void, and as he materialized in his personal training dimension, his eyes fell on the script for Profiler Haeyoung. And then he froze. His jaw dropped. The script, which had been a formidable A+ grade just days ago, had leveled up again. It was now grade S. The first day of shooting for detective agency had arrived. Woojin stood before the dilapidated villa, a perfect real-life replica of the one he'd experienced in the subspace. He was herded towards a waiting area with the other actors, a small group of hopefuls huddled together for warmth and commiseration. "It's freezing out here," one actor in a black jacket grumbled. "At least we got chairs," another replied. "Usually, us unknowns have to stand around like lampposts." He leaned in. "Hey, have you heard anything about the actress playing the wife? They're being super secretive about it." A woman sitting nearby chimed in, her voice dripping with gossip. "Never mind her. Did you hear the lead actor is a complete unknown?" Woojin, sitting just behind them, felt his ears burn. "Oh boy, here we go." "Yeah, I heard that," the first actor said. "It's weird, right? The director is a big name, and this is for the Mise-en-Scene Festival. Normally, a role like this would go to someone famous. It must be an investor thing," the woman theorized. "Some company probably paid to have their rookie pushed into the lead role." The actors nodded in agreement. "I'm so jealous," Black Jacket sighed. "I wish I could buy my way into a lead role." Woojin, listening to them slander his hard-won position, could only think, but that's not what happened at all. He kept his face a stoic mask, deciding it was beneath him to engage in such trivial chatter. Just then, director Dong-chun arrived. Briefing is about to start. Main actor, get ready. At the words, main actor, Woo Jin stood up. Yes, director. The gossiping actors froze, their faces turning a pasty shade of white. The man they had just been bad-mouthing was sitting right behind them. The first actor, panicking, saw the cold, unreadable expression on Woo Jin's face and assumed he was furious. Woo Jin looked directly at him and said, his voice flat, I'm not with any agency. The actor nearly jumped out of his skin. That was a warning. He's telling me he doesn't have a company backing him, he got this on pure skill. I am so sorry, he stammered. I didn't know you were here. Before Dong-chun could ask what the misunderstanding was, a melodic voice cut through the tension. What kind of misunderstanding are we having here? It was Ian. She took off her sunglasses, and the entire crew fell silent. The gossiping actors looked as if they'd seen a deity descend from the heavens. Everyone, Dong-chun announced, his voice filled with pride, Miss Ian will be playing the role of the wife. He then addressed the stunned cast, reminding them of the strict confidentiality clause. Ian walked straight over to Woo Jin, a playful smile on her lips. We meet again. Don't you think we're seeing each other a lot lately? The other actors stared, their minds short-circuiting. They know each other? They're that close? Who is this guy? With the introductions over, it was time for the first shot. As Woo Jin got his makeup done, his nerves began to fray. Being the lead is terrifying, he thought. But I have to maintain the Chad act. To fool others, I must first fool myself. Ian appeared at his side. Have you thought about our agency's offer? She asked. I'll think about it after we finish filming, he replied. So you haven't set your conditions yet? She pressed. Actors are products, Woo Jin. When you negotiate, you need to set your own price. Think about it carefully. She gave him a final, good luck, and walked away. She could have at least told me how to set the price. He thought, frustrated. But there was no time. Dong-chun was calling him. It was time to shoot. Woo Jin took a deep breath, the cheap costume of Kim Rajan feeling like a second skin. This has to be more real than the script reading, he told himself. I am Kim Rajan. The look in his eyes shifted, the cold, detached aura of the detective taking over. Action! Dong-chun yelled. Woo Jin started walking toward the villa. And then, his foot caught on a rogue tuft of grass, and he went down, tumbling to his knees in a clumsy heap. A wave of collective awe swept through the onlookers. So smooth. Dong-chun whispered to Ian. Did you see that? He's already incorporating the character's clumsiness. What incredible detail. Ian nodded, her eyes wide. He's not just improvising movements, he's intuitively enhancing the character's personality. He's a living cheat code. Meanwhile, Woo Jin was having a full-blown existential crisis on the ground. I fell. I actually fell. He screamed internally, his face burning with humiliation. This is a disaster. The director is going to yell cut, isn't he? But Dong-chun just stared, mesmerized. Confused, Woo Jin pushed himself up, dusted off his pants, and decided to just keep going. He slipped back into character, his inner monologue narrating Kim Rajan's twisted motivation as he scaled the villa wall and slipped through a window. The scene that followed was pure magic. Hiding behind a sofa in the basement, just inches away from the film's villainess, Woo Jin's performance of suppressed terror was so palpable, so real, that the entire crew held its breath. The fear on his face wasn't just acting. It was the genuine, residual terror of a man who had tripped in front of all his new colleagues. As the days of shooting flew by, the industry was abuzz with a different kind of magic. The first teaser for Profiler Haeyoung dropped, a mere 30 seconds focused on the script reading, and it exploded, racking up millions of views. The public was hooked. Finally, the shooting for detective agency wrapped. A bittersweet feeling washed over Woo Jin. It was exhausting, it was stressful, but it was also the most fun he'd ever had. His phone rang. It was Youngdi. "Bro. Come out for drinks." "Can't, I'm busy," Woo Jin said, quickly ending the call before his friend could pry. "He'll see me on TV soon enough," he thought with a smirk. Dongchun approached him, his face beaming. "Now that shooting is done, I begin editing. We need to get you a suit for the festival, by the way. You have to look good." He then launched into a detailed explanation of why Woo Jin was such a hot commodity in the agency world. "Think about it," Dongchun said, his voice serious. "Companies spend millions training rookies for years, with no guarantee of success. But you're already a lead in one project and a major supporting role in another. You're a finished product with zero investment cost. You haven't just started, you've arrived, back to back, with 2 killer roles. Every agency in Seoul isn't just after you, they're terrified of their rivals getting you first." Woo Jin listened, the true scale of his situation finally dawning on him. He wasn't just a lucky rookie who had stumbled into a couple of good parts. He was an anomaly, a game changer, a walking, talking bomb about to detonate in the heart of the entertainment industry. Dongchun wasn't finished dropping bombshells. "With your perfect acting," he continued, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a stock market analyst who just discovered the next big thing, "companies will be drooling over you. So, I was thinking, when you negotiate, you should ask for a down payment of around 200 million won." The number hit Kong Woo Jin like a physical blow. 200 million. He felt his brain reboot. "Think about it carefully," Dongchun said, oblivious to Woo Jin's internal meltdown. He pulled a thick manuscript from his jacket. Manhwa asked me to give you this. Parts 3 and 4 of Profiler Haeyoung. I picked them up for you since you were busy filming." Woo Jin took the scripts, his mind still reeling. "Thank you," he managed to say. As Dongchun left, Woo Jin stared at the precious manuscript, his hunger for more of the story momentarily eclipsing the ludicrous sum of money that had just been dangled in front of him. Later that night, back in the sanctuary of his apartment, Woo Jin finally allowed himself to relax. But rest was a luxury he couldn't afford. The business cards he'd collected were burning a hole in his pocket. It had been a week. He had to make a decision. 8 cards, he muttered, spreading them out on his bed. Film companies, agencies, do I really have to meet all of them? That sounds exhausting. And definitely not cool. He knew the industry was a small, gossipy world. If he started meeting with one company, rumors would fly to the others. He needed a strategy. He needed experience. He picked up one card, the one from BW Entertainment, and dialed the number. Meanwhile, at the BW office, Ian was recounting the shoot to her CEO, Choi. "How was it?" Choi asked. "Maybe good," she replied vaguely, her mind elsewhere. Seeing Woo Jin act and experiencing it firsthand are two completely different things, she thought, a knot of frustration tightening in her stomach. I was intimidated by him. My own acting felt inadequate. How does he do it? How can he be so perfect as both the clumsy Kim Rajan and the terrifying assistant manager Park? And he claims he's self-taught? It was a bitter pill to swallow. But her frustration was fueling a new fire. I have to be better. And to do that, I need him here. How much are you offering him for a down payment? She asked Choi abruptly. Have you heard from him? Not a peep, Choi sighed. I'm still trying to figure out the right number. Make it as high as possible, she insisted. We have to lock him down. As if on cue, Choi's phone rang. An unknown number. He answered, and a familiar, deep voice came through the line. "This is Kong Woo-jin." Choi practically shot out of his chair. "It's him," he mouthed to Ian, who gestured frantically for him to get on with it. "Woojin SSI. I was waiting for your call," Choi said, his voice a perfect blend of professional cool and eager anticipation. "My apologies, I was busy with shooting," Woo-jin replied. "I'd like to meet to discuss the contract." He turned down Choi's offer to meet near his home, instead insisting on coming to the BW office himself. The next day, Woo-jin strode into the surprisingly chic office. "It's all thanks to Ian," Choi explained. "One top actor can sustain an entire company." He then cut to the chase. "Before we talk contracts, let's discuss the down payment. You said other companies offered you mind-blowing conditions. I'm prepared to match them. What number do you have in mind?" Woojin's mind flashed back to Dongchun's words. 200 million won. He took a deep breath. It sounded insane, but he had to say it. "Just say 200 million. It's no big deal." He opened his mouth to speak, but Choi beat him to it. "How about 300 million won?" Woo-jin froze, the number 200 dying on his lips. His brain felt like it was buffering. He just stared, silent. Choi, misinterpreting his silence as a negotiating tactic, panicked and held up 4 fingers. 400 million. Is 400 million possible? Woo-jin was now internally screaming, throwing a one-man party in his mind, complete with air punches and victory laps. He just added another 100 million. Why? But on the outside, he was the picture of calm indifference. 400 million, he repeated, as if contemplating the number. "Yes. It's possible," Choi confirmed, sweating bullets. "Okay, stay cool," Woo-jin told himself. "There's no reason to refuse. It's his fault for offering, not mine for accepting." "I'm curious," he said, his voice smooth as silk. "Why such a high amount?" Choi launched into a detailed explanation. He talked about industry trends, the risks of signing unproven talent, and how Woo-jin was a rare exception, a fully formed, project-ready actor who required zero investment in training. "But even with your talent, no one would offer more than 40 or 50 million due to the uncertainty," he said. "The down payment isn't the most crucial part. It's the payment ratio and contract duration." This was new information for Woo-jin. "For you," Choi continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "I'm proposing a 90-10 split. You get 90%. And the contract is for only 1 year. A test run. See if you like us. What do you say?" Woojin's mind was officially blown. 400 million won, a 90% cut, and only a 1-year commitment? This was a dream deal. "I have 2 more conditions," he said. "First, no questions about my past. Second, I choose my own projects." Choi barely hesitated. "Acceptable. So, are you ready to sign with us?" "Yes," Woo-jin said. Choi leaped up, ecstatic. Just as he was about to celebrate, Woo-jin handed him another business card. "I got this at the script reading. It's from a film company." Choi's eyes widened as he read the name. "This is from Box Movies. And it's General Manager Choi Damon's card. He's a huge figure there, and he's close with the legendary director, Won Hwan. They must want to cast you in Director Won's next film." He immediately dialed the number. "Yes, hello? I'm calling on behalf of Kong Woo-jin. Can we meet?" The voice on the other end was curt. They wanted to meet. Right now. 40 minutes later, Woo-jin and Choi were sitting in the lavish waiting room of Box Movies, their patience wearing thin. Finally, Manager Damon strolled in, offering a flimsy excuse for his tardiness. I was waiting for your call, Mr. Kong Woo-jin, Daman said, his tone laced with passive aggression. A week is a long time. I was starting to think a rookie actor was ignoring me. He slid a script across the table. You'll have to audition, of course. But for someone with your skills, it should be easy. Choi gritted his teeth. He hated Daman's arrogant attitude, but this was an opportunity of a lifetime. You should accept this, no matter what, he whispered to Woo-jin. This never happens for rookies. So, I should do it? Woo-jin asked. Yes. Let's do it. Choi said excitedly. Okay, Woo-jin said calmly. Refuse it. Choi's brain short-circuited. Did you just say refuse it? I must have misheard. Please refuse the proposal, Woo-jin repeated, his face completely serious. Choi looked at him, truly understanding for the first time why Ian called him a special case. This kid was beyond unpredictable, he was certifiably insane. You've only read a few pages. Choi hissed. Calm down. I am calm. Then get calmer. You really want to throw away this chance? Yes, Woo-jin said, his resolve unshakable. Defeated, Choi put on his best corporate smile and turned back to Daman, concocting a story about Woo-jin needing more time to consider the script. After a few more tense pleasantries, they made their escape. The moment they were out of the building, Choi grabbed Woo-jin by the shoulders. Why? He screamed. There has to be a reason. Why would you reject a project from director Manhwa? Yes, there is a reason, Woo-jin thought, recalling his secret trip to the Subspace just moments before. Because according to the all-knowing system, this legendary director's next masterpiece is a grade F film. But he couldn't say that. So he fell back on his trusty, all-purpose excuse. It was just a feeling, he said, his expression grave. My intuition told me it was a bad project. Choi stared at him, his face a mixture of awe and utter despair. Is he a lunatic genius, or just a plain idiot? Back in his apartment, Woo-jin pulled out the grade F script. I should practice it anyway, he thought. Maybe it'll help me understand why it's so bad. He selected the role of a character named James. The system announced it was preparing for an English reading. Suddenly, Woo-jin was pulled into a gray, empty void. An alphabet floated before him, the letter A. It shot forward and merged into his body. He stumbled back, startled. Then came B, then C, an entire alphabet soup of letters flying at him, absorbing into his very being. He had no idea what was happening. Was he being upgraded? Hacked? Then, the system's voice echoed through the void, cool and dispassionate. English language reading, complete. The Subspace spit Kong Woo-jin out, and he landed in a heap on his apartment floor, panting and disoriented. What just happened to me? He gasped. It felt like the script readings, but instead of a story, he had downloaded English. He opened his mouth, and a perfectly accented sentence flowed out, smooth as butter. Oh my goodness, he said, his own voice shocking him. I can speak English. I can actually speak English. He grabbed his phone, frantically scrolling to an English news site. He could read it flawlessly. A giddy, exhilarating thought shot through him. If I can learn English, can I learn other languages? Can I go to Hollywood? That F-grade script had just given him a superpower. He still had no idea why it was rated so low, but he was starting to think it was the best decision he'd ever made. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office across town, a hushed, terrified voice played from a phone's recording. A week ago, director Manhwa offered me a ride home, a young woman recounted. But he didn't take me home. He took me to a motel. I was so scared, I jumped out of the car and ran. The next day, I was fired from his team. The woman listening to the recording, a journalist with a glint of steel in her eyes, nodded grimly. Do you have any other proof? I started recording the moment I got in the car, the victim replied. But he's a legend. No one would believe me. Don't worry, the journalist said, a predatory smile spreading across her face. I've been waiting for something solid to take him down. With this, I can go straight to YouTube. His new project is supposed to start next week, right? Well, it looks like director Manhwa's downfall is about to begin. The next morning, CEO Choi was already waiting outside Woojin's apartment. Good morning. Ready for your first official day as a BW Entertainment actor? You can speak to me casually, Woojin said as he slid into the car. He found the formal speech a bit uncomfortable. Really? Choi asked, relieved. Great. Okay, so, today is all about building your official profile. We're hitting a celebrity-exclusive shop for your wardrobe, then getting your makeup done, and finally, the profile photo shoot. Woojin's mind immediately conjured images of awkward, cringy model poses. Are they going to make me pose? He thought with a sense of dread. Oh, and I officially rejected the offer from Box Movies, Choi added. Manager Daman threw a fit, of course. Rejecting an audition from a legend like Director One, it doesn't look good. But we could have just rejected it after the audition, Woojin pointed out. Better not to start something you don't intend to finish, Choi countered. He sighed. We've probably burned that bridge for good. Yes, but I can't be in an F-grade movie, Woojin thought, but outwardly, he just shrugged. It doesn't matter. Choi stared at him, bewildered. The name of a legendary director meant nothing to this kid. He was truly on another level of strange. Right. Anything else you need? A suit, Woojin said. When Choi asked why, Woojin, remembering Dongchun's advice, decided to lean into his mysterious persona. I'll be wearing it to the Mise-en-Scene Short Film Festival. The sheer, unadulterated confidence of the statement floored Choi. He really believes Detective Agency will make it to the finals. Right. A suit it is. The company will handle it. We'll get some shots of you in it for your profile. While we're at it, Woojin added, an idea sparking, can I get a Japanese script? Choi looked like his brain was about to short-circuit. First Ian, and now this one. Why do I only get the crazy talented ones? The photo shoot was a resounding success. Decked out in a luxury suit with professional makeup, Woojin looked every bit the top-tier star. The staff swooned, and Choi beamed with pride. This is amazing. We'll put this right on the website. His phone rang. It was PD Manhwa. How's Woojin settling in? Manhwa asked. You won't believe this, Choi said, lowering his voice. He rejected director Manhwa's project. Any reason? Manhwa asked, intrigued. He said his intuition gave him a bad feeling about the script. Manhwa froze. Intuition again? He thought. Is it some kind of black magic? He remembered Woojin's other predictions. The kid was either a clairvoyant or the luckiest man alive. Just then, his phone rang again. An unknown number. This is Director Take. Manhwa nearly dropped his phone. Director Take? One of the best directors in the entire country is calling me. I heard you're starting a new drama, Director Take said. I was wondering, could I come and secretly observe the first day of shooting? In another part of the city, a group of legendary directors were having a meeting. Director Manhwa was fuming. This rookie, Kang Woojin, insulted my audition. Who does he think he is? If he ever shows up on any of your sets, kick him out. Director Take, ever the pragmatist, shrugged. There must be a reason. Personally, if an actor is good, that's all that matters. You really think so? Manhwa seethed. Someone like him needs to be put in his place. As they argued, another director's phone buzzed. He looked at the screen, and his face went pale. He whispered something to director Take. "What are you two whispering about?" Manhwa demanded. Take looked at him, his expression grim. "You should probably worry less about some unknown actor, Manhwa." He held out his phone. "It seems your own life is about to get complicated." On the screen was the breaking news. A YouTube channel with 900,000 subscribers had just posted an exposé detailing director Manhwa's history of sexual harassment. The video was going viral. Manhwa stared, his face ashen. This must be a misunderstanding. His own phone started ringing, the caller ID flashing the name of his wife. His world was crumbling. Back on the massive, mall-sized set of Profiler Haeyoung, Woo Jin was having a crisis of his own. "I really need to fart," he thought, his nerves getting the better of him. "This place is huge." From a distance, director Take watched him. "So that's the kid," he mused. "He looks nervous. It's cute." The set was buzzing, but not with preparations for the shoot. Everyone was huddled around their phones, whispering frantically. A staff member ran up to Manhwa and Choi, holding out her phone. "You have to see this." They read the headline, their jaws dropping in unison. The disgusting true face of director Manhwa exposed. They looked up from the phone, their eyes locking onto the figure of Kang Woo Jin, standing alone amidst the chaos. They remembered his words. Intuition. It wasn't magic, Manhwa thought, a cold chill running down his spine. Can he see the future? Is he possessed by a spirit? Choi wondered, equally horrified. Unaware of the existential dread he had just induced in two of the industry's biggest players, Woo Jin let out a silent, relieved sigh as a loud gasp from the crowd perfectly masked the sound of his nervous flatulence. A moment later, he too saw the news. And then it all clicked. The F grade. It wasn't about box office failure. It was about a career-ending scandal. Manhwa and Choi descended upon him. "You knew, didn't you?" Manhwa demanded. "That's why you rejected him." Woo Jin was just as surprised as they were, but he couldn't let them see that. "My intuition is basically a future-predicting cheat code," he realized. "But I can't tell them that." He fell back on his old standby. It was just a coincidence. Manhwa stared at him, at the radical calm in his eyes amidst the storm. It was as if world-shattering scandals were a daily occurrence for him. "This is witchcraft," he muttered, only half joking. Meanwhile, in a dark editing bay, Dong Chun was obsessively fine-tuning Detective Agency. "Rewind that scene." "No, that's not right. The previous cut was better. The actors poured their souls into this. I cannot allow my editing to be the reason it fails." With every tweak, every painstaking adjustment, the script's grade in Woo Jin's Subspace ticked upward, from a respectable B to a stellar A. Back on set, the lead actor, Young Min, arrived, his face a mask of grim determination. He'd been overshadowed at the script reading. Humiliated. "I don't know if Assistant Manager Park will be outstanding," he muttered to himself, his eyes burning with a competitive fire. "But this time, I will not be dominated by him. As the human character, I must constantly monitor my emotions and dissect the role of Assistant Park. I have to examine, understand, and analyze him, blurring the line between reality and acting." Jung Min's eyes locked onto Kang Woo Jin, who stood apart from the crowd, a heavy, somber mood clinging to him like a shroud. "He looks like he's carrying the weight of the world," Jung Min thought as he approached. "Hello," he said, offering a respectful greeting. Woo Jin, impressed by the other actor's confident style, nodded back. "Senior," he replied. The word stung. "Senior?" Jung Min thought, a flicker of irritation passing through him. To be your senior, I'd have to be better than you. And right now, I'm not so sure. Just then, a staff member called him over for a rehearsal. Before leaving, Jung Min turned back to Woo Jin, his eyes burning with a newfound competitive fire. This time, he said, his voice low and full of conviction, I will not be dominated by you. He spun on his heel and strode away, leaving a very confused Woo Jin in his wake. What was that all about? Woo Jin wondered, watching the hot and fuming guy disappear. Soon, the set was ready. Ready for shooting, a voice boomed. Woo Jin's stomach did a nervous flip. This was on a completely different scale than detective agency. He glanced at Jung Min, who sat with a preternatural calm. That's a real pro, Woo Jin thought. I'm just pretending to be one. A prop master approached, snapping a pair of handcuffs onto Woo Jin's wrists. The first scene of Profiler Haeyoung was about to begin, the second meeting between Profiler Hung and Assistant Park, after Park has surrendered himself. Action, the director yelled. Instantly, Woo Jin was gone, replaced by the chilling presence of Assistant Park. He toyed with the papers on the table, a disarming smile on his face. How can I help you? Let's start with some small talk, Jung Min, as Hung, replied. What did you have for breakfast? Assistant Park asked, his tone deceptively casual. I'm craving a hamburger. Shrimp. Hung ignored him, his voice turning serious. You had an older sister. She committed suicide. The smile vanished from Assistant Park's face. Yes, he said, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. I had a sister. He looked up, a twisted smile returning. My mistake, Hung said, the atmosphere growing heavy. That's not exactly small talk. Oh, but it is, Assistant Park countered, his voice smooth as venom. It's the smallest of talk. Is my data in that file? What does it say? Hung revealed that he'd investigated Park's entire life. The abusive, alcoholic father, the sister's suicide, the parents' mysterious car accident. He presented his theory, that Park, a born psychopath molded into a sociopath by a hellish upbringing, had started his killing spree with his own father. Assistant Park listened, his smile widening into a predatory grin. You really think you've figured me out? He purred. That you know everything? Have you ever considered that I might have an untold story? The aura he projected was so terrifying that Jung Min felt a genuine shiver of fear. Manhwa watched from the monitors, captivated. Director Take, observing from the shadows, was completely stunned. That's the rookie from this morning? This level of acting, it's not a novice. Who is this guy? The scene ended, and the spell was broken. Manhwa called for a break, and the set erupted in praise for the two actors. Woo Jin, however, was shivering. I'm dying, he thought. This is so much harder than I expected. Jung Min approached him, a look of understanding on his face. It's not easy to recover from the emotions, right? My hands were cramping up. Woo Jin, who was literally just cold, was confused. No, I'm just feeling a little chilly. It's okay, you don't have to hide it, Jung Min said with a knowing nod. I knew you skipped the afterparty to recover emotionally. Dude, I was asleep. And I'm really just cold. Woo Jin screamed internally, but he saw the look on Jung Min's face and realized it was pointless. He just pretended to be grateful for the understanding. The grueling shoot continued for days. Woo Jin felt like an acting robot, powered only by the secret break room of his subspace. Manhwa watched him, amazed at his stamina. Is he really a born genius? He wondered. His phone rang. It was Director Take. I couldn't say hello before I left, Take said. Jung Min has improved, but that other kid has been in my dreams. I called for him. Where did you find that boy? Manhwa chuckled. I didn't find him. He fell from the sky. He explained that Woo Jin was a complete mystery, a self-taught prodigy with no connections in the Korean entertainment industry. Across the set, Woo Jin's ears tingled. Someone's talking about me, he thought. Just then, Choi appeared, handing him a script. You asked for a Japanese one, right? Woo Jin's face lit up. He could already picture himself rattling off konnichiwa and arigato. He now had the key to another language. That night, he entered the Subspace, selected the Japanese script, and downloaded another language into his brain. The next day, Choi had more news. The editing for Detective Agency is complete. Dong-chun is inviting us to a private test screening. Woo Jin was ecstatic. At the screening room, he, Choi, and a sleep-deprived but triumphant Dong-chun settled in to watch the film. As the lights dimmed, Woo Jin felt a wave of nerves. It was his first lead role, his first real project. The movie started, and Woo Jin wanted to crawl out of his skin. Seeing himself on the big screen was mortifying, especially the part where he had accidentally fallen. Did they have to keep that in? But as the film progressed, his embarrassment gave way to awe. The finished version was incredible, almost exactly as he had experienced it in the Subspace. He was completely immersed. As the credits rolled, Dong-chun shared some exciting news. The Mise-en-Scene Festival had a new sponsor, a bigger budget, and a new award category, Best Performance by an Actor. While Woo Jin was basking in the glow of his first film, a silent war was brewing in the broadcasting industry. The three major stations were locked in a fierce promotional battle, and profiler Haeyoung was caught in the crossfire. Back on set, the atmosphere was tense. A foreign VFX expert was struggling to understand Manhwa's direction for a scene meant to visualize Assistant Park's twisted mentality. He wants the bright tone of a fairy tale book, but dark and mysterious, Manhwa was explaining, with little success. Woo Jin, who could now understand their English exchange perfectly, saw his chance. I'll have to use English eventually, why not now? He walked over. You can make the ground purple, the trees and grass blue, and the sky black, Woo Jin said in flawless, unaccented English. Each person should be a different color. In the fireworks part, the blood splatters should look like a child's drawing of something beautiful. The foreigner's eyes lit up. I understand. Thank you, you've helped a lot. The crew stared, dumbfounded. His English is native level. Did he come from America? Manhwa and Choi exchanged a look. Of course, he's from abroad, they both thought. Director Take, observing again from the sidelines, was equally impressed. The more I learn about him, the more of a mystery he becomes. Unaware of the new wave of speculation he had just created, Woo Jin was happily thinking to himself, now, where can I use my Japanese? The next scene was one of the drama's most intense. Assistant Park, in handcuffs, would have to reenact his murders on site, using a teddy bear as a stand-in for his victims. The scene would intercut with flashbacks to the actual, brutal killings. This is going to be unpleasant, Woo Jin thought, his own nerves fraying. He had experienced the murders in the Subspace, and it had been a hellish ordeal that had shaken his ego to its core. But that experience had also shaped him, solidifying his ability to slip into these dark roles. Ready? Manhwa called. Yes, Woo Jin thought. Whatever I have experienced is now a part of me. Action. Surrounded by a jeering crowd, Assistant Park looked at the teddy bear. How ugly, he sneered, wrapping a rope around its neck. As he pulled it tight, a twisted, evil smile spreading across his face, the flashbacks began. He was no longer on a set, strangling a toy. He was in the past, his hands around the throat of a real, pleading victim, her cries for mercy echoing in his mind. The line between acting and reality had completely vanished. He was a monster, reliving his darkest sins for all the world to see. "Are you going to die now?" Assistant Park hissed, his voice a venomous whisper as he slammed the middle-aged woman's face to the ground. She pleaded with him, but he was deaf to her cries, wrapping a rope around her neck and dragging her across the floor. "Scream a little louder," he taunted, a psychopathic glee dancing in his eyes. "I'm not enjoying this." Then, with a jarring snap, he was back in the real world, on the brightly lit set. He stared at the actress on the floor, her tears real, her fear palpable. "Anne." "Cut." Manhwa's voice boomed. The monstrous aura vanished in an instant. Wu Jin rushed to the actress, his face etched with genuine concern. "Are you okay? Are you in any pain?" "I'm fine," she said, still shaken, but marveling at the instantaneous shift in his demeanor. "Your neck is a little red," he said, his own hands trembling slightly. She pointed to his raw, reddened hands. "Your hands are worse than my neck," she said, a note of awe in her voice. "You intentionally put more pressure on the rope to create tension, didn't you? So the rope around my neck would stay loose." "Still, we should have it checked," Wu Jin insisted, calling over to Manhwa. "I think I was a little too rough. I'm just going to the restroom." He made a hasty exit, but everyone on set misinterpreted it. "He's going to recover from the emotions," they whispered. To be so composed after a scene like that, what a talent. Choi watched him go, a worried frown on his face. Just then, a man approached him. "President Choi. Do you remember me?" Choi recognized him instantly. "The director from Ilshin Films. I heard you're working with director Take on your next project. Your information network is as sharp as ever," the man said, impressed. Another figure, masked and silent, joined them. Choi's eyes widened. It was director Take himself. "You're here to see the actor?" Choi whispered. Take nodded. "He's quite amazing. I heard he's from abroad. Do you know where he learned to act?" Choi was stunned. "This isn't your first time seeing him?" "I've been watching him for a few weeks," Take admitted. "I was planning to talk to him, but it would be awkward after such an emotional scene. I'll leave for now. Just watching him act was worth the trip." "Is Wu Jin a director magnet?" Choi wondered, his mind spinning. First director Won Hwan, and now the legendary director Take. "How about a proper meeting in 2 days, he suggested, seizing the opportunity. 2 days later, Wu Jin and Choi stood outside director Take's office. This time, Choi began, then stopped himself, frustrated. "Never mind." He was contractually forbidden from advising Wu Jin on project choices, but he was dying to tell him not to screw this up. Director Take is a genius, Wu Jin mused, surprisingly calm. He's won awards at prestigious festivals abroad. But for some reason, this doesn't feel real. I'm not even nervous. I'm the only one nervous here, Choi thought with a sigh. Inside, Director Take greeted them warmly, handing Wu Jin a script. "My next project. Have a look, and then we'll discuss." Wu Jin took the script and, with a touch, entered the subspace. He immediately checked the grade. D. His heart sank. Why is it so bad? He remembered the F-grade script and wondered if this one was also just an incomplete draft. But how can you do casting with an unfinished script? He exited the subspace, his confusion evident on his face. "Is there a problem?" Take asked. "I'm sorry," Wu Jin began, choosing his words carefully. "But is this really your next project? It feels complete on the outside, but incomplete within." Take stared at him, then burst into laughter. "You are impressive. Manhwa was right about you." He reached into his briefcase and pulled out another, thicker script. "I didn't expect you to have the instinct to spot a flawed project after reading just a few pages." You're right. That was a test. Now, read this one. Woo Jin took the new script and re-entered the Subspace. This time, the grade was A+. The lead role was a sergeant with a split personality, a villainous, complex character that made Woo Jin's actor senses tingle. On the ride back, his mind was buzzing. The new script was intense, a masterpiece of suspense. His phone rang. It was Dong Chun. Detective agency was selected. We're one of the 40 finalists for the Mise-en-Scene Festival. Woo Jin was floored. Does this mean I'm going to one of those film festivals you see on TV? The news sent a shockwave through Choi's mind. To debut at a major film festival just 2 months after starting to act, and he's already attracting legendary directors, the outrageous contract terms are completely justified. What do you think of director takes script? Choi asked. I haven't finished it, but it's interesting, Woo Jin replied. He then asked for more scripts to study, hungry for more knowledge, more experience. The final day of shooting for Profiler Haeyoung arrived. After his last scene, Woo Jin was met with a round of thunderous applause. In my entire career, Man-woo declared, yours was the best performance of a character like Assistant Park I have ever seen. Woo Jin, awkward and overwhelmed, mumbled his thanks. It felt strange, like being discharged from the military, leaving behind comrades with whom he'd shared difficult, intense moments. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, and with it, the emotions he'd been suppressing for weeks. He was finally alone. He let out a laugh, a real, unrestrained laugh of pure joy. And then he saw her. Ian, waiting in the car, watching him. He froze. I'm ruined, he thought. She saw everything. Are you okay? Ian asked, rushing over to him, her face a mask of concern. You were laughing to yourself, a strange, wicked laugh. It's Assistant Park. He's possessed you. Kang Woo Jin, snap out of it. You are not a psycho. Choi ran up, equally alarmed. Should I book an appointment with a psychiatrist? Woo Jin, cornered and desperate, had to think fast. He straightened up, his face becoming a serious mask once more. That wasn't Assistant Park, he said calmly. I was practicing a character from the Island of Disappearance. The lie worked. Choi and Ian were stunned into silence, impressed that he was already preparing for director Take's next big project. He has a split personality, Woo Jin added for good measure. That explains why you were laughing even more wickedly than Assistant Park, Ian said, unknowingly twisting the knife in poor Woo Jin's gut. He had to be more careful. From now on, he was never truly alone. A few days later, Woo Jin, disguised in a mask and hat, slipped into a crowded theater for the opening of the Mise-en-Scene Short Film Festival. He was excited, nervous, and giddy at the thought of seeing himself on the big screen with a real audience. He settled into his seat, and then he heard a familiar voice. A familiar, hopeless voice. He turned, and his blood ran cold. It was Youngdi and his trio of slacker friends, sitting just a few rows in front of him. What are these crazy people doing here? He thought, sinking lower in his seat. The lights dimmed, and detective agency began. Where's the popcorn? One of the friends, Kyun, whined. But Youngdi wasn't listening. His finger was trembling as he pointed at the screen, at the face of the lead actor. It was Kang Woo Jin. All three of them sat there, their mouths hanging open, their minds completely short-circuiting. That's Woo Jin, right? Youngdi stammered. Who else could it be? Kyun yelled. Youngdi's mind raced, piecing together the clues, the request for scripts, the sudden busyness, the talk of short films. He was filming a movie this whole time? How did a guy who's been a designer his whole life become an actor overnight? Behind them, Woo Jin was having his own panic attack. They found me out sooner than I thought. What am I going to tell them? Just as he was trying to come up with a plausible lie, a collective gasp went through the theater, and through his friends. He looked up at the screen. It was the scene where he was meeting with the client's wife. And playing that wife, in all her radiant, world-famous glory, was Ian. The three friends turned to each other, their eyes wide with a new, even more mind-boggling question. Is that Woo Jin? The movie ended, and Kang Woo Jin slipped out of the theater, hiding behind a tree like a fugitive. He watched his three clueless friends sitting on a bench, and sighed. His post-movie plans were now officially ruined. Just as he was about to make his escape, one of them spotted him. Look! It's Kang Woo Jin. All three of them shot up, their faces contorted in a mixture of anger and betrayal. Get that bastard, they roared, charging after him. Woo Jin, shocked, took off running. For a few frantic moments, it was an all-out chase, but Woo Jin, fueled by pure panic, was too fast. Hey! Stop! Youngdi yelled, panting. Let's talk. Then why are you chasing me like I stole your life savings? Woo Jin shouted back. You show up in a movie with a top actress and expect us to be calm? The four of them finally came to a halt, and Youngdi, still fuming, grabbed Woo Jin by the collar. Explain. Now. And so, Woo Jin gave them the highly condensed, heavily edited version of his story, the super actor audition, his newfound talent, finding the detective agency script, and somehow, against all odds, landing the lead role. That level of acting in just 2 months? Youngdi said, his voice laced with disbelief. That's not talent, that's cheating. Well, he's not wrong, Woo Jin thought, a picture of his Subspace cheat code flashing in his mind. But he just apologized for keeping it a secret. When Naong asked if he was close with Ian, Woo Jin, with a touch of pride, casually mentioned that he had her number. The other two immediately started fawning over him, their anger forgotten. Meanwhile, Youngdi was scrolling through his phone, his eyes widening. Articles about detective agency were already popping up, most mentioning Ian, but some giving a nod to the mysterious, powerful performance of its unknown lead. He had a feeling this was just the beginning. In another screening of the film, a different kind of audience was captivated. The legendary Japanese director, Kyotaro Taniguchi, sat in the audience, his initial skepticism melting away as he watched the film. Who is this actor? He murmured, stunned. The protagonist. He's on a different level from anyone I've seen. Do actors of this caliber really exist only in Korean short films? The woman next to him, a well-known critic, was equally mystified. I don't know him from theater, or any other film. Who is he? Director Take, sitting nearby, leaned over with a smug smile. I heard he spent a long time abroad. You know him, Director Take? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Only what I've heard through my connections, he said vaguely. But I'll tell you this, that actor is going to be the next big thing. I can't wait for the closing award ceremony. A few days later, the red carpet was buzzing. Reporters swarmed, their cameras flashing. Inside a black car, the disgraced actor Jung Hyuk and his fuming CEO, Seob, watched as the media fawned over Ian. It's all about Ian, Seob spat. She's completely overshadowed your scandal. But when I step out there, Jung Hyuk said, a flicker of hope in his eyes, everything will change. They opened the car door, ready for their grand entrance, smiling for the cameras. But the cameras weren't pointed at them. They were all aimed at the team from Detective Agency. Humiliated, they slammed the door shut, their moment of glory stolen. On the red carpet, Woo Jin was a nervous wreck, though his face, as always, was a mask of stoic calm. Is this really your first film festival? Ian teased. Your reaction is so dull. A reporter asked her why she'd chosen a short film, and she pulled Woo Jin close for a photo op, whispering in his ear, I know you hate this, but you have to play along. Act friendly. I can do this for as long as you want, Wu Jin thought, a genuine, happy tear threatening to form. At least I get to one-up that hopeless trio of friends. The awards ceremony began. The first award, for Best Actress, went to Ian. The next, for Best Actor, was to be presented by director Take and the legendary Kyotaro Taniguchi. Choi, who had just arrived, was congratulating Ian when the announcement came. And the award for Best Actor goes to Kang Woo-jin from Detective Agency. Woo-jin froze. He had stood up to let Choi pass, and now the entire room was staring at him. He stood up before his name was even called. Ian whispered to Choi, impressed. That's confidence. On stage, Kyotaro Taniguchi handed him the award, congratulating him in fluent Japanese. Wu Jin, without thinking, replied in equally fluent Japanese. The two directors stared at him, stunned. You know Japanese? The critic from the screening asked. Did I just reply in Japanese? Wu Jin thought, panicking. He quickly tried to downplay it, but the damage was done. His mysterious past had just gained another layer. His acceptance speech was short, polite, and as serious as ever. But the night wasn't over. The final award, the grand prize for Best Film, was announced. And the winner is Detective Agency. Tears streamed down Dongchun's face. The hall erupted in applause. The news exploded online. Kang Woo-jin, the unknown rookie, had become a double award-winning star overnight. A few days later, Wu Jin and Choi were meeting with director Take again. Congratulations on your win, Take said. Now, how did you like the script? It was very interesting, Wu Jin replied. Which character did you like the most? The one with the split personality. Take smiled. That's the one I had in mind for you. Are you interested in the project? I would be glad to accept, Wu Jin said. Choi, who had just returned from the restroom, nearly fainted. Let's sign the contract right now. Take declared. Kang Woo-jin will be the leading villain in my next film. Leading role? Choi thought, his mind reeling. How many steps is this kid going to jump at once? He saw Wu Jin give him a subtle look and immediately understood. He wants me to play hardball. Increase his value. Don't sign yet. Right, got it. He told Take they should wait, make a verbal agreement, and finalize the contract after Profiler Haeyong airs, when Wu Jin's value would be even higher. What is he talking about? Wu Jin wondered, completely lost. Is he going to ruin this for me? But Take, surprisingly, agreed. In the car on the way back, Choi was ecstatic. Your value is going to skyrocket. When your contracts for Profiler Haeyong and the Island of Disappearance drop at the same time, you won't just be a rising star. You'll be a bombshell dropped on the entire entertainment industry. That night, Wu Jin, finally with some free time, decided to explore the A+ script for the Island of Disappearance in his Subspace. He selected a minor role, Private Kim, just to see what it was like. The system's voice announced that the script was of very high quality. Wu Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the reading began. He found himself in a dense, dark jungle. Strange, glowing things pulsed in the shadows. He was trembling, holding a rifle, his heart hammering against his ribs. Whoever you are, come out, he screamed, his voice raw with terror. I'll shoot you. I'll kill you. The fear was real, the threat was palpable, and Wu Jin was no longer an actor in a safe, gray space. He was a soldier, alone in the dark, hunted by something unknown. The world of the Subspace was a terrifying, pulsing jungle. A soldier, alone and trembling, screamed into the darkness, his voice raw with fear. Who's there? Private Park, is that you? A voice called his name from behind. Private Kim. He spun around, a wave of relief washing over him. Sergeant Park. And then, a blinding flash of pain. Something pierced his stomach, and his blood sprayed across the damp earth. The last thing he saw was the jungle floor rushing up to meet him. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel suite in Seoul, the legendary Japanese director, Kyotaro Taniguchi, was pacing, a script in his hand. "I can't stop thinking about him," he murmured. "That unknown actor from Korea. His talent is beyond a veteran, yet his recognition is zero. It's a crime to let such an actor languish in obscurity. I've made up my mind. I'm going to show this incredible talent to the world. And more than that, I want to work with him." He picked up his phone. "I need to stay in Korea for a few more days." While Woo Jin was enjoying his official holiday, blissfully unaware of the international interest he'd sparked, the SBC broadcasting station was a war zone. The production presentation for Profiler Haeyoung was in full swing, and writer Yoonmi was on stage, tantalizing the press with hints of a never-before-seen, scene-stealing actor. The media went into a frenzy. Rival networks, feeling the pressure, rushed to promote their own upcoming dramas. It was an all-out war, and the main trailers for all three shows dropped almost simultaneously. Woo Jin sat at home, watching the Profiler Haeyoung trailer, a professional's eye critiquing the editing. And then, his phone buzzed. A notification from his bank. His eyes widened. A deposit of 600 million won. "I did it," he yelled, jumping up and down. "My first paycheck as an actor." A moment later, the reality of the massive sum hit him. What do I do with all this money? I'm totally clueless. Should I give some to my parents? Save up to move? I'm so confused. His phone rang again. It was Choi, summoning him to the office. The next morning, he arrived to find BW Entertainment in a state of utter chaos. Phones were ringing off the hook, staff were running around like headless chickens, and the names Ian and Kang Woo Jin were being shouted from every corner. "Emergency meeting!" Choi roared, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. He laid out a new strategy: maintain Ian's current schedule, but keep Woo Jin under wraps until Haeyoung airs. They needed more staff, a bigger team, a whole new infrastructure to handle the storm that was coming. "The place is a mess, I know," Choi said, gesturing to a mountain of scripts that had arrived for Woo Jin. "But this is just the beginning. What do you want to do with all these?" Woo Jin looked at the pile, overwhelmed. "I'm not ready for interviews yet." "Good," Choi said. "Maintain the mystery. For now, we have 2 days until the premiere of Profiler Haeyoung. Just, be careful what you say to your friends." He pointed to a separate, neatly stacked pile. "I've sorted out the rom-coms and melodramas for you. Use your intuition. Pick something." Woo Jin picked up a script. A cameo. He'd already checked its grade in the Subspace. B+. Not bad. Just as he was about to ask about it, a voice echoed through the office, speaking in fluent Japanese. "Did I come too suddenly?" It was Kyotaro Taniguchi. The entire office froze. A world-famous Japanese director had just walked into their startup agency, asking to meet with their rookie actor. With Woo Jin acting as an impromptu interpreter, Kyotaro made his pitch. He felt Woo Jin's talent was being wasted in Korea. He wanted him to advance to Japan. Is this guy crazy? Woo Jin thought. I've only been acting for 2 months. I am preparing my next project, Kyotaro said, his eyes intense. An adaptation of a famous Japanese novel. Mr. Kang Woo Jin would be honored to have you work with me. Choi, listening to Woo Jin's translation, whispered, Does your director magnet work on foreigners, too? He advised Woo Jin to get the script and consider the offer. It was always better to have more options. After Kyotaro left, having gotten what he came for, Choi stared at Woo Jin, completely bewildered. What is going on? How is any of this happening? He was starting to believe that his new actor wasn't just talented, he was some kind of cosmic anomaly. The night of the premiere arrived. The entire cast and crew of Profiler Haeyoung gathered for a viewing party. The atmosphere was electric with nervous energy. Bets were being made on the viewership ratings. "I bet 500 won on 10%, one staff member declared. 10.5%, said another. 15%, someone else chimed in. Woo Jin, caught up in the moment, decided to join in. "I bet 500 won on 20%. The room fell silent, then erupted in laughter. 20%, a producer scoffed. When was the last time a drama got a 20% rating on its first episode? 5 years ago? Was that too much? Woo Jin wondered, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. The drama began. Across the country, viewers were captivated. At the viewing party, everyone was glued to the screen. Woo Jin, seeing himself on TV, felt a strange mix of awkwardness and pride. His phone started buzzing incessantly, messages from his family, his old co-workers, the hopeless trio. And then, the real-time ratings came in. MBS has 5.5%, Manhwa read from his phone. TVM has 2.5%. And we have 20.5%. The room exploded. People were screaming, shouting, staring at Manhwa in disbelief. 20%? Are you serious? I think Assistant Park's appearance in the second half really sealed the deal, Manhwa said, his voice filled with awe. All eyes turned to Woo Jin. He'd won the acting award, his first drama was a massive hit, and he'd just won the bet, predicting the impossible rating. Manhwa stared at him, a thought echoing in his mind. This is less like magic and more like a prediction of the future. Is he even human? Woo Jin just laughed to himself. I just guessed. The drama's success was a national phenomenon. And at the center of every article, every discussion, was the name Kang Woo Jin. His fame was spreading like wildfire. Back at the BW office, now a bustling hub of activity, Woo Jin and his newly formed team, hairstylist Jang and stylist Yejung, were having breakfast. His phone wouldn't stop ringing. Who keeps trying to contact you? Yejung asked. Just, some people I know, Woo Jin said, scrolling through a flood of messages from people he'd long forgotten. He decided to ignore them all. I sent you 5 messages, Yejung said, her voice a little hurt. It seemed our hero had become so famous, he was now ghosting his own team. Did you check your SNS? Yejung asked, her tone a little hurt. I uploaded some photos. Woo Jin, who had been blissfully ignoring his phone, was confused. Photos? He vaguely remembered creating an account after the Haeyoung gathering because it was a basic thing. What photos? He asked. Your look from the Mise-en-Scene festival, of course. You looked incredible. And some of your profile pictures, Yejung explained. Just then, Choi's voice boomed through the office. It's starting. Everyone gathered around a monitor, excitement crackling in the air. Season 1 was crazy, Choi said, but Season 2. Assistant Park's screen time is going to increase. I can't wait to see everyone's reaction tomorrow. Woo Jin's phone buzzed. It was a message from Ian. I followed your SNS. You know you have a lot of followers, right? Curious, Woo Jin opened the app. His eyes widened. 30,000 followers. In one day. Comments were flooding his posts. So this is why people use social media, he thought, a strange, warm feeling spreading through him. It was like having a personal cheerleading squad. Why aren't you watching the drama? Choi asked, noticing his distraction. Just checking my SNS, Wu Jin replied nonchalantly. How many followers now? It was 20,000 at lunch. 30,000, that's good, Choi said with a calm nod. That's it? Wu Jin thought, bewildered. Why is he so calm? Is that not a lot? Choi chuckled. It'll be even more by tomorrow. Wu Jin, you're the scene stealer in a blockbuster drama. Of course people are searching for you. It's completely natural for you to gain fans. He paused, a grin spreading across his face. If this keeps up, you'll have your own fan club soon. Did he just read my mind? Wu Jin wondered, a genuine, happy smile touching his lips. Meanwhile, in a car across town, Haerin, the leader of the popular girl group Alani, was scrolling through her phone, ignoring the scripts piled next to her. What are you doing? Her manager grumbled. You've been acting strangely ever since that film festival. I'm looking at an article about profiler Haeyoung, she said. The second episode's rating was 23%. She sighed, her thoughts drifting to the mysterious actor who had stolen the show at the festival. Detective Agency and Haeyoung. Both star this Kang Woo Jin. His acting is completely different in each role. It's incredible. I need to know more about him. When is his fan club going to be formed? I want to be the first member. Haerin, her manager yelled. Read the script. She reluctantly picked up the script, its title a stark contrast to her current obsession, Friend Zone. Back at his apartment, Wu Jin was sifting through the mountain of scripts that had become his new reality. After filtering out everything below a C grade, he was left with a handful of promising projects. His eyes landed on IB Plus crime thriller, a cameo role. The director said he wanted to meet me, he remembered. AB Plus rating could improve, right? His phone rang. It was Choi. Did you read the scripts? Most aren't great, Wu Jin said, but the one about the dealer is fine. The cameo? Good. I trust your instincts. We'll accept, Choi said, a familiar, slightly manic laugh in his voice. Oh, and producer Bayan from Sports Day wants the Haeyoung cast on his show for promotion. Wu Jin knew the name. Producer Bayan was a titan in the variety show world. I'll have to do a variety show eventually, he thought. Might as well build a foundation now. I'm ready, he told Choi. The next day, they met with director Kim, the man behind the B+ crime thriller. Kim was direct. An actor had dropped out due to a car accident. The role was a cameo, but a crucial one, requiring fluent Japanese. He'd seen Wu Jin at the festival and thought he'd be a perfect fit, but the timeline was tight, they needed to film in 3 weeks. 3 weeks is challenging, Choi said, ready to negotiate. But before he could, Wu Jin spoke up. I can do it. 3 weeks is plenty of time, he thought. The script is B+, it requires Japanese, and the filming period is short. This is perfect. I accept the role, he declared. Kim and his assistant stared, stunned. Choi just smiled. His crazy instinct is at it again, he thought, before immediately launching into a discussion about increasing Wu Jin's appearance fee for the challenging situation. That evening, Choi dropped a tired but satisfied Wu Jin back at his apartment, handing him 2 more thick scripts. These are the 2 big ones, he said. One is from the star writer, Lee Woo-seon. The other is from Choi Nana, writer Yunmi's assistant. One was a major drama, the other a one-act play for Netflix. Both were romantic comedies. One was a guaranteed hit, a massive opportunity. The other was a small, experimental piece. Choi made it clear which one he thought was the smarter choice. It's not that difficult, Wu Jin said, surprising him. I'll do this one. He held up the script for the one-act play. Friend Zone. Are you serious? Choi exclaimed. Do you know who Li Wuxian is? Yes, Wu Jin said calmly. I also know that both scripts have average ratings, he thought. But Friend Zone, it starts with a kissing scene. He couldn't say that, of course. So he went with a more artistic-sounding excuse. The story is refreshing. You can feel it from the first line. Choi sighed, a look of resignation on his face. I've decided to trust your instincts. The next day, they met with writer Li Wuxian. She was a formidable woman with an intense presence that reminded Wu Jin of his own mother. I heard you were a little rude, she said, her eyes boring into him. It's true. After some tense pleasantries, she got straight to the point. For some reason, this feels like your answer is close to no. Is it so difficult to take part in my project? Choi, ever the smooth talker, jumped in. To be honest, our answer is close to yes. He explained that Wu Jin's schedule was packed, but if she could create a small role, they would do their best to fit it in. Li Wuxian considered this, then slid a single sheet of paper across the table. How about this? It would only take a day or two to shoot. The role was the mysterious guy from the neighborhood. Wu Jin took the paper and touched the black square. The system announced that to experience this role, he would have to learn a new language. Sign language. Perfect. Wu Jin thought, a giddy thrill running through him. This is rare. This will be a big story later. He entered the gray void, and a flurry of hand gestures flew at him, merging with his being. He screamed in silent, psychic pain as the language was downloaded directly into his brain. When he came out, his body felt heavy, but he was exhilarated. It will only take 1 or 2 days to film, Li Wuxian was saying, but it's not a light role. Almost all of the lines are in sign language. Choi paled. Sign language? That will take a long time to learn. He was about to suggest a different role, but Wu Jin cut him off. No, he said. I can handle it. I don't need to learn sign language from the beginning. Both of them stared at him. You know sign language? Li Wuxian asked, stunned. A little, Wu Jin said. And then, with a grace and fluency that was anything but a little, he began to sign, his hands weaving a silent, beautiful poetry in the air. Li Wuxian watched, mesmerized. His movements were natural, smooth, his eyes conveying a depth of emotion that transcended words. How can he do this so perfectly? That's all for now, Wu Jin said, finishing his demonstration. Li Wuxian just laughed. You call that a little? At the Netflix office, Heirin, the girl group leader, was waiting for her own meeting. Her manager was frantic. Are you really going to do Friend Zone? The director keeps calling. Tell him I'm in a meeting, Heirin said, a determined look on her face. She was here for one reason, and one reason only. She had to meet him. The scene cuts to a darkened meeting room. A woman stands before Heirin, the idol, her face a mask of professionalism. The general director's meeting isn't over yet, she says. Can you wait in here for a moment? Heirin nods, whispering to her manager, don't say anything weird. The door opens, and a voice from inside asks, why did you come to this meeting room? Another woman, seeing the mistake, says, it seems you've come to the wrong place. I'll guide you to the next room. But Heirin has frozen. Sitting at the table, looking impossibly handsome and radiating an aura of cool indifference, is Kan Wu Jin. What is he doing here? She thinks, her fangirl brain short-circuiting. Wu Jin, equally surprised, thinks, wow, it's Heirin. She's beautiful. He offers a polite, hello. She doesn't respond. She just stares. Is she ignoring me? He wonders, confused. But Heirin is having a full-blown internal meltdown. That's his voice. It's amazing. I can't look at him, my heart is going to explode. She averts her gaze, her face burning. I enjoyed your drama a lot, she manages to stammer, not making eye contact. Thank you, Woo Jin replies, completely bewildered by her strange behavior. I can't take this anymore. Haerin thinks, grabbing her manager. We're leaving, she declares, and practically flees the room. Isn't her personality a bit strange? Woo Jin whispers to Choi. She's not known for being warm, Choi replies. Why do you ask? Just curious, Woo Jin says, shrugging it off. The Netflix representative apologizes for the mix-up and reveals that Haerin was also there for a meeting about Friend Zone. The writer, Choi Nana, then turns to Woo Jin. So, is there a particular reason you chose Friend Zone? Yes, Woo Jin thinks, the kissing scene. But he can't say that. I like that the script gets straight to the point, he says, sounding profound. The overall vibe is great. The writer beams, not really understanding what he means but happy nonetheless. By the way, she asks, can you sing? Or play the piano? Woo Jin is thrown. Singing? Piano? He remembers his Subspace experience as Jian, the confident idol. I'm actually very confident about my singing, he thinks. I shine at karaoke. And I'm not that bad at the piano, either. Yes, he says. I'm not that bad at it. Why? She hands him a piece of paper. There's a scene in the second episode where the male lead plays the piano while singing. We'll need a professional vibe, the writer adds. Don't worry, Woo Jin says with unearned confidence. I can handle it. Can I get the rest of the script? In the next room, Haerin overhears their laughter. What did they decide? She wonders, dying of curiosity. The writer and the representative enter her room. Before we discuss the details, the representative says, I should mention who your counterpart will be. Haerin tries to act casual, waiting for the right moment to ask about Woo Jin. The male lead of Friend Zone is Kang Woo Jin. Haerin's world explodes in a shower of pink, sparkly glitter. She blushes furiously, a goofy, starstruck grin spreading across her face. He's so awesome. He just confirmed, the representative continues. So we can proceed with that in mind. Director, Haerin's manager begins, I understand about Mr. Kang Woo Jin, but let me first mention some conditions. First, remove the kissing scene in the first line of the script. He lets out a yelp of pain. Under the table, Haerin is stomping on his foot, her eyes blazing with a silent, murderous command, shut up. Later, in Choi's car, Woo Jin is reading the new script for Friend Zone. He enters the Subspace. The grade, which was originally AB, is now AB+. Did it increase because I was confirmed as the lead? He wonders. Then, as he watches, the grade ticks up again, to an A. What just happened? He exits the Subspace just as Choi gets off the phone. You won't believe this, Choi says. Haerin just officially signed on to Friend Zone. She knows I'm her co-star, right? Woo Jin asks, remembering how she'd avoided his gaze. She was definitely ignoring me. They told her it was the first thing they mentioned in the meeting. Woo Jin is baffled. And then he understands. The script's grade increased to A because Haerin joined the project. She's beautiful, but her personality is so weird, he thinks. But I can't let one bad interaction ruin this. An A-grade script is an A-grade script. His motivation, which had been flagging, reignites. And so, Kang Woo Jin officially signs on for both The Love That Freezes to Death and Friend Zone. The day of the Sports Day YouTube show recording arrives. The set is a chaotic mess of cameras and people. Woo Jin, feeling his nerves kick in, repeats his mantra, stay calm, don't forget the concept. You're not nervous, are you? Choi laughs. I feel like I'm going to vomit, Woo Jin thinks, but he puts on his Chad face. I think this will be fun. Producer Bayan greets him, praising his performance as Assistant Park. Woo Jin, overwhelmed by the attention, gives a simple yes in response. Your response is quite straightforward, Bayan says, a little taken aback. Are you nervous? I will do my best, Woo Jin declares with a flood of determination that only confuses the producer more. The show starts. The cast introduces themselves. Woo Jin, panicking, mentally rehearses his own introduction. When it's his turn, he stands up and says, his voice steady, I am Kang Woo Jin, and I am playing the role of Assistant Park in the drama Profiler horrifying. He pauses, then adds, with a slight, almost imperceptible slip of the tongue, of the Assistant Park drama. The set erupts in laughter. Ian leans over. Did you just call the drama Assistant Park? Woo Jin, horrified, quickly recovers. I did it intentionally. Perfect Assistant Park made a mistake on purpose, she teases. You were like a log during the shoot. The gaffe, however, turns out to be a hit. His deadpan seriousness is charmingly funny. The show moves on to a celebrity quiz game. Woo Jin, to his own surprise, does well, easily identifying a famous Hollywood actor. Your turn again, Bayan says, showing him another photo. This one's easy. Woo Jin stares at the picture, completely stumped. Time's up. Bayan declares. But who was that? Woo Jin asks. Ian, sitting next to him, slaps his arm playfully. It was me, you idiot. The show continues, and Bayan, noticing Woo Jin's flawless English pronunciation, gets an idea. He pulls Choi aside. His English is native level, he asks. And his Japanese, Choi confirms, sensing an opportunity. And his sign language. He's very international. Has he lived abroad for a long time? Bayan presses, his mind already spinning with plans for a new overseas variety show. After the show, Choi has more good news. The final episodes of Profiler Haeyoung were a massive hit. Assistant Park's tragic end, hanging himself in his cell after the real culprit was caught, had captivated the nation. The public and media were obsessed. And with that, Choi says, you've just landed your first advertisement deal. What kind? Woo Jin asks, his mind picturing cheesy TV commercials. A hamburger ad. Woo Jin is stunned. Then he remembers. The interrogation scene. Assistant Park's line about liking shrimp hamburgers. Their sales went up after that episode, Choi explains. It's a huge deal. A record for a rookie actor. Are you ready? Woo Jin, though ecstatic on the inside, just gives a serious, professional nod. He was about to become the face of a national hamburger chain. His life was getting more surreal by the second. As Choi had foreseen, the media's focus shifted. Previously, articles centered on Profiler Hyang or Assistant Manager Park with curiosity about Kang Woo Jin's next venture and its timeline. Now, however, the articles brimmed with hints about Kang Woo Jin. Details of his upcoming roles, which he kept under wraps for some time, were promptly revealed. Media and public reactions were varied. Some found it underwhelming, others were thrilled. Following the release of viewership numbers for Episode 5 of Profiler Haeyoung, ratings plummeted after Assistant Manager Park's death, dropping 4% in a single day, an unusual occurrence. Consequently, Kang Woo Jin remained a frequent mention in the press, his fame unavoidably rising. Woo Jin scrolls through a barrage of articles flooding his phone. Swan calls him OPA and shows him his newly formed fan club. Already boasting over 3,000 members, she proposes he consider organizing a fan meet and greet or a signing event, but wonders if the PR team has reached out to the fan club manager. Deciding to take initiative, she notes the manager's ID belongs to a female relative, which seems odd. Woo Jin recalls his sister Kong Anna. Arriving at the company, Woo Jin greets Choi and Hyun, noticing someone seated with them. Hyun returns the greeting, saying she's lucky to catch him as she was about to leave. Woo Jin is captivated by Hyun's stunning beauty, thinking it's an ideal start to the day, but then he notices a large figure and wonders who it is. The silhouette closely resembles Kim Dae's. The notorious Dae-young flashes his sly smirk at Woo Jin, who as usual is utterly bewildered. Woo Jin panics as Hyun confirms it's her friend whose face she recalled. Woo Jin quivers in dread, silently pleading for her to forget. She brings up the audition day, reminding him he'd claimed to be a designer. Scratching his head, Dae-young nods in agreement. Woo Jin freaks out internally, torn between fleeing or dismissing it later. He also wonders if Dae-young already knows about the concept. Choi suggests Woo Jin talk with his friend. Woo Jin acknowledges it's been a while and asks why he's there. Confused by Dae-young's sudden intense demeanor, Woo Jin senses something's ambitious gaze is piercing, his face stern, unlike the typical Kong Woo Jin. Observing Woo Jin's fixation on Hyun and Choi, Dae-young grasps the situation. He remarks that Woo Jin seems far more lively now, surprising Hyun and Choi. Dae-young winks and Woo Jin silently begs him not to escalate things. Hyun exclaims if that's what he calls lively, while Choi asks if Woo Jin was different before. Dae-young agrees, noting Woo Jin once had more gravitas, which was cool, but he was too distant and skeptical. Suddenly, Woo Jin steps behind him as if Dae-young were a lightweight, and says in a similar tone to just hush. Woo Jin asks President Choi why Dae-young is there. Choi explains they're recruiting new staff and Dae-young applied. Since Choi learned Dae-young is Woo Jin's friend, he wanted to discuss it separately. Irritated, Woo Jin debates whether to confront him. Woo Jin requests a private moment with his friend. Choi agrees, but Han halts Dae-young, asking why he brought Woo Jin to the audition, as he wouldn't have gone first otherwise. Dae-young thinks it's due to the pork belly feast and Hyun, but can't admit it. So, he says Woo Jin excels at design, and it seemed a shame for him to only act when bored. Before Dae-young can elaborate, Woo Jin interrupts, pulling him away. Hyun remarks that Woo Jin's past was rougher than she imagined, and Choi nods. But, President Choi speculates that amid it all, Woo Jin quietly built confidence and learned acting. Hyun wonders if acting initially a boredom cure became his salvation. The confusion had spiraled into a complex labyrinth. In the bathroom, Woo Jin checks for others and demands what Dae-young is doing there. Dae-young explains that having shocked audiences from films to series, he took a chance too. Woo Jin lunges, ready to brawl, and Dae-young asks if he's challenging him. After the scuffle, Dae-young questions why Woo Jin acted tough in front of Han. Woo Jin denies it, saying it just happened and he can't backtrack now. Woo Jin asks about Dae-young's previous job. Dae-young shares his long-standing interest in entertainment and the timing felt right. He initially wanted to work with Woo Jin as an actor, but the president said no acting roles were open. Instead, Dae-young proposed starting as a manager's assistant and guard, and Choi approved. Woo Jin asks when he'll star. Dae-young says in a month. After tying up loose ends at his company, Woo Jin confirms if he's serious. Dae-young affirms, thinking no one can rival him, and it'll be fine with at least one ally who knows him. Dae-young asks if Woo Jin will maintain that serious persona. Woo Jin insists there's no going back and tells him to align with that vibe if he wants to work. Dae-young finds it amusing, but warns that other acquaintances might catch on. Woo Jin says elementary school friends are fine since he moved often and middle and high school peers don't know his personal life. Dae-young agrees, noting some people he's met might find it odd. Woo Jin says he's unsure, but will handle it as always. Elsewhere, someone informs how about a meeting with a model tomorrow. She asks who it is and is stunned when the woman names rising star Kong Woo Jin. The woman asks if there's an issue. Nervous, How reveals he was her university classmate. At a burger joint, Woo Jin sits with Choi reflecting on life's unpredictability, never imagining he'd be there as a model. Woo Jin overhears a girl outside saying, "Kong Woo Jin is truly handsome." Feeling his surged popularity, Choi suggests signing autographs after the meeting. 3 people enter the meeting room, greeting them. The woman asks if they waited long. Hao stares at Woo Jin, who wonders if he's imagining it. She asks a puzzled Woo Jin if he doesn't recognize her, reminding him they were in the same university department. Woo Jin panics, nearly revealing his true self. He doesn't recall her, having been mostly solitary in college, but wonders how she remembers him, given the design department had far more girls than boys. Woo Jin trembles, fearing she'll expose his college days in detail, then reassures himself he did nothing wrong and can manage. She asks if he truly doesn't remember. Awkward, Woo Jin thinks pretending familiarity is too much and apologizes for not recalling. Flustered, House says it's understandable since it's been years. The woman teases, asking if that makes him a stranger as Woo Jin apologizes. Her team leader tells Woo Jin not to apologize, suggesting Hao just had a faint presence. Meanwhile, Choi notes that as Woo Jin's fame grows, he's increasingly encountering familiar faces. Woo Jin thinks he must resolve this quickly and shift to the ad discussion. The woman reveals Woo Jin didn't study acting, surprising a boy who finds it remarkable an actor hails from design. He tells how Woo Jin was popular in college. Nervous, Woo Jin denies it, saying he was barely noticeable. The woman doubts it, insisting he must have had girls queuing for him. Woo Jin, recalling his loner days, clarifies there were mostly guys. She admits her memoir is fuzzy and thinks he won several contests. She exclaims he was a top talent. Woo Jin senses she's annoyed yet indifferent, which benefits him. He downplays it, saying it was just okay. Woo Jin urges they focus on the advertisement. She apologizes, explaining their surprise that a colleague shared his university batch. Choi whispers to Woo Jin, marveling at his versatility and asking if he didn't just act, but also thrived in design. Woo Jin thinks there's no such glory, having merely worked hard to survive, but sugarcoats it, saying he labored because he had to. He realizes this might sound odd. Choi wonders if Woo Jin designed to bolster his acting. The woman announces they'll start with a short-term contract with extensions. Is based on product sales. Woo Jin believes it resembles what the president speculated. She informs him they'll arrange the filming date around Mr. Woo Jin's availability, expecting the shoot to conclude within a day. Next, they discuss his appearance fee, which excites Woo Jin as he sees millions right before him. He marvels at how incredible advertisements are, paying so much for a single take. She asks if he has any further thoughts, but Woo Jin shakes his head, stating he's fine with moving forward as agreed. Standing up, Woo Jin promises to give his all. Then, Woo Jun and Choi depart, agreeing to return on the scheduled day. A young man comments on Woo Jin's striking and authoritative aura, while a woman observes that despite his distant demeanor, he was surprisingly warm with a remarkably captivating voice. Howell admits he lacks that kind of charm. The woman urges Howell to share some anecdotes, curious if he's close to Mr. Woo Jin. Howell clarifies they weren't particularly close, noting that early on their department had many girls, and roughly half were drawn to Woo Jun, making him quite the heartthrob. The woman struggles to believe this, asking if Woo Jin was oblivious to his popularity. Hao nods, adding that Woo Jin wasn't as intense or jaded back then. She also remarks she never heard about him pursuing acting. The woman wonders if Woo Jin simply wore a professional mask at school. Sitting in his car, Woo Jin, caught off guard, reflects that he never anticipated running into a college acquaintance. Realizing he can't dodge such encounters through caution alone, Woo Jin resolves to prepare a few responses to handle it better. Choi calls Woo Jin, showing him the variety show's latest episode, which just aired. Over half the comments focus on Woo Jin, leaving him puzzled. He wonders if something significant happened during filming to cause such a stir. Choi urges him to read the comments, explaining that Woo Jin's aloofness landed perfectly as a comedic highlight. Baffled, Woo Jin spots a comment likening him to a cheeky golden retriever. He doesn't fully grasp it, but figures if they say it's positive, it must be. He asks why his face dominates the thumbnail. Choi teases because your head's huge before laughing and clarifying that Woo Jin is the central figure in episode 1, hence his prominence. Woo Jin watches the clip and finally picks up on the clumsy vibe amplified by clever editing. As the video wraps, Woo Jin can't help but exclaim it's genuinely fun. He thinks director Yoon Ban-gon is a genius. Choi explains that since this is Woo Jin's first time appearing authentically, the media is buzzing. Woo Jin starts browsing, deciding to check the online community, too. He's shocked to find pandemonium everywhere. Reflecting, Woo Jin decides it's not worth stressing over and chooses to ignore it, convinced the hype will fade soon. Suddenly, Choi gets a call from director Yoon Ban-gon, who asks if he's seen the first episode. Choi affirms he has, praising Ban-gon for nailing Woo Jin's persona. Ban-gon deflects, crediting Woo Jun's stellar performance and expressing hope to collaborate with him again as the director of HTBS's variety department. Choi asks if he's hinting at a new variety show. Ban-gon confirms, saying Woo Jin would be perfect for it and suggests meeting to discuss specifics. Choi, wary that Woo Jin's quick rise in the variety world might make him vulnerable, asks Ban-gon to hold on while he reviews Woo Jin's schedule. Ban-gon inquires if Woo Jin has any bookings for the latter half of the year. The following day at the entertainment department, Win stands alongside Choi, feeling anxious despite having visited the broadcasting station before. Win steps into the meeting room, offering a greeting. He notices a camera and asks what it's for. Ban-gon calms him, urging him not to feel stressed, promising to use it for a photo only if Woo Jin consents. If Win objects, Ban-gon assures him the camera won't be used, even though many viewers love such behind-the-scenes footage. Ban-gon hands over the proposal for the new entertainment project they're developing and asks if Woo-an wants to review the preliminary outline now. Won agrees. Ban-gon explains that the primary stage will be abroad with the project split into 3 episodes, each released every quarter. Surprised, Won considers it a huge entertainment venture. The plan involves opening restaurants serving Korean cuisine to international customers. Ban-gon adds it would be ideal if 1 or 2 participants could speak a foreign language. Expressing hope that Won could be among them and asks for his opinion. Win's mind is jumbled, utterly confused. He wonders if director Yoon Ban-gon is trying to cast him. Not wanting to reveal his uncertainty, Won stalls to gain time. Ban-gon, sensing his hesitation, assumes Won is thinking it over and insists there are no drawbacks, promising it'll be enjoyable, especially since we will experience foreign cultures again. We, believing it would be his first time abroad, senses a misunderstanding brewing. Nervously, Ban-gon clarifies that he didn't suggest casting Won solely for his language abilities. He notes Woo Jin's distinctive personality, admitting they considered others, but Woo Jin stood out most. Feeling ambitious, Ban-gon confesses he really wants to collaborate on this. Win asks if Ban-gon would consider his conditions, which puzzles Ban-gon. Win figures that since Ban-gon likely understands his quirky nature, this condition is vital for his future. Though he's unsure if Ban-gon will agree, Ban-gon consents, stating that if it's not a major issue, they'll find a way to accommodate. This reassures Woo Jin. First, Woo Jin sets aside general concerns and requests that his past not be heavily featured. Ban-gon realizes he's referring to a vague concept, but Woo Jin corrects him, saying it's not a concept that simply wants the focus on his present self. Win acknowledges that details might emerge after becoming an actor, but insists he doesn't want his former self highlighted or alluded to in post-production. Ban-gon understands, remarking that this barely qualifies as a condition given Woo Jin's personality and vibe. Ban-gon had expected challenges, but assures Woo Jin they can include it in the contract if needed. One expresses gratitude and Ban-gon dismisses it, noting many actors make similar requests. Wen quietly observes Bangon, who jokingly asks if Wen has committed any crimes, making him nervous. Wen reflects that he's lived honestly, always paying rent on time, and responds, "Of course not." Laughing, Bangon says he was teasing and inquires about other conditions. W asks if he can know who he'll work with in advance, thinking it's better to avoid surprises. Bangon agrees, saying this is standard since some choose projects based on co-stars. He shares that they're aiming for 6 participants and shows Wen a document, noting they've secured Zhang, Hak and Hagang Su with one more person in tour. We inwardly marvels at 2 incredible actors already confirmed. Bangon adds they're seeking 2 female participants, one being Warren, catching Wen off guard. Bangon explains Warren has been active in Japan for years, making her fluent in Japanese. Wen asks if Warren is confirmed and Bangon affirms, noting her role will be short and focus on solo scenes. He asks if Woojin feels uneasy about Warren. Wen wonders if she might actually be the one feeling uncomfortable but ponders when else he'll get to travel abroad for free. He decides that if he must do an entertainment project someday, a major production like this is ideal. He also thinks using English or Japanese openly could be fun. Wee nods confidently, promising to give his all. Bangon thanks him, saying he's already excited to work together. He mentions needing to discuss details with President Choi immediately and asks about Woojin's filming schedule. Woon shares he has a shoot for a Max Burger commercial. Bangon asks if it's his first ad, commenting that starting with a burger ad seems tough, confusing Woon. Later during the Max Burger shoot, Won, frustrated while eating a burger, hears someone yell, "Cut." They tell him it's good, but urge him to capture more shots, suggesting he emphasize the burger more and try again. Wee agrees, understanding Bangon's earlier remark. As the director shouts, "Action!" Wee wonders how many times they'll redo the same scene, feeling exhausted though it's just one shot. He admits a scripted drama or film would be preferable. After the shoot wraps, Wen feels relieved. Choi, eating a burger, offers one to W, mentioning it was provided. W declines. Choi pulls out a script, handing it to Woojin, saying it's the official script for director Kodo's next project. Wee vaguely recalls Kodo Taniguchi mentioning adapting a famous Japanese novel, but only remembers the title, The Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger. Wen feels it sounds familiar, but wonders if it's his imagination. Choi informs him that Kodo Taniguchi's email suggested a meeting after Wen reviews the script. Surprised, Wen asks if Kodo is returning. Choi confirms, but notes he might change plans later. Confused, Wen stares at him, wondering if he's serious. Choi adds that Kodo seems to really like Wen, but secretly hopes Wen's intense drive resurfaces. Choi believes a project with Kodo could revolutionize Korea. As Wen reads the script, he discreetly accesses the Subspace, shocked to see it begins with an A rating. He decides to agree and exits the Subspace. Woojin searches online for the original novel, finding a bestseller with the same title, popular in Korea with many reviews. He realizes the author is Ari Teka, a renowned Korean novelist. Won is amazed that a Japanese master director and a famous novelist are collaborating on an A-grade project. As Woo flips through the script anxiously, Choi inquires if he believes expanding into Japan would be feasible. Won replies that he doesn't see it as too challenging, but inside he's thrilled, shouting to himself, "Let's head to Japan." Now, after Woojin's role in Japan is finalized, time moves forward and it's now the filming day for Drug Dealer. The set is bustling with unfamiliar faces, prompting a man to ask who they are. Doi clarifies that they're the distributors and production staff. Given the troubling circumstances around Drug Dealer, they likely want to keep tabs on Kong Woon. Though Wen suspects they're concerned, he also wonders if they're monitoring the project's overall balance. He questions whether he truly captured Lee Sangman's essence in just 3 weeks. Doi reassures him to trust himself, noting that even if the outcome falls short, it won't be his fault. When asks if it might be wiser to eliminate the subtle shift in the character. C, after a deep sigh, admits she's also contemplating removing it if it feels excessive, acknowledging how tough it is for everyone. Yet, she still places faith in a newcomer. A woman nearby mentions rumors that Wu Jin lived abroad and speaks English like a native. She wonders if it should be Japanese instead. Others chime in saying they heard similar stories from a contact in Hang, adding that we taught himself to act, which seems unbelievable. They speculate if it's just the enthusiasm of a rookie. A man then alerts the director that Kong Wu Jin has arrived. She's anxious but eagerly awaiting him. As Win approaches with his team, he notices the intense stares from the crowd and wonders why so many people are present. Doi hurriedly dashes toward them, exclaiming that Wu Jin arrived early. He greets her and she hands him the script, explaining she'll introduce him to the lead actors, but notes they've tweaked some of Lee Sang-man's scenes since they might be challenging. She offers him the choice to stick. As he takes the script, his subspace activates and he quickly realizes there's no issue. Meanwhile, Do-hee, nearly in tears, worries she pushed too far, especially seeing Win appear frozen. Nervously, she suggests it might be overwhelming and starts to tell him to take his time, but Wu Jin cuts her off, confidently, stating he can handle it if given just 5 minutes. Do-hee is stunned by his request for such a short time. Nearby onlookers are equally puzzled, wondering if this is just a rookie's overconfidence. They think he's being reckless. Shortly after, Win calmly informs Do-hee that he's done, leaving her astonished again. He boldly declares he's ready for the revised scenes and suggests starting the shoot right away. Though hesitant, as only 3 minutes have passed, the team reluctantly agrees. The crew prepares a dark backdrop and filming kicks off. Men stand in the pouring rain as Doi confirms everything is in place, then yells, "Action!" A figure steps out of a car in the rain smoking a cigarette while another man holds an umbrella over him. The scene sets up a gripping crime thriller in Busan 1999 during the height of the drug trade. The surge of foreign drugs was wreaking havoc, overwhelming the Busan Metropolitan Police Agency. Worse, some officers had allied with drug cartels. In response, the agency initiated a covert undercover operation. Young Sanong Han, a detective from the narcotics unit, was selected to spearhead it. Reluctant but pressured by higher-ups, he had no choice but to agree. His first task was to penetrate the inner ranks of Choi Young, a notorious drug lord behind bars. Young Sanong Han earned Choi Young's trust and joined his circle. Once released with the drug lord's backing, Sanong Han launched a drug operation in Busan while secretly relaying intel to the police about hidden drug networks. During this period, he met Kim Hansu, alias Professor Kim, a genius drug chemist. Together, they became Busan's top drug distributors. Their expanding empire brought riches but set them on a collision path with law enforcement. To evade trouble, the cunning Sang Han aimed to break into the Japanese market. This is where Lee Sang-man, portrayed by Wu Jin, enters the narrative. Sang-man's clan, Busan's largest gang, had deep ties with the Japanese Yakuza. Through a deal with Sang-man, Sanong Han extended his operations to Japan. While Lee Sang-man's role mainly facilitates the Japanese link, he's a crucial figure, amplifying tension and excitement in the film's first half. Wee taps into his subspace to embody Lee Sang-man, subtly gripping his arm as black dots emerge on it. He mutters that he needs to inject it soon, debating whether to do it now. Abruptly, a mouth materializes on his head, urging him to inject it into his arm. His body trembles as the voice intensifies, demanding he unleash himself. The boy holding the umbrella nervously asks if Sang-man is okay. Sang-man, enraged, snaps back, asking if he looks foolish. The boy stammers that Sang-man seemed uneasy and quickly apologizes. Sang-man then approaches a red-haired boy, battered and pleading for mercy. Kneeling, Sang-man stares coldly and remarks that the boy must be out of his mind. He asks why the boy is so thin, confusing him. Grabbing his face, Sang-man orders him to open his mouth, then places a cigarette in it, causing him to cough. Sang-man smirks, telling him to eat it and bulk up his face since he's too scrawny. Afterward, Sang-man shoves him to the ground and icily instructs his men to fill him with concrete and dump him in the sea. He asks if the item is at the building's top, and they confirm. Moments later, he stands at a staircase's base, yelling for them to run, then charges forward with a manic grin, shouting that death is right ahead. As Win portrays Sang-man, Doi watches dumbfounded, unable to process what she's witnessing. Others gasp in amazement, calling his performance extraordinary. It seems impossible that he only glanced at the revised script briefly, yet his acting and delivery are impeccable. Everyone agrees the scene was iconic. The Lee Sang-man issue had been a hurdle, but their concerns evaporated after seeing this. They believe his performance will captivate audiences the moment Lee Sang-man hits the screen. As usual, one feels uncertain. The continuity scene has ended, but the room is silent. He wonders if he messed up. He decides to wait, hoping the bit part actor's throat is okay. Doi, realizing her oversight, quickly calls for a cut. She hurries over to Won, clasping his hand with enthusiasm, exclaiming that he absolutely crushed it. She then inquires how he pulled it off, given he only glimpsed the new script for a few moments. He responds that he simply followed the directions. She chuckles, remarking that his explanation doesn't add up. Do-hee is astonished, noting that despite his chaotic schedule, he's still dedicating extra effort to mastering her script. She resolves to reward him appropriately and requests him to perform the same scene once more. This time, they'll dim some lights and angle the camera toward the front. As Veen nods in agreement, she feels that Lee Sang-man, the stoic beast he portrayed with such intensity, will come across even more vividly. She dashes off, yelling to her crew to intensify the rain. Wound muses that her passion seems to have surged, then grimaces as he realizes this means he'll be stuck at work longer. Wen phones the red-haired actor, asking if his throat is holding up, worried he might be in discomfort. The actor swiftly assures him he's okay. Wee apologizes, promising to wrap things up as fast as possible without any retakes. The redhead actor tells him not to stress about it. Woo Jin insists, saying he feels obligated to. The red-haired actor, initially puzzled, had thought Woo Jin seemed a bit aloof, but now sees he's genuinely kind. They're impressed by his character. As Ween walks away with a sly grin, he thinks he might clock out early if there are no delays, just as he hoped. A short time later, they plunge into the next scene. Do-hee checks with Woo Jin, asking if he's prepared to proceed. She mentions that if he needs a breather, they can pause as the upcoming scene is critical. Wen assures her he's good to go, eager to finish and head home. Wen settles on a sofa near a table before handling some syringes while the crew readies the shot. Woo Jin reflects on Lee Sang-man, sensing that for him, two realms coexist, reality and death. He knows he must tap into even deeper emotions, especially the grimness of Lee Sang-man's deathly world. When they yell action, Sang-man snatches a syringe from the table. As he injects himself, his hand quivers and his body gradually yields to the drugs. Saliva drips from his lips as he glances around, his eyes rolling back, his body losing control. Then he erupts into wild laughter. She abruptly calls, "Cut," stunned by his brilliance. He doesn't come off as a novice, but as a seasoned performer. She believes the scene they just captured was one she crafted with heart and soul. She personally sought out addicts and interviewed them for authenticity. The acting challenges were immense. Yet, Woo Jin nailed it effortlessly. She wonders who this extraordinary talent is. Behind her, two crew members speculate that Woo Jin must use drugs because his performance is so convincing. Do-hee challenges them, asking if anyone present has actually used drugs and how they dare judge Wee's acting as authentic. She tells them to scrutinize her first since she wrote the scene. They hurriedly apologize to the director. She cautions them not to question Win, threatening to upend everything if she catches such rudeness again. Though irritated, she privately consts their points acting is strikingly lifelike. She approaches Woo Jin asking if he's okay. He says he's fine, but inwardly feels drowsy. Quietly wishing she'll let him go. She remarks that anyone would be drained after such a gripping scene and suggests he rest and have a cigarette. He surprises her by saying he doesn't smoke. She points out how naturally he smoked as Lee Sang-man. Win clarifies it was just acting. She laughs awkwardly, admitting she was fooled and realizes she's not so different from the gossiping crew. At an airport, someone stands before a car where Kyoto Taniguchi waits inside. He notes she arrived earlier than anticipated, addressing her as writer. She explains she dodged the press conference to avoid reporters. Kyoto Taniguchi chuckles, saying a world-renowned writer shouldn't do that. She fires back that he's the one who used her as a decoy. She adds that he snuck into the country and reveals she's Twari, the celebrated novelist. He denies it, claiming he just wanted her arrival to be memorable. Twari calls him cruel and asks if it's too soon for his return. He says he has business here, including checking on actor Kong Woo Jin's progress. She notices his excitement. He admits he was eager to meet Woo Jin. Kyoto Taniguchi is sure she'll be impressed. She agrees, but warns that if she isn't, there'll be trouble. She asks if she can observe Kongwon's acting. Kyoto Taniguchi says she can watch it on the hotel TV, but she insists on seeing it in person. The directing team prepped for the next shoot. While a man thought Kong Win matched young Min Hang's description perfectly, the rookie could easily overshadow him. They'd said they found a substitute, but a prodigy appeared instead. Today's shoot covers the first encounter between young Sang-gun, who aims to expand into Japan, and Lee Sang-man, who holds powerful connections there. Rather than an office, they meet in a deserted warehouse, heightening the scene's tension. He's startled when Won nears him. Won greets him by name, June, mentioning he couldn't say hello yesterday due to his busy schedule and assumes they'll work closely. Wee says it's no problem and he'll give his all. June finds W's presence unique, unsure if he's calm or detached, unable to read his thoughts. Woon, meanwhile, studies June's delicate features, viewing top actors as overpowered characters. With everyone assembled, June suggests a brief rehearsal before filming the scene where Lee Sang-man torments his subordinate. He hands Won a knife, noting they'll add blood splatters during the actual shoot. The atmosphere was charged despite it being merely a rehearsal. Wee launches into his intense synchronized performance by slamming the knife onto the table. June watches him quietly, but Sang-man is perplexed by his actions. June explains that he's here to deal drugs and requests Sang-man to arrange a route to Japan. Sang-man notes that the Japanese are quite selective, but June acknowledges this, adding that it's manageable if they mask it with something else. He clarifies to Sang-man that this is precisely why he's here. Sang-man then decides to examine what June has brought. When June sets a diamond on the table, a shadow crosses Sang-man's face. He swiftly snatches the knife from the table, startling June. Sang-man holds it close to June's eyes, instilling fear. He comments that those aren't the eyes of a drug addict. Leaning closer and stating they belong to a cop. The room falls silent, his piercing gaze creating a heavy tension. It feels too real to be mere acting, and June questions whether this is truly just a rehearsal. Playing opposite Woo Jin feels like being overwhelmed by his commanding stare. June wonders if this intensity is something Woo Jin was born with. Suddenly, Woo Jin grabs his hand and June feels drawn into those eyes. The scene shifts. Countless bodies lie still and Won stands before him, knife in hand. June steadies himself, recognizing this as a ploy to unmask him. He tells Sang-man to stop talking nonsense and focus on the deal, pointing out that Sang-man likely investigated him beforehand. Sang-man admits he did, even digging into his background. It's true that June is a drug addict, and it's also true that Cho Juno supports him. But now seeing him in person, Sangman sees the eyes of a sly gangster. He doesn't trust people and Lee actions for business. Trust is essential. Sangman proposes that June stage a dramatic event, something headline-worthy, leaving June confused. Sangman explains that if June cuts open his own backer and removes his insides, he'll earn Sangman's trust. But if the old drug lord survives, June's life is at stake. June's priority is escaping alive, so he agrees. Anticipating June's cunning, Sangman hands him the knife and tells him to bring it to his factory at their next meeting as he has the professor. Sangman then imagines himself as a drug lord again, filling June with dread. Just then, a voice from behind calls his name, snapping him out of his thoughts. It's the director, reminding him this is only a rehearsal. He asks if June is too immersed, noting he seems to be exerting more effort than usual. June replies that it's due to Kong Win's exceptional acting. The director observes that Win achieved that performance effortlessly while June had poured in significant effort. It felt as if he had stepped in and out of the scene. For the first time, June was so deeply absorbed in a rehearsal. He wondered if this could even be called acting. It surpassed method acting. A voice behind June suddenly speaks, saying that despite being a rookie, that kid is remarkable. June turns and the man continues explaining that Wu Jin also has scenes with Lee Sangman and that he came to see how Wu Jin performs in an opposing role. Jun realizes it's the scene where Lee Sangman kills Professor Kim and the man confirms it. Everyone was praising Wu Jin's acting, which made Choi proud, but a phone call interrupted his thoughts. He answered, surprised to hear it was an employee from director Taniguchi Kyo's agency. They informed him that director Kyo was currently in Korea, which shocked him further. They explained that the director wouldn't meet Wu Jin immediately due to prior engagements, but he and his guests specifically wanted to observe Wu Jin's acting in person. They asked if Wu Jin was filming anything. Choi, certain the guest was someone important, confirmed that Wu Jin was in the middle of a shoot. They inquired about his filming schedule, and Choi noted it would wrap up tomorrow, suggesting they could visit then. However, they clarified that the director and his guest wanted to watch Wu Jin's performance discreetly. Choi agreed to keep it secret from Wu Jin as it might affect his acting, but he needed the on-set director's approval. They acknowledged that if the director refused, there was nothing they could do. Choi decided to contact them after getting the director's consent, expecting they'd come to see perform. Coincidentally, Wen's final scenes were among the most intense. The next day, as Wen stood on set, he reflected on the day's importance. The final day of filming, his thoughts turned to the actor he performed 2 scenes with. Scanning the set, he spotted him sitting nearby. Approaching professionally, Wen greeted the actor respectfully. The man returned a polite nod, and as they shook hands, Wen noted his composed demeanor, resolving to maintain utmost courtesy. Meanwhile, the actor sensed something unique in Wu Jin's gaze, different from typical rookies. It made even him, a seasoned professional, slightly uneasy. The director soon arrived, interrupting their exchange. She confirmed they'd made introductions, then instructed Wayne to prepare his makeup and outfit. He complied and left. Turning to the senior actor, the director noticed his somber expression, which had persisted for a while. Concerned, she asked if he was okay. He reassured her, admitting to some stomach discomfort, but insisting that if anything happened during the scene, filming shouldn't stop, especially during Wu Jin's performance. The director agreed, but couldn't shake a lingering thought. This usually calm actor seemed unusually resolute today. She wondered if Wu Jin was the reason, as he seemed to unlock the true potential of those he acted with. As she pondered, her attention shifted to a group approaching the set, their faces partially obscured, suggesting they were notable figures. She silently wondered who they were, possibly the expected visitors. With everything ready, filming began. The senior actor sat in his chair preparing to embody his role. Per the script, this scene followed Yong Sun Hun's killing of the drug lord Choi Juno. After striking a deal with Lee Sang-man, Yong Sun-hun expanded his drug operations into Japan, amassing wealth. However, his police officer status caused conflicts with other officials, slowing the drug trade. In response, Lee Sang-man planned to eliminate Yong Sun-hun, but knowing this would disrupt drug production and distribution, instead sought to secretly recruit Professor Kim, the chemist behind the operation. As the director called action, Woo Jin, fully immersed as Lee Sang-man, approached the senior actor playing Professor Kong. Their exchange began with Lee Sang-man trying to convince Kong to abandon Yon Gun-hun and work for him. His words grew harsher, mocking Kong's authority and ridiculing his resistance. When persuasion failed, violence erupted. Lee Sang-man suddenly struck Kong's head with a brick, blood flowing as Kong collapsed. Looking down, Lee Sang-man sneered, ordering his men to contact Yong Sun-hun and either clean up the scene or, if they preferred, mince Professor Kong until he was soft enough to consume. The scene ended, and the director approved, but called for another take, urging the actors to maintain the same intensity. As Woo Jin reflected, he noted the brick felt lighter than expected. The senior actor approached, suggesting a tweak for the next take. After Kong's head hit the floor 3 times, one should grab his hair and lift his head as if checking if he was alive. We agreed, noting it would enhance the realism. With a change in place, they prepared to reshoot. The director observed, noting the senior actor, usually meticulous, seemed especially enthusiastic today. He no longer viewed one as just a rookie, but as a true actor. Win's portrayal of Lee Sang-man balanced madness and rationality perfectly. Despite descending into insanity from drug addiction, his desperate will to survive fought against his instincts, signaling his inevitable downfall. As evening approached, the director gathered everyone, announcing the final scene of Lee Sang-man's story. Per the script, after Professor Kong's murder, Yong Sun-hun decided to eliminate Lee Sang-man, whose instability had become a liability. Yong Sun-hun conspired with Lee Sang-man's right-hand man, who was also tired of his erratic behavior. They devised a plan luring Lee Sang-man under the guise of discussing the domestic drug market, bringing him to the site of Professor Kong's death. The scene began with Lee Sang-man stepping out of his car into heavy rain, his bodyguard holding an umbrella. The bodyguard remarked that Lee Sang-man looked slimmer than before. Lee Sang-man replied indifferently, scanning the area and questioning if Yong Sun-hun had already left or never arrived. The bodyguard confirmed he was never there, subtly hinting that everything was decided. With a calm yet menacing tone, he praised Lee Sang-man's efforts. Before Lee Sang-man could react, the bodyguard revealed a knife, his intent clear. Amused, Lee Sang-man chuckled, mocking the weak attempt at a farewell. In an instant, the blade plunged into his stomach. Blood spilled from his mouth as he processed the betrayal. Even in pain, he taunted his attacker, asking why he stopped and urging him to strike again. His body collapsed, syringes scattering from his pockets. Weakly, he grabbed one, injected himself, and a twisted smile spread across his face as he muttered in intoxicated bliss. On the sidelines, a masked figure watched the performance. Raw impact, far different from a recorded version. A second masked observer asked for his thoughts. The first hesitated, saying he'd share later, but in his mind, he'd already decided. Initially concerned about Win's inexperience, those doubts were gone. Win had exceeded expectations, proving he was exactly what they needed. Silently, the observer hoped Wu would accept the role of Koshi in the bizarre sacrifice of a stranger. As dusk settled, the film shoot wrapped up. The cast and crew gathered, heaping praise on Woo Jin for his stellar performance. In the midst of the celebratory mood, Seong Jian leaned toward Woo Jin, his voice hushed. He mentioned director Kiyodoro's script, confirming that Woo Jin had read it once and was now reviewing it again. Without pause, Seong Jian shared that director Kiyodoro was there at that moment along with writer Akari and suggested they go say hello. Caught by surprise, Woo Jin took a second to absorb the news. The fact that both were present was unexpected. Sean confessed he'd known about their attendance, but kept it quiet to avoid distracting Wu Yani during his performance. Unfazed, Wu Jin assured him it was no issue. Saiyang Jan, however, teased him for his calm reaction. Not waiting for a reply, he nudged Wu Jin to follow him. Wu Jin nodded and they headed toward a parked vehicle. As they neared, Saiyang Xian opened the car door, introducing them both. Inside sat the same two masked figures from earlier. The man in dark clothing spoke first, thanking them for the impromptu meeting. The other with distinctive green hair introduced himself as Takoa Akari. Wu Jin and Saiyang Jian stepped into the car and took their seats. Takoa immediately turned to Wu Jin, praising his remarkable performance. Seizing the moment, Wu Jin returned the compliment, admitting he admired Takoa's work. The comment surprised Takoa slightly. In his mind, he noted Wu Jin's cool-headedness. Most newcomers would show some nerves in such a setting, but Wu Jin was unreadable. Shifting gears, the other masked man asked if Wu Jin had completed the script. Wu Jin confirmed he had, noting he'd been so absorbed he lost track of time and praising the adaptation's execution. Taking this in, the man promptly made an offer, asking if Wu Yani would join their project. Pausing to reflect, Wu Jin found the prospect of working in Japan almost dreamlike yet thrilling. He accepted without hesitation, expressing enthusiasm for the opportunity. Pleased, the man chuckled softly, acknowledging the moment's significance and his high hopes for Wu Jin. He revealed that Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger was set for a simultaneous release in Korea and Japan. With Wu Jin offered the lead role of Koshi, Wu Jin processed this carefully. The realization hit. This wasn't just any part. It was the starring role. After a brief pause, he repeated the character's name for confirmation. The man affirmed that Koshi was indeed the drama's central figure, adding that the role would be tailored to Wu Jin. Asked if he was ready, Wu Jin confidently agreed, stating he had no concerns about taking it on. Following Wu Jin's official casting in Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger, the entertainment world buzzed. Netflix announced a new project, A Guy Friend. While public admiration for Wu Jin grew, the media churned out sensationalist articles for clicks. Most were baseless rumors, but one person was particularly irked. Director Quant, aware that Wu Jin's controversy would soon tie to Island of the Missing, the frustrated director took a bold step, publishing an article that sent ripples through the industry. The once calm atmosphere turned chaotic as public opinion erupted. Seizing the moment, PD Yoon Byangan saw his chance. Using Island of the Missing as leverage, he launched a grander scheme. Wu Jin's name spread rapidly. His influence undeniable online and offline. Conversations about him dominated. Media outlets, production companies, advertisers, and YouTubers all capitalized on his rising fame. His ascent was no longer just potentiality, was unstoppable. In BW Entertainment's new office, Wu Jin lay on his bed staring at the ceiling. His mind raced with his increasingly packed schedule. Overwhelmed, he wondered how top actors handled such workloads without burning out. Half-jokingly, he thought he might not survive at this pace. Pushing the thought aside, he focused on the upcoming meeting for A Guy Friend. The next day, a concern surfaced. He hadn't practiced singing or piano for the role. Reflecting on his past role as Lee Sang-man, he recalled never smoking before, yet the Subspace had enabled him to portray it convincingly. A theory formed had the Subspace transferred the character's traits to him. That would explain craving cigarettes only during filming. Could the same apply to singing and piano? Curious, he accessed the blank screen, entering the Subspace again. Navigating the interface, he selected an option, a message appeared, detecting abilities beyond basic specs and initiating reinforcement of his singing and piano skills. Surprised, Wu Jin hadn't expected such skills to be enhanced so easily given their need for innate talent. As the process completed, he felt the abilities integrate. Back in reality, he tested his voice. The tone was unchanged, but its resonance was refined with better control and range. His fingers felt nimble, as if trained for years. His mind brimmed with musical notes and harmonies, as though he could play piano instinctively. A new depth of emotion stirred within him, enriching his feeling. This would enhance his acting, especially for expressive roles. Amused, he noted that he'd always been confident in his singing and piano, yet the system deemed them lacking. Without the enhancement, his performance might have been comical. Early the next morning, Warren stepped into the elevator, preoccupied with the upcoming meeting. Updates on the OST and schedules were expected and the director was confirmed. She was determined to confess her fandom to Woo Jin today. When Woo Jin entered and greeted her casually, Warren, startled, turned away to stay composed. She tried to speak, but nerves overtook her. Calling out to him, she caught his attention, only to lose her nerve when he looked at her. Overwhelmed, she excused herself, claiming a restroom break, and fled. Woo Jin, puzzled by her odd behavior, wondered if she was avoiding him. Noticing a bracelet on the floor, he picked it up, suspecting it was Warren's. Nearby, Warren hid behind a wall, whispering about her struggle to admit her fandom. Unbeknownst to her, Woo Jin overheard, smirking at the revelation. A top star admiring him seemed surreal. Deciding to keep it quiet, he planned to return the bracelet later and focused on the meeting. Entering the conference room, he spotted Director Shin surprised by his presence. Warren entered, greeting everyone. Woo Jin handed her the bracelet, which she accepted quietly. Team members whispered, noting tension between them from past interactions. A woman took charge, introducing Director Shin as a guy friend's director. Excitement grew. Shin, known for detective agency, was leading their project. Warren planned to greet him properly later. The meeting outlined the short drama's bi-weekly release, starting with a guy with heavy promotion and a Netflix Japan release. Woo Jin was impressed by the project's scale, wondering if Warren and the international release made it a grade. Discussion shifted to the OST with plans for 2 to 3 songs, including a duet and solos. A scene required Hanenho to sing while playing piano. So, the leads were involved. Warren was confirmed and Woo Jin, confident in his enhanced skills, agreed to participate. Warren's face brightened and the team leader, noting his confidence, suggested a vocal tone test at the recording studio. At the studio, Woo Jin stepped to the microphone, feeling slightly self-conscious, but treating it like a casual karaoke session. The woman in charge reassured him to take it easy as they were only testing his tone. As he sang, her nervousness turned to shock. His voice was exceptional. She asked if he'd been a singer before. Sean, equally stunned, hesitated, unsure of Woo Jin's past. Had he been a faceless singer, a street musician, or trained in music for acting? His skills suggested he could be a professional. Seong Jian wondered if fate had set Woo Jin apart. As Woo Jin finished, questions flooded in about whether he'd secretly been a singer. He dismissed it as a hobby, marveling inwardly at how the Subspace had deepened his emotional delivery. Seong Jian, skeptical, joked that calling it a hobby would anger trainee singers. Warren, in awe, silently vowed to remain his fan. The woman then prompted Warren to sing, allowing her to choose a comfortable song. She whispered to Woo Jin that their duet could top charts in Korea and Japan given his remarkable voice. As Warren sang, Woo Jin felt the melody resonate and instinctively sat at the piano to accompany her. The woman watched in disbelief as he played flawlessly without sheet music. She wondered who he really was. Seong Jian, still curious, asked if Woo Jin had buskied or studied music for acting. Woo Jin vaguely admitted to something similar. Seong Jian suggested leveraging his musical talent as a secondary persona to boost his acting career, proposing a YouTube channel given his language skills, music, and acting. Intrigued, Woo Jin agreed it was worth exploring. Seong Jian then mentioned that director Quant had finalized preparations for Island of the Missing and wanted a meeting. Wu Jin, standing outside the meeting room, braced himself. Inside were top industry actors. Taking a deep breath, he entered. Ryu Yong-min called out, offering a seat. Among the faces, Jan Woo-chong and Kim Lee-won stood out, their expressions warm. Wu Jin felt a thrill at their presence. They were the finest in their craft. Deep within, he longed to offer each one a personal handshake. Suppressing his enthusiasm, he greeted them with formality and introduced himself. But before he could get comfortable, a voice cut through. A woman seated close by commented on his tardiness, noting that as a newcomer, he should have shown up earlier. She cautioned him against acting too confident so early in his career. This was none other than Shio Cha-yun, a renowned actress. Her words prompted Wu Jin to study her behavior. In the press, she always came across as warm and approachable. Yet now, she appeared sharp and antagonistic. Was she intentionally stirring trouble? Was this the infamous industry power play? Or did she simply take issue with him? Whatever the case, her overt hostility rubbed him the wrong way. Choosing to address it head-on, he asked if she had an issue with him. His bold response caught Cheon off guard. Watching the exchange, Ryu Yong-min grinned. Wu Jin's directness was exactly what he'd anticipated from someone who carved his own path without hesitation. Taeyun, however, stayed calm. She explained that her comment was only about his lateness. Wu Jin countered, clarifying that he wasn't technically late. He'd arrived 45 minutes early, but had been in a meeting with director Kwon Kitaki, who would be joining them soon. Zion's expression flickered with surprise. If that was true, he could have just said so. Wu Jin pointed out that she hadn't given him a chance. She confronted him the moment he entered. Cha-yun shot him a look, her mind racing. Something about him unsettled her. Wu Jin, noticing her intense stare, realized she was challenging him to a silent staring contest. Losing here would mean squandering all his efforts. Before their unspoken duel could escalate, the director arrived, immediately addressing the room. Apologizing for his delay, he told everyone to stay seated. With time being short, he dove right in. Cha-yun watched him closely, trying to assess his character. Wu Jin, meanwhile, felt a sense of satisfaction. His position in the group was becoming clearer. The director outlined the plan. Script reading would likely start next month at the earliest. As they were all in this together, their aim was to drive the project to success until its release. With that, he concluded his briefing and encouraged everyone to enjoy their meal. As Wu Jin took his first bite, he was instantly struck by the food's quality. Meanwhile, Cha-yun turned to him again, asking if he'd be late or cause issues once filming began. Wu Jin found her persistence grating. He was trying to enjoy his meal. This conversation wasn't worth his time. Instead, he fired back, asking if she would be late. She seemed momentarily thrown before redirecting the conversation. Was he tight with director Kwon, or did he have a powerful backer? Wu Jin simply denied it. Excusing himself, he stood to use the restroom. As he walked away, Cha-yun turned to Ryu Yong-min, voicing her skepticism. Could Wu Jin really have no support? Was he from a wealthy background? His confidence and demeanor were unlike any rookie she'd met. Something wasn't right. Ryu Yong-min mulled over her words before replying. If Wu Jin lacked ambition for success, his attitude made sense. He wasn't like the typical actor clawing their way up. Yet, despite his unconventional approach, he'd already accomplished impressive feats. Did someone of his talent really need connections? Chef refused to buy it. Was he treating acting like a mere pastime? Young men admitted he wasn't certain. Wu Jin didn't seem like someone whose life revolved around acting. His command of English and Japanese was impeccable, and there were rumors of his design skills. Acting seemed like just one of many areas where he excelled. Unlike most actors fighting tooth and nail to survive in the industry, Wu Jin had something else supporting him, his own abilities. Chen, unconvinced, insisted he was still just a rookie with no real backing. Young Min cautioned her against underestimating him. Her quick temper could land her in trouble someday. She brushed off his warning. Moments later, she glanced at her phone. A message awaited. "It's ready. Meet me tonight at 11. A car pulled up to a discreet location, coming to a smooth stop. Chan stepped out, her face hidden behind a mask and sunglasses. The destination was a plastic surgery clinic. Nearby, another vehicle sat parked, its occupants closely monitoring. Inside, a woman held a camera, her fingers repeatedly clicking the shutter. As Chun left the clinic, the people in the car exchanged hushed words. They were tracking her every move. One man leaned toward the woman with the camera, asking if she was capturing everything clearly. She nodded, confirming she'd taken plenty of shots, though Sean's face was obscured, making identification tricky. The man said it didn't matter, the car she arrived in was proof enough of her identity. He then warned the others not to tell the chief editor yet. If word got out, they'd be forced to report it immediately. For now, they'd keep it quiet. Another man hesitated, asking if they were sure about this. The first dismissed his doubts, citing their source as Power Patch, a trusted broker. He was certain Cheyenne's late-night clinic visit could only mean one thing: propol abuse. The woman with the camera raised a concern: the clinic would surely deny any claims. The man remained unfazed. Chayun wasn't the only one involved. They had others and a credible witness already lined up. All they needed was more evidence to solidify their case. Curious, the woman asked when they planned to go public. The man estimated that once they had dirt on everyone involved, they'd move next month. When the story broke, the scandal would spark immediate investigations and legal action. Cheyenne and the others would crash hard, their careers and endorsements obliterated. Meanwhile, Wu Jin stood in his subspace, staring at a floating screen. The text stunned him. Third script title: The Island of the Missing, Grade D. His face twisted in confusion. Just days ago, the script was rated A+, but now it had plummeted to D. Something was terribly wrong. Wu Jin mulled over the situation, sensing something off, but unable to pinpoint it. He considered director Kataki's involvement, but if that were the case, the rating would have been low from the start. The sudden drop didn't add up. He ruled out Ryu Yong-min as Henry's grade remained S. That left the new top actors, Jan Woo-chong, Kim Lee-won, and Seo Cha-yun. His gut pointed to Seo Cha-yun. But he knew he couldn't rely on instinct alone. Even if he identified the culprit, he was the only one aware of the issue. With that, he made his choice and exited the subspace. Sitting at his laptop, exhaustion hit him. Frustration laced his voice as he muttered about how irritating this was. Starting with Seo Cha-yun, he searched for details on her upcoming projects. His search revealed a romantic comedy set to release in 2 months and an action comedy, The Prosecutor's Manual, starting soon. Next, he checked Jan Woo-chong and Kim Lee-won's projects. Jan was in a drama royal company while Kim had a film again lined up. His next move was obvious. He needed the scripts or scenarios for these 4 projects. By analyzing them in the subspace, he was sure one would show a low grade, revealing the issue. To make it happen, he decided to contact the president for help securing the scripts. Determined to resolve this, he was ready to do whatever it took. Later, Wu Jin climbed into a car where Sun Jian was waiting. As he settled in, Sun Jian asked about his rest. Wu Jin confirmed he'd slept well. With a nod, Sun Jian shared updates. Filming for Drug Dealer had wrapped early, likely due to Wu Jin's inspiring performance. The main OST for A Guy Friend was finalized, and Wu Jin was set to record a song for it. More importantly, the long-awaited fan signing event was here. Wu Jin reacted with mild surprise. Sanunjian explained that as the first signing before the official fan meeting, they'd put in significant effort to ensure its success. Sponsored by Max Burger, the event would be held in their building's event hall and last 3 hours. As part of the deal, Wu Jin would promote the brand. Reporters and the PR team would be filming and, despite being unofficial, they expected a big turnout, up to 400 attendees. Wu Jin paused to process the number. Sanjian added that about half would be from his official fan club, with the fan cafe's general manager and operators attending. It was a chance for Wu Jin to connect with them for future events. He tried recalling the general manager's nickname, but Wu Jin cut in, already knowing it, Family Lady. The name was odd enough to stick in his mind. Privately, he found it strange to think of them as younger siblings when they weren't related. Sanjian confirmed the name and handed Wu Jin the scripts and scenarios he'd requested. Curious, he asked why Wu Jin wanted them despite his packed schedule. Wu Jin clarified it wasn't about taking on new projects. Sanjian pressed for the real reason. Wu Jin said it was for confirmation. These were the projects of the senior actors from the island of the missing meeting. Sanjian assumed Wu Jin wanted to study their styles and past work. Wu Jin agreed, downplaying it as curiosity, though he was inwardly impressed by Sunja's efficiency in getting the script. Sanjian laughed it off, saying it was nothing and that Wu Jin could always count on him. Wu Jin silently noted Sanjian's reliability before turning to the scripts. Back in his subspace, he reviewed the results. Both low-rated projects were tied to Seo Chayun. His instincts were right. The Island of the Missing being the only D-rated project suggested her late addition to the cast was a factor. The other 2 projects were either done or about to star. Remained. Time was short to figure out what she'd done. No matter how he approached it, he couldn't solve it alone. With that, he decided to entrust it to someone else and left the subspace. Immediately, Wu Jin called for Sanjian. When he appeared, Sanunjian assumed another script request was coming. Wu Jin clarified it was something else, raising his suspicions about Seo Chayun. Sanjun asked what he meant. Keeping his face neutral, Wu Jin leaned into the misunderstanding, saying the feeling was like what he'd felt with director Wu Hyangu. Sanjian studied him closely. The seriousness in Wu Jin's expression ruled out a joke. Had Wu Jin's sharp intuition kicked in again? Curious, Sanjian asked if Wu Jin truly felt the same about Seo Chayun as he had with Wu Hyangu. Wu Jin, inwardly admitting he was playing into the misunderstanding, confirmed the situations were mostly alike. Sanjian pressed for specifics on why she seemed suspicious. Wu Jin couldn't give a clear answer, but sensed Sanjian was already half convinced. Carefully, he said he'd felt off about her from their first meeting. Sanjian asked why he'd waited to mention it. Wu Jin explained that unlike with Wu Hyangu, this situation was different and he'd hesitated before acting. Sanjian weighed the matter. Wu Jin's intuition had never failed before. Was this worth looking into? After a moment, he decided since Wu Jin was the one raising the issue, there was no doubt. He assured Wu Jin he'd investigate Cheyenne personally and told him to focus on his schedule. He'd dig into any rumors about her immediately. Before leaving, he asked if there were other suspects. Wu Jin confirmed Seo Chayun was the only one. Sanjian sighed in relief. If this needed to go public, now was the time before her involvement hit the press. He knew he had to act fast. The scene shifted to the event venue where a large crowd of excited fans had gathered. Wu Jin sat at the center, surrounded by their enthusiasm. Was this really happening? 400 people had shown up just for his fan signing. He wondered how to act. Handshakes were expected, but should he chat? Ask why they came? Before he could overthink, a man with yellow hair announced they'd start with the Kong Heart Fan Club. The first in line was Family Lady, the general manager. A young woman stepped forward, introducing herself as his fan club representative, and calling him her older brother. Wu Jin's eyes widened. So, family lady was actually a family lady. He nearly swore aloud. It clicked why she never contacted him during busy times. She must have run the fan club with friends. Smiling brightly, she said she hadn't told him earlier, assuming he was too busy. Wu Jin fumed inwardly at her obvious, leashed, hidden it deliberately. Meanwhile, Sun Jiang greeted her politely, introducing himself as Wu Jinner's main manager and BW Entertainment's president, apologizing for not thanking her sooner. She responded to the greeting with a courteous nod. After a moment of quiet observation, Sun Jian remarked that the family lady exuded an aura similar to Wu Jin's. Without pause, Wu Jin declared that she was his younger sister. Sun Jian froze, clearly taken aback by the revelation. Composing himself, he asked Wu Jin to repeat what he'd just said. At that instant, the young woman affirmed it herself. Her name was her, and she was indeed Wu Jin's younger sister. Sanunjian's shock only intensified. Wu Jinna, maintaining his calm, instructed her to move along for now, promising they'd speak later. As she departed, her wondered if her brother was merely trying to seem composed or if she was misreading the situation. With so many eyes on them, she chose to let it slide. Once she was out of sight, Sun Jian turned to Wu Jin, still incredulous. He pressed him again, asking if she was truly his sister. Wu Jinna confirmed it, adding that he had no clue she was the head of his fan club. Sun Jian sighed, deciding to shove the issue for now. There were still plenty of fans awaiting Wu Jin's attention. As the event continued, Wu Jin found himself swamped. The task was far more demanding than it appeared. When the fan signing finally wrapped up, Wu Jin stood and addressed the crowd, thanking them for their support. He promised a fan meeting would happen soon and looked forward to seeing them there. Before leaving, he reminded them to collect the gifts prepared for them. Even as he spoke, he couldn't shake the thought that if the fan signing was this draining, the fan meeting might leave him utterly exhausted. Shortly after, a woman approached and escorted him away, informing him that the president was waiting in the meeting room with the fan club's general manager. Pausing at the door, Wu Jin hesitated. If Nur said anything reckless, his reputation could be jeopardized. If she started talking too much, he might need to step in. Taking a deep breath, he entered. Inside he sat next to his sister. Sun Jian didn't waste time and began the conversation asking for her name again. Ha introduced herself formally and Sun Jian requested an explanation of the situation. As she spoke, he quietly wondered if Wu Jin had never discussed his career with his family. Midway through, her abruptly shifted topics, mentioning she'd seen the Henry Yang episode from Sports Day and was about to comment on Wu Jan's performance when he quickly jabbed her stomach, silencing her. Keeping a neutral expression, he asked if she felt ill. Froze, stunned. Continuing to speak could be risky. San Jian, seeing no issue with her role as fan club representative, advised her to ensure outsiders remained unaware. She assured him that only the fan club's operators, 3 close friends, knew the truth. Sun Jian sternly directed her to ensure her friends kept the secret. He stressed that a leak could harm their family. He also reminded her that being Wu Jin's sister didn't give her free rein to act carelessly in the fan club. Grasping the gravity of the situation, her nodded in agreement without hesitation. Noticing her demeanor, Sun Jian commented on the stark difference between her and Wu Jin. Unlike her reserved, stoic brother, she was vibrant and energetic. Wu Yani, uninterested in such observations, asked for a private moment with his sister. Sun Jian agreed but insisted they keep it short, capping it at 10 minutes. With that, he left them to talk, noting they could reconnect later if needed. Without delay, Wu Jin pulled her aside, his frustration clear. He immediately asked if she'd lost her senses. Puzzled by his reaction, asked what she'd done wrong. As they exited, Sun Jian checked his phone and was instantly shaken by what he saw. His face darkened as he absorbed the information. Xiao Xian was being trailed by Power Patch, a media outlet notorious for chasing even the smallest rumors. While their involvement wasn't surprising, the precision of the timing unnerved him. Wu Jin's keen intuition had once again proven eerily accurate. He began assessing the situation. Despite no news about Xiao Qian, something felt off. Was Power Patch wasting their efforts? Or were they biding their time for a big reveal? If she had done something problematic and it surfaced after her role in Island of the Missing was announced, the entire production could be kinned. Acting swiftly, Sun Jian made a call. Without hesitation, he stated there was only one course of action, launching a strategic move to secure their position first. His next call was to the director, whom he apologized to for the sudden contact. Getting to the point, he requested an immediate pause on all media coverage tied to the actors and promotions. The director, caught off guard, asked for the reason. Sun Jian didn't waver. He warned that a major scandal involving Xiao Qian was likely brewing. The director, stunned, pressed for details, asking if this was confirmed or just speculation. Sun Jian admitted the odds were uncertain, 50-50 at best. The director weighed his words carefully. Sun Jian wasn't one to make baseless claims. If he was saying this, there was likely a solid reason. Unless he'd completely lost his judgment, he must have credible information. After a brief pause, the director agreed. Halting promotions for a few hours wouldn't be too challenging, so he put everything on hold for now. Still curious, he asked what the scandal involved. Sun Jian kept it brief, saying he'd uncovered troubling information suggesting Power Patch had picked up on something about Xiao Qian. Whether they were suppressing it or waiting for the right moment was unclear. Letting things unfold naturally made him uneasy, so he wanted to act. The director shared his concern. Sun Jian reassured him that the final call was his and he wasn't obligated to trust him. Regardless, Sun Jian was determined to dig deeper. The director realized Sun Jian planned to handle it discreetly on his own. Understanding the stakes, he asked how long it would take to uncover the truth. Sun Jian estimated it could be resolved by day end at the earliest or up to 3 days in the worst case. With that, the director agreed to pause everything for 3 days. Sun Jian thanked him and promised updates soon. As the call ended, he exhaled, pleased with the progress. The first step was done. Now he needed to confront Power Patch's chief director. Inside Power Patch Media's building, employees buzzed with activity when the chief editor arrived and summoned Lim Sang-moon. Noticing the editor's expression, Sang-moon assumed something had irritated him again. Without delay, the editor confronted Sang-moon about his ongoing investigation, asking if he was still digging. When Sang-moon played dumb, the editor directly mentioned Xiao Qian, accusing him of pursuing her habitual propole abuse. Sang-moon, realizing his secret was out, grumbled about his Saurk's unreliability. The editor reminded him that a spoken secret ceases to be one, then demanded details on what he'd gathered. Sang-moon admitted he'd nearly finished investigating Xiao Qian and was now focusing on others and the hospital. The editor ordered him to publish immediately, noting that President Jan had mentioned Xiao Qian, meaning others might already know. Stressing urgency, he warned that delays could let someone else steal the scoop. As the gravity hit, Sang-moon anxiously wondered who'd leaked the information. Meanwhile, Sun Jian sat before his laptop, reading the explosive headline. Habitual propole use hidden behind top actress's facade. Xiao Chun's addiction logs. As expected, Power Patch had broken the story. If more drugs were uncovered, Xiao Chen's acting career was finished. Soon after, the director called Sun Jian, noting the news and assuming he'd orchestrated it. Sun Jian clarified it was Wu Jin's doing. Surprised, the director asked if Sun Jian hadn't acted alone. Sun Jian explained that while he'd gathered the information, Wu Jin had first spotted the corruption in Island of the Missing unnoticed by others. He admitted to playing a supporting role, redirecting credit to Wu Jin. Without him, the issue would have gone unnoticed. Curious for the full story, the director insisted on details. Sun Jian agreed, mentioning director Hyangu and an incident where Wu Jin rejected an offer. When the director assumed it was due to an impromptu audition, Sun Jian corrected him, saying, Wu Jin simply felt uneasy about it. Wu Jin's instincts, though hard to explain, were sharp. Even then, the director pieced it together, noting Wu Jin's intuition was key, as it was now. He marveled at Wu Jin's acting talent and uncanny project-picking ability. Thanking both Wu Jin and San Jian, he admitted feeling indebted. Seizing the moment, San Jian suggested the director repay the debt by raising Wu Jin's appearance fee. Instead of naming a figure, he left it to the director's judgment. Recognizing the favor's weight, the director offered a running guarantee, adding 101 to it, ensuring Wu Jin's compensation matched his contribution. Stunned, Sun Jian calculated the potential earnings. Excluding incidental pay, 101 per viewer meant 1 million viewers would yield 100 million and 10 million would hit 1 billion. Combined with a separate appearance fee, this contract rivaled those of A or S tier actors. Such treatment was rare, reserved for top talent. If the project underperformed, profits beyond the base fee would be a pipe dream, but Island of the Missing was poised for solid performance, making this a golden opportunity. Still, Sun Jian pushed for more. Acknowledging the offer, he requested a luxury car for Wu Jin as part of the deal. Amused, the director agreed, adding it to the contract. He then shared news. With Sayo's vacant, he planned to cast Hayura instead. Surprised, Sun Jian noted Hayura, a top actress who'd broken into Hollywood, was supposed to be in California. The director revealed she'd secretly returned to Korea days earlier and was available. Originally slated for a cameo, she was now considered for a full role with no scheduling conflict since she'd finished filming Henry Yang. Sun Jian promised to confirm with Hayura before proceeding. Ending the call, he reflected on the deal's success, better than expected. Just then, Wu Jin arrived. Noticing his timing, San Jian asked if he'd seen the Sayo Chayu news. Wu Jin confirmed he had but hadn't expected Propel to be the issue. She'd seemed normal until now. The entertainment world was unpredictable, capable of destroying a career overnight. Shifting gears, Sun Jian mentioned the bonuses the director promised for the Sayo Kayan matter. The director was a skilled negotiator. Confused, Wu Jin asked what bonuses. Sun Jian clarified. Hayura was cast in Sayo Kayan's role, and she'd also make a special appearance. For Wu Jin, there were two benefits, a running guarantee and a car. Wu Jin, unfamiliar with the term, struggled to grasp it. Sun Jian explained further, noting he could choose any car model, domestic or foreign, though foreign was suggested. Overwhelmed, Wu Jin found the idea of a gifted car surreal. He'd always assumed he'd live without one, relying on walking. Now a luxury vehicle was his. Planning practically, he considered an affordable foreign brand from a reputable company. Before deciding, he checked his Subspace for Island of the Missing. Initially graded A+, he expected a downgrade to B+ or A. Instead, it had jumped to S+. Stunned, he realized there was a rank beyond S. The film had leaped 2 grades from A+. It was a surprising but welcome twist. He'd thought S was the ceiling, but the Subspace defied logic. The implications were huge. Henry Yang, a grade S production, had hit over 25% ratings. An S+ film could draw over 10 million viewers. This was a rare chance. Time passed and Kachin's agency issued a statement, but Power Patch's swift rebuttal obliterated her career. Director Won Gidx capitalized, releasing an Island of the Missing article as the internet buzzed over Xiao Chan, shifting focus and effectively erasing her from the industry. Sun Jian reading the latest news reflected. Xiao Chan was gone from entertainment. Meanwhile, Henry launched on Japan's Netflix. Considering audience reactions, he noticed articles filled with criticism. As he processed this, Wu Jin entered the car and greeted him. Sun Jian reminded him of the OST recording for a guy friend that day. Wu Jin nodded, mentally noting his preparation with the guide track. Without delay, Sun Jian said they'd head to the studio. His phone rang and his expression shifted to shock as he answered. Henry Yang had hit number 1 on Japan's Netflix rankings. Wu Jin, equally shocked, processed the news. The drama's rapid rise was unexpected. Critics who'd predicted failure would need to rethink. Checking his phone, Wu Jin expected malicious comments, but found mostly positive feedback. Japanese comments on his social media were growing and his follower count had quietly passed 1 million. On the call, Sun Jian confirmed he'd relay the message, then turned to Wu Jin. PD Song had a favor. Curious, Wu Jin waited as Sun Jian explained further. PD Song had resolved to step away from SBC to pursue an independent path. Before making the shift, he sought Wu Jin's feedback on a script he planned to send. As the liaison for an outsourcing production firm, Wu Jin's perspective, even a minor suggestion would be valued. PD Song had even likened it to a powerful talisman. Aware of the deep-seated misconceptions about him, Wu Jin considered the significance of relationships and reciprocal favors in the industry. If connections thrived on mutual support, agreeing to this request felt fair. Without pause, he consented, eager to assist in any way possible. Inside the recording studio, the team was ready as Wu Jin geared up for his debut session. A sound engineer checked in, confirming he could hear everything clearly. After his nod, she advised that since it was his first time, he should sing the entire piece without stopping, even if he stumbled over lyrics. Wu Jin absorbed the guidance, mentally reassuring himself. Perfection wasn't the goalie's, and confidence mattered more. With that mindset, he started singing. His voice resonated through the studio, earning positive reactions from those listening. The sound engineer praised his clear pitch and emotive delivery. The director also noted how well the song complemented Wu Jin's voice, eagerly anticipating his piano accompaniment. After finishing, Sun Unjin approached Wu Jin, commending his stellar performance. The track had turned out remarkably well. Wu Jin silently agreed, deciding these songs would now rank among his favorites. Sun Jian quickly shifted to their next step, launching Wu Jin's YouTube channel within days. Though mentioned previously, the reality was only now hitting Wu Jin. Sun Jian stressed that YouTube was an essential platform, a key tool for gaining visibility. However, rather than projecting a too personal image, the content should feel like a side project. Acting was Wu Jin's primary career, and it shouldn't seem overshadowed. The channel would focus on his vocal talent and multilingual skills. Processing this, Wu Jin considered singing in foreign languages. Sun Jian clarified that he didn't expect Wu Jin to become a YouTube vocalist. The idea was to create light covers of existing songs. Wu Jin nodded. Familiar with similar content. Sun Jian elaborated, noting the global reach of Hallyu and suggesting K-pop covers as a starting point. Yet, with many creators adding unique twists, standing out would be tough. To ensure lasting appeal, the channel needed a distinct edge. Sun Unjin proposed English or Japanese covers of K-pop tracks, leveraging Wu Jin's status as a recognized actor with a singer's voice, multilingual fluency, and striking visual, rare mix poised to attract a global audience. Wu Jin saw the ambition but recognized its potential. Keeping his response brief, he said it sounded promising. Sun Jian expanded on the plan's potential, explaining that success would showcase Wu Jin's vocal and linguistic abilities while drawing international fans, especially from English-speaking countries and Japan, where Hallyu was hugely popular. A thriving channel could even lead to artist collaborations. Reflecting on his rapidly changing life, Wu Jin felt daunted by the scale of these prospects, but chose to embrace them. Agreeing, he admitted it sounded exciting. With Wu Jin's approval, Sanjian promised to handle everything, song choices, lyrics, and studio arrangements, swiftly. He warned that Wu Jin's schedule would grow busier, but he trusted Wu Jin could manage. Wu Jin smiled, assuring him he could cope, though inwardly he felt the opposite. Already sensing burnout looming. Back home, Wu Jin collapsed onto his bed, exhausted before the year-long project. Next big task, the script reading for a guy friend starting tomorrow. As the project's lead, he bore the responsibility of driving it forward. The role's weight felt unreal, but instead of succumbing to pressure, he focused on acting alone. Accessing his subspace, he checked his project status, noting improved grades across the board. He wondered if this was due to his involvement or Henry Yang's top ranking on Japan's Netflix. Either way, seeing consistent decent ratings was gratifying. Reviewing the script prep for a guy friend, a notification confirmed 100% completion, ensuring a top-quality drama script. Excited, Wu Jin felt everything was aligned. It was time to start. Outside the script reading room, a small group bustled, arranging items and chatting. They debated the shortage of chairs on one side, wondering where extras were while someone offered to tape name tags. Nearby, an excited girl told a guy about meeting the famous actor Wu Jin, noting that aside from Detective Agency, this was his first lead in a commercial projector, romantic comedy debut. Though both were rookies, she admitted Wu Jin was in a different class. The guy calmly replied that it was the same for everyone. Among the rookies, some quietly speculated about the enigmatic, monstrous rookie. Curious about his acting and what set him apart, they murmured the name Hanho, Mr. Kong Wu Jin. Just then, Hanho arrived, sparking excitement. The group greeted her warmly, though the attention made her slightly uneasy. Scanning the room, she noted most were rookies or lesser-known actors, fitting for a short drama. She wondered where Wu Jin was. Suddenly, he appeared behind her, greeting her and startling her briefly. Turning, she beamed, congratulating him on Henry Yang's #1 spot in Japan and his surging popularity. Mid-sentence, she paused, feeling she was babbling. Wu Jin kindly assured her she wasn't. Noticing the rookies staring, Wu Jin wondered why they focused solely on him. Feeling self-conscious, he gave a polite bow and introduced himself. His presence, posture, aura, was striking, clearly setting him apart. Confused by their awe, Wu Jin couldn't grasp their reactions. The mood shifted as the director and assistant entered. Confirming all actors were present, the director asked everyone to sit. Before starting, he shared important news. He was considering altering the drama's opening kiss scene. Hanho blurted aloud, "Pardon," then realized her outburst was too loud. She nervously wondered if Wu Jin was okay with the change or if the scene might be cut. Wu Jin, internally panicking, feared losing his chance at a rom-com. But the director clarified he wasn't removing the scene. He wanted to deepen it, making the emotions more vivid and detailed. Confused, Wu Jin asked what could be deeper than a kiss. The director explained that the original light kiss meant to shock felt flat. He envisioned a story shifting from present to past and back, ending in the future. So, the first scene needed to reflect the conclusion precisely. Thrilled, Wu Jin admired the director's vision. Hanho, blushing, silently panicked, "That deep?" Still, both maintained professional composure, leading the director to mistakenly think they were uneasy or not close enough for the scene. He offered to revert to the original script if the change felt overwhelming. Surprised, Wu Jin and Hanho were actually eager. Wu Jin insisted he was fine, prioritizing the project. Hanho, embarrassed, realized she'd been overthinking while Wu Jin stayed professional. Inwardly, Wu Jin was determined they had to do the deep kiss. Hanho agreed, prioritizing the project's success. Impressed, the director praised their professionalism, promising a flawless scene. He outlined the revised script. Originally, Hanho's light peg shocked Lee Bowman, followed by a scene change. Now, after a pause, Lee Bowman would impulsively kiss Han-in-ho again, their newfound feelings clear after years of friendship. The intense follow-up kiss would convey their unleashed emotions, gripping viewers instantly. Flustered but excited, Woo Jin-ah and Han-ho agreed. Deep was out. After introductions and script review, the director launched the reading. The first scene depicted cherry blossom-lined streets with Han-in-ho and Lee Bowman walking together. Rookies watched nervously, unsure what acting they'd witnessed. Despite being a table read, excitement hung in the air. Woo Jin-ah seemed calm, though some wondered if he was nervous or unwell, showing little emotion. Internally, he struggled under everyone's gaze, feeling overwhelmed but urging himself to focus on his character. As the director narrated Han-in-ho's fond yet ambiguous glance at Lee Bowman, Woo Jin subtly smiled at Han-ho, flustering her. The rookies were stunned. Woo Jin became Han-in-ho effortlessly, his gaze conveying deep love. The director described the story of a guy friend, Han-in-ho and Lee Bowman, childhood friends from close families, shared schools and lives until a subtle rift formed. In less than 10 seconds, a lifelong friend could feel like a stranger. The narration shifted to a past scene. Lee Bowman handed Han-in-ho flowers, asking him to smell them. He teased they smelled like her head. Embarrassed, she jokingly threatened him. His gaze lingered on her lips, and he gently kissed her, the script's emotions already captivating everyone. Back in the present, Han-ho abruptly stood, apologizing for needing the restroom urgently. The director, flustered, approved. Woo watched her rush off, thinking she seemed desperate, then realized he needed to go, too. Outside, Han-ho slowed, her mind racing. Woo Jin's intense gaze during the scene felt too real, overwhelming despite being acting. She liked it, but found it draining, unprepared for its impact. With the kiss scene looming, she wondered if she could handle it or if she should ask him to ease up. Shaking off the thought, she resolved to match his energy, terrified of burdening him. As a door creaked open, Woo Jin appeared, surprised to see her. Apologizing, he noted she was supposed to be in the restroom. Flustered, Han-ho stammered she'd returned and taken a call. Woo Jin mentioned needing the restroom and walked off. Han-ho called him back, staring closely. Woo Jin, struck by her beauty, scolded himself to stay focused. She claimed she was checking their height difference for the revised scene. Woo Jin offered to rehearse, placing his arm around her. Han-ho hesitantly put her hands on his shoulders. They stared silently. The moment, intense. Flustered, Han-ho stepped back, saying the height difference worked, then hurried away. Watching her, Woo Jin found her shyness cute. Amused at the thought of her being a fan and others' envy. Snapping back to the present, he abruptly recalls his pressing need and hurries toward the restroom, reminding himself he's short on time. Moments later, Woo Jin and Woo-rin were practicing their lines together, honing their performances with scripts in hand. Across the room, the cameraman watched Woo Jin's acting and couldn't resist commenting. He felt this wasn't just the quality of a short drama. It was a pity the show was limited to 4 episodes. The woman next to him nodded, remarking that Kong Woo Jin's popularity wasn't without reason. His ability to convey emotions was extraordinary, far beyond the norm. The cameraman noted that despite the script's somewhat cluttered emotional framework, Woo Jin's expressions were vivid and clear. It was as if the scene effortlessly shifted between past and future. The woman agreed, adding that it genuinely felt like stepping into the life of a close friend. Soon after, the director spoke to the group with gratitude. He acknowledged that the script reading had extended due to recent changes, but praised the actors for handling it so well. Without further delay, he revealed the filming schedule for A Guy Friend. The entire shoot was projected to last 1 month, possibly more. The first official day of filming was set for July 20th. Hearing this, the woman mentally calculated the time left. With roughly 10 days until shooting started, she quickly posted about the drama online. News of a guy friend spread like wildfire across the internet. While some speculated the buzz was fueled by Netflix's promotion, the collaboration between Kong Woojin and Warino, affectionately called Alina, already sparked excitement due to their compelling script reading. Public anticipation grew naturally. Fans were captivated by the pairing of the breakout star Kong Woojin and the rising talent Woorin. However, not everyone was thrilled. Among the general public were those who disliked Kong Woojin, ordinary people who saw him as conceited. Despite the mixed reactions, Woojin saw the viral post and grinned. To him, it was free publicity and he was grateful for it. As the post gained momentum, comments flooded in. Supporters lauded his acting, saying he was perfect for romantic comedies. Some noted his unique charm that commanded attention and commented on how striking he looked in person. Others were impatient, urging for the drama's immediate release. But negative comments soon surfaced, too. Among those posting hateful remarks was someone from Woojin's past holding a secret he was still unaware of. Elsewhere in the city, a man glared at a poster of Woojin and Woorin. His face twisted with rage as he muttered bitterly, mocking their on-screen chemistry. His anger surged as he cursed Woojin repeatedly, furious at the sight of him leaning on Woorin in the image. He grumbled to himself, recalling their school days. Even back then, he believed Woojin had been pretending, hiding behind his so-called acting. To him, Woojin hadn't changed a bit. His hatred intensified. He convinced himself that someone like Woojin needed to be put in his place. In his warped perspective, a fool should remain a fool forever. Smirking with malice, he revealed a troubling truth. He had attended the same school as Kong Woojin, and the Woojin of today was nothing like the person he once was. Time passed and the filming day for A Guy Friend finally arrived. The set hummed with energy as crew members scrambled to organize equipment. Each team grabbed their walkie-talkies and security began holding back approaching students to prevent a crowd. Nearby, two girls chatted excitedly. One asked if anyone knew what was being filmed. The other replied that she'd overheard a teacher say it was A Guy Friend. At the mention of the title, the first girl's eyes sparkled as she confirmed it starred Kong Woojin and Woorin. Struggling to see clearly, she pointed into the distance, spotting Woojin. The girls shouted his name in excitement. Woojin heard them, turned, and waved with a warm smile. Deep down, he envied their youthful enthusiasm, a kind unique to their age. Mia Wang arrived soon after, covering his ears against the fans' loud cheers. In a playful tone, he told Wu Yani he'd truly become a real actor. Woojin glanced at him, silently, wondering why Kim Mong was even there. Mia Wang explained he was filling in for President Choi, who was tied up with YouTube and company matters. The two longtime friends shared a knowing look, communicating without words. Muang mentioned he was supposed to get more training initially, but thanks to Hyang's recommendation, he'd been hired regardless. He grinned, joking that with more training, he might join the Haeyoung team. Woojin casually called him a big lug and told him to stop talking. Moments later, the director approached, greeting Woojin and asking about President Choi's absence. Woojin explained that Choi was busy with work. The director admired Choi's commitment and expressed his excitement about working with Woojin again since Detective Agency. He reflected on how much their careers had changed since then. Back during Detective Agency, neither was well known, but now things had completely turned around. The director remarked that the future was unpredictable, and Woojin wholeheartedly agreed. The director pointed out familiar faces from Detective Agency among the crew, and Woojin quietly noted they were there to support A Guy. He decided to greet them later and the director encouraged him, saying it would lift their spirits. He added that everyone had gained from Detective Agency and many were genuinely thrilled about Woojin's success. The shooting plan was outlined. The next 2 days would focus on insert shots and lead actor scenes with supporting roles and extras keeping busy, too. Since the filming location was sponsored, scenes would be shot in sequence. The team also needed to move to the university location within the week. Soon after, Warren arrived, prompting even louder cheers from the fans. The director welcomed her warmly, and she greeted both Woo Jin and the director. Internally, she admired Woo Jin's presence on set, thinking he looked 100 times cooler during filming. Woo Jin, meanwhile, found her more refined than usual, perhaps due to her makeup. He returned her greeting. As Woo Jin and Warren chatted, the director watched from afar. He noted how much more at ease they seemed compared to the script reading. He hoped their chemistry would deepen during the shoot. A crew member announced that the costumes had arrived. Woo Jin looked at his assigned outfit school uniform and remarked that he hadn't expected to wear one again. Both Woo Jin and Warren changed into their uniforms, and people nearby whispered that they looked youthful and great. Someone commented that they genuinely resembled high schoolers, another adding it was likely due to their youthful faces. As Woo Jin stood in his uniform, he felt the weight of the moment. The first scene was about to begin. Nervousness crept in, a feeling that always returned no matter the project. He hadn't grown accustomed to it, but there was no turning back. If he couldn't escape the nerves, he'd embrace them, using the adrenaline and his pounding heart as motivation. The director called action, and the filming of A Guy Friend officially began. The shoot opened with a high school setting where the student council president hosted a welcome ceremony. Woo Jin, playing the president, stood on stage wondering to himself how long the event would drag on. Scanning the crowd, his eyes landed on Bowman, his childhood friend and the female lead. As he stepped away from the scene, he wondered what she was up to. Knowing her dream was to become a composer, he figured she was probably off writing music or something related. He decided to ignore her, thinking it'd be funny if she got caught and scolded for sneaking away. As she walked off, Bowman glanced back and caught Woo Jin staring. Flustered, he instinctively flashed her the middle finger. Bowman looked back, puzzled, wondering why he'd done that. In response, she stuck out her tongue to tease him. Woo Jin smirked, thinking she was pouting again. He figured if he left her alone, things would resolve themselves. The director called, cut, and praised Woo Jin's authentic performance. From the sidelines, a few rookie idols whispered among themselves, gushing over Woo Jin. One called him adorable, saying his smile hit them hard. Another agreed, noting that even though it was just the first scene, their heart was already racing. The director remarked that both Woo Yani and Warren had remarkable qualities. Their visuals perfectly matched the drama, enhancing the romantic comedy vibe. Without delay, the crew prepared for the next scene. The director announced the upcoming shot, an outdoor kiss scene. Hearing this, Woo Jin's mind raced. The moment had arrived. The kiss scene was about to begin. Woo Jin geared up for the upcoming kiss scene, slipping into a fresh costume. As he scanned the script for the next sequence, a surge of incredulity hit him. He quietly wondered if he was really about to shoot a kiss scene with a member of a top-tier girl group. The moment still felt surreal. Just then, President Choi appeared at his side. He had come to check on Woo Jin's feelings about the shoot, but upon seeing him, he noted that Woo Jin seemed to be handling things well. Woo Jin paused before responding, then mumbled a reply. Inside, though, his calm exterior hid his true feelings. His stomach churned, but he brushed it off, telling the president it was just acting. President Choi chuckled softly, nodded in understanding, and reminded Woo Jin that his scene was set to start in 10 minutes before walking off. Moments later, Mong approached, calling out Woo Jin's name. In a hushed tone, he admitted he was wildly jealous. Woo Jin told him to hush, confessing that his heart felt like it might explode. Miao Yao, amused yet empathetic, handed him a breath spray, mentioning he'd grabbed it while picking up snacks. Woo used the spray as Miao Yao looked on with a mix of pity and envy, silently stewing in his jealousy. Meanwhile, the director spoke with Warren. He proposed filming the scene by a tree where she would run toward Hanho. She agreed. The director then asked if she was truly comfortable with the revised scene, which now called for a more intense kiss. If she felt even slightly uneasy, he was willing to adjust it, but she confirmed she was okay. She insisted it was just acting and that she wasn't bothered. The director, visibly relieved, encouraged her to speak up if anything felt off. She nodded in agreement. In her mind, she solidified her resolve. She had already decided to go through with it. Though her heart raced whenever she saw Wu Jin, she felt this time was better than before. Since it was acting, she believed she could perform weller, so she kept telling herself. The director announced that the cameras would roll in 5 minutes. Warren quickly reminded herself to rinse her mouth and apply lip balm. Soon Wu Jin and Wine stood face to face. Wu Jin said he looked forward to working with her and she echoed the sentiment. The director signaled them to prepare, wherein steadied herself, having gargled thoroughly and urging herself to stay calm. She repeated that it wasn't a big deal trying to match Wu Jin's composure. In that moment, she wasn't wearing she was Lee Balin. The shoot began. Balman, clutching a bouquet of flowers, ran to Han Inho and asked him to smell them. Inho stared at her deeply. Overwhelmed, Wyron questioned if this was truly just acting. His gaze, brimming with love so profound and genuine, conveyed emotions without words. In those intense, soulful eyes, something stirred within her. She wondered how he could express such depth and silently pleaded for help. Her heart pounded as Wu Jin leaned closer. Then came the kiss. As Wu Jin kissed her, her composure crumbled. Nerves took over. She slipped out of character and hiccuped mid-kiss. A crew member noticed and asked if it was an NG, a mistake. Another wondered if they should pause. The director, recognizing the hiccup as an NG, stopped to evaluate but decided to keep rolling, suspecting it might have been intentional. The crew debated if it was an ad-lib, and the director noted that Wu Jin hadn't broken character, suggesting he noticed the hiccup, but chose to continue. Overhearing this, Wu Jin stayed in character and calmly said to keep going. On the other side, Wyron panicked internally, feeling she had ruined the take. But the director shared with the crew that he thought Weir's hiccup was a deliberate, fitting reaction. Onlookers whispered, finding Balman's hiccup adorable and perfectly suited to the character. If it was intentional, it was a brilliant move. Wu Jin eventually pulled away from the kiss. Still fully in character as Hanenho Werin noticed. Despite her mistake, he had pressed on. She realized he had done it for her. Subtle signal that it was okay to continue. He was supporting her in the scene. Encouraged, she resolved. Back into Balman, she hiccuped again and playfully scolded Inho, calling him a maniac. As the background music swelled, the emotions buried deep in Balman's heart began to emerge. The feelings she had suppressed, the ones she had ignored, surfaced because of Hanenho. The cameras captured it all. As the kiss scene unfolded, some onlookers murmured, questioning if such an intense moment was necessary for a short rom-com drama. Others believed it would leave viewers speechless when it aired. Amid the chatter, Miao Yao sat quietly, still consumed by jealousy. The director, observing closely, felt satisfied. For him, the intensity was vitality elevated the scene. In his mind, it was flawless, almost unbelievably well executed. He finally called, cut and praised them both enthusiastically, declaring the scene a triumph and saying they had nailed it. Wu Jin and Werin dropped their characters, returning to themselves. Wu Jin blinked, struggling to recall the moment. It felt like a haze. The director rushed over, buzzing with excitement, proclaiming that the scene would dominate when it aired. He brought up Wyron's hiccup, asking if it was an ad-lib. Wu Jin listened quietly, now, certain the hiccup was accidental. He chimed in, saying it added life to the scene. The director agreed, praising Weirin for perfectly capturing Balman's shocked expression. Weirin quietly wondered if Wu Juan had covered her mistake by calling it an ad-lib. She knew it was a slip, but since it fit the mood, he had gone with it. She admired his quick thinking and deep understanding of his co-star. To her, everything about Woo Jin was top tier, as expected of Mr. Woo Jin. Still riding the high, the director admitted he wanted a clean take without the hiccup and asked them to reshoot per the original script. Both Woo Jin and Warren agreed without hesitation, secretly thrilled for another chance. They shot the kiss scene again. When it wrapped, the director called cut and approached, apologizing for a staff error that required 5 more takes. Neither Woo Jin nor Warren minded. Both calmly said they were fine with it, inwardly grateful for the extra takes. Warren nearly smiled but held it back. Woo Jin praised her performance and she thanked him, returning the compliment. Puzzled, Woo Jin asked what she was thanking him for, Warren simply said it was for covering for her. Unsure of her meaning, Woo Jin chose not to press further, deciding to play it cool as it fit his vibe. Soon, a crew member informed Warren that her solo scene was next. Woo Jin was asked to wait nearby. As he wrapped up, President Choi approached, praising his hard work. Woo Jin humbly deflected, saying, "It wasn't really hard work. It was a privilege." He quickly credited Miss Warren for carrying the scene. President Choi laughed, saying that was typical of him. Changing topics, he handed Woo Jin a lyric sheet for the Japanese version of a song soon to be uploaded to YouTube. He told Woo Jin to study it. The Japanese version was ready, and the English version's lyrics and arrangement were nearly done. Woo Jin would soon hear the guide track, but for now he should review this version. Glancing at the lyrics, Woo Jin instantly recognized the song. President Choi confirmed it was indeed familiar, tied to Woo Jin's past. It was Ballerina by Alani, a jazzy dance hit with striking choreography and sharp rap, a sensation in Korea and Japan 3 years prior. He added that a 5-member team including a PD and editor was already set for Woo Jin's YouTube channel and the studio was booked. Woo Jin was stunned by the project. Scalate was just a YouTube channel but the effort was immense. Just then a crew member called Woo Jin to change into a school uniform for his next scene. A tense moment at school. Extras playing bullies were also summoned. Woo realized this was the scene where Han In-ho heroically saves Lee Bowman from bullies, targeting her confidence and optimism. On his way to prepare, Woo Jin overheard the director and a staff member talking. The director seemed displeased, saying something was missing. He wanted a bully with a more intimidating look and larger build. The staffer noted that the bully roles were already cast with scripted lines and solo shots, and finding someone new on site would be challenging. Still, the director wondered if an extra with the right look, decent acting, and physique could be found. Woo Jin smirked, spotting his best friend, Kim Dae-ong, nicknamed Mio. With a playful glint, Woo Jin asked the director if he needed another bully extra, pointing at Dae-ong and recommending him. Caught off guard, Dae-ong mentally cursed Woo Jin, calling him a madman. Woo Jin added that Dae-ong had acting club experience. Internally, Woo Jin hoped the director would agree, knowing acting was Dae-kyung's dream. He highlighted Dae-kyung's strong build and left the choice to the director. The director eyed Dae-kyung, noting that with makeup, his slightly older appearance wouldn't stand out. His experience helped too. The director agreed to test him with a few takes and asked Dae-kyung if he was up for it. Overwhelmed, Dae-kyung emotionally agreed, vowing to do his best. The director nodded, saying they'd need to sort out his outfit first. Watching. Woo Jin wondered if Dong was tearing up. President Choi observing asked Woo Jin why he'd volunteered his friend, noting their usual playful distance. Woo Jin simply said it was Dae-kyung's dream. Touched, President Choi called Woo Jin a true friend, patting his shoulder with a laugh. The crew then called Woo Jin to prepare for the next scene, moving him to a new location. Meanwhile, President Choi got a call from the promotion team, leader who reported 2 urgent matters about Woo Jin. Surprised by the serious tone, Choi Tensen asked for details. The first was good news. but the second shifted Choi's expression to worry. He said he'd look into it personally, instructing the team to send the data and proceed with other tasks. After hanging up, Choi sat in thought, concerned that a misstep could spark a scandal for Woo Jin. The scene shifted to the set where the drama shoot began. The storyline followed Wyrin as Lee Bowman harassed by bullies. Han In-ho, played by Woo Jin, entered to comfort her. Deong, now a bully in the scene, acted his part. As filming continued, Dekyong watched Woo Jin's performance with quiet awe, noting the precision in his expressions and delivery. It pushed Dekyong to focus harder on his own acting. During a break, Deong casually asked In-ho if he and Balman were married. Nearby, director Shin quietly assessed Dekyong's acting, noting his potential despite needing polish, and praised his tone and projection. The scene resumed with Dekyong grabbing In-ho's collar, pretending to strike him, and taunting that he wanted to test this husband's strength. In-ho calmly warned him to look up before swinging. Dekyong froze, spotting the school principal watching silently. Soon, director Shin called a wrap, praising the team and ending the day's shoot. Woo Jin sighed in relief, craving home and his bed. Before leaving, President Choi called him over warmly, commending his effort. He noted that despite Woo Jin's packed schedule, he seemed unfazed. Privately, Woo Jin admitted he'd have collapsed without the Subspace's calming effect. Choi then lowered his voice, saying they needed to discuss something serious and asking Woo Jin to follow him to a quiet spot. Woo Jin agreed, sensing an unusual gravity in Choi's demeanor. As they walked through the silent hallways, Woo Jin finally asked if something was wrong. President Choi let out a soft laugh and brushed off the question, then swiftly shifted the conversation. He inquired if Woo Jin had ever come across a Japanese program called the Teo Talk Show. Woo Jin replied, "To be honest, I haven't." President Choi shared that the Teo Talk Show had been on air for more than 10 years, holding a solid primetime slot and consistently pulling in strong viewership. The program often showcased prominent Japanese celebrities, though it occasionally featured international stars, including some from Korea. With a touch of pride in his voice, President Choi revealed the real reason he'd pulled Woo Jin aside. Woo Jin had been formally invited to appear on the show. Caught off guard by the unexpected news, Woo Jin echoed the words in disbelief he'd been invited. Woo Jin couldn't help but wonder why a Japanese talk show would want him. He speculated it might be tied to the rising popularity of the drama Henry Yang in Japan. President Choi elaborated that if Woo Jin agreed, the show's team was even prepared to travel to Korea. Such effort felt unusual, though not entirely unprecedented. Director Kiyodoro had done something similar in the past. Choi noted that with Henry's current momentum and Woo Jin's growing fame in Japan, appearing on the show would be a strategic move. Additionally, Woo Jin's role in A Guy Friend was also gaining traction with a dedicated YouTube channel recently launched. If Woo Jin went on the talk show, he'd become a major topic, not only in Korea, but in Japan, too. Choi emphasized that Woo Jin would be the first rookie actor to guest on the show, making it a significant milestone. Despite the opportunity, Woo Jin hesitated. With Sports Day already draining him, the prospect of appearing on a prominent Japanese program felt daunting. The idea thrilled him, but also made his stomach churn. He worried that his character's misconceptions might snowball further, potentially spreading beyond Korea. But having come this far, he decided there was no turning back. Since it was only a preliminary meeting and not yet confirmed, he chose to dip his toes in first. He agreed to move forward with the opportunity. Choi responded enthusiastically, saying he'd notify the show's team to align with their schedule and arrange a visit to Korea. Woo Jin asked if he'd be appearing solo. Choi admitted he didn't have all the details yet, but since Hyun hadn't been contacted, it seemed likely the show was inviting only a select few, perhaps 3 or 4 people, including Woo Jin. Relieved, Woo Jin felt a bit less anxious. Choi playfully teased him not to seem too thrilled about it. Still uncertain, Woo Jin wondered if a group appearance might be less than ideal. Choi agreed, noting that if the group segment wasn't well coordinated, Woo Jin might end up shouldering the entire show, adding undue pressure and diluting his personal brand. He promised to advocate for a solo appearance during the upcoming meeting. Suddenly, Choi's tone grew serious. He showed Woo Jin a comment that read, "I went to the same school as Kong Woo Jin." His personality now is completely different from back then. Woo Jin realized his concept acting was starting to unravel. Choi clarified that he wasn't prying into Woo Jin's past, but wanted to address the situation directly to prevent escalation. He explained that such comments weren't uncommon, but claims of a complete personality shift were unusual and could spark a scandal if the media caught wind of it. Choi asked if there was a reason for the recurring comment. Woo Jin admitted that his real personality differed starkly from his current persona, which would naturally stand out to those who knew him before. Though tempted to stay silent, he decided honesty was the best approach. He confessed to Choi that everything he'd been doing was concept acting, a performance that had been ongoing for some time. As soon as the words left his lips, Woo Jin braced for anger or accusations of deceit. Instead, Choi reacted with surprise and mild disbelief, interpreting Woo Jin's confession as him having lived his entire life as someone else. Woo Jin panicked. That wasn't what he meant at all. He tried to clarify, but Choi had already formed his own conclusion. Choi chuckled, calling Woo Jin a brat for turning his whole life into an acting exercise. Woo Jin froze. He was certain he'd been truthful, but it had only led to another misunderstanding. Now, Choi seemed convinced that Woo Jin had been playing a role for all 20 years of his life. Frustrated, Woo Jin wondered why this kept happening, why even his honesty twisted into misconceptions. He tried to explain again, but Choi waved it off, assuring him he'd keep it confidential and had experience handling such matters. Woo Jin silently disagreed. Choi clearly didn't get it. Meanwhile, Choi reasoned internally that if Woo Jin had truly been eccentric from the start, he wouldn't have blended in so seamlessly. It made sense that someone with such exceptional acting talent could spend a lifetime playing ordinary. Chi admired Woo Jin's ability to perform so convincingly that no one suspected otherwise. Now that acting was his career, perhaps Woo Jin no longer needed to pretend. Choi saw him as a naturally gifted genius born for the craft. Woo Jin, however, felt defeated. Even after bearing the truth, no one believed him. He gave up trying to correct the misunderstanding if that's how they saw it. He'd lean further into the concept and see how far it could take him. Choi advised Woo Jin to keep his story under wraps for his own protection. Woo Jin agreed, realizing no one would believe him anyway. Choi noted that he couldn't stop anonymous rumors from spreading and that reporters were likely already digging for dirt. He warned Woo Jin to brace for the possibility of the issue blowing up and assured him that if it did, he'd handle it. Woo Jin's only task was to focus on acting. When Woo Jin asked if there was anything they could do proactively, Choi explained that the entertainment industry thrived on attention, with people quickly shifting from one hot topic to another. The best way to bury a scandal was with a bigger, more controlled story. Inside the meeting room for the Tail Talk show, the producer admired the setup, remarking on how impressive the space felt. Turning to the two women beside him, he asked the interpreter to translate his words carefully and thoroughly during the discussion. One of the women nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Woo Jin entered confidently and introduced himself. His sudden arrival startled the producer. Woo Jin quickly apologized, explaining that the staff had accidentally sent him to the wrong room. The producer was struck by how natural Woo Jin's Japanese sounded. Though Woo Jin downplayed it, claiming his Japanese wasn't great, the producer disagreed silently. Woo Jin's pronunciation was near native. He noted to himself that an interpreter might not be necessary, and Woo Jin's presence alone had already piqued his interest. At that moment, President Choi appeared and introduced himself as the head of BW Entertainment. The producer reciprocated, identifying himself as Shiki Shinjo, the show's main producer. Before further introductions could proceed, Woo Jin and Choi took their seats, marking the start of the meeting. President Choi opened by expressing his initial surprise at Japan's interest in Woojin. The producer explained that Henryong had exploded in popularity in Japan, putting its cast in the spotlight. Though Choi was already aware, he feigned surprise and asked if Woojin was truly that popular. The producer confirmed it, noting that Woojin was discussed as much as the lead character, Han Jana. Despite his calm demeanor, the producer couldn't tell if Woojin was genuinely unaffected or simply composed. Meanwhile, Woojin mentally assessed the staff, noting their professional and composed demeanor, more akin to a documentary crew than a talk show team. Convinced his concept acting would resonate well with them, he prepared for the performance. The producer, observing quietly, sensed a shift in Woojin's presence. From a rookie who had debuted with Onryong Waney exuded a gravitas that suggested years of hardship. The more the producer recalled his research, the more fascinated he became. Every project Woojin touched became a hit and his collaborations included renowned actors. Woojin was proving to be a figure who consistently sparked curiosity. Woojin politely thanked the producer for traveling to Korea and asked about their plans for the show. Impressed again by Woojin's near-native mannerisms, the producer explained that the show aimed to feature the 4 villains from Henryong. President Choi responded cautiously, apologizing but noting that a group appearance might not be ideal. Woojin would likely bear the brunt of the responsibility, and since he wasn't particularly close with the other villain actors due to separate filming schedules, the segment might lack cohesion. The atmosphere grew tense. Choi elaborated that putting 4 strangers together wouldn't create an engaging or unified segment, especially during a sensitive time when small details could become significant. The 2 women beside the producer exchanged glances at Choi's directness. The producer mulled over the issue. A solo appearance would be simpler to manage. Sticking with the group plan would mean either splitting the show into separate segments or cutting Woojin's time short despite his being the main draw. If Woojin couldn't shine fully, the entire concept might as well be abandoned. One of the women nervously asked the producer what he planned to do. After a brief pause, he decided to scrap the group plan and feature only Woojin on the show. Both Woojin and President Choi were stunned, though inwardly they recognized it was exactly what they'd hoped for. Later, back at the agency, President Choi remarked that the meeting had gone smoothly, securing precisely what they wanted. Woojin quietly reflected that while things went as planned, it wasn't something he'd personally desired. Choi reminded Woojin that his only task left for the day was a song recording. As they headed toward the studio, a YouTuber suddenly greeted them. Choi returned the greeting and introduced her to Woojin, explaining that she was part of the YouTube channel team he'd mentioned earlier. Realizing who she was, Woojin greeted her warmly. She explained that she'd hurried over upon hearing the song arrangement was finished. Choi laughed, saying he'd done the same. The 3 entered the studio where the producer was already waiting. Choi greeted him and introduced Woojin, noting that producer Kim Sununyoung was responsible for arranging the song. The producer cleared his throat modestly. Choi added that securing Kim Sunyoung hadn't been easy due to his high demand in the industry. Kim brushed it off and asked the team to begin setting up the camera. While the setup was in progress, he offered to play the song for them first. As the track played, Woojin listened intently. The original version had opened with a dramatic warning sound and bold drums, but this one started with a soft piano, giving it a gentler acoustic vibe. To Woojin, it sounded even better with the layered vocals. He quietly wondered if this style was called acoustic. The new arrangement felt fresh and to him just right. When the song ended, the producer leaned forward asking for feedback. Choi immediately praised how the song retained the original tempo while feeling both familiar and new. All eyes turned to Woojin. Though tempted to simply give 2 thumbs up, he restrained himself and shared how the melody lingered in his mind, particularly the intro and the sharp note near the climax. Choi agreed, noting the track's catchiness and how the male vocals added a fresh layer of depth. The producer cleared his throat, signaling the next step, recording the song. He suggested starting lightly, noting it would take, at least half a day. Since there were 2 versions, he asked which to begin with, English or Japanese. Choi opted to start with the Japanese version and tackle the English one later if time allowed. Just then, a staff member announced that the camera setup was complete. The producer turned to Woo Jin, instructing him to enter the recording booth. As Woo Jin walked toward the studio, nerves began to creep in. He reminded himself to treat it like singing in one of those small coin karaoke rooms from his past. Inside, the producer directed him to start slowly and align with the intro's timing. The moment Woo Jin began singing, the producer was struck by the depth of his low notes, rich yet smooth. His voice, a mix of rasp and clarity, stood out, and his Japanese pronunciation was impeccable. Stunned, the producer realized Woo Jin's voice was one in a million. Choi, listening from the other side, let out a laugh, clearly impressed. Just then, Choi's phone buzzed with a notification. Curious, he checked it and froze. A headline flashed across the screen. Star issue. Monstrous actor Kong Woo Jin has a split personality. Eyewitness report spreads through community. Choi had anticipated this. Staying calm, he thought to himself that the expected news had finally surfaced, but he was ready with countermeasures. Almost immediately, a new article began circulating. Hot issue PD Yun's new variety show, Our Table, reveals its lineup. Ajong, Hak, Hong Soo, Yen Bang, Hong Hyen, Warren, and Kong Woo Jin. Another outlet published a feature star pick bulldozer rookie Kong Woo Jin. What kind of charm will he show on PD Yun Bang's variety show? In response, a man commented skeptically, questioning if they were trying to bury the controversy with the variety show announcement. A woman argued, certain that such news couldn't eclipse Kong Woo Jin's controversy. The man countered that even if it faded briefly, it would resurface eventually. But then another headline startled him. Reports highlighted Japanese tycoon director Taniguchi Koto's project, The Strange Sacrifice of an Unknown Figure. Whispers circulated about the sudden casting of a Korean actor gaining traction in Japan. The man gaped to the screen, rattled by the unexpected turn. As Woo Jin settled into the makeup chair, one of the stylists mentioned a recent article, asking if he'd read it. Another jumped in, referencing a claim about him having a dual personality and dismissing it as absurd. Woo Jin recalled it clearly. It had emerged on the last day of shooting for a guy. The makeup artist tried to ease the tension, noting that the harsh comments were merely a byproduct of Woo Jin's growing fame. People posted them for amusement. Woo Jin shrugged, saying he wasn't bothered. Another stylist brought up director Taniguchi Koto's piece, stressing it wasn't something to brush off. The makeup artist also remembered reading it and pondered who the Korean newcomer might be. Woo Jin chose not to dwell on it. The president had assured him he'd take care of it. Director Choi stepped in and asked Woo Jin to step aside for a brief chat. In a soft, playful tone, he reintroduced himself and shared some news. The filming date for the TO talk show was set for August 30th. Also, the editing for Woo Jin's cover song was already done. Woo Jin was taken aback by the pace, but Choi explained that the arrangement was solid, and Woo Jin's vocals were stellar from the outset. He offered to play it for Woo Jin. As the video rolled, Woo Jin found it odd to watch himself on screen, but with eyes closed, he admitted it sounded fantastic. Choi outlined the content. 3 videos: a 3-minute interview, a Q&A-style interview, and Japanese and English versions of the ballerina cover by Alan. All that remained was uploading them. He then asked Woo Jin what he wanted to call his channel. Woo Jin hadn't thought much about it, but suggested Kong Woo Jin's alter ego. Sha repeated it, mulling it over. Woo Jin wondered if it sounded odd, but Choi found it amusing, noting its rushed feel added charm. He teased Woo Jin, suggesting he'd probably mold it over despite claiming otherwise. Woo Jin insisted it was a spur-of-the-moment idea. Sha went ahead and updated the channel name. It was Live Kong Woo-jun's alter ego with 0 subscribers. He explained that the initial video would be uploaded based on how things unfolded with extra content prepared before the official debut. He also suggested starting to plan a second cover song. Woo-jin agreed, noting how K-pop songs were often adapted into Japanese or English so they could cover J-pop or Western pop in Korean. Choi approved of the concept. A blonde staff member then called out a 10-minute warning before shooting. Choi used the remaining time to brief Woo-jin. First about director Kyodoro's film, The Strange Sacrifice of a Stranger. The project was drawing buzz in both Japan and Korea. Sha reminded Woo-jin he was overseeing that and the Art Table variety show. Initially, director Kyodoro planned to announce Woo-jin's role closer to filming, but that didn't align with their schedule, so Choi persuaded him otherwise. The news release was timed to overshadow Woo-jun's scandal and amplify new headline. The Tail Talk show would serve that purpose, too. Choi stressed that while the Kyodoro project didn't need to be leveraged this way, it was strategic, especially since a guy friend was launching in Japan and tied to Henry. At that point, Woo-jin's popularity in Japan was still UNS. That's why Cha planned to capitalize on Wiren's recognition. It might seem calculated, but Woo-jin accepted it, thinking they had to play smart for now. He added that he didn't want to miss either opportunity. Chia continued, explaining that if the casting news for The Strange Sacrifice of a Stranger broke, the doll would turn vibrant. From profiler Henry Angengang to the Teo talk show to a guy friend, Japanese audiences would grow curious. They'd want to learn more about Woo-jin. In turn, the film's popularity would soar. It was a win-win plan. But Cha wasn't finished. He returned to the YouTube channel. Despite Hanong being the only major hit so far, Woo-jin's Japanese fan base was growing. If The Strange Sacrifice of a Stranger succeeded, Korean and Japanese fans would flock to Kong Woo-jun's alter ego. On screen, the subscriber count was still 0, but Choi believed fans would eventually gather there. He admitted it wouldn't skyrocket instantly. Woo-jin responded with a quiet, uncertain look. Sha reassured him that their approach was about steadily building attention and expanding reach. Woo thanked him for his efforts. Choi brushed off the praise, saying such behind-scenes work was just part of his skill set. No need to dwell on it. A voice suddenly announced the start of the final shoot. Choi responded casually and Woo-jin was told to hurry back to the set. Without hesitation, Woo-jin complied. That day's scene featured Han In-ho playing the piano and singing a song produced by Lee Bowman Hanho's theme from the AI Friend OST. Originally, the song was to be performed live at a cafe by an unknown singer, but when she couldn't attend, the cafe owner opted to cut the song entirely. Lee Bowman tried to convince the owner to reconsider, but before tensions rose, Han In-ho appeared unexpectedly before them. The crew's voices echoed again, urging everyone to prepare. Among the crowd, a boy with glasses spotted Han In-ho and reacted with bewilderment. A girl beside him looked equally shocked. The boy demanded to know who the guy was and questioned her connection to him. In a flustered tone, the girl apologized and promised to bring him down right away. But something about the moment made her pause. It clicked. He was singing her song played the sixth summer. The boy in glasses, now less irritated, admitted the performance was strong and asked if her friend was training to be a singer. The girl, still captivated, quietly denied it. She hadn't known at all. As the song continued running toward you beyond this spacetime, her cheeks flushed. It was the first time she'd seen him like that. The director called for a cut, praising Woo Yani and the team for their stellar work. Everyone thanked him in return. The director gathered Woo-jin and Wiren to share key updates. A press conference was set for a guy friend representing the short drama project. Both actors were required to attend along with the director and writer Cho Nana. Additionally, Japan's Netflix had requested a brief trip to Japan for promotional activities. Since a guy friend would officially launch there, the event was framed as a small press conference. The production needed to consult both actors' agencies, but Choi, smiling, said they'd adjust Woo Jin's schedule. It was his first lead role, so he should go. Choi then handed Woo Jin something to review. The press and public were starting to talk. One headline fueled the buzz. Speculation that the Korean rookie actor mentioned by director Kyodoro was Kong Woo Jin. Rumors spread rapidly online. Some dismissed it as baseless fan speculation, but others found it credible. With Henry gaining traction on Japan's Netflix, they believed director Kyodoro might have spotted Woo Jin there. As the article spread, Choi clarified that discussions about Woo Jin had already started. Early that morning, Woo Jin jolted awake, shouting. He thought he was late and checked the time frantically. Then he recalled Choi's words. Filming for a guy friend was done and he could rest for 2 days. Realizing his error, Woo Jin collapsed back onto the bed, mumbling about the LA guy friend press conference in 2 days. Vowing to use the time wisely, he promised himself to catch up on missed sleep. That evening, as he lay still, his phone buzzed. A call from Kong Horner. Woo Jin glanced at the screen, wondering what she wanted now, and ignored it. Moments later, a message appeared, asking why he hadn't answered, and if what she saw was true. Curious, Woo Jin opened a news article. The headline revealed director Kyodoro's mention of the Mensen Scene Acting Award winner. Speculation grew that it might be Kong Woo Jin. Rumors spread quickly, but Woo Jin stayed quiet. Online, comments flooded in. One claimed no rookie matched Kong Woo Yanni's talent. Another said they hadn't seen Detective Agency, but found assistant manager Park impressive. Skeptics questioned if it was really Won, noting his silence on Instagram. Some doubted his ability to act in Japanese, wondering when he'd learned it. Others speculated it might not be him, perhaps an unknown Korean or a Korean-Japanese actor. Woo Jin processed it all. This was what President Choi meant. The situation was escalating. Then Cha called, checking if Woo Jin was resting well. Woo Jin said it was nothing special and confirmed he'd seen the media buzz, public reactions, and comments. Choi noted the momentum and suggested it was time to launch the Kong Woo Jun's alter ego channel. Woo Jin agreed it was ideal timing. Choi said he'd upload the video immediately. Nervous but optimistic, Woo Jin told himself it would work out. He had no idea how massive the impact would be or how it would transform everything. Soon a video titled Kong Woo Jun's alter ego appeared online with Woo Jin introducing himself. It gained 41,000 views in an hour. Online reactions exploded. Viewers laughed, calling the alter ego authentic and praised his voice as strong enough for a main career. A Japanese major noted his near-native Japanese. Others were stunned by the timing, pointing out how the video aligned perfectly with the rumors. One user confirmed it meant director Kyodoro had chosen Kong Woo Jin. As the buzz grew, Woo Jin's thoughts deepened. This was becoming huge and it would change everything. Time passed. Woo Jin sighed. His brief break had vanished quickly. LA Guy Friend marked the start of Netflix's short drama project with launches confirmed in Japan and Korea. At the press conference, cameras flashed relentlessly. Alone took the mic, opening the floor to reporters. The director pointed to a permed reporter in the front row for the first question. The reporter addressed the director, citing Detective Agency success and asking why he shifted to a short drama. The director chuckled, saying he had to repay Mr. Woo Jin. Attention turn. Everyone was there to learn about Kong Woo Jin, the rising star. Though questions were held back for now, anticipation filled the room. The host announced the next round questions for Woo Jin. He tensed, scanning the crowd, knowing he had to answer carefully. He chose the reporter with the gentlest demeanor, a woman in a shirt at the back. A green-head reporter stood, referencing the Japanese launch of A Guy Friend, and the growing rumors that Woo Jin was the Korean rookie actor director Kyodoro had chosen. She asked for his thoughts. As she finished, a pink-haired anchor interjected. Woo Jin stepped forward, confirming to the crowd that he was indeed the Korean rookie actor everyone was buzzing about. Gasps echoed and shock rippled through the reporters. Chaos erupted. Reporters shouted, demanding answers. Had he met director Kyodoro in person? When did this happen? How did a rookie land the lead in a legendary Japanese director's project? They pressed for details. Amid the noise, Woo Jin froze, his thoughts spiraling. He didn't know how to respond and silently hoped for rescue. He wondered if things were still under control. Earlier, Choi had approached him, warning that the press would bring up Kyodoro. He asked Woo Jana to give him time to manage the fallout, but Woo Jin insisted it was fine to address it as long as it caused no issues. Cha agreed, noting they'd already discussed it with director Kyodoro. If Woo Jin was ready, Cha would handle the aftermath. He stepped away, thinking Woo Jani had managed it well. Nearby, the executive director praised Woo Jin's performance, but was unsure how to calm the spiraling situation. Choi suggested there was no need to settle it, just step back from the chaos. He thanked the executive director for supporting his plan. The executive director responded gratefully, noting the press conference had generated priceless publicity. The casual reveal would now spread across Korea and Japan. He suggested contacting Netflix Japan to scale up promotional activities and push a guy friend harder. With the attention now exploding, Woo Jin was set to dominate headlines in both countries. Choi nodded quietly, relieved it had unfolded this way. Meanwhile, Woo Jin reminded himself to choose his words carefully moving forward. In the crowd, a woman with long black hair trembled with excitement, realizing Woo Jin was truly starring in director Kyodoro's project. Her heart raced. He was her ultimate bias. Now acting in Japan, the thrill overwhelmed her. She recalled Woo Jin's Japanese cover of her group song on YouTube, the memory sparking fresh admiration. She decided to rewatch and share it across social media. Elsewhere, the director watched quietly, his expectations confirmed. Though he'd anticipated this, seeing it unfold felt surreal. Woo Jin had risen from a Korean talent to capturing the attention of Japan's legendary figures. The question swirled in his thoughts. Just how far could Woo Jin climb? At this rate, he imagined Woo Jin might break into Hollywood by next year. As Kang Woo Jun's candid comments rippled through the media, he openly confirmed he was the much-talked-about Korean rookie actor in director Kyodoro's forthcoming film. The revelation sparked headlines and fueled discussions both online and in person. His name swiftly became a focal point not just in public discourse and news outlets, but also in casual conversations. When director Kyodoro publicly validated Woo Jin's bold claim, the excitement only grew louder. Breaking news soon followed. The Korean rookie actor in director Taniguchi Kodoro's project was indeed Woo Jin. Fans erupted with enthusiasm, lauding his skill and genuine nature. Some pointed to his YouTube channel, encouraging others to watch his cover song. Many marveled at how a newcomer could secure such a prominent role so early. Interesting. Kang Woo Jin surged across Korea and Japan. As if on cue, Netflix Japan dropped an official teaser for a guy friend alongside the confirmed Japan itinerary for Woo Jin and his co-star Warren. Soon they touched down at Haneda Airport. Woo Jin now in Japan soaked in the moment. The flight had been shorter than anticipated. He reminded himself to stay calm and not betray that this was his first international trip. Sanjin, grappling with Woo Jin's skyrocketing fame, revealed that casting offers were flooding in. Luckily, the Japan schedule had slightly reduced the influx. He'd already filtered out smaller offers, zeroing in on major prospects, but he still needed Woo Jin's guidance on managing the new opportunities. After reviewing his existing commitments, Woo Jin admitted taking on more would be overwhelming. Projects like The Island of the Missing, The Love That Freezes to Death, and several commercials were already stacking up. He chose to focus solely on his current slate. Sanjin nodded in agreement, suggesting they reassess new offers after A Guy Friend and Drug Dealer were released. He noted that starting in October, Woo Jin's calendar would likely be packed with event appearances, ceremonies, film festivals, and awards shows. The momentum from On Ryong and other past works ensured offers would keep pouring in. He also mentioned that director Kim Do-hee had reached out before their flight. A blind premiere for Drug Dealer was set for the following week. Woo Jin paused, recalling what a blind premiere entailed. He remembered it from discussions during Detective Agency. If it was happening now, the editing must be nearly done. Still, the timeline felt rapid. Sanjin confirmed that the editing was about 90% complete, driven by an intense production pace. The team had pushed hard to finish early. The blind premiere was moved up due to the actors' schedules, with full promotions kicking off before mid-September. The official release would likely land in October or November. Woo, feeling the weight, admitted he was anxious. Unlike event-driven projects like Detective Agency, this time viewership and sales would be meticulously tracked. Sanjin pointed out the possibility of A Guy Friend and Drug Dealer releasing around the same time. Woo Jin confirmed he'd heard A Guy Friend was slated for October. Sanjin suggested simultaneous releases could be a boon, amplifying Woo Jin's public presence through consecutive headlines. The contrasting roles of Lee Sang-man and Han In-ho from entirely different genres and tones were polar opposites. He wondered how audiences would respond to such a stark contrast. Woo Jin likened it to switching between a hot bath and a cold plunge. Sanjin then shifted to the Japan schedule. Promotional activities for A Guy Friend overlapped with a guest spot on Teo Toxo. He'd already adjusted the timeline and arranged a meeting with director Kayadoro. In Japan, Woo Jin would head directly to Netflix Japan for an event briefing. Later that afternoon, he'd meet PD Shinja. The next day was the Teo Toxo appearance, followed by a formal meeting with director Kayadoro and other engagements. Woo Jin felt swamped and tried to quiet his racing thoughts. Sanjin, noticing his unease, checked if he was okay, knowing Woo rarely showed emotion. Woo Jin assured him he was fine, saying he'd use the Subspace if needed. A reporter signaled they were moving on. Sanjin warned that a few reporters might be waiting at the airport as Woo Jin and Waren's schedules along with the Teo Toxo article were public. Though it might get chaotic, he advised Woo Jin to act naturally. Waren suggested they walk together for a double shot rather than appearing separately. Woo Jin agreed it made sense. Waren quietly thought that if their schedule were lighter, she'd have taken him to a local food hot spot. Woo Jin felt the pressure mounting like a crowd closing in. Stepping out now would draw intense attention. Oddly, the crowd seemed larger than expected. "We're in not." Iced the commotion, too. Woo Jin wondered what was happening. Was it the people? Suddenly, reporters started shouting, spotting them. The noise exploded. Calls for Kong Woo echoed through the terminal. Woo Jin was stunned. This wasn't just a few people. The crowd was enormous. Sanjin estimated about 500 people, though he'd expected 2,000. He wondered if the airport had stepped in to manage it. Woo Jin couldn't believe 500 was considered small. He urged himself to stay composed, grit his teeth, and keep moving despite feeling like he might be sick. Reporters kept calling his name. Day 1 in Japan began. The first stop was a meeting with Netflix Japan to discuss the event. Next was a press conference and promotion for A Guy Friend. The final stop was a meeting with PD Shinja of Teo Toxo. By the last meeting, Woo Jin was drained. His mind echoed his exhaustion. He was tired. So tired. PD Shinja greeted him warmly, thrilled about Woo Jin's popularity in Japan. His name was trending, dominating online communities and social media. He revealed Woojin's YouTube channel had hit 1.05 million subscribers. Woojin was flawed over 1 million already. PD Shinjo said it was the fastest growth he'd seen in his career. Woojin, still reeling, accepted the milestone. He was now a 1 million subscriber YouTuber. Due to Woojin's soaring popularity, the Teo Toxo team had overhauled their plans, extending the recording time and adding segments. Content from all his projects, Henry Yang, A Guy Friend, The Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger, and his YouTube channel was woven into the new format. The PD suggested Woojin sing a brief line from his YouTube song during the talk segment. Woojin agreed instantly. Since the show was pre-recorded, segments would be filmed out of sequence and reordered in editing. They might start with an audience QA. PD Shinjo shared that would join as a guest during the A Guy Friend segment. Her team had approved a short appearance. Woojin realized even President Choi might not have known, likely caught off guard. Another surprise came when PD Shinjo revealed the studio audience was primarily Woojin's fans, about 200 of them. Woojin was shocked. He already had 200 fans in Japan. The PD clarified that over 3,000 had applied for those seats, making selection highly competitive. Woojin was stunned again. 3,000 applicants. The numbers and attention kept escalating. At Japan's TV broadcasting station, Woojin stood backstage, taking deep breaths. Recording day had arrived, and nerves hit hard. He couldn't believe he was the main guest on a show known for hosting Hollywood stars and Korea's top actors. Still, he told himself it would be fine. With clenched fists, he focused on staying calm, mind control as always. Sanjin said the recording was about to start. Woojin nodded. As they approached the set, Sanjin noted the audience seats were fully packed, around 250, not 200. Woojin was surprised. Sanjin asked if he was nervous. Woojin replied that Korea and Japan felt similar. Sanjin remarked on S calm demeanor. Woojin silently vowed to handle his inner turmoil alone. Sanjin pointed ahead as a staff member approached to mic Woojin up. He introduced a man nearby, Karamat Soyo, Japan's national MC. Woojin recognized the name but was internally shocked. Everyone around him was Japanese. A crew member outlined the plan. The recording would start with an audience QA and Woojin could step on stage when ready. It was just a pre-recording, so no need to be overly nervous. The session began. Woojin greeted the audience and introduced himself. Karamatsuo reciprocated. The QA kicked off with the MC energizing the crowd and passing the mic to the audience. Sanjin noticed something: interpreters were present. One might not be fluent in Korean, but the second used sign language. Woojin knew Korean Sign Language, but this was Japanese Sign Language. A missed chance. Sanjin thought if only there were a universal sign language. Woojin's twist would have been ideal. Suddenly, the MC reacted. Something unexpected was unfolding. Woojin had answered in sign language. Was it Japanese Sign Language? A young boy asked how Woojin knew it. Woojin paused, puzzled. He thought it was because he knew sign language already, but then questioned himself, why did he know Japanese Sign Language? He had no answer. To confirm, Woojin tested it again, asking if his signing was correct. The boy affirmed it was accurate, even better than his sign language teachers. So it was true, Woojin could use Japanese Sign Language. PD Shinjo halted the recording briefly and asked Woojin directly if he knew Japanese Sign Language too. Woojin admitted he seemed to. He added that he also knew Korean Sign Language. Shinjo was astonished. Korean, Japanese and their sign languages meant Woojin spoke 4 languages. Woojin mentally noted English as well. When asked, he confirmed it. Impressed, Shinjo proposed showcasing both Korean and Japanese sign languages on the broadcast, believing viewers would be captivated. Woo agreed. Shinjo suggested rest-staging the earlier scene for greater impact. Wu Jin offered a tweak. Since the boy was far from the stage, he couldn't see him clearly. A closer conversation would look better. He asked if that would overwhelm the boy. The boy said it was fine. Shinjo clarified Wu Jin would step off the stage, approach the audience member and answer in person. He was impressed. It was a brilliant move. During a break, Wu Jin reflected on the recording. Pre-recordings were less stressful, but still exhausting. Something felt strange. His system had once flagged a new language as simply sign language without specifying. Whether Korean, Japanese, or English, if he thought of the language, his body produced the corresponding signs. But when he tried French, nothing happened. He didn't know French. It clicked. Sign language was a passive skill. Mastering a spoken language unlocked its sign language equivalent. That's why the system used the general term sign language. This meant learning a new spoken language would also grant its sign language 2-for-1 deal. Wu Jin currently had 6 languages. He rarely used sign language but felt it would prove useful someday. Sanjin approached demanding honesty. Was Wu Jin truly human? Wu Jin was baffled. Sanjin sighed, saying he'd accepted the inexplicable things that always happened around Wu Jin. He'd even told the team Yin Zhang and Swan included to do the same. Wu Jin's past had shaped who he was today. Wu Jin thanked him. Sanjin said the second recording session was about to start. Before leaving, he mentioned the young boy Wu Jin had signed to. The boy had been deeply moved, nearly in tears. Sanjin hadn't seen a fan react like that in ages. Wu Jin pondered the situation. What were the chances someone could use sign language to communicate directly with a beloved actor or admired figure? Sanjin conceded it was uncommon. Opportunities to use sign language, even outside of celebrity encounters, were scarce. Wu Jin noted that unintended isolation was far more challenging than most people understood. He reflected on his own past, feeling isolated and misinterpreted. Sanjin nodded in agreement. For that young boy, this day would likely stand out as one of the most unforgettable moments of his life. Meanwhile, elsewhere, staff inquired how the chairman wanted the study tidied. He instructed them to skip it and proceed. Then he spotted a visitor, Shingo. The boy greeted him with enthusiasm, exclaiming that something extraordinary had occurred. He reminded the chairman of his win, a seat at a talk show recording. The chairman was astonished. Shingo, usually wearing a blank expression, was now beaming. Shingo shared the details. The Korean actor, Kong Woo Jin, had flawlessly used Japanese Sign Language. The chairman was taken aback. Mastering sign language as a casual pursuit was no small feat. Then it dawned on him Woo Jin likely shared similar experiences. Why else would he learn it? Then it dawned on him Shingo had been the only survivor of a tragic car accident that claimed his family, leaving him deaf and mute from the trauma. The chairman, for his grandson's sake, had studied sign language and explored the deaf community. Yet, despite his efforts and resources, Shingo seemed to drift further away. Now, though, Shingo returned with a smile. For the first time in ages, there was a glimmer of hope. Kong Woo Jin, the chairman, felt profound gratitude. Such an actor deserved immense success. He silently resolved to find a way to repay him. Yoshimura Hideki, chairman of the Kasahi Group, made a discreet decision. At Toga Film Company, Woo Jin sat in the meeting room as the director outlined the day's agenda. They had much to cover. Project delays, filming timelines, promotional plans, and logistical matters. Amid the updates, the director casually mentioned recent buzz about Woo Jin's YouTube channel and a rumored male friend, offering congratulations. Woo Jin responded courteously, though a subtle unease began to stir within him. Something felt amiss. A faint tension lingered in the room, impossible to ignore. Curious, he asked if anything was wrong. The director admitted the script reading originally set for October was now postponed. With a heavy sigh, he explained it would likely shift to early next year, perhaps 6 months away. Wu Jin was stunned. The abrupt change hit harder than anticipated. The director went on, revealing that nearly half the project's investment had already been lost. They'd faced a 30% drop initially, and now more seemed to be slipping away. Alarmed, Wu Jin wondered if he was to blame. The director quickly dismissed the notion it wasn't his fault, but rather the resistance of those opposed to change. President Choi, observing silently, asked Wu Jin if something was troubling him. In his mind, Choi had already anticipated this outcome. As Wu Jin's fame grew, so did the scrutiny, both positive and negative. Hate comments had surged. Some investors might have grown cautious of his rising prominence, while others could simply be uneasy about a Korean actor in such a prominent role. If news of the investment troubles leaked to the media or public, the backlash could __ the project. What worried Choi most was that early promotions had centered on Wu Jin and now those efforts seemed wasted. Still, he found it odd how quickly investors were backing out. The director elaborated from the project's announcement. Fans of the original work had fiercely opposed it. Despite investor hesitations, he'd pushed forward. But after Wu Jin joined, fears of backlash grew stronger. Investors wary of reactions from the original fan base and others chose to pull out. Cowards, the director muttered, exasperated. Wu Jin sat quietly, absorbing the sequence of events. It had come to this. He glanced at the 7th scenario script, the bizarre sacrifice of a stranger, graded AC disappointingly average. He wondered if securing another investor could boost its rating. But as expected in the entertainment industry, it was a world of endless complications and challenges. President Choi wrapped up the meeting, stating they had no choice but to wait for now. He reminded everyone they needed to head to the airport. The director promised better news next time. Wu Jin acknowledged the situation and prepared to leave. President Choi offered reassurance the director's reputation carried weight, so the project likely wouldn't be scrapped. Still, there was little they could do now but wait. Choi noted that Wu Jin had no time to linger on this project anyway. Back in Korea, his schedule was packed. A drug dealer blind screening event, delayed commercial shoots, YouTube content filming, promotions for a male friend, script reading and filming for The Love That Freezes to Death, followed by The Island of the Missing and more. Hearing the relentless list, Wu Jin thought, just end me now. After the meeting with director Kyodoro, Kong Wu Jin returned to Korea. With no time to breathe, he dove into his postponed tasks. First was the blind screening for the drug dealer project, followed by commercial shoots. He also began stockpiling videos for his YouTube channel, Kong Wu Jin's alter ego, alongside promotions for a male friend. A week vanished in a blur. Amid the frenzy, his momentum only grew, drawing even more attention. Exhausted, Wu Jin collapsed into a chair, feeling he might collapse from the overload. He recalled that today was the script reading for The Love That Freezes to Death. Just then, someone burst in with bad news. The investor withdrawal from BSS had hit the headlines in Japan. Total chaos. Wu Jin remembered they'd stressed the news must stay under wraps, yet it had leaked. President Choi advised him to note the situation and wait for developments. Trying to refocus, Wu Jin checked his system window, wondering if the 7th scenario's grade would drop further. An F would be unsalvageable. Then something shocking happened. The rating had jumped to S+. Stunned, he wondered if it was a glitch. Confused, he decided to let it go for now. Something unknown must have shifted. He'd check again tomorrow. Soon after, director Kyodoro called. He confirmed the news of the investor pullout had made headlines, and things looked grim. He'd asked the investors to stay quiet, but they hadn't. The remaining investments were now at risk, and the project might be delayed until mid-next year. If this persisted, it could harm Wu Jin's public image. Giodoro offered an out. If Wu Jin wanted to withdraw, he'd support it. But Wu Jin refused. He chose to wait, still committed to BSS, even at the cost of his image. Giodoro was visibly touched. Wu Jin brushed it off, saying he had other commitments, and hung up. Shortly after, Giodoro received another call from an unknown number. The caller greeted him formally, mentioning the BSS movie and its current troubles. Giodoro, assuming it was a media inquiry, tried to deflect, but the voice cut in. The caller offered to cover the lost investments and add extra funding with one condition. Kong Wu Jin must stay on the project. The caller cared only about Wu Jin. Stunned, Giodoro asked if the caller knew Wu Jin personally. The voice replied that he was someone who understood Wu Jin's pain. The caller revealed himself as Yoshimura Hideki from the Kasahi Group. President Choi entered the BSS office and asked Wu Jin about the worsening situation in Japan. Wu Jin admitted the project's reputation had taken a hit. Yet, he noted a bright spot: that TO talk show episode featuring him had scored over a 20% viewer rating. Choi saw this as a positive sign, and Wu Jin added that public opinion in Japan was slowly turning in their favor. Despite the crisis, Wu Jin remained steadfast, declaring he'd wait. Choi, sensing this wasn't just loyalty, asked about his motives. Wu Jin explained that BSS had been upgraded to S+ and he wanted to see it through. Choi wondered if Wu Jin's peculiar intuition was at play again. He agreed to the decision, but said he wouldn't join the reading, needing to monitor the situation. He asked if Wu Jin would manage alone, knowing he rarely got nervous. Wu Jin admitted feeling uneasy and nauseous, not knowing anyone there, but insisted he'd be fine. Choi smirked, noting that everyone was likely already discussing him. As Wu Jin opened the door, he said he didn't care. Choi nodded, recognizing Wu Jin's indifference to such matters, and wished him luck. Entering the reading room, Wu Jin introduced himself and sat down. Whispers followed. Some were surprised by his demeanor, expecting the rumored cynicism, but finding him even more so. Others noted his calm amid BSS's chaos, wondering if it fazed him at all. His composure set him apart from typical newcomers. Internally, Wu Jin cringed at the awkward silence, finding it stifling. The hushed murmurs felt unbearable, but he hid his discomfort. Among the observers was top actor Yong Jang-hwan playing the male lead Sun Tong. Recognizing Kong Wu Jin, Jang-hwan studied him quietly, noting he didn't seem like a typical rookie. Something about him drew even the biggest names' attention. Though Jang-hwan couldn't yet identify it. Soon the writer entered with a sign language expert. Everyone stood to greet her. She acknowledged Wu Jin, noting it had been some time since their last meeting. Introducing the expert, she explained the woman would review Wu Jin's signing for errors and offer feedback. Wu Jin felt a twinge of nerves but reassured himself, recalling the Subspace's support. He nodded to the expert, maintaining composure. The writer asked everyone to sit as the reading began. In a low voice, she asked the expert's first impression of Wu Jin. The expert hesitated to judge too soon, but noted that emotional expression was vital in sign language, and Wu Jin's stoic face posed a challenge. It seemed he showed no expression at all. The writer asked if this meant a flaw in his face itself. The expert wasn't certain, but warned that if it persisted, it could become a serious issue. A rookie's unconventional start. With the introductions concluded, the script reading for The Love That Freezes to Death began. The writer announced the start of Scene 1, introducing the main character, Sehong, a germaphobe who rarely interacts with the world and is set to undergo significant changes. In Scene 3, Si-hyung jolted up from his bed, his thoughts consumed by the mysterious man next door, played by Kong Wu Jin, with whom he had just made eye contact. The actor portraying Si-hyung, Yong Jang-hwan, delivered his line, "Hey, do you have something to say to me?" The mysterious man had little screen time, but required the deepest acting. The writer and the sign language expert wondered how this rookie would handle such a challenging role, especially if his sign language was vague, as that would make the character unlikable. Suddenly, an unexpected moment occurred. Jang in character decided to ad-lib, intensifying the tension. "Why do you keep looking at me? Either say something or walk away." He was testing Wu Jin's reaction, curious to see how he would respond. As the atmosphere grew tense, Wu Jin realized he had no lines to speak. As his character could not talk, a thought came to him. "I'll do an ad-lib that will leave Si Hong speechless." With a confident smile, Wu Jin used sign language to respond, a gesture that meant, "I like you." The writer, impressed, noted that he had perfectly captured the essence of the character, a man with 1,000 faces. The sign language expert, who had initially been concerned about his lack of facial expression, was now left speechless. She praised his performance, stating that his body movements were smooth and his expressions were dynamic, conveying emotion perfectly. She was so impressed that she called Wu Jin a monstrous rookie. A lesson in humility. The director, Park Yun-mi, who had been quietly observing, stepped in. She acknowledged Jang Hwan's ad-lib, but questioned if it was something his character Tong would actually say. She believed his line sounded more like a test from the actor than a genuine character reaction. Jang Hwan, feeling as if he had been scolded, apologized for going overboard with his curiosity. The director then addressed the entire room, reminding them that while curiosity was a good trait for an actor, it should not turn into jealousy or begrudgment. Jang Hwan apologized to Wu Jin again, admitting that his curiosity had gotten the better of him. Wu Jin, ever composed, responded, "It's fine. It was fun." The director then proposed to Wu Jun that they keep his ad-lib in the official script as it clearly expressed the difference between Sun Taeyong and the mysterious man next door. Wu Jin happily agreed, and the director announced that she would quickly modify the script before filming began. With the filming day just around the corner, as Kang Wu Jin prepared for the first shoot of The Love That Freezes to Death, a different kind of drama was unfolding in Japan. A mysterious new player had entered the scene, the Kasahi Group. Rumors began to spread throughout the film industry, questioning if this massive company, which had never before touched the cultural sector, was showing interest in the struggling BSS project. Then an official statement from BSS hit the news announcing that the investment issues had been resolved and they were fully committed to the production. It was a complete turnaround that shocked many as all other investors had previously backed out. Public opinion shifted as people began to speculate that the Kasahi Group was backing BSS because they saw potential and profit in its star Kang Wu Jin, whose popularity was soaring due to the Hallyu wave. Eventually, the Kasahi Group released its own official statement confirming its involvement in the BSS project as its first step in the cultural industry. At the KBC's Drama Production Center, the set buzzed with activity. Everyone was in position for the first shoot of The Love That Freezes to Death, and the air was thick with anticipation. The writer sitting on the sidelines noticed a large number of actors on standby, all eager to witness the revised scene and Wu Jun's performance. She believed they were all curious to see him perform live. Arrived on set, greeting the writer, who thanked him for coming. She noted that he seemed much calmer than she had expected, but he simply told himself he was trying to get into the right headspace for a tough role and also that he needed to use the restroom. The director called for everyone to take their positions. He instructed them that the first cut would be treated as a light read-through. A fellow actor jokes that Wu Jin wouldn't do any ad-libs today, but the director dismissed it, saying he wouldn't mind even if he did. As Wu Jin prepared to shoot, he took a deep breath and a serious look came over his face. He was waking up the mysterious man next door who's sleeping deep inside him and bringing him out with a call of cue. The scene began. The world seemed to fall silent. Wu Jin in character as the mysterious man next door silently watched as the female lead in her apartment. The actress's inner thoughts narrated the scene. He's leaving the house at the same time today, too. As always, she wanted to talk to him to get closer, but she was afraid of what might happen. Her eyes welled up with emotion, and she thought, can I even get close to him? Just as her character was about to give up, Woo Jin's gaze met hers. His eyes, full of a deep, sorrowful longing, seemed to tell her a story without a single word. His acting was so intense that the writer, watching from the sidelines, was left in awe. She couldn't believe a rookie could pull off such a powerful gaze. She felt as though the script ripped out and came to life. After the director called cut, everyone on set erupted in praise for Woo Jin. They were all captivated by his performance, and a few of them even started to discuss the recent news about the Kasahi Group's investment in BSS. They found the situation odd given the Kasahi Group's history of staying out of the entertainment industry, but were ultimately relieved that BSS's investment issues were resolved. During a break, director Kyouro approached Woo Jin. He confirmed that all the problems with BSS had been resolved and expressed his relief. He was curious about the Kasahi Group's involvement, but decided not to pry, deeming it an internal matter. He then Woo Jin, which took him by surprise. Kyouro explained that thanks to Woo Jin's unwavering belief in the project, they were able to scale up the production. He was impressed by Woo Jin's fluent Japanese, overflowing confidence, and talent. But most of all, he was moved by his calmness and willingness to wait for a movie on the verge of collapse. It was a rare quality, one that could only mean one thing in Kyourou's mind. Woo Jin was connected to Chairman Hideki. He believed that for Chairman Hideki to go this far for BSS, he must have a close connection to Woo Jin. Kyouro promised to let Woo Jin's agency know once the BSS schedule was confirmed. As the conversation ended, some crew members overheard what had happened and began to speculate that Woo Jin was the son of a Kale, a rumor that had started to gain traction. Woo Jin could only hear the familiar sound of a new misunderstanding beginning to take shape. Elsewhere, director An Gabok, a living legend in the Korean film industry, was reviewing a script with a member of his team. The script contained a dozen cuts of sign language acting, and the team member was worried about finding an actor who had mastered it. He argued that most actors only learn foreign languages, not sign language, so they might have to remove the scene. An Gabok, however, had a different idea. He asked why they were excluding Woo Jin from their search. He explained that he had heard about Woo Jin's use of Japanese Sign Language on a national talk show in Japan. The team member was surprised, but he still argued that Woo Jin was a rookie who lacked experience. An Gabok pointed out that experience didn't seem to matter to directors like Kwon and Kyoto, who had chosen Woo Jin for their projects despite his inexperience. He believed there had to be something special about him, and that's why they chose him. The team member apologized, admitting he hadn't thought it through. And Gabok then instructed him to get in touch with Woo Jin's agency and bring him everything he'd appeared in that they could watch. On a quiet, cool night, beneath the imposing shadow of a large, modern building, the grueling work was finally done. An assistant clapped Kong Woo Jin on the shoulder, his voice full of genuine praise. "Woo Jin, you've worked hard." As Woo Jin gracefully stepped out of a large van, the weariness of the long shoot etched on his features, his manager confirmed the welcome news. The shooting for The Love That Freezes to Death is finally over. A deep sigh of relief escaped Woo Jin's lips, the tension melting from his shoulders. But before he could fully savor the moment, his manager was in front of him, holding out a script folder with a single, direct word, "Here." Woo Jin accepted the folder, his expression a mask of polite curiosity. "The script that PD Song asked you to check before," the manager explained. "He told me to deliver it to you." Woo Jin gave a small nod of understanding, and began to flip through the pages. His eyes, scanning the text, widened almost imperceptibly as a detail caught his attention. "Oh. The main character is a chef." The title page confirmed it, the praised chef. In that instant, a familiar spark ignited in Woo Jin's mind, a thrilling possibility taking root. Hold on, he thought, a flicker of excitement running through him. Can I maybe gain the chef ability too? He immediately began to speculate on the nature of such a gift. Would it grant him a master's skills or simply the theoretical knowledge? The practical implications clicked into place as he considered his packed schedule. If I do obtain it, he mused, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards, it'd be very handy for our table show, right? With a new, electrifying objective clear in his mind, Wu Jin willed himself into his subspace. The world dissolved around him, reforming into an infinite, inky void. He stood on a floor of glowing white panels, his own figure the only solid thing in the darkness. Placing a hand on his chin in deep thought, he surveyed the familiar emptiness. What's this? A softly glowing message materialized before him, stating that the script was C-grade. Looking at the full display, title, The Praised Chef, C-grade, Wu Jin's initial reaction was a flicker of disappointment. It seemed merely average. He quickly corrected himself, a wry smile touching his lips. No, C-grade isn't bad, he admitted internally, my standards have just gotten high. It was a testament to how far he had come. Shaking off the thought, he called out into the void, his voice ringing with authority, now, come out. As if obeying a command, a system window instantly appeared, listing the roles that are possible for reading, EXP, with the name, Zhang Haiyanji, highlighted in brilliant light. Wu Jin felt the power welling inside him. Pop out. Come on. Subspace ability, he shouted, clapping his hands together in eager anticipation. A blinding flash of light erupted, and he grinned. Nice. A hexagonal system window materialized from the light, announcing, abilities beyond the basic specs have been detected. Directly below, a second message pulsed into existence, learning the chef technique. Wu Jin tilted his head, his brow furrowed in confusion. Chef technique? Before he could begin to process the notification, another pair of identical windows flared to life, once again declaring that abilities beyond his basic specs had been detected. But this time, the system announced a second acquisition, learning the chef recipe. Wu Jin's eyes shot wide open in utter shock, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as he stared at the impossible display. Oh. 2 abilities? Not just one, he shouted into the void, his voice echoing with disbelief. A small, surprised smile began to form as the reality of the situation washed over him. So far, the subspace has only ever given me 1 ability at a time, he thought, his mind racing, but now it's giving me 2? He began to ponder the reason for this unprecedented event. Why? And most important, the timing is uncanny. As a swirling vortex of black and blue energy began to form at his feet, a profound question surfaced. Could it be, the subspace is evolving? This thought sent him down a rabbit hole of reflection, connecting his recent, hard-won progress to this stunning new development. He recalled a fleeting memory of his younger self smugly saying, followed by another, more recent memory of being thanked as a director for his work on Detective Agency. Returning to the present, he continued to build his theory. The more I make good use of the subspace, the more abilities I'll be granted? He looked up, still struggling to process the idea, but ultimately decided that a concrete answer was unnecessary. It's impossible to fathom the subspace anyway, he concluded with a shrug. Let's just understand it like that. Just then, a new system window declared, preparing to read the chef technique/recipe. Wu Jin stood calmly, a pillar of stillness amidst the swirling streams of raw blue energy. I'm thankful it's giving it to me, he thought with sincere gratitude. It's just like a god. The energy intensified, crackling around him, and a new message confirmed the process was starting, preparation complete. Beginning the reading for the chef technique/recipe. With a sharp crack of energy, Wu Jin suddenly found himself standing next to a semi-transparent, ethereal duplicate of his own body. Stunned, he looked at his glowing twin. Is this a mirror, he wondered, thinking it might have appeared because he received 2 gifts. This is fascinating. It's like there's a whole other me. The duplicate placed a spectral hand on his shoulder and phased directly through him. As it passed, a torrential flood of vivid images rushed toward Wu Jin, countless delicious dishes, from elegant fine dining to rustic home cooking, flashing before his eyes. Here it comes, he thought, letting out an involuntary groan as the overwhelming information flooded his mind. He clutched his jacket, a completely new and incredible sensation washing over him. What's this? I can taste it, he realized in pure astonishment. It feels like I'm eating the dishes. This, he knew, must be the chef recipe ability. At the exact same moment, his transparent double began to flawlessly execute a series of complex cooking motions, dicing, sautéing, and plating with impossible speed and grace. Wu Jin understood instantly. That must be the chef technique. Back in reality, Wu Jin was standing by his car, his eyes fixed on the script in his hands with an unreadable intensity. His manager, President Choi, looked at him with surprise. "What do you think of the script?" he asked. Wu Jin, now possessing the complete knowledge and muscle memory of a master chef, simply replied with chilling finality, "I don't feel any desire for it." Choi was utterly shocked by the blunt, immediate dismissal. "So you're saying it's not that great," he said, sighing with palpable disappointment. "I'll tell that to PD Song. He'll be really disappointed." Choi, ever the pragmatist, quickly shifted gears. "Anyway, let's focus on promotion for the upcoming release of A Guy Friend and Drug Dealer on your YouTube channel, Kong Woojin's alter ego. But Wu Jin interrupted him, a new plan already forming. "You know? I think we need to start uploading different content now instead of vocals." Choi was intrigued, his business instincts piqued. "What kind of content?" he asked, leaning in. Wu Jin didn't miss a beat. What do you think about something related to cooking?" The suggestion caught Choi completely off guard. "CC cooking," he stammered, his mind struggling to connect the dots. The idea certainly had viral potential, but he wondered about the sudden, bizarre change in direction. Deciding to explore the strange proposal, he asked what Wu Jin had in mind. Wu Jin laid out his vision, making super simple, delicious recipes in a short amount of time. Choi then asked the obvious question, "How about a mukbang?" Wu Jin's expression immediately darkened as he admitted to himself, "I don't know how to eat meals in a way that looks delicious." An image of Wu Jin eating with a pained, forced expression flashed through Choi's mind, and he quickly agreed that it was probably not a good idea. "Well, we can just leave eating the food to someone else. To guests, for example," Choi suggested thoughtfully. "But if your cooking skills aren't that good, it's hard to use it as long-term content. I think we need to test it out first." Wu Jin immediately agreed, a confident glint in his eye. "Then, let's head to my house right now." As they made their way to the car, he thought to himself that this was the perfect chance to test his newfound, god-tier abilities. President Choi remained deeply skeptical. "No way he's a master in cooking too," he thought, shaking his head. "It's probably just average home-cooked meals." That skepticism completely evaporated the moment he took his first bite. His eyes flew open, and he yelled in pure, unadulterated shock, "It's delicious." With his mouth hanging open in ecstasy, he shouted, "It's way more delicious, no, hundreds of times better than my mom's cooking. What did you put in here?" Wu Jin stood by calmly in an apron, watching his manager devour the food with an almost primal pleasure. Phew, Wu Jin thought, a wave of relief washing over him. "I was doubtful, but the techniques and recipe just popped into my head instantly while cooking. Now, no matter what the menu is, I do not have to be worried at all." Choi grabbed Wu Jin's arm, his voice filled with disbelief. "When did you learn to cook like this?" Wu Jin, ever composed, offered a smooth lie. "My parents are great cooks." This instantly gave Choi an idea for the channel. Wu Jin could cook dishes requested on the spot by invited guests. Wu Jin liked the sound of it. "It's possible," he replied. "Alright, I'll tell you the details later. As Choi continued to shovel food into his mouth, Woojin's phone buzzed. It was PD Yoon, calling to finalize the schedule for Our Table. He explained that for Season 1, the cast would be going to America in November to run a K-Street food store. To make it more interesting, they would also include other Korean dishes. But before all that, they would film the first episode in Korea, where the entire cast would open a one-day restaurant as a trial run. PD Yoon explained he had carefully scheduled this before Woojin's overseas filming for The Island of the Missing. He mentioned they planned to have about 5 basic menus and that a mentor would be present for each part of the restaurant's operation. We've cast Chef Lee Yong-woo for the cooking part, PD Yoon said. Woojin recognized the name as a famous celebrity chef he'd seen on YouTube. The PD continued, explaining that while Chef Lee would provide the base recipes, the cast could also add their own creations, which would then be tasted and judged by the staff. If a dish wasn't good, it wouldn't be used, as the ultimate goal was to create an original dish by the cast that could become popular enough to be commercialized. The cast would be assigned roles in the kitchen, hall, counter, and promotion teams. PD Yoon then asked the fateful question, "What part would you like, Mr. Woojin?" Without a moment's hesitation, Woojin confidently stated, "I'm quite good at cooking. I think I'm not that bad." PD Yoon was taken aback, finding the image of the stoic actor Woojin in a kitchen hard to imagine. But then, a sly, excited grin spread across his face as he realized the entertainment potential. Wait. Broadcast-worthy. He thought, his producer's mind smelling a story. This might give off an interesting image. Seizing the opportunity, he made his decision. Then, we'll go with Mr. Woojin in the cooking part. Since it looks like you'll attract more attention. Woojin thanked him, oblivious to the producer's machinations. In the background, President Choi smirked, knowing a secret. The Our Table team is going to be very shocked, he thought gleefully. Woojin, feeling supremely confident, thought to himself, I'm looking forward to the filming day. However, in a bonus cut revealing the producer's dark side, PD Yoon's true intentions are laid bare. As he hangs up the phone, he finishes his thought with a sinister, twisted grin. I'm looking forward to it. His face contorts into a malevolent cackle as he reveals his trap for the unsuspecting star. For you to fail so miserably. The day begins under the brilliant morning sun, which bathes a beautiful, traditional Korean house in a warm, golden light. Inside its elegant courtyard, the crew for a new show bustles with frantic energy. A producer, a man clearly in charge, shouts orders that cut through the general chatter, set up the cast's table first. His staff hurries to comply, their acknowledgements lost in the clatter of tables and chairs being moved into place. Just as a semblance of order begins to form, a staffer runs up to the producer, his voice tight with urgency, Mr. PD. Mr. Kang Woojin has arrived. As if on cue, all eyes turn as the man himself, Kang Woojin, and his ever-present manager, Choi Song-jian, make their grand entrance. A woman with striking, long silver hair looks up, her expression a mask of surprise. Another woman, her hair pulled back in a sleek black ponytail, is the first to break the silence, greeting them warmly. It's been a long time, Mr. Woojin, she says, waving politely as she approaches. Woojin, seen from behind, offers a simple and characteristically reserved, hello. Suddenly, a whirlwind of energy barrels toward them. A young man with bright blonde hair rushes forward, his face absolutely beaming with excitement. Hello. Mr. Woojin, he exclaims, his voice brimming with pure adoration. Woojin, by stark contrast, maintains a stoic and utterly unimpressed expression, replying with another quiet, hello. This enthusiastic young man is none other than Yun Baekwang, the charismatic leader of a top-tier boy group. Unable to contain his fanboy excitement, he leans in close and gushes, I really enjoyed watching Hanraeing. Could I call you Hyung? Before Woojin can even formulate a response, another cast member, a devastatingly handsome man with neatly styled brown hair, steps forward. This is top actor Ha Gang-soo, who greets Woo Jin with a smooth, confident smile. "You've been doing great lately, huh? I've really wanted to meet you." Woo Jin, watching from the side, can't help but think with a touch of awe, "Wow, look how sociable he is." Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the sudden barrage of attention, someone bows his head slightly, a flicker of apology in his eyes. "Sorry. Did I come a little late?" He quickly explains, "The traffic was really terrible, maybe because there was an accident up ahead." However, a more seasoned celebrity, the distinguished top all-rounder entertainer On Jong-hak, cuts through the pleasantries with professional focus. "Well, anyway, let's do the greetings later and start right away," he states, his tone leaving no room for argument. The producer, a man in a green sweater vest, steps forward to give directions. Watching him, Woo Jin thinks to himself, "Wow, he's as cool as when he's on TV." The PD addresses the assembled cast, his voice calm and authoritative. "We're still organizing everything right now, so when you all are called later, please sit at the spot with your name on it." Following his instructions, the cast members find their designated places along a long, pristine white table. Once everyone is settled, the PD stands before them and the whirring cameras. "Finally, everyone who will light up our table has gathered here," he announces, a proud smile spreading across his face. "I feel reassured to have such amazing people. First, I'll tell you about each of your roles and jobs." An overhead diagram appears on a monitor, outlining the command structure for their one-day restaurant. The kitchen team will be led by manager Hong Hyan as head of kitchen, with staff Kang Woo Jin as her kitchen assistant. The hall team will be managed by Ha Gang-soo as head of hall, with staff Warren as the hall assistant. Finally, the boss and intern team consists of boss On Jong-hak as the operation executive, and intern Yun Baekwang handling the less glamorous roles of dishwashing and overall assistants. The PD continues his explanation. Each team will receive training from its assigned mentor. And then, we'll move on straight to the one-day restaurant. A mischievous grin plays on his lips as he adds, "But before that, let's play a quick icebreaker game. How about a light character quiz?" The cast seems excited by the idea, but one of the actresses, Hong Hyan, glares with an intense fire in her eyes, thinking, "Watch out if you get me wrong today too." Woo Jin, meanwhile, feels a single bead of sweat form on his brow, thinking nervously, "I'll do my best." The PD claps his hands together, his grin widening. "Now, let's start with Mr. Jong-hak." While the icebreaker game gets underway, Choi Song-jian, standing off to the side, feels his phone vibrate. He pulls it out and looks at the screen, puzzled. "What's this?" It's an unknown number. He answers the call with a cautious, Putting the phone to his ear, he identifies himself with practiced professionalism. "Yes, this is Choi Song-jian." The voice on the other end is that of an older man, calm, measured, and radiating authority. "Pleasure to speak to you, President Choi. I'm director On Gabak." Song-jian's eyes fly wide open in utter, earth-shattering disbelief. He's stunned into complete silence as the legendary director, a true titan of Korean cinema, continues, "I'm calling you because I want to meet with actor Kang Woo Jin." Song-jian breaks into a cold sweat, his mind racing at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Director On Gabak? Why would a living legend of the Korean movie industry want to meet our Woo Jin? And he even called me personally? He quickly tries to compose himself, realizing the immense gravity of the call. Let's just figure out why he's calling for now. The fact that he took the action personally means he's quite eager. Speaking into the phone, he struggles to maintain a professional tone. "Hello. What an unexpected call. The fact that you want to meet Woo Jin, is it related to a project?" Director On Gabak confirms his suspicion with blunt clarity. "That's right. What other reason is there for a director to meet an actor?" Song-jian forces a nervous smile, realizing he has to navigate this delicate situation with surgical precision. Although we'd love to meet you right away, it'd be great if you could give us some time. Woojin's schedule is a bit tight. As he speaks, the scene flashes to Woojin on set, dutifully preparing for the cooking segment. He's spending all of today shooting an entertainment show called Our Table. And tomorrow, he has to catch a flight to Vietnam right away to shoot The Island of the Missing. That'll take a little more than a month, too. Song Jian respectfully asks, his heart pounding, I'm sorry for this, but would it be possible to meet after his overseas shoot has wrapped up? The director considers this for a moment before graciously agreeing. Let's do that then, since I'm the one who suddenly called you. Overwhelmed with relief, Song Jian replies, thank you. I'll give you a call later. After the director says, all right then, Song Jian ends the call. His polite smile instantly vanishes, replaced by a look of deep, intense concentration. Director on Gabak. He murmurs to himself. A thrilling, almost unbelievable possibility dawns on him as he clenches his fist. Could it be that his 100th project scenario is coming out? With newfound determination burning in his eyes, he thinks, I need to look into it. Back on the vibrant set of Our Table, a staff member announces that the cast's makeup touch-ups are done. Woojin and Hong Hyen are now dressed in fresh aprons, ready for the main event. The PD gathers everyone, shouting, then, let's get into positions first. Woojin stands beside the PD, a look of quiet resignation on his face as he thinks, am I going to be cooking here the whole day? The PD explains the plan to Woojin and Hyen. Both of you will try the cooking. But if the atmosphere is too bland, it won't seem like practice, so let's do it like the actual operation. We'll be the customers, and you will both receive the orders and cook. He then points to Hyen, who smiles with a hint of unearned confidence. First, let's do the cooking test with Miss Hyen first. Mr. Woojin will handle the hall and be the assistant, things like taking orders and helping out. With a wide, mischievous grin, he addresses the rest of the cast. Then, shall we start right away? Everyone, please take your seats. The suddenness of the challenge catches Hyen completely off guard. What? Suddenly, like this? She thinks in a full-blown panic. No sooner has the thought crossed her mind, the other cast members begin shouting their orders from the tables in a chaotic symphony. I'd like to order please, I'll have a kimchi pancake, calls one. Tiak ramyun here please, shouts another. If aglio olio pasta isn't available, I'll have a bibimbap instead please. A third adds. Hyen is completely and utterly overwhelmed, her eyes spinning in confusion. I don't know, she panics internally, her confidence shattered. I've never cooked any of that. The PD, seeing her visible distress, offers some hollow reassurance. You can take your time, and you can search it up too. Anything is fine. While she flounders in her panic, Woojin calmly takes out a notepad and methodically jots down the orders. He then offers a simple, logical suggestion to the frantic Hyen. Let's do the Tiak ramyun first, and we'll cook the rest after that. The mention of a familiar, simple dish snaps her out of her panic. Ah, ramyun. All right, she exclaims, grabbing onto the lifeline. A few minutes later, Hyen presents her dish with a dramatic flourish. Tiak ramyun is done, she announces proudly. However, the result is a gigantic, comical bowl filled mostly with murky broth and a few sad, stray octopus tentacles floating aimlessly. Woojin stares at the soupy creation, his internal monologue dripping with dry sarcasm, I could even swim in that. Baffled by his silent, judgmental gaze, Hyen asks, what, why? The PD seizes the opportunity for drama and turns to Woojin. This time will be your turn then, right? Go ahead and give it a try. He adds with a sly, predatory smirk, let's see how well you do. He claps his hands and declares, okay. Player swap, then asks, "The orders are the same as before. You're going to start with ramyun too, right, Mr. Woojin?" Woojin looks at the flustered Hyan and gives a single, firm, and electrifying reply, "No." His eyes are sharp with an unnerving focus as he gives her an instruction. "Miss Hyan, please take out the ingredients." He picks up a chef's knife, his intent clear and chilling. "I'm gonna cook everything at the same time." What follows is nothing short of a stunning, breathtaking display of culinary mastery. Woojin moves with the fluid grace and impossible speed of a world-class professional chef, flipping pans, expertly chopping vegetables with a blur of his hands, and preparing multiple complex dishes simultaneously. The entire cast and crew, especially Hyan, watch in open-mouthed, slack-jawed astonishment. OMG! She thinks, completely mesmerized by the culinary ballet unfolding before her. Tens of minutes later, Woojin presents a full, magnificent spread of perfectly prepared dishes on the table. "It's all done," he announces calmly, as if he'd done nothing more than toast a slice of bread. The cast eagerly digs in, their reactions a chorus of shock and pure delight. "What's this? It's so good. Why is everything delicious?" one of them exclaims between mouthfuls. Another turns to Woojin directly, asking in sheer awe, "Rather, why are you so good at cooking, Mr. Woojin?" A crew member leans over to the stunned PD and whispers, "Mr. PD. It looks like we don't even need a cooking mentor." The PD can only stammer in agreement, his master plan for dramatic failure completely upended. "Why, you're right." Just then, a portly man with a cheerful mustache arrives on set, the actual cooking mentor, Chef Lee Yong-woo. "It smells good here, huh? Has the cooking started already?" he asks jovially. The PD greets him, "Hello, Mr. Chef." The chef smiles, surveying the scene. "Hello. They cooked a lot of dishes, huh?" He picks up a piece of food to taste it, but his expression immediately shifts from cheerful curiosity to professional confusion. "But, the food, it doesn't feel like practiced dishes." He looks at the beautifully plated, restaurant-quality meals and asks the PD directly, "Were these the dish samples? Did you invite another chef?" The PD can only laugh awkwardly, the situation spiraling far beyond his control. Well, this is awkward. He thinks to himself that this is completely, disastrously different from what he had expected. The entire situation has created an unexpectedly professional and competent image for their one-day restaurant. As night falls, the exhausting shoot finally wraps up. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone," the PD says, trying to regain his composure. "Great job." The cast gathers for a final debriefing. "Despite this being your first time, it was great overall," the PD tells them. "If we improve the structure a little more, I think we could make it work overseas." An Jong-hak chimes in, "Luckily, it was doable because the dishes kept coming out. And the food was really delicious too." He leans towards a weary-looking Woojin and whispers, "I heard Mr. Woojin is at chef level, right?" Woojin is too physically and mentally drained to respond, thinking, "How many dishes did I cook today? I can't even remember." The PD sends them off with a final announcement. "We'll see each other again overseas next time. I'll organize the schedule and keep you all updated. Great job today, everyone." Just as Woojin is about to make his escape, the PD calls him back. "Ah, right. Mr. Woojin. Can I have a moment with you, please?" He makes a special request. "Would it be possible for you to create a new dish before we start the American shoot? I think it's possible with your skills. Any Korean food is fine, so please give it a thought. If it's good, we can sell it in America." He quickly adds, "Of course, if it feels too much for you, you can just pass on it." Seeing that he isn't being pressured, Woojin simply nods and agrees, "All right." With the PD finally gone, Woojin thinks he's free, but his manager, Choi Song-jian, immediately pulls him aside, his voice a low, urgent whisper. "Woojin, You know director on Gabak, right? Woo Jin furrows his brow, his exhausted mind struggling to place the name. Who? But I think I've heard the name somewhere. Ah, was he the living legend in the movie industry or something? I think I've seen him on YouTube. Song Jian confirms it, his excitement barely contained. He said he wanted to meet you. He called me. Woo Jin looked surprised, but only mildly. He wanted to meet me? Me? Is he trying to offer me a role? Song Jian looks completely exasperated by his star's impossibly calm reaction, thinking, I did expect this, but your reaction is bland. He tells Woo Jin, anyway, I'm looking into the director's information, so just know that for now. Woo Jin just nods, his mind elsewhere. Alright, President. Woo Jin unsighs, his own mind already jumping to their next brutal commitment. More importantly, from tomorrow on. I have to fly to the sweltering hot Vietnam. The final scene shifts to a shimmering, endless blue ocean under a blazing, unforgiving sun. A tiny, exhausted Woo Jin stands on the shore, thinking, a feeling of dread washing over him, I already feel suffocated. As Kang Woo Jin departs for the sweltering heat of Vietnam to shoot his new project, The Island of the Missing. In his absence, a firestorm of popularity ignites back home. The short drama he starred in, A Guy Friend, officially launches on Netflix, and just as director Shin Dong-chun had calculated, a single, deep kiss scene between Kang Woo Jin and his co-star wherein detonates a massive buzz among viewers. This one electrifying moment triggers a tidal wave of rave reviews, causing the show's popularity to explode. On the streaming service's coveted Today's Korean Top 10 Content list, A Guy Friend rockets past established, full-length dramas like Bad Mother and The Fake appears to seize the #1 spot. In an unprecedented feat, it becomes the first short drama ever to claim the top rank. Consequently, entertainment headlines on every major portal site are dominated by the news, with one prominent article declaring, Issue Pick, A Guy Friend, the first short drama to reach #1 on Netflix. The articles heap praise on Kang Woo Jin's stunning acting transformation and buzz with speculation about his upcoming projects, The Island of the Missing, and Drug Dealer, leaving the public desperate to see what kind of performance he will deliver next. Following this meteoric rise, the A Guy Friend OST, sung by Kang Woo Jin himself, is released on Korean music platforms. On the Melong chart, the song, also titled A Guy Friend, smashes into the real-time top 100 chart and, in a breathtaking display of his influence, climbs to #1 in a single day. The massive fire of popularity then leaps across the sea to Japan. An article announces that A Guy Friend, having already conquered the charts in Korea, has just officially launched on Netflix Japan. Fueled by the undeniable power of Hallyu and the combined star power of Kang Woo Jin and Warren, Japanese viewers go absolutely wild over the drama. Online forums erupt with comments from enamored fans, with some passionately declaring their love for the actors, others lamenting that the heart-wrenching drama only has one episode left, and countless more admitting they've already marathoned the entire series and are immediately starting it over from the beginning. This overwhelming wave of popularity quickly propels the drama to the #1 spot on Netflix Japan as well. Of course, A Guy Friend wasn't the only news making waves, the media landscape was becoming a Kang Woo Jin showcase. Other headlines meticulously tracked his packed schedule. One report confirmed that the first episode of the highly anticipated drama, The Love That Freezes to Death, will air on November 27th, with the production team teasing that Kang Woo Jin will show his sign language acting. Another article covered PD Yoon Byung-sun's large-scale variety show, Our Table, announcing that the first shoot, featuring a cast lined with big shots, has been successfully completed in Korea. Finally, a movie talk. Headline delivered the most shocking news of all. The R-rated film, Drug Dealer, was released today and, despite its restrictive rating, had already ranked #1 in pre-sale tickets. The narrator remarks ominously that at that point, no one could have possibly imagined just how massive and terrifying a wave Drug Dealer was about to create. The scene then transitions to a sun-drenched, humid town in Vietnam, where the cast and crew for The Island of the Missing are bustling with activity. Inside a stifling building, staff hurry to set up for a script reading, their shouts to "bring more cameras" echoing in the packed space. Kang Woo-jin sits in the crowded room, beads of sweat dripping from his brow. He thinks to himself, the heat of physical weight upon him, ugh, though I expected this, it's really hot. Complains about having to do a script reading on an overseas set, wishing they could just start filming in Korea soon. Nearby, other actors are already discussing the chaotic situation. Another actor expresses his disbelief, his voice a low whisper, "I had no idea that Kang Woo-jin would really take the Corporal Jin Suncheol role. Honestly, I thought it was just a joke." His companion quickly agrees, questioning if a rookie, no matter how popular, will be able to pull off his first full-length drama lead. A third actor chimes in, pointing out that they are surrounded by several top actors, all of them his seniors, and worries aloud about what will happen if Woo-jin gets overwhelmed by the pressure. A heavier-set man with a goatee folds his arms, a cynical look on his face, and remarks that such pressure is simply the fate of a popular actor. He adds with a grim finality that this day will mark a critical turning point in Woo-jin's career, whether he stumbles and falls alone, or drags everyone else down with him. Elsewhere in the room, a young man with long, light brown hair stands with a serious, almost troubled expression. Another actor approaches him, concern in his voice. "Youngmin Hyung, has something bad happened?" Youngmin replies, his voice flat, "It's nothing." Seeing the set now, the thought that it's finally happening dawned on me. The other man smiles, relieved. "Aha, that's true. I'm also a little nervous." He then adds, his voice dropping conspiratorially, and realizing this, just how nervous would rookie Kang Woo-jin be? Youngmin agrees with a curt nod that he's right. The first actor continues, remarking that to be honest, the weight of the role alone must feel like a heavy burden. But Youngmin simply turns away, cutting the conversation short. "I don't know. Let's just worry about ourselves." As his friends look on in confusion, Youngmin thinks to himself, his jaw tightening, "Let's stop the useless thoughts. Right now, let's just focus only on my role, First Lieutenant Choi Yuri." A dramatic summary of the show they are about to read, The Island of the Missing, begins to unfold. In a remote rural village cradled by mountains, several villagers vanish without a trace. The police, firefighters, and even the military are deployed to launch a massive, desperate search operation. However, the situation escalates into a full-blown crisis when a dozen more soldiers go missing during the search. It's at this chaotic point that First Lieutenant Choi Yuri makes his appearance. While conducting the search with his unit, they discover an odd, forbidding cave that reeks of a foul, stomach-churning smell. Although Choi Yuri can hear what sounds like human screams echoing from deep within, he fears more people will go missing and makes the tactical choice to return to the entrance for now. However, upon turning back, he finds that strangely, the cave has changed shape. Formations that weren't there when they arrived begin to be noticed. The soldiers hurry outside, their bodies trembling with a primal anxiety, only to find that the outside world, once bathed in daylight, has been plunged into the dead of night. The soldiers who were supposed to wait for them have disappeared. The moment everyone begins to realize they're someplace they shouldn't be, something long, grotesque, and making strange, skittering noises appears in the cave. As chaos erupts, Choi Yuri gathers his members as quickly as he can and flees the terrifying scene. While everyone is running for their lives, the sun suddenly begins to rise over the ridge, and the once dark world turns unnaturally bright. Choi Yuri and his surviving members soon reach a cliff at the edge of the forest, overlooking the ocean's endless, empty expanse. Immediately, the horrifying truth crashes down upon them: they are trapped on this unrealistic and lawless island. The story returns to the tense present as the director's voice cuts through the air. "Now, we'll start the script reading." He gestures towards the actors seated at the table. "Start from there first. Mr. Youngmin, get ready." Wu Jin, sitting beside Youngmin, feels his heart begin to pound against his ribs. He takes a slow, deep breath to steady his nerves, thinking, now. Let's calm down and bring out Jin Suncheol a little more clearly. Since there are many big shots here today, I need to be more solid. He looks down at his script, which describes his character in stark terms. Jin Suncheol is timid, and he has low confidence and self-esteem. The reading begins with a gut-wrenching scene at a mortuary, where Jin Suncheol is seeing his deceased mother for the last time. As Wu Jin reads, the scene plays out vividly in his mind. He sees his character, Jin Suncheol, in a crisp military uniform, collapsing in abject grief over his mother's cold body, his cries raw and desperate. Mom, why did you have to go when I was in the military? Mom, I'm still not ready yet. Please give me one more day, no, just a few more hours. But as he weeps, a dark, smiling silhouette materializes behind him. A cruel, mocking voice says, Hey, you. Stop that and get lost already. Are you going to wail all night? Suncheol looks up, his eyes wide with fear, and stammers, but, my mom, has passed away. The silhouette stalks closer, sneering, be honest, you thought, good riddance. Suncheol recoils in horror, shouting, stop it. Don't come out. Just leave me be. What are you saying? Are you a lunatic? The shadow looms over him, and a dark, sinister version of himself, oozing with malevolent confidence, emerges from the floor, grinning from ear to ear. You are you, and I'm also you. The timid Suncheol sinks into the floor, his voice a pathetic whimper, please, can't you just give me a little more time? But the dark version coldly replies, shut up. It's my time now. This new, confident persona walks towards the doctor in the room, who flinches in pure terror. The new Suncheol smirks and asks, his voice dripping with avarice, hee. How much insurance money will I get, The horrifying vision shatters, and the scene snaps back to the script reading. Wu Jin's eyes are now glowing with an intense, golden light, his entire expression transformed. The other actors around the table stare, their mouths agape, completely shocked. A female actress thinks, her mind reeling, what the heck is that? Isn't that switch too absurd? Moreover, he's dominating this atmosphere with no sign of being intimidated. The actor playing the captain reads his line, Jin Suncheol, aren't you going to come to your senses? If you're tired, I can send you to the sidelines instead. In a timid, trembling voice, Wu Jin replies, I can do it, Captain. But his inner thoughts are a stark, vicious contrast, a silent, seething curse directed at the lieutenant. His fellow actors are utterly stunned, wondering how he could so easily and chillingly portray a character that is so viscerally unpleasant, the kind of person you'd want to avoid at all costs. The female actress reads her next line, Corporal Jin Suncheol, what are you doing spacing out over there? What about the task I asked you about this morning? Wu Jin looks at her, and she flinches, thinking his gaze feels a little different, more predatory. He answers meekly, about that. I'm sorry. I'll do it right away. The actress is taken aback, thinking, what's that? She swallows hard, a horrifying realization dawning on her. Don't tell me, is he adjusting his gaze when looking at an easy opponent? In the hidden depths of his mind, Wu Jin mutters a silent, venomous curse under his breath. Meanwhile, the director watches intently, his expression one of deep, analytical thought. His vocal emphasis, rhythm, tone, pronunciation, and even vocalization, did he plan it all separately? He leans back, contemplating Wu Jin's impossibly nuanced performance. It felt like there were two of them at first. Corporal Jin Suncheol and Mr. Kong Wu Jin. He stares at Wu Jin, who is now completely, terrifyingly immersed in his role. But now, it's not just two. A new, Profound realization dawns on the director as he continues to observe the rookie actor's phenomenal, almost supernatural display. It seems like there are 3 of them. The day begins under a brilliant sun, its light filtering through the lush green canopy of a dense, humid forest. On a grassy clearing, the air thrums with the activity of a film crew setting up cameras and equipment. A staff member calls out, their voice cutting through the murmuring crowd, announcing that filming will begin soon and for the supporting roles to get ready. Amidst the organized chaos, a man with light brown, shoulder-length hair sits quietly on a folding chair. Dressed in a military camouflage uniform, he pores over his script, his focus absolute. After a moment, he lets out a quiet sigh, the tension from the previous day's script reading finally easing. He reflects on his upcoming role, acknowledging the new dynamic. This time, he and his co-star, the phenomenal Kang Woo-jin, are both playing the leads. He makes a conscious decision to set aside any preconceived notions of seniority and approach this project purely as an actor and a challenger. This, he muses, will be completely different from his previous work on Profiler Hanryang. He looks down at his script, recalling the central conflict of The Island of the Missing, where his character and Woojin's will engage in a harrowing psychological battle. The story's dynamic is treacherously complex. His character, First Lieutenant Choi Yuri, is deeply suspicious of Woojin's character, Corporal Jin Suncheol, yet is simultaneously forced to try and trust him to survive. Meanwhile, Jin Suncheol engages in bizarre and wildly unpredictable behavior to elude the lieutenant's scrutiny, acting as strangely as the otherworldly creature they are all hunting. The actor realizes with a jolt that, in a sense, Woojin's character might be the true monster of the story. He knows this role will demand an even more intense and ferocious performance than his last, but he sees it as the perfect crucible for a true challenger. A determined smile touches his lips as he thinks that if he can successfully navigate this difficult role, he might just shatter his own limits. He recognizes the immense, almost frightening talent of his co-star, resolving to use the opportunity of working alongside this monster for his own growth. He glances over at the rest of the crew, certain that he isn't the only one feeling the intense, crackling anticipation in the air. Soon after, a scene concludes, and the sharp cry of, "Cut, okay," echoes through the clearing. 2 other actors, a woman and a man, look on with expressions of nervous tension. The crew immediately announces that the next scene belongs to Mr. Woojin. Dressed in his military uniform and now wearing a tactical vest, Woojin calmly walks onto the set. As he takes his place, he feels the collective weight of everyone's expectant gazes, a silent, palpable pressure building around him. The director approaches Woojin and the other actor in the scene, advising them to take it easy with the first take. The scene is set to feature only 2 actors. Woojin as Corporal Jin Suncheol and a supporting actor playing another soldier. The director sets the stage, explaining that the characters are several harrowing days into their entrapment on the mysterious island. Their platoon has already suffered heavy losses, with 4 soldiers having fallen to a monstrous being, and the survivors are still hopelessly lost in the seemingly endless forest. With their stress and mental fatigue reaching a dangerous breaking point, the soldiers are taking turns standing watch while the others attempt to get some much-needed rest. It is during this tense quiet that the withdrawn, unnervingly silent Corporal Jin Suncheol begins to make his move. As the director yells, "Action!" the atmosphere of the scene shifts dramatically, the sunlit forest now bathed in an eerie, dark purple light. A soldier, Sergeant Choi, cautiously patrols the area, stopping near a patch of strange flowers. He mutters in frustration, "Gosh, this sucks. Just where in the world are we?" He shivers, looking around nervously, and is suddenly startled by a figure appearing silently behind him. It's Corporal Jin Suncheol. The sergeant jumps, a yelp escaping his lips, as Jin Suncheol innocently asks if he isn't going to sleep. When the sergeant confirms he's too hungry, he confides in Jin, explaining that while scouting earlier, he found something that looked like fruit. Jin Suncheol suggests he report it to the captain, but the sergeant hesitates, admitting there was only one piece of fruit left, and he didn't think it was worth an official report. Intrigued, Jean asks where it is. The sergeant points to a peculiar-looking tree in the distance, but then adds that he found something else even more interesting. He leads Jean to the edge of a steep, dark cliff, explaining that when he tried to pick the fruit, he accidentally dropped one over the edge, and it simply vanished before it hit the ground. Jean Suncheol feigns annoyance, asking if he's being messed with, but the sergeant insists it's the truth. Gazing down into the inky blackness, the sergeant theorizes that since they entered the area through a cave, there might be a hidden exit route at the bottom of the cliff. Jean asks where this supposed route is, and then creeps closer to the edge, a sinister, predatory grin spreading across his face as he remarks how dark it is. He then points into the abyss, claiming he saw something move. As the nervous sergeant peers over, Jean encourages him, his voice a low whisper, insisting there's something down there. The sergeant suggests they throw something down to test the theory. Jean turns to him with a deadpan expression and asks, "Throw what?" before answering his own question with a single, chilling word, "You." In the next moment, Sergeant Choi is sent plummeting off the cliff, his face a mask of pure terror. Standing alone at the edge, Jean Suncheol begins to tremble, not with fear, but with suppressed, maniacal laughter. He erupts into a fit of unhinged, guttural cackling that echoes through the night. Just as quickly as it began, the laughter chokes off, and he clutches his head, making gagging sounds as if he's about to be sick. His entire demeanor shifts from monstrous glee to horrified remorse. Tears stream down his face as he collapses to his knees, sobbing and crying out, "What have I done?" He frantically looks around, calling for the very man he just pushed, Sergeant Choi. As he weeps, a different voice, his own, yet cold and mocking, slithers into his mind. "Hey, you foolish idiot. Why are you sobbing? You didn't like that Sergeant Choi anyway, did you?" The sinister version of his personality reminds him of the past bullying he endured. The crying, remorseful personality protests, trembling, "Even so, how could you kill a person?" But the cruel voice dismisses his guilt, sneering that on this lawless island, they can do whatever they want. It's a party, a glorious chance to enjoy some long-overdue revenge. Suddenly, the beams of two flashlights cut through the darkness as other soldiers arrive, calling out for Sergeant Choi and Corporal Jean. They find Jean on the ground, weeping hysterically. Playing the part of a terrified survivor, he cries that he's sorry, that he couldn't stop Sergeant Choi from jumping off the cliff. As a soldier rushes to his side, asking for details, the crying Jean continues his masterful performance, promising that, next time, he'll be faster and stop him. But within his mind, the sinister personality latches onto his words with chilling glee, thinking, "Next time? So you're saying to do it again, right? Cut." "Okay," the director's voice booms, shattering the horrifying illusion. The scene reverts to the normal, sunlit film set. As the crew murmurs in astonishment, the director hangs up a phone call, his expression one of pure, unadulterated awe. He marvels at how Woo Jin could switch between the two characters so quickly and seamlessly. It wasn't just a change in expression, he had imbued each persona with a unique gaze, a distinct tone, and a terrifyingly different intensity. The director thinks to himself that this wasn't like watching a performance of a dual personality, but rather like watching two completely different people inhabit the same body. Other crew members agree in hushed whispers, admitting they have goosebumps and feel as if the god of acting himself had possessed Woo Jin for that take. Meanwhile, Woo Jin quietly composes himself, his face a placid mask. He acknowledges the immense difficulty of maintaining the three separate, warring worlds of his character, the timid soldier, the vengeful killer, and his own consciousness as the actor. The director approaches him, smiling, and asks if he's alright to move on to the next scene right away. Without a single trace of the emotional hurricane he just unleashed, Woo Jin calmly replies, "Of course." The director is left in awe, thinking that Woo Jin's ability to remain so unfazed after such an intense performance only highlights what a monstrously talented actor he truly is. Pleased and re-energized, the director grins and calls out to the crew, "Great. Let's go again." After the intense shoot, the scene shifts. An airplane soars through the clouds and lands at an airport lined with sun-drenched palm trees. As the crew disembarks into the sweltering heat, one of them remarks that Vietnam is as hot as ever, signaling a new location for their next demanding, and undoubtedly perilous, shoot. Walking through an ornate hotel corridor, the actor Kang Woo-jin reflects on his demanding schedule. He recalls that the standby was at 11 o'clock, thinking to himself that filming at an overseas location is indeed tough. Feeling a pang of hunger, he decides he needs to go eat quickly. Just then, his phone buzzes in his hand, and he glances down at the screen with a look of mild surprise, uttering a small, "Huh?" The message is from his mother, whose profile picture is a vibrant bundle of red peppers. She has seen the news and sends her congratulations, adding that Woojin's dad is really happy too. She asks if he's doing well and reminds him to make sure to eat. Woojin stares at the message in confusion, wondering why his mother is congratulating him. He muses that he's been receiving a lot of messages and questions if something significant happened. Another message pops up, this one from director Kim Do-hee. It contains only a link to a news article. Puzzled, Woojin wonders why the director would send him an article link. He taps on the screen, and his eyes instantly widen in utter shock. The article's headline mentions an R-rated film, and a brief flashback shows him in character, his expression serious and intense. Back in the present, Woojin holds his phone, his face a mask of disbelief as the reality of the news sinks in. Crazy, 1 million, he thinks incredulously. It has reached 1 million viewers. A wave of elation washes over him. He blushes with pride, realizing the sense of achievement is no joke. But his celebration is cut short by a sudden thought. Huh? Hold up. He remembers a past conversation about the film's potential. Someone had predicted that for a grade A scenario, it might reach around 5 million viewers, but another person was skeptical, doubting it could go so high since it was R-rated. This surprising success leads Woojin to consider his other, even more promising scripts. He visualizes two of his scenarios, The Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger, and The Island of the Missing, both of which are rated grade S+. A thrill runs through him as he wonders just how many viewers these superior scenarios will manage to surpass. His thoughts are interrupted by a cheerful voice calling out to him, "Kiki, Mr. Star Kong?" A colleague approaches, asking if he's seen the search results for his film, Drug Dealer. She excitedly informs him that director Kim Do-hee confirmed the movie has already surpassed its break-even point. Just then, his manager, Choi Song-jian, appears, beaming with joy. He declares that because of the film's success, Woojin will be given a bonus of more than double his original appearance fee. He specifies that it'll be at least 100 million won. Woojin is stunned by the amount, his mind reeling. Meanwhile, Song-jian's phone buzzes relentlessly with incoming notifications. He adds that casting offers are blowing up and that Woojin will have to film more commercials as soon as they return. Announcing that he'll head to the restaurant first, Song-jian walks off, already taking a business call and confirming his identity. Left alone, Woojin proceeds toward the dining area, still focused on his need to eat quickly. He enters the room, which features a lavish buffet spread, and begins looking for an available seat. He scans the tables laden with food, thinking he needs to find a spot. He soon notices an empty two-person table and lets out a small sound of relief. However, just as he thinks he's found his seat, he sees an older man in a blue shirt and a fedora sit down in the very chair he was aiming for. Woojin is taken aback, wondering who this person is. He observes the man, who wears sunglasses and has a gray goatee, and concludes he must be a local, as he doesn't look like a tourist. Deciding to reclaim the table, Woojin approaches the man and speaks politely in English, "I'm sorry, but someone has already taken that seat, could you please move?" The man looks up, silently removing his hat. He has silver hair, a neatly trimmed goatee, and remarkably sharp eyes. A slight smile plays on his lips as he finishes a sentence he seemed to be in the middle of, saying, "To meet you." He then holds up his sunglasses and introduces himself with quiet confidence, "I'm director on Gabak." Woo Jin is now sitting across from the legendary director, his expression frozen in shock. His mind races, questioning how and why director on Gabak is here. The director simply smiles pleasantly. He explains that he came to the location just to have fun and had no idea he would run into Woo Jin. Composing himself, Woo Jin gives a slight bow and introduces himself politely. Director on Gabak replies that he is pleased to meet him. Woo Jin studies the man, thinking that despite his reputation, he seems friendly, almost like the grandpa from next door. Still, the entire situation feels undeniably odd. The director's sudden appearance is the most peculiar part, and Woo Jin can't help but wonder if their meeting is about his acting. Director on Gabak clarifies that he wasn't thinking of Woo Jin's recent film, but rather the video from Sports Day. He observes that at times, Woo Jin's gaze seems light and different from his current demeanor, but when he's acting, his eyes belong completely to the character. Woo Jin is internally stunned, wondering if the director has some kind of special power to have seen through him so clearly. Director on Gabak continues his praise, stating that Woo Jin truly knows how to utilize method acting, and asks when he learned to switch between personas so effectively. Putting on an act of humble confusion, Woo Jin replies that he doesn't really remember every little detail. The director seems fascinated, musing that if Woo Jin records each role he plays, it would allow for quick emotional switching. It's an acting method he's never seen before. Then, the director's questions take a more pointed turn. He asks Woo Jin for his reason for learning sign language. Woo Jin begins to sweat under the intense scrutiny. The director presses on, asking if there's a specific reason and praising his dedication as a national treasure-like attitude. He then asks if Woo Jin knows any sign languages besides Korean and Japanese. Woo Jin quietly admits he knows a little American Sign Language as well. Director on Gabak strokes his chin, deep in thought. He perceives Woo Jin as an actor with profound color, yet he senses that his true essence is being hidden. There's something different about him, a faint incongruity behind the image he projects. The director feels he can catch glimpses of something unfamiliar in Woo Jin's upright eyes, something he can't quite define as light or heavy. With that, the director stands, thanking Woo Jin for the chat. As he prepares to leave, he mentions hearing that another director, Kwon, is filming nearby and that he might stop by to visit the set. At that moment, Choi Song-jian rushes over, his eyes wide with shock as he recognizes the famous director. Director on Gabak, he stammers. The director greets him casually as President Choi, calling their meeting a coincidence before departing. Once he's gone, Song-jian immediately turns to Woo Jin, demanding to know what they talked about and why the legendary director was there. Woo Jin explains that the director claimed he was just there to have fun. Song-jian finds this hard to believe, convinced that director on Gabak came to Vietnam specifically to see Woo Jin. Woo Jin has to agree it felt too strange to be a mere coincidence. Song-jian predicts the director will likely appear on their filming set later that day. He then reveals he had been researching director on Gabak's recent activities. Although he isn't certain, he believes the director is preparing for his 100th movie, which he plans to enter into the prestigious King Film Festival. Song-jian explains that this festival is one of the top 3 in the world, a gathering place for global industry giants. He reminds Woo Jin that director on Gabak himself won Best Director there in the early 2000s, and his actors frequently win awards. He is, in short, a legend. Woo Jin looks completely lost, admitting it's the first time he's ever heard this information. Song-jian continues, speculating that the grand award the director is aiming for is the Platinum Palme d'Or. This sparks a memory for Woo Jin. Now that I think about it, he thinks, director on Gabak asked me about sign language. This realization hits Song-jian like a lightning bolt. He reasons that a director of that caliber wouldn't ask a meaningless question. He recalls a recent project that featured a character using sign language and theorizes that while Woo Jin's acting is impressive, his unique skill in sign language is what truly caught the director's attention. He concludes that the director's new project must include sign language, and an actor with Woo Jin's unique skill set would be a perfect fit. He grins, telling Woo Jin it all makes sense now, the legendary director wants him. Song Jian then asks, just in case, if Woo Jin is also interested in the King Film Festival. After a moment of silence, Woo Jin responds with a flat, disinterested expression. To be honest, he says, King or Kong, whatever it is, I'm not really interested in it. He adds that his instincts are giving him a clear warning. A flashing red light seems to go off in his mind, with the word, alert, pulsing around an image of the director. His gut tells him that director on Gabak is dangerous. He tells his manager, I'm not sure, but his internal thoughts are much clearer, the feeling of being seen through isn't pleasant, and it just feels right to avoid that director. Song Jian can only stare back, a shocked ho escaping his lips. As Woo Jin asks what's wrong, a wave of panic washes over his manager, who breaks out in a cold sweat. The disastrous implications of his star actor rejecting a personal offer from the legendary director on Gabak are almost too much to bear. A buzz of conversation ripples through the lush, outdoor film set. Crew members whisper amongst themselves, with one asking another, have you heard? The news spreads quickly, the renowned director on Gabak has come to the set. From a distance, another group of crew members, silhouetted against a tent, murmurs about the surprising visit. One speculates, they said he just stopped by while he's here on vacation. Do you think that's true? Nearby, two actors in camouflage military uniforms overhear the gossip. One, a woman with light hair, remarks on the director's fame, saying, that well-known director, on Gabak. Her companion, a woman with darker hair, looks on with a concerned expression as a sound of displeasure escapes her. The scene shifts to a chibi-style panel of a young man, Kang Woo Jin, also in military gear, sighing in exasperation. He thinks to himself, director again, but quickly resolves to dismiss the fuss. Whatever. Let's just think of him as some common grandpa. Woo Jin, now looking more composed, pulls back a curtain to step outside. He decides that a rest is a must before starting his work for the day. As he steps out, humming to himself, his eyes widen in shock. Sitting on a chair just a few feet away is the very man everyone is talking about, an older gentleman in a fedora and casual clothes. The man looks up, a hint of recognition in his eyes, and says, We meet again. Woo Jin is utterly stunned. His mind races, the heck? Why is he here? Couldn't you have given me a warning? Panicked, he quickly bows his head and greets the man, hello, director. Thinking fast, he tries to escape the situation. He internalizes his strategy, whatever, it's dangerous. Let's flee for now. Turning to leave, he offers a polite excuse, I have to get my makeup done, so I'll get going. But before he can take a step, the director's voice stops him cold, calling out, young man. The director looks at him intently and poses a direct and unexpected question, are you interested in the King Film Festival? Woo Jin freezes, a single bead of sweat trickling down his face as he processes the monumental offer. At a nearby table, a man and a woman who work with Woo Jin observe the interaction. The woman smirks, remarking on his good fortune, lucky. To believe that even director on Gabak is interested in you. The man adds with a laugh, since it's the King Film Festival, I'm worried he'll even bow down. However, Woo Jin's response is not what they expect. With a deadpan expression, he replies simply, no, not really. The declaration hangs in the air, instantly silencing his colleagues. The woman's jaw drops in disbelief. She erupts in a furious outburst, shouting, what do you mean you're not? How rude of you to say that in front of the director. Woo Jin is startled by her sudden anger, thinking to himself, what? That startled me. I kinda feel intimidated. He tries to remain composed, telling himself to stay calm. Facing his irate colleague, he responds coolly, I was just stating my opinion. I don't know why you're getting so worked up. Before the argument can escalate, director on Gabak intervenes. He tells the man and woman, they're just looking out for me. Everyone, apologize. The woman is flustered, stammering, director. The man quickly apologizes with a cough, saying, I'm sorry. The director then dismisses them. You can leave, everyone. I need to talk to him alone. Now alone with Woo Jin, the director repeats his question, why you aren't interested? The other crew members grumble from a distance as they walk away. Woo Jin considers his answer carefully. He thinks, well, that's because I'm really not interested in it. Moreover, I want to avoid this director. Let's give him a safe answer. Looking at the director, he replies calmly, it's just that I'm not particularly interested in it. The director strokes his chin thoughtfully. That's unexpected, he says. Woo Jin silently wonders if the director actually believes him. The old man continues, you're indeed unique. Even right now, I can see the strange thing that I saw in your gaze before. Woo Jin is unnerved by the comment, thinking, whoa, this director is really dangerous. He closes his eyes and says, I don't know what you're saying. Just then, a man in a sharp blue suit approaches, calling out, oh. Director. It's Woo Jin's agent or manager. He greets Woo Jin as well, asking, Woo Jin, have you? The director stands up from his chair, ending the private conversation. As Woo Jin walks away with his agent, the director watches him go, a contemplative look on his face. He thinks, somehow, it feels like he's surrounded by fog. The agent wastes no time questioning Woo Jin. Why is the director? Woo Jin, don't tell me the director asked you about the King Film Festival openly. He didn't, right? Woo Jin confirms his fears. He did. The agent's face pales. Woo Jin continues, I told him I wasn't interested. The agent freezes in horror, his face contorting in sheer panic as he realizes the gravity of the situation, screaming internally, he's caused a mess. Later, the film crew is ready to resume shooting. A voice calls out, we're ready. Stand by in 1 minute. A staff member approaches Woo Jin, who is now fully geared up in his soldier costume complete with a helmet and rifle, and asks, Mr. Woo Jin, you're ready? Woo Jin simply replies, yes. Woo Jin takes a deep breath to center himself. Phew, since it'll start with me first, let's focus, he thinks. I'm pulling out the Corporal Jin Suncheol, who's imprinted somewhere deep within me. His eyes sharpen with concentration as he gets into character. He admits to himself, though I'm not sure how much of him I should pull out. Let's just do what I can for now. I'm going straight ahead. He visualizes the character, fully immersing himself in the role. Direct, now seated behind the monitor, gives the command, and, action. The scene begins with Woo Jin and other soldiers moving cautiously through a forest. The director watches, stroking his goatee, and makes an initial assessment. So it's a weak and timid one. Is his character weak-willed? He feels the performance is adequate, but nothing more. He's doing well, but, is that all? On screen, the soldiers, including Woo Jin's character, tremble in fear. The script dictates that Corporal Jin Suncheol wanted to reassure the trembling soldiers, but hesitated to speak out, worried they wouldn't listen to him. As he hesitates, a subtle shift occurs. His expression darkens, his mind altering in an instant. Woo Jin decides to take a risk. He thinks, I want to boast to the people behind the cameras that I have two personas. Glancing toward the director's station, he wonders how he can express that. The answer comes to him, we have sign language. He realizes that even without speaking, he can convey everything. Sign language, he muses, is a language that can convey boundless emotions to others. Since his character is holding a gun, he can't use his hands. Instead, he thinks, I'll use my eyes, nose, mouth, the muscles of my face and body, the nervous tremors, my gaze, and breathing. He executes his plan with chilling precision. He puts timidity in his gaze, but adds a subtle quiver and a fleeting joy at the corner of his lips. Behind the monitor, one of the crew members gasps, his eyes wide with shock. He exclaims, I see, so it's a dual personality, with two personas. The director looks on, equally stunned. He thinks it's hidden thoroughly in that world, but does he want to reveal it to us, the outsiders? It's like, he's explaining through his. Moreover, why does it exude the sign language that I want? Suddenly, a gunshot rings out. In the scene, one of the other soldiers screams at Woo Jin's character, that crazy bastard. Why did you shoot? Woo Jin, as Jin Suncheol, whirls around, his persona having completely transformed from timid to ferocious. He bellows, move. Run. Retreat. I said retreat, you bastards. He sees another soldier has fallen and runs to him. Jin Suncheol. What are you doing, you bastard? You don't hear me telling you to run? He hauls the man to his feet, shouting, shut up and stand up. Hurry. The other soldier can only whimper, yeah. From his chair, director on Gabak clenches his fist, completely captivated. He understands now. That child, Kang Woo Jin, is the one in charge of the pacing and tension in this scene. Woo Jin's face contorts into a terrifying, manic grin. The director concludes his thought, he's responsible for the key part. The on-set director calls out, cut, okay. Let's rest for 10 minutes before we start again. Gabak leans back, a look of awe on his face. Oh dear, to think I'd get goosebumps at this age, he says to the man beside him. He keeps growing every time he acts. The director continues to ponder Woo Jin's performance. He completely becomes the character once he's immersed. But, what's that occasional light and strange gaze? He recalls what he knows of the actor's past. According to those who know Kang Woo Jin's past, it seems he has lived an ordinary life. However, even though he tried to live ordinarily, the signs would have shown anyway. Why is it coming to light only now? A startling theory begins to form in his mind. He sits up, a spark of revelation in his eyes. What if everything was intended? He imagines Woo Jin surrounded by a mysterious aura. Did he wait for this moment to reveal it all proudly? He must have poured all his life into hiding his extraordinary talent all this time. From what I see, the camouflage is still permeated within him. The director looks down at his hands, a slow realization dawning. The glimpses of strangeness I see, was it indeed just a shell? So he hid his true core using the shell to confuse people. The other director turns to him, breaking his train of thought. Director? It's good, thank you. It feels like I'm seeing a proper filming for the first time in a while. He adds with a knowing smile, you came here to see Mr. Woo Jin, right? You've only been looking at him. He gestures towards the set. As you can see, Woo Jin's individual talent is incredible. Even though Corporal Jin Suncheol's description was written very simply, he brought the character to life. Gabak glances back at Woo Jin, murmuring, I see, such incredible dual personality acting. Across the set, Woo Jin notices the old director staring at him with a piercing intensity. Unaware of the complex theories and admiration swirling in the director's mind, Woo Jin misinterprets the look completely. A chill runs down his spine as a single, troubling thought enters his head, he somehow ended up being despised. As the final scene of a grueling shoot concludes, a director's voice rings out across the sun-drenched forest clearing, declaring, cut. Okay everyone, thank you for your hard work. The sound of clapping echoes through the trees as the relieved cast and crew begin to stir. One person remarks that they can finally escape, having worked hard, while another observes that anyone seeing their celebration would think the entire filming is over. The director, a man with glasses and a warm smile, addresses the crowd. He clarifies that this is just one phase. Starting next week, they'll continue filming at a large studio complex in Bio. With cheerful shouts of "okay" and "all right," the crew accepts the news. The director wishes them well, hoping everyone has a good rest until then. Among the crowd, President Choi watches his star actor, Kang Woo-jin, who is still dressed in military fatigues. That it's finally over, murmuring how much she misses her bed at home. Choi, however, is lost in his own thoughts, deciding he needs to go over Woo-jin's schedule one last time before they return. He muses that it's almost the year's end, a time when the entertainment industry becomes especially hectic. Since Woo-jin is the hottest topic this year, he anticipates they're going to start getting casting offers left and right around November. Choi's mind drifts to the upcoming awards season. He foresees definite attention from the drama awards, specifically the SBC 1-4, Profiler Hanryang, as well as an award for The Love That Freezes to Death, which will soon be aired. For his film work, he considers the movie Drug Dealer, which will be in contention at the big 3 film festivals in Korea, the Blue Dragon Film Awards, and the Grand Bell Awards. Since the Baeksang Arts Awards aren't until next year, he doesn't expect a call from them yet. Choi ponders that if Woo-jin attends every awards show he's invited to, there will be more than 4 major events. He can't help but wonder just how many trophies his actor will bag. The thought of the coming year triggers a sudden realization. He pauses, thinking, next year. It dawns on him that with Woo-jin's meteoric rise feeling like a typhoon, he hadn't realized so much time had already passed. A memory surfaces, taking him back to his initial contract negotiation with Woo-jin. In the flashback, Choi proposes the terms, suggesting a payment ratio of 9-to-1, with the company taking only 1. He adds that the contract is just for 1 year. Woo-jin had confirmed the end date, March 15th of next year. Choi had framed it as an offer to taste what BW Entertainment could do for him, explaining that Woo-jin could decide whether or not to extend the contract a year later. Back in the present, President Choi reflects on Woo-jin's incredible journey. The achievements that a typical rookie would struggle to attain even in 10 years, Woo-jin has accomplished in just less than 1. At this rate, Choi is certain he will become a pivotal actor that no one, nationally or internationally, can approach. A determined look crosses Choi's face as he thinks, I want to be the shadow behind that glory. But this ambition is immediately followed by a wave of anxiety. He knows that if word spreads about their 1-year contract ending, entertainment agencies will rush to grab Woo-jin. The question hangs heavy in his mind, can he really fend them all off? Moreover, it's hard to read what's on Woo-jin's mind, and Choi worries that perhaps he has already made up his mind to leave. Shaking off the negativity, Choi resolves to focus on the company's expansion and on director On Gabak for now. He feels 100% sure that the director will contact them again, believing he still has the upper hand. With a final, resolute thought, he vows, that's why I'll risk my life to win Woo-jin over. Unaware of his president's inner turmoil, Woo-jin simply thinks to himself that he wants to crash on his bed. Just as President Choi is lost in his strategic planning, his phone begins to buzz. He pulls it out to see an incoming call from director On Gabak. The scene shifts to Incheon Airport, where an airplane soars into the sky. Inside the bustling terminal, President Choi and Kang Woo-jin walk side by side. Choi appears tense, swallowing nervously as he glances over at his actor, who maintains a calm, unreadable expression. A flashback begins, returning to the pivotal phone call with director On Gabak. Choi had answered, yes, director. Hello. On the other end, director On greeted him as President Choi and asked if they could talk for a moment. He got straight to the point, saying, I want to give him a role. To be blunt, it's fine even if my movie becomes his stepping stone. Choi, taken aback, had asked what he meant by a stepping stone. Director On explained that he needed actor Kang Woo-jin for his 100th movie, which is set to compete in the King Film Festival. Choi, processing the immense opportunity, calmly replied, "Of course I knew." "I see. I actually meant to make some time to discuss this." Choi then asked the director why he had taken such an interest in Woo Jin. Director On explained that it started because of the sign language skill needed for the movie, but now he's more interested in Woo Jin's acting, and in him as a person. Then, the director delivered a shocking piece of information. "I've asked him about the Cannes Film Festival, but he told me that he's not interested." "Did you know this?" Choi, hiding his surprise, simply replied, "No. He's quite an unpredictable one." Director On agreed, saying that if Choi doesn't know the reason, then he doesn't either. The director then elaborated on his conversation with Woo Jin. He explained that Woo Jin really wasn't interested in the CFF, but the most important thing to note was the word "quite." He revealed that Woo Jin isn't interested in any of the world's top 3 film festivals, Cannes, Venice, or the Berlin International Film Festival. The true dream stage for every person in the movie industry, the award ceremony regarded as the most prestigious of all, is none other than the Oscars, the Academy Awards. Director On marveled at the thought, stating, to believe that a rookie in his first year is only interested in the Academy Awards. He's very ambitious. He concluded that, in other words, Woo Jin is aiming for the ultimate prize. On the other end of the line, President Choi was utterly stunned. His mind reeled as he thought, what? He couldn't believe it. The Academy Awards? An award that even top actors struggle for over 10 years just to have a chance at? And a first-year rookie is chasing it? It seemed impossible. But then, a thought struck him. He remembered Woo Jin's exceptional, native-level language skills, his desire to expand his career abroad into places like Japan, the powerful tycoons who supported him, and the special contract condition that Choi was not to meddle in his choice of projects. Suddenly, all the pieces clicked into place. Choi realized that Woo Jin had been stealthily walking towards the Academy Awards from the very beginning. Was it all part of his plan from the start? This wasn't just some pretentious ambition, this was Woo Jin's true nature. He was genuinely pursuing the Academy. On the phone, Director On continued, acknowledging that reaching the Oscars requires many conditions, particularly a strong filmography and achievements that make people nod in approval. He told Choi, that's why nothing is better as a stepping stone than Cannes. It presents an actor's credibility to everyone involved with the Academy Awards. He was sure President Choi knew exactly what he was talking about. Back in the present, walking through the airport, Choi processed this new reality. He understood that at this moment, Woo Jin's primary weakness is that his career and filmography are still sparse. As of now, for Woo Jin to reach the Academy Awards is realistically impossible. However, a new path appeared in his mind. If a first-year rookie were to cause an uproar in Cannes, there might be a tiny chance. Choi let out a quiet laugh. Huh. I'm out of my mind, he thought. I'm also thinking of the Cannes Film Festival as the stepping stone now, huh? While for any other rookie, entering Cannes itself is unheard of, he felt that if it's Woo Jin, somehow it feels possible. A fire ignited within him. Yeah, screw it, he decided. Let's make history. But before that, he knew he had to solve the contract renewal first. Meanwhile, in the office of a rival entertainment company, a woman bursts through the door without knocking, shouting for her director. The man at the desk is annoyed, asking if she knows how to knock. But she rushes forward, planting her hands on his desk and breathlessly announcing, I've received some incredible intel. She reveals that the contract between BW Entertainment and the Diamond in the Rough, Kang Woo Jin, is for only 1 year. The director leans forward, intrigued. Oh, this is such fresh news, he muses. He wonders if there was some kind of special circumstance or deal between Woo Jin and President Choi. His subordinate warns him that the tycoons connected to Woo Jin aren't a joke, and they have to prepare to deal with them. The director thoughtfully strokes his chin, agreeing that there's nothing good that comes from creating unnecessary trouble. However, He adds that if what she said is 100% true, then it won't be a problem. He acknowledges the danger, stating that if it turns out to be a fabrication or a rumor, it would be a disaster for them. But still, it's a topic too good to discard. He stands up decisively. So, go confirm it again, he commands. Only then it won't be too late to overturn the entertainment world. In a quiet underground parking garage, where a black van pulls up beside Kang Woo-jin. The side door slides open with a smooth whoosh, revealing his manager, the president of his agency, waiting inside. The president greets him, and Woo-jin gets into the spacious vehicle, his expression questioning. The president immediately hands him a thick folder, explaining that it contains casting offers sent by the awards show. He smiles, adding that Woo-jin knows he'll benefit greatly from attending them. Woo-jin agrees, saying, "Yes, I know," as he accepts the documents. The president then grows more serious. "Also," he says, leaning forward, "as of now, the Academy Awards is impossible." Woo-jin jolts in his seat, utterly bewildered by the sudden declaration. He can only stare back with a confused, wondering where this came from. Internally, he's a mess of confusion. The thought feels completely out of the blue, and he thinks that going to the Academy Awards would be impossible forever, not just now. He'd heard that even getting nominated there is incredibly difficult. The president, misinterpreting his silence, nods gravely. "Of course. It's difficult this year." This only deepens Woo-jin's confusion, as he wonders why his boss is suddenly stating something so obvious. The president continues, looking sideways at Woo-jin with a shrewd expression. "Were you aiming for the Academy Awards from the beginning?" Woo-jin is stunned into silence, a large question mark appearing over his head as he tries to figure out what his president is talking about. He thinks to himself, what the heck is he talking about? His manager then reveals the source of his assumption. He says that if Woo-jin had given him a heads up, he could have prepared himself. Woo-jin stares back blankly, completely lost. Internally, he wonders since when he was ever aiming for the Academy Awards. The president, seeing his confusion, crosses his arms and sighs. He admits that Director On's insight is indeed scary, to believe that he could read all of Woo-jin's mind. At the mention of the director, Woo-jin is even more lost, wondering why he's being brought up now. He thinks to himself that he didn't tell the director anything about this. A flashback shows Director On speaking with the president, explaining that given Woo-jin's personality, he must have hinted at his ambitions. The president concludes, "I should have realized as well." Woo-jin finally understands the source of the misunderstanding. He begins sweating again, realizing it was all because of the director. He feels it would be awkward to correct the misunderstanding now, so he decides to just play along. Internally, he resolves to just roll with it, thinking that it's no big deal if his goals seem bigger than they are. He's too lazy to correct him either way. He looks at his president and says, "All right. Let's keep this just between us two for now." He adds that he's sure the director won't tell anyone either. The president smiles, pleased with this apparent confirmation. He leans back, looking satisfied, and tells Woo-jin that the Academy Awards are on a whole different level than just expanding into the Japan market. "Since you're a pro," he continues, "I assume that you don't need an explanation about the Academy Awards, right?" Woo-jin, caught in the charade, can only think, "No, I do need it." The president then lays out the reality of breaking into the American market. To be honest, there's nothing better than the Cannes Film Festival to make it big in Hollywood quickly. The other way is to go around doing Hollywood auditions, but that's even harder. It would take at least 3 years just to start from the bottom. Woo-jin listens intently, thinking to himself that he needs to change the topic. He asks if the president perhaps has another route in mind, like a connection in Hollywood. The president calmly replies, "I don't have any," before encouraging Woo-jin to speak his mind freely. The president then reveals his plan. He says that Director On has offered to be the stepping stone. He has requested a meeting, and the president thinks the director will probably give Woo-jin a scenario there. Wu Jin simply replies with a thoughtful, as he processes the new information. He concludes that the scenario must not be a big deal, but though he feels uncomfortable, it's not like he can simply ignore the director. He decides to treat it as practice to enhance his concept acting. Moreover, he's also quite curious about the scenario. He wonders what kind of grade will be written by the GOAT of the Korean film industry. Making his decision, he looks at his president and says, "All right, set up an appointment." The president nods, saying, "Okay," and they head off. The scene transitions to an elegant meeting room. An older, gray-haired man in a sharp suit sits across a table from Wu Jin. This is Director On. He greets Wu Jin, saying it's been a long time. The director slides a script across the table towards Wu Jin, who looks down at it with a thoughtful "MHM?" The director explains that he was being too imprudent back in Da Nang, and now he wants to get right into the details. Wu Jin, surprised by his directness, thinks, "Oh. He gives this to me right away, huh?" He politely accepts, saying, "Okay, director. Thank you." He takes the script, recognizing that this is the stepping stone they discussed. He glances at the cover, which simply reads, Leech. Internally, he remarks on the simple name for a movie title. As he focuses on the script, a glowing blue system window appears before his eyes. It reads, 8_scenario, title, Leech, grade S. Below that, a note confirms, it's a very high-quality movie scenario. 100% reading is possible. Wu Jin is stunned. It's grade S from the very start. He thinks to himself, wow, as expected from the Korean film industry GOAT. He wonders what kind of result a film meant to compete at Cannes would produce. If it's released in a movie theater, they could judge it by the number of views. But he questions if it will only be released in the Cannes Festival, or in theaters afterward. He decides he doesn't care, as long as it's a huge success. He knows that both paths could go well. With a single word, he exits the system view. Back in the room, Director On watches him closely and notices a slight reaction. MHM? Just now, didn't he flinch, he thinks. He asks Wu Jin if something is wrong. Wu Jin, looking up from the script, calmly replies, no. I was just reading. The director seems skeptical. Is that so? Though you've only seen it for a short time, what do you think about it? Wu Jin, needing to maintain his composure and hide his system ability, thinks to himself that he can't say he believes it's a grade S and very good. He tells the director, since I haven't read it properly, I still don't know. I don't know yet. The director nods in understanding. Right, it's too soon for me to ask you. The director then smiles warmly. Because I wanted you so badly, I acted too imprudently in Da Nang, he admits. So, I'll make this request official. He states that he comprehends Wu Jin is aiming for something and that the Academy Awards are still impossible for now. At the table, President Jang leans over to the other executive, whispering that only the two of them know about Wu Jin's interest in the Academy Awards, and that President Jang is very experienced in that matter. Wu Jin realizes with a sigh that the director was indeed the cause of the whole misunderstanding. He smiles faintly and says, please continue. The director lays out his proposal. However, if you get an accomplishment in the Cannes, your situation can change completely. So, use my movie as the stepping stone. He adds that he's also curious to see how fast Wu Jin will reach his goal. He explains that the Cannes Film Festival is held around June every year, but due to some circumstances, it will be pushed to September next year. For him, this is a golden opportunity. However, it means they don't have much time. They'll need to start filming in January at the latest, finish by June, and then complete editing by September to submit it. These are very short windows. Fortunately, due to his past good results at Cannes, Director On has already received an offer. He tells Wu Jin not to worry about what others think. Just think about your future and decide on it. Wu Jin looks at the director and says, "All right, director." The director and President Jiang stand up to leave, telling Wu Jin's team to contact them once he's made his decision. The president of Wu Jin's agency stands as well, enthusiastically saying, "Yes, yes. Thank you, director." As the others leave, Wu Jin and his president remain in the room. The president, wiping his brow, sighs in relief. "Phew, Wu Jin, what do you think?" Wu Jin, still holding the script, replies, "I need to read it to be sure." The president agrees and tells him to let him know once he's done. Suddenly, the president's phone buzzes. He answers it, saying, and his expression immediately darkens. Texts from his PR team leader flash across the screen. "President. We're in trouble. Have you seen the news? There's an article you need to check out." The president stares at his phone, his face contorted in shock and horror. An exclusive news article is displayed on the screen, the headline blaring, "Monstrous Rookie, Kang Woo-jin, turns out that he only signed a one-year contract with BW Entertainment. Will he become a free agency actor next winter?" The president erupts. "This is absolutely insane. How did your contract get leaked?" he shouts, his composure completely gone. He stumbles back, clutching his phone in disbelief while Wu Jin watches, his own expression one of cool detachment. The president continues his frantic rant, but then composes himself with a cough, trying to regain control. He tells Wu Jin they should move to his schedule first and talk about the details later. As he walks away, still flustered, he thinks that it's fine, he still has time, and reacting rashly will only make him mess up. But as he glances back at Wu Jin, who remains surprisingly calm, a thought strikes him. He did change the topic immediately, but what could be on his mind? A sudden, chilling realization hits Wu Jin. As his president fumes and paces, Wu Jin's mind flashes back. A thought bubble appears above his head. "Ah, right. I did a one-year contract." His calm facade shatters, his eyes widening as the full weight of the situation finally dawns on him. The news didn't just spread, it detonated. Kang Woo-jin's contract expiration went from a whispered rumor to a blazing wildfire across every entertainment news outlet, igniting a feeding frenzy among Korean entertainment agencies. The sudden revelation of his unusually short, one-year contract term had the entire industry talking. Headlines screamed with speculation: would the ultra-class monstrous rookie, the hottest commodity on the market, really leave his current agency, BW Entertainment? As the industry buzzed with leaked contract details and frantic conjecture, BW Entertainment itself remained eerily silent, a pocket of calm in the eye of a hurricane. This uproar was a direct testament to Kang Woo-jin's immense, almost gravitational influence. The monstrous rookie who had taken both Korea and Japan by storm was revealed to be on a one-year leash, a fact so unusual and fresh in an industry built on long-term rookie contracts that it defied belief. Online communities were ablaze with debate. A one-year contract? LMAO, that has to be a rumor. Shouldn't it be at least a 5-year deal for a rookie of his caliber? BW might be a small agency, but even they wouldn't be that foolish. But for those who believed the news, the implication was crystal clear: if it was true, a desperate, frantic race to sign him was about to begin. While the public churned with opinion, domestic entertainment agencies indeed went into a frenzy. Office corridors were thrown into chaos as executives and managers scrambled, immediately making moves to reach out to Kang Woo-jin directly. Yet, while the industry was in an uproar, the protagonist at the center of the story showed no reaction at all. He quietly scrolled through his phone, his gaze falling on a news article with the headline, "Kang Woo-jin's one-year contract is expiring?" The entertainment world is fired up, but only Kang Woo-jin is quiet. Is he trying to raise his value? Looking at the screen with a blank expression, Woo-jin thought the speculation was utter nonsense. "Raise my value," he scoffed internally. "Yeah, right. I have no particular thoughts about it." He recalled a recent conversation with President Choi, who had asked him to think things over so they could talk later. But in Wu Jin's mind, there was nothing to think about, his decision was already made. He believed that if he simply ignored the noise, the buzz would eventually die down on its own. Just then, his phone began to vibrate. It was a message from Kim Namtae, the president of BHM Entertainment, politely asking to meet despite his busy schedule. Wu Jin was momentarily confused, wondering how an agency president had even obtained his personal number. His confusion quickly morphed into bewilderment as his phone was suddenly flooded with a relentless barrage of messages from various agencies. Representatives from JML Entertainment and countless others were all vying for his attention. Overwhelmed by the sudden, non-stop influx of texts, he could only wonder what on earth was happening. The situation was uncomfortably familiar, a chaotic echo of his past as the infamous Hanriang. Staring at the endless stream of messages, he realized this was on a completely different level from simply receiving a few business cards. The articles were blowing up, agencies were reaching out to him personally, and even company presidents were contacting him directly. He concluded that this must mean his position in the industry was now quite high. Having already studied contract-related matters just in case, Wu Jin devised a strategy. Though he wasn't entirely sure it would work, he decided he would push for terms that might seem excessive, even outrageous. He believed this approach would force them to recognize his true value. A slow smirk touched his lips. It wasn't a bad plan at all. His strategic reverie was shattered by the familiar voice of President Choi, who appeared behind him with a phone in hand. "Wu Jin," he said, "have you seen the Kong Wu Jin Alter Ego channel?" He proudly showed Wu Jin the channel's incredible stats, explaining that each video had over 5 million views and the subscriber count had already blasted past 5.8 million. He even made a bizarrely specific joke, saying it was just like how Wu Jin needed to subscribe to Manhwa to get it to 10,000 subscribers soon. Because of this runaway success, they were receiving a constant stream of cover song requests from top-tier idols and established singers. He pointed to the latest video, a Korean version of Miley Kara's song, Absolute, which had exploded with over 6.12 million views. Choi was practically beaming. "We did a good job with the song selection." He laughed, asking if the success was simply because it was a Miley Kara song. Wu Jin, however, looked completely lost. He racked his brain, vaguely recalling her name as an incredibly popular Hollywood actor and singer, betraying his hilariously shallow knowledge of pop culture. Choi moved on, bringing up the cooking content Wu Jin had mentioned before. "We've narrowed down the format to 3 options," he explained. The first was a simple format where Wu Jin would cook while sharing recipes with his subscribers. The second involved inviting guests and cooking whatever they requested while chatting. The third and final option was called Avatar Cooking. Wu Jin looked puzzled and asked for clarification. Choi explained that the invited guest would be the avatar, and Wu Jin would secretly instruct them from behind the scenes. It was a concept with strong variety show potential, ripe for chaotic and hilarious moments. Wu Jin thought it was a brilliant idea, though he couldn't help but muse that it could become an exercise in pure frustration if the guest couldn't tell a spatula from a shoehorn. Back in his room, President Choi asked who he'd like as the first guest. "Miss Warren," Wu Jin suggested without hesitation. Choi agreed to send her a request and then asked who should be the avatar. When Wu Jin admitted he wasn't sure, Choi decided to handle that himself. Just then, a staff member called for Wu Jin, letting him know that preparations for filming were complete and he was needed in the recording room. As Wu Jin got up to leave, his phone buzzed yet again with another offer. He let out an exasperated sigh, which didn't go unnoticed by President Choi, who glanced over with a thoughtful expression, deciding it was better not to mention the flood of calls he had been receiving from other agencies about Wu Jin. Wu Jin walked into the studio, where the staff were murmuring amongst themselves. They commented on how preternaturally calm he was despite all the media buzz. They speculated about whether he would change agencies, assuming he must be drowning in offers from numerous companies. One staffer, however, expressed doubt. Wouldn't he just stick with President Choi? Listening from the side, President Choi silently gulped. He knew he had advantages other agencies couldn't possibly offer. He thought about his connection to the legendary director On, his own keen eye for choosing blockbuster projects, and the prestige of Cannes and the Academy Awards glittering on the horizon. He believed that the value other companies had placed on Woo Jin was completely, laughably wrong. They couldn't see the massive, world-changing potential of his future. With a grim, unshakable determination, Choi resolved to settle the matter right there. He would pour everything, sincerity, strategy, and sheer will, into winning Kang Woo Jin over. Meanwhile, in the recording booth, Woo Jin tried to focus but was visibly annoyed as messages continued to flood his phone. Later that night, after the recording session had wrapped, President Choi saw Woo Jin off. "Have a good rest," he said, but as Woo Jin walked toward the van, Choi realized he had to say something before it was too late. He called out, "Woo Jin." Before he could continue, Woo Jin turned and interrupted him. "President," he said, his voice calm and decisive. "I'll do bleach. For a moment, President Choi's brain simply short-circuited. The words hung in the air, refusing to compute. Internally, a frantic scream was echoing, did he just? Did his famous intuition kick in? Woo Jin calmly continued, "I feel good about it. Please tell them that I'll do it." A wave of relief and pure joy washed over Choi, and he managed to agree to inform the production team the next morning. Woo Jin then casually added, "I heard the Cannes Festival will be in September of next year. I'm looking forward to your cooperation there." As Woo Jin started to walk away, the president casually replied, Yeah, you too." Before he froze mid-step, the words finally registering. He stared, utterly confused. "Huh? Hold on. What did you just say?" Woo Jin repeated himself, stating he was looking forward to working with him for next year's Cannes. The president himself now looked puzzled. He clarified that Cannes was indeed in September of next year, but Woo Jin's contract ended in March. The gears in his head slowly, wonderfully, clicked into place. "Does that mean, you'll keep being with me?" He quickly backtracked, saying he was just surprised to hear it so directly. A single, genuine tear escaped the corner of his eye, which he hastily wiped away. "You damned sunder a kid," he muttered, a mix of affection and exasperation in his voice. He then asked why Woo Jin seemed so surprised, considering the deluge of calls he must have received. "Is it really alright to make such a big decision so soon?" Woo Jin explained his reasoning plainly. He felt that spending time considering other offers would be a complete waste of time when he was already so busy. He didn't need the extra hassle. Furthermore, he thought to himself, there was no other agency quite like his current one. He couldn't ignore the mountain of misunderstandings that had piled up, and he knew that BW Entertainment was uniquely accustomed to his concept acting. They had supported and trusted him without question. However, this didn't mean he planned to be careless about the new contract conditions. Changing the subject, Choi asked, "Woo Jin, I told you to get a taste of BW Entertainment when we signed the first contract, right? How was it?" Woo Jin looked at him and replied simply, "It was good." Satisfied beyond measure, Choi stood by the van and prepared to lay out his game-winning offer for the contract renewal. "We no longer need to bother with a one-year contract. It's inconvenient," he stated. "Instead, a 3-year renewal. The profit split would undergo a radical shift. The old 9-1 split in the company's favor would be inverted to a 7-3 split in Woo Jin's favor. And then, for the final, jaw-dropping component, the down payment. The house," President Choi stated, his voice steady. "The one you're living in now. I'm giving it to you." Woo Jin was left utterly speechless, his mind reeling. He couldn't believe it. Internally, he was screaming. The house with a selling price of 1 billion won? Later that night, sleep wouldn't come. Wu Jin lay in the king-sized bed of his actual, home, tossing and turning. Is this house really mine? He thought, the reality of the situation refusing to sink in. This doesn't feel real. His thoughts were interrupted by the sharp vibration of his phone on the nightstand. He woke up fully and answered it. The caller was PD Song. On the other end of the line, PD Song apologized for the late call and asked if Wu Jin had time to meet the next day, offering to come to him. He explained there was a script he desperately wanted him to see. As he spoke, a close-up of the script's title page was revealed, A Necessary Evil, written by Choi Nana. Under the brilliant glare of a sunny sky, a modern office building gleamed. Inside a quiet conference room, a producer with a neat goatee offered his gratitude. Thank you for making time this morning, Wu Jin. Seated across the polished table, Kong Wu Jin gave a slight nod. It's no problem, he replied, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. The one who's jobless has to be the one to make the effort. A knowing smile touched the producer's lips as he pushed a folder across the table. Please, take a look. He leaned forward, his voice filled with an infectious energy. This is the new work from writer Choi Nana. I read it and was so completely drawn in that I chose it as the very first project for my new independent company. We've already signed the contract. The producer's eyes gleamed with passion. Choi Nana's previous work, Male Friend, didn't end that long ago, so getting this new project is a huge deal. He fixed his gaze intently on Wu Jin, his next words carrying immense weight. Both writer Choi and I think you would be perfect for the male lead. Surprise flickered across Wu Jin's face as he looked down at the folder. Oh? What's this? He asked, his curiosity piqued. He opened it, his inner thoughts buzzing. The cover page was simple but elegant, A Necessary Evil, by Choi Nana. She said it will be a 16-episode miniseries, not a short film, the producer clarified. As Wu Jin flipped to the first page, he internally remarked that the story started off rough, a raw and intense opening. The producer watched his expression closely. Sensing the scrutiny, Wu Jin looked up and offered a polite assessment. It's very interesting. So much so that I'd want to read it right away if I had the time. After a beat of silence, the producer posed the critical question. As an actor, what is your opinion? Do you think you'll do it? Wu Jin, holding the script, met his gaze. Yes, he said with quiet conviction. I believe so. A wave of relief and satisfaction washed over the producer. He stood up, placing his hands on the table. Excellent. Please review it carefully and give me your answer, he said, his tone professional once more. I'll get out of your way so I don't disturb you. Wu Jin rose as well, and with a final, thank you for coming, the producer turned and left the room. Later, back in the quiet solitude of his own space, Wu Jin sat with the folder. Alright, I've checked the story, he thought to himself. Holding up the script for A Necessary Evil, he decided it was time. Should I check the other things as well? He activated his unique ability, and a glowing, ethereal vortex materialized on his phone screen. He was pulled into a dark, conceptual space, an endless void of potential. Let's see, he mused, looking down at a script floating before him in the darkness. He squinted, trying to make out the details, wondering what it was. Then, his eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? SS rank? That's insane. The page glowed with an impossible rating, 8_script, title, Leech, SS rank. He blinked, his mind racing. Wasn't Leech an S+ rank? A slow smirk spread across his face as the realization dawned on him. This was his doing. The script's potential had skyrocketed because of his involvement. This 100% changed because of me, he thought, quickly schooling his expression. Stop smiling. He pondered the implications. Leech was a submission for the prestigious King Film Festival. If it was now SS rank, did that guarantee a theatrical release? He had no way to confirm it, but the possibility was tantalizing. His gaze drifted to the next floating script, and a resigned sigh escaped him. Wow, I knew it. There it was, 9_script, title, A Necessary Evil, S+ rank. Even without his ability, he could tell. It's already fun right from the start. Sometime later, Wu Jin was being driven through the city in a company van. His manager, a man with glasses and a ponytail, broke the silence. Did you have a good talk with producer Song? Yes, Wu Jin replied simply from the back seat. Good, the manager continued, all business. In the meantime, I told director on that we're doing Leech. I also released an official statement that we're extending your contract for another 3 years. He anticipated the media's reaction. A few outlets might make some noise about it. A news headline flashed in his mind, feature, Why did BW Entertainment and Kang Woo Jin start with a 1-year contract? If we mention the extension and stay quiet, the manager advised, the noise will die down on its own. He then shifted gears, a new excitement in his voice. Speaking of noise, look at this. He explained that the first episode of The Love That Freezes had aired the previous night. Wu Jin looked up, surprised. Ah, has it been that long already? I was so out of it, I didn't even know. His manager held up a phone, displaying a flood of comments. Everyone is raving about your sign language performance. Just look. One comment read, Kang Woo Jin only appeared for a second, but the impact is insane. Another demanded, get out of the way. Bring Kang Woo Jin back. But that's not even the important part, the manager declared, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. The Love That Freezes earned an overall viewership rating of 12.8%. But the peak viewership rating? It hit 19.1%, right at the exact moment of your first appearance. A digital newspaper clipping materialized, its headline screaming, viewers flock to see Kang Woo Jin doing sign language, peak viewership hits 19.1%. This has essentially proven your ticket power, his manager explained. On top of that, your Masang score is over 7.5 million. All the projects you've appeared in so far have been successful, with great results. You've become an actor people can trust to deliver. Your status has shot up, and your value has skyrocketed along with it. A whimsical graphic of Wu Jin leveling up, surrounded by raining cash, played out in his imagination. The manager, Choi, glanced out the window. Oh, look at me. I should get going to our next schedule. He noted, it'll take a while to get there, so you should get some rest. A moment later, he asked, today's the first filming day for the cooking content with Warren, right? Now in the passenger seat, Wu Jin buckled up and pulled out his phone. Let's see. I heard they uploaded a teaser video to the channel. He found it immediately, the title flashing on his screen, introducing the second content on Kang Woo Jin sub-channel. Avatar Cooking Teaser, already boasting over 3 million views. He scrolled through the explosive comment section. Wait. Cooking? He's cooking? Appa, I'm a really good eater. Don't tell me, he's good at cooking too. I'm looking forward to Wu Jin's cooking. A chibi version of Wu Jin appeared in a thought bubble, noting that the reaction would be even more explosive if they added other celebrity guests besides Warren. After soaking in the positive reactions, he thought, now that I've seen the reactions, next up is. He reached for the script folder beside him. Ah. A look of determination settled on his face as he picked it up. I'm feeling pretty good today. Once more, he activated his ability. Back in the dark, ethereal space, a purple hexagonal window materialized with a system message, Jang Yunwoo, preparing to read, preparation complete. This is a very high-quality script or scenario. Implementation is at 100%. But then, a new message followed, one he'd never seen before, abilities exceeding base specs have been detected. Wu Jin stared, utterly surprised. He wondered aloud, martial arts? I can acquire things like action skills. He had assumed it wouldn't work since the script lacked specific descriptions of the main character's techniques. I don't know what it is, he thought with a shrug, but thanks for the martial arts, I guess. A new window immediately popped up, preparing to read martial arts. Suddenly, the world dissolved. He found himself in a pure, featureless void. His eyes shot open. What is this? He looked down. He could feel a surface beneath his feet, but it wasn't solid. It felt more like he was pushing through fine, tightly packed soil. Before he could process it, a shadowy silhouette of a man materialized before him. He flinched, but then his body moved with a will of its own. Huh! My body is moving on its own. He was thrown into a seamless, violent dance, his limbs executing flawless strikes and blocks he had never learned. The shadow figure slammed him to the ground, and the floor shattered like glass beneath him, yet he felt no pain, no discomfort. He could only stare up in bewildered shock. Huh? What the? As the shadow figure loomed over him, he felt a strange, new sensation. Ah! A brilliant light swirled around him, and from behind, he felt as though knowledge, instinct, and power were being imprinted directly onto his soul. After the intense, disorienting experience, the process completed. Wu Jin was back in the calm conceptual space, a serene look on his face. Phew, good, he thought, a sense of relief washing over him. He held up a hand, examining it as if for the first time. Now that I've learned martial arts, he thought, a confident smile touching his lips, ready to fully immerse himself in the world of the character Zhang Yunwu. The system announced its final preparation, Zhang Yunwu, preparing to read, preparation complete. This is a very high-quality script or scenario. Implementation is at 100%. A final message declared, commencing the reading. The scene melted away, reforming into a beautiful, traditional Korean house bathed in sunlight. Two older men, figures of respect and authority, walked along a stone path in the tranquil garden. One, a man with sharp glasses, complimented his companion. The meal was delicious. The silver-haired man, the legendary director on Jaebok, simply replied, indeed. He turned to his companion. Think of it, hasn't it been about a year since your last project? The other man seemed surprised. Has it been that long already? Director On held out a script. Yes. Please take a look at this. His companion's eyes lit up with recognition. Is this your 100th project? It is, Director On confirmed. I want you to do it. We have a promise, don't we? The man, the veteran actor Shim Han-ho, with a storied 30-year career, let out a fond chuckle. Huh, sir. But Director On's expression turned serious, cutting off any nostalgic sentiment. There's no need to remind me of that. Taking the script, Shim Han-ho asked a crucial question. Am I the first one you've offered this to? He glanced at the cover. Director On paused. No. You're the second. Shim Han-ho was visibly taken aback. Who in the industry would be offered a milestone project from Director On before him? Director On sighed. It's still confidential, but I suppose I should tell you. He made the stunning reveal. The first choice is Kang Woo Jin. Shim Han-ho's eyes widened in pure shock at the mention of the young, rising star's name. Despite the blow to his pride, Shim Han-ho's composure was that of a true veteran. He calmly accepted the script. I understand, he said, his voice even. I recently saw The Drug Dealer, and he left a deep impression on me. I'll read it. Good. Director On began, but was cut off. But I'll have to rush you, Shim Han-ho added. Huh? Director On looked puzzled. Just then, Hidden in a van parked a short distance away, a young man with glasses stared in disbelief. "Wait, is that director on Jiebok and Shim Han-ho?" Seeing the two titans of the industry together at this hour was a rare sight. Recognizing the opportunity of a lifetime, he quickly raised his phone and snapped a picture. A thought bubble of pure excitement appeared above his head. This will make a great scoop. Inside the van, Kang Woo-jin sat in stunned silence, his hand clamped over his mouth in sheer disbelief. A profound, almost alchemical change had just taken place within him. He slowly lowered his hand, his eyes wide as he stared at the script for A Necessary Evil. "I've changed," he thought, the sensation difficult to articulate. It wasn't just a memory, it felt as if a new operating system had been brutally installed, something permanently imprinted onto his very being. Perhaps it was because the character he had just absorbed, Jang Yun-woo, was a whirlwind of madness, but Woo-jin felt undeniably different. He felt more agile, his thoughts sharper, his resolve like steel. His entire body hummed with a heightened sensitivity, yet it felt remarkably flexible and primed for action. He reflected on his other abilities, which were smooth, refined, and elegant. This one, however, was something else entirely. It was rough, primal, and intensely violent. He immediately recognized the inherent danger coiled within this new skill. He knew he had to learn how to control it, to tame the beast he had just unleashed within himself. If he were to wield this power carelessly, it could lead to catastrophic problems. Yet, as he considered this, a look of quiet confidence settled over his features. He believed that mastering it wouldn't be difficult for him. After all, he had already perfected the art of moderation. A small, chibi version of himself appeared in his mind's eye, diligently fastening a seatbelt. "Don't get cocky," the tiny avatar thought sternly. "You all just need to make me shine." His internal monologue was a firm reminder to control his mind, just as he always had. "Woo-jin, we're here," the manager announced, pulling him from his thoughts. "The PD is in the studio, so let's go on up." Woo-jin unbuckled his seatbelt. "Yes, CEO." As he stepped out of the vehicle, a cheerful voice called out his name. "Hello, Woo-jin." It was Warren, his co-star for the cooking show, her smile as bright as the day. He greeted her back warmly, noting, "You're early." Warren beamed. "There was no traffic," she explained, gesturing with her head toward her own manager. "And he nagged me like crazy, saying I couldn't be late." Unseen by either of them, a man in a nondescript gray hoodie sat in a nearby car, his eyes fixed on their easy interaction. A low growl of disgust rumbled in his throat. Again. That bastard, Kang Woo-jin, again. His obsession was a palpable, suffocating force. "Warren is mine. She's only mine," he thought, his knuckles white. How dare he approach my Warren? He trembled with a rage that bordered on delirium, his thoughts spiraling into a dark abyss. "I put up with it until male friend ended. Why do you keep making me angry?" He clutched a stack of candid photos showing Woo-jin and Warren together, his anger reaching a violent boiling point. "I can't tolerate you. Not anymore. You must be punished for betraying me." With a chilling finality, he pulled out a sharp, pointed tool, his face twisting into a sinister grin. "Today will be your punishment." Later, after a successful shoot, a voice called out, "Cut." "Great work, everyone," the studio buzzed with the crew congratulating each other. Woo-jin's manager was immediately by his side. "You too, Woo-jin. Great work. As soon as you're done, you have your next schedule." Watching them from a nearby table, Warren looked downcast. What a shame, she thought, a wave of disappointment washing over her. "I wish I could have stayed with Woo-jin a little longer." As Woo-jin was led away, Warren's own manager began complaining about an upcoming photo shoot, nagging her relentlessly. She watched Woo-jin's retreating back, a new determination hardening her expression. "I want to talk to him one more time before I go." I can't leave like this. Just then, a pleasant, intriguing scent drifted toward her. What is that? She wondered. Should I ask him? Making a split-second decision, she hurried over to him. Wu Jin, what perfume are you wearing today? I'd like to try it too. Before he could even process the question, his manager lunged forward, shoving her roughly to the side while roaring, "Watch out!" Out of nowhere, the stalker in the gray hoodie lunged, the sharp tool raised high above his head. He screamed Warren's name, his voice a guttural cry of possessive rage. She's mine. The staff froze, a collective gasp of panic hanging in the air. This is bad, someone thought. Warren was paralyzed with absolute terror, her body refusing to move as a horrified scream tore from her throat. In a flash, the world seemed to shift into slow motion. Just as the gleaming weapon was about to plunge towards her, Wu Jin intercepted, his body a blur. His hand shot out, seizing the attacker's wrist in an unbreakable grip. The weapon stopped dead, mere inches from its target. Warren stared from behind him, her mind unable to comprehend what was happening. A staff member stammered, "W. Wu Jin Nim?" With a single, brutally fluid motion, Wu Jin twisted the assailant's arm, disarming him and slamming him face down onto the stone pavement with a sickening thud. The man groaned in agony. Perfectly calm amidst the chaos, Wu Jin turned his head slightly toward the still frozen Warren and said coolly, "Call the police." The spell was broken. Chaos erupted as staff and managers rushed forward. Someone screamed in panic as Wu Jin's manager, Choi, anxiously checked on him. "Are you okay?" "I'm alright," Wu Jin replied, his voice unnervingly steady. Warren's manager could only stare, utterly bewildered by the young actor's impossible speed and unshakable composure. While Choi fussed over him, Wu Jin's mind was racing. "Wow, damn, that's crazy. That surprised me," he thought, a thrill running through him despite the danger. "That was really surprising. That was so cool just now." Nearby, security guards in suits swiftly apprehended the downed stalker. The adrenaline began to fade, and Wu Jin felt a slight shiver. As cool as it felt, he thought, it was an act of violence he never wanted to experience again. Warren stood nearby, trembling uncontrollably. Wu Jin looked over at her, his internal monologue shifting. Resolved, "So is that all that matters?" He approached her gently. "Warren SSI, are you alright?" Yes. "I'm fine," she stammered, her voice shaky. "It doesn't look like it," he observed softly. He then gestured toward her car, simply saying, "Savile Allure." "Pardon?" she asked, confused. He calmly took her wrist and applied a scent from a small atomizer. "The perfume," he clarified. As she brought her wrist to her nose, a delicate, calming fragrance enveloped her. "It smells nice," she thought. The scent seemed to ground her, and slowly, her frantic heartbeat began to steady. Soon after, the wail of sirens filled the air. Police cars arrived, and the stalker was led away in handcuffs. An officer explained to the manager, "We had been receiving strange letters at the company. The man we arrested was the likely culprit." He turned to Wu Jin with deep gratitude. "I don't know what would have happened without your intervention." As Wu Jin prepared to leave, he turned to his CEO. "If this incident becomes a news story, I'd like my name to be left out of it. I'm not comfortable with." He trailed off, thinking to himself that he never intended to use martial arts for anything other than acting. This whole situation felt like a massive misunderstanding waiting to happen. He could already picture the swarm of reporters, and explaining how he'd suddenly acquired expert combat skills would be a colossal pain. His manager smiled reassuringly. "Leave the cleanup to me," he said. "Warren's company will handle the aftermath and issue a public warning. I can manage the witnesses and the CCTV footage, but dealing with onlookers who were in their cars will be difficult. It's best to let that part play out naturally." He paused, then warned, "This incident is going to be reported on a much larger scale than you anticipate." Wu Jin simply nodded. "I don't mind that. I get it, and next time, just use me as a shield. You're precious to me." Wu Jin was visibly touched, his expression softening at the unexpected words. Finally, curiosity got the better of him. "But how did you manage to subdue that assailant?" he asked, his tone shifting. He looked at Wu Jin with a dead serious expression. "Were you, like a secret agent or something?" Wu Jin just gave him a completely deadpan stare. Undeterred, the manager began listing off Wu Jin's known talents like a prosecutor building a case. Fluency in several languages, sign language, singing, playing instruments, top-tier acting, and now martial arts, a cold personality and a mysterious past. His eyes widened as he connected the dots. "Whoa, what's all this? Isn't this the perfect setup for a spy movie protagonist?" He dismissed the idea that any normal person could do what Wu Jin just did, his mind racing with wild speculation about his childhood. Looking thoroughly unimpressed by the conspiracy theories, Wu Jin finally clarified in a flat tone, "A little hapkido?" The manager stared for a second, then burst into roaring laughter. Hapkido. It was hapkido. He threw his hands up in amused resignation, deciding the whole situation was too absurd to comprehend. He'd just have to accept it.
A breaking news report flashes across the screen, announcing that singer and actress Warren was attacked by an assailant in a parking lot. The words crackling like a siren as the entertainment world collectively inhales. As the news of the incident spreads, a group of executives in a modern office discuss the situation, their measured voices at odds with the unmistakable tension in the air. They remark that the incident with Warren is getting bigger, but one of them notes with admiration that she is continuing with her schedule, calling her a real pro, unyielding even under pressure, the kind of resilience that becomes legend. The conversation then shifts to a more pressing matter. A woman asks a man with a goatee if he has heard back from Wu Jin about his confirmation yet. Her tone carefully neutral but threaded with impatience. The man looks concerned, replying that it seems like Wu Jin is taking a while to decide, and the room tightens around the uncertainty. Another colleague wonders if the martial arts part of the role was too much of a burden for him, tossing the thought out like a lifeline they don't want to touch. The man with the goatee strokes his chin thoughtfully, considering the possibility, the doubt nibbling at the edges of his confidence. Someone said that Wu Jin might have judged that it would be too difficult to practice martial arts on top of his schedule, and the suggestion lingers like a storm cloud. Meanwhile, the producer internally disagrees, knowing that Wu Jin is not the type to shy away from or struggle with anything. He clenches his jaw, pondering if Wu Jin got a bad feeling after reading the whole script, a worse possibility that gnaws more deeply than mere logistics. Just as the goateed man is about to move on, suggesting they proceed with Plan B for the casting board, his phone begins to ring. He glances down, and everyone's attention is drawn to the sound, the entire table freezing mid-breath. The name on the screen is Kang Wu Jin. A wave of shock and anticipation fills the room as he answers the call. Because sometimes, the universe hands you a drum roll. On the other end of the line, Wu Jin's voice is calm and apologetic. He says, "I'm sorry, producer. My response is a bit late. I've read the entire script." The apology lands like silk, professional and precise. Before the producer can respond, Wu Jin continues, addressing the potential issue head-on, as if he's been listening to their doubts in real time. The producer was about to suggest removing some of the action, thinking to himself that while there's more martial arts than expected, taking it out would ruin the flavor of beneficial evil. But Wu Jin speaks first, stunning everyone in the room. He states, "And I don't mind if there's even more martial arts." The executives sit in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief, the script page flipping itself from "what if" to "hell yes." The producer on the phone cautiously asks if more martial arts wouldn't be a problem. Wu Jin's reply is firm and professional. Yes, as long as it improves the overall picture of the project. Then, with unwavering confidence, he delivers the words they've all been waiting for. "I'll play Jang Yunwo." The title doesn't just land. It echoes, promising steel, shadow, and a storm of movement. A wave of joyous relief washes over the office. The woman claps her hands together, and the producer says how grateful he is that Woo Jin will do it, his relief finally cracking into a smile. Another man cheers that the Kangta team is so reliable, the praise hitting like confetti even through a speaker. The producer, still on the phone, makes sure to double-check. He asks Woo Jin if he considered his schedule and the fact that it will involve martial arts practice. Woo Jin, depicted as a small, chibi version of himself, simply tilts his head and asks what he means, like a warrior being asked if he's comfortable with breathing. This innocent question makes the producer grin, as he realizes that for Woo Jin, martial arts isn't even something to worry about. He laughs and tells Woo Jin, "Not at all, haha." He then informs him that the martial arts director will conduct a simple test to check his form and flexibility before the script reading. Choi Song-jian, listening to the conversation, looks intrigued, filing away the detail with a spark of curiosity. The call is then handed over to Woo Jin's manager, Choi Song-jian, who introduces himself to the producer. He confirms they have an additional filming meeting for the show, Our Table, soon, and will contact the producer once the schedule is finalized to discuss the details. After a brief exchange, the call ends. In the car, Choi Song-jian hands the phone back to Woo Jin, telling him the rest is taken care of. Classic manager move. Calm on the surface, spreadsheet fury underneath. Woo Jin takes the phone, his expression unreadable. He thinks to himself that now that he's a lead, his rank for beneficial evil must have gone up. A notification seems to confirm his thought, declaring, "Correct! Beneficial evil SS rank up." It's the kind of gamified destiny that makes fate feel like a leveling screen. As he processes this, his manager mentions that he should probably contact Warren separately. He then glances at his own phone to check the news, and his expression instantly turns to one of pure shock. "Wait! What is this?" he screams, startling Woo Jin. An audible jump scare in an enclosed vehicle. Woo Jin looks over as his manager stammers that the actor-director on cast after him is. He trails off, reading from a news headline on his phone. The exclusive article announces that director On Jae-bak, who had been out of the public eye, was suddenly spotted dining with veteran actor Shim Han-ho. The article speculates that Shim Han-ho is being cast in the director's 100th film, the kind of milestone that lights up every marquee on its own. The legendary actor, Shim Han-ho, is introduced as one of South Korea's top 3 veteran actors, a veritable monster with such a massive filmography that he's called the history of the acting world. The manager's mind races, connecting the dots. Director On Jae-bak's 100th film, the King Film Festival, Woo Jin's International Film Festival debut, and now, potentially, the great Shim Han-ho. He realizes that if an actor of this caliber joins the project, the scale becomes absolutely enormous, like attaching a rocket to a rocket. Overwhelmed, the manager begins to panic, wondering how the public and the entertainment industry will view Woo Jin, a first-year rookie, in this context. He worries about what Woo Jin himself will think. Trembling, he reasons that while Woo Jin isn't easily swayed by others, acting alongside Shim Han-ho might create unbearable pressure. He turns to Woo Jin, who is silently observing him, and asks what he thinks about the news, adding that it isn't confirmed yet. The air tightens, the car shrinking into a confession booth. Woo Jin looks at his manager, his own expression completely placid, and replies with a single, calm statement, "It doesn't matter." The manager is utterly floored by his composure. President impressed, thinking to himself, "That's our Woo Jin." The manager, however, rationalizes this incredible lack of reaction. Woo Jin thinks of his extreme method acting, already getting into character by viewing the legendary actor as just another old man. Respectfully, ruthlessly focused, the blade honed on purpose, not pedigree. As if on cue, the manager's phone rings. He looks down at the screen, a bead of sweat on his brow, and mutters, "Ah, he's calling. How scary." The caller is director On Jae-bak. The manager nervously answers, and the director gets straight to the point, asking if he has seen the articles about his film. The director's voice comes through the phone, explaining that it's about something else. Always a twist with this man. Choi Song-jian confirms that he was a bit surprised to hear it was Shim Han-ho. The director sighs, admitting he was surprised too, having had no idea a reporter was in the restaurant. The accidental leak turning into a strategic ripple. Director On continues, explaining that he called because he thought it would be best for CEO Choi to know. He reveals, "I gave the scenario to actor Shim Han-ho as well." He adds that he explained everything to the veteran actor, including the fact that he was the second person to receive the script. The manager is internally screaming in panic, but he maintains his composure on the call, meekly asking if the director mentioned Woo Jin. Director On then asks the crucial question, "Is Woo Jin by any chance feeling burdened by this?" The line goes momentarily weightless. With a surge of pride, Choi Song-jian puffs out his chest and confidently replies, "No, Woo Jin said it doesn't matter at all. He's a very solid kid." On the other end of the line, director On Jae-bak breaks into a wide, impressed smile. As expected, he says, "His guts are #1 in the country." The director then makes a strategic suggestion. He thinks it would be best if the official casting announcement was released side by side. 2 titans and a rising blade, 1 frame, infinite implications. The manager immediately understands the implication. Rather than a solo article for Woo Jin, the announcement will feature him sandwiched between 2 legends, director On and Shim Han-ho. It's 100 times better, no spotlight hogging, just shared gravity. The director agrees, stating it wouldn't be polite to Shim Han-ho to rank the announcements. The manager profusely thanks him. Just as they begin to discuss Woo Jin's appearance fee, director On's phone buzzes with a new message. He glances at it, a slight smile on his face. The message is from Shim Han-ho, and it reads, "I'll take the role you offered, sir." And just like that, a rumor crystallizes into reality. Later, in an office meeting, Choi Song-jian is excitedly recounting the successful negotiation to Woo Jin. He announces that they secured a fantastic appearance fee for him, a whopping 200 million won, plus 101 per audience member after the break-even point for a running guarantee. He adds that the director sees Woo Jin as being near his level. The manager is ecstatic, marveling at how much the fee has gone up. Numbers that feel less like digits and more like applause. The scene then shifts. Woo Jin is at a meeting for the cooking show, Our Table, with the producer and a female co-star. The producer asks Woo Jin if he's had a moment to think about the development dish he mentioned last time. Woo Jin confirms he has, quietly confident, the kind of restraint that makes kitchens go silent. The producer then asks what about the others, and Woo Jin looks around. The producer explains that the other cast members finished filming a long time ago, and that they are filming separately due to an overseas location shoot. He assures them that today is just a simple briefing and schedule discussion, so they should finish early. Calm prep before a culinary storm. Returning to the topic of the dish, Woo Jin quietly asks, "May I use it?" The producer's face lights up with excitement. "Oh, you have a dish prepared? Of course. Go ahead and use it." His female co-star offers to help, and Woo Jin suggests she can prep the ingredients. The team quickly prepares to shoot the segment, the room transforming into a set with the invisible click of collective momentum. A few minutes later, Woo Jin presents a beautifully arranged bowl of noodles. He announces, "The soy sauce-based makuksu is complete." Standing beside his co-star, he explains his creation. "It's a dish we'll be selling in the US, so I made the broth a little less salty." He adds that the seasoning can be adjusted with perilla leaves, sesame seeds, and jimjabin. The staff members take a bite and are immediately blown away. One of them exclaims, "Whoa, this is delicious. Producer, this is insane." Another shouts that he could sell this and asks for the name of the dish. Woo Jin thinks for a moment and replies, "Jimjabin makuksu sounds good." The producer nods in approval, calling it a good name. And just like that, a menu item is born on live adrenaline and taste buds. With the successful taste test complete, the producer moves on to scheduling. He explains that due to issues with the US shoot, they'll have to split the filming into a first and second round. The show is planned for 10 episodes, with the first round of filming covering 5 episodes over about a week. The official broadcast will be early next year, with the second round of filming taking place around that time. He adds that for the US arc, the locations and stores are almost confirmed. For about 2 days a week, they will operate out of a food truck, and the rest of the time they will work in a restaurant, 2 stages, 1 chef, a thread of narrative carried by heat and knives. Finally, the producer reveals the timeline, and the exact departure date for the first round of filming is scheduled for late November to early December. Woo Jin's eyes widen slightly. The realization hits him, it's soon. His mind immediately fills with the immense challenge ahead, portraying 2 completely different characters, one for the action film and one for the cooking show, in 2 separate countries, back to back. 2 lives, 2 arenas, 1 unshakable center. As the year draws to a close, the Korean entertainment industry is a whirlwind of activity and breaking news. This year has been particularly clamorous, with the hottest topic by far being the shocking attack on the beloved actress, Warren. News reports show her stalker in custody, his face unrepentant as he claims he punished her because she was being too promiscuous. The public's reaction is one of pure fury, with online comments calling for harsh justice and condemning the attacker's insane delusion. And in the midst of this media storm, a new headline emerges. The cast of the variety show Our Table, starring the rapidly rising Kang Woo-jin, has just departed for the United States. Aboard the plane, Woo-jin is lost in a daze of disbelief. He thinks to himself, "Are we really going? Am I going to America?" He remains completely unaware that back in Korea, an unexpected development is unfolding from a place he least expected. In a quiet parking lot, a man sits in his car, reviewing a photo on his dash cam. The image is grainy but clear, showing Warren, her attacker, and Woo-jin. "This is Warren and Kang Woo-jin," he mutters, his eyes widening in realization. Then Kang Woo-jin saved Warren? He scrolls through news articles and YouTube videos, finding it strange that Woo-jin's name is nowhere to be found. A sudden thought strikes him, and a slow, greedy smile spreads across his face. He remembers his own car's dashcam. Then my dashcam video. Isn't this a massive jackpot? He quickly renames the video file, titling it SUSUSU Super Jackpot. Warren Stalker Attack Incident. MY Car's dashcam filmed it from right in front. Not clickbait. Ready to upload his exclusive footage. A small incident was just beginning to sprout. The scene shifts to the bustling terminals of Los Angeles International Airport. The Our Table cast has arrived. Woo-jin, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, is still in awe. Wow, crazy, he thinks. To think I'm in America filming a variety show. This is America, right? I'm really here, right? His co-star approaches, noticing his dazed expression. "Woo-jin, what are you doing?" she asks gently. "Did you get caught up in your memories?" Confused, Woo-jin thinks, "It's my first time in America. What memories?" He quickly realizes she must be referring to the fake study abroad story his agency created and decides to brush it off. "No, I was just thinking about a project," he says. She kindly tells him to take a break while he works, but he responds with a slight smile, assuring her that he is resting inside his private subspace. The show's producer gathers the cast to go over the schedule. He explains that they will be doing business at a food truck street in North Hollywood Park for the first 2 days, with lodging arranged nearby. To help them adjust to the time difference, the first day will be filmed at a relaxed pace, with the real work beginning on day 2. He then turns to the designated leader of the group and asks what they should do first. The man looks bewildered, asking, "Why am I the leader? I'm just the figurehead boss who handles things from the back." He then pointing out the obvious. The concept is cooking, so of course the leader should be the Woo-jin, who's the chef. The producer asks the figurehead if he's okay taking orders from a junior. The man waves it off cheerfully, saying it doesn't matter and that being the one taking orders is the most comfortable role. He then turns to Woo-jin and asks, "So Woo-jin, what should we do?" Stepping into the leadership role, Woo-jin lays out a clear plan. After deciding on the menu, we should select and buy the ingredients. When the producer asks if they will be making all the menu items in the food truck, Woo Jin explains, "No, the space is small and the workflow will be tight, so about 2 items should be fine." The producer readily agrees, telling Woo Jin he can comfortably decide on the ingredients to match the menu. It's clear to everyone that Woo Jin will be taking charge from now on. As the group prepares to head out, Woo Jin makes a mental note to get a feel for the map of the area on the way. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing relentlessly. He pulls it out, puzzled by the flood of messages. As he scrolls, his calm expression dissolves into pure shock. "This is bad," he thinks. President Choi Song-jian steps in beside him. The CEO's face a mask of horror. "It's bad," Choi says, showing his own phone. On the screen, a dashcam video of you subduing the attacker has spread. Beneath it, a screenshot from Entertainment Daily blares. The one who saved Warren from the stalker attack was Kong. President Choi quickly explains the chaos erupting across Korea. Comments are flooding in, praising Woo Jin's clear martial arts skills and all-around talent. "It's chaos right now," Choi says, voice tight. "You've hit the news everywhere. It's mind-boggling." On his screen, a graphic shows real-time rank 1 Kong Wo Jin, rocketing to the top of search charts. He adds that everyone who has Woo Jin's number is probably calling at once. Woo Jin swallows, eyes fixed on the headlines. "Pardon?" Suddenly, a dashcam video? Choi nods, explaining that since Warren's side publicized the incident, it exploded. Now articles and YouTube are all about him. Choi looks him in the eye. "What do you want to do? Admit it or stay silent? I recommend a clear response." After a beat, Woo Jin says, "It seems better to admit it." Choi nods. "Good. I'll handle the official announcement in a few hours." As Woo Jin slips his phone away, his castmates rush over, faces a mix of shock and excitement. "Woo Jin, what is this article? What are these flashy martial arts?" One shouts. Another grabs his shoulders, breathless. "Woo Jin, is this real? You weren't a chef. You were a hero." Overwhelmed, Woo Jin sighs inwardly. "Ha, this is why I kept it hidden." Meanwhile, back in Korea, director Ahn Jae-bak and the veteran actor Shim Han-ho are riding in a car, looking at the same news on a phone. Shim Han-ho remarks with interest, "I wonder when he learned such a thing. This is a rare video." Director Ahn agrees, calling Woo Jin a very interesting person who is never short on creating issues. They soon arrive at a grand, elegant estate for the prestigious Starry Night Awards ceremony, one of the most exclusive parties of the year. Inside, the party is in full swing, bringing together industry masters, officials, and top stars. The main topic of conversation is the newly released video of Kong Woo Jin. "Did you see the Kong Woo Jin video?" One guest asks another. "Yes, I thought I was watching a movie," comes the reply. Overhearing the buzz, director Ahn smiles. He turns to Shim Han-ho and says it would be a good time to announce the actor for his film, Leech. Shim Han-ho asks when he plans to do it, noting the announcement will be noisy. Just then, a reporter from Power Patch rushes over, asking director Ahn for an interview and a hint about who he gave the Leech script to. Director Ahn laughs dismissively. "Haha, what's all this fuss?" he asks, before dropping a bombshell. "Actually, it's not just giving the script to the actor, but the 2 top-billed leads have been confirmed." The crowd murmurs, correctly assuming one is Shim Han-ho. The reporter presses, asking who the other person is, guessing it must be another top actor. With a calm smile, director Ahn makes the announcement, "Kong Woo Jin." The entire room falls into a stunned silence. The reporter stands frozen, his mouth agape. Director Ahn looks at the dumbfounded crowd and asks innocently, "You asked me to tell you, so I did. Why does everyone look so dumbfounded?" The reporter stammers that it's just that Woo Jin is already a massive topic because of the Warren incident, and now this. He wonders how a rookie landed a role with the legendary director. Realizing the magnitude of the scoop, he scrambles to get the news out, and the party erupts in a frenzy of whispers and frantic calls. The reporter approaches the director one last time, asking the question on everyone's mind. Why did he choose Kang Woo-jin? Director on simply smiles, his expression unreadable, and gives a cryptic reply. Because he didn't seem particularly interested in the Cannes Festival.
Just as the fervor over his heroic act began to settle, another wave of chaos erupted once again, centered around Kang Woo-jin. A breaking news alert flashed across screens, director on Gabak who attended the Night of the Stars. The two actors who are confirmed for Leech are Sim Han-ho and Kang Woo-jin. This reveal, featuring portraits of a determined Woo-jin, a seasoned director on Gabak, and a smiling Sim Han-ho, was fueled by BW Entertainment's machinations. Before long, the news spread beyond Korea, eventually reaching Kang Woo-jin all the way in the United States. At a luxurious poolside in the US, a woman in a sharp business suit approached a man in a vibrant Hawaiian shirt who was lounging with his phone. He held up his own phone, asking, "Oh, is this really real?" He glanced at the device, which displayed an article about the Warren stabbing incident featuring Kang Woo-jin. "He's trained, and for quite a long time too." Then the woman said, "I happened to come across this video while looking for a potential Asian actor capable of action scenes." With a confident smile and a pointed finger, she made her pitch. "What do you think of adding him to the screen test in a few days?" The man, looking intrigued, replied, "Really? Then, call him in on that day." As the woman walked away, the man looked down at his phone again, a thoughtful expression on his face. This Korean actor, Kang Woo-jin, a caption identifies the man as Hollywood movie director George Mendez. He mused to himself, "I'm getting curious about him," as the image of a pensive Kang Woo-jin in a gray hoodie and black cap filled the frame. Back in LA, the cast of a new show sat together in a modern living room, surrounded by cameras. Kang Woo-jin let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, it's finally calmed down now, I guess." He thought of the previous incident. The cast erupted in a panic around him. A woman cried out, "Mr. Woo-jin, is this for real?" Woo-jin thought, that sly director really dropped a bombshell out of nowhere. Another woman added, "What's with all these bombshells dropping one after another?" Woo-jin, looking overwhelmed, could only think, "It's going to be a real headache once." Just then, producer called for their attention. "Now, since we're gonna start the business tomorrow, let's hold a meeting. Prepare the ingredients, and plan the workflow, all by today." Another member then turned to Woo-jin. Kitchen team, do you have any dishes in mind? What do you think, leader?" Woo-jin, seeing an opportunity to steer the conversation away from the movie news, responded immediately. "For the food truck, the speed of the food service is important. Just like I mentioned before, 1 rice and 1 noodle dish. Those 2 should be enough." He added that both of them can be pre-cooked. When asked for specifics, he suggested, "Something not spicy, I think a bulgogi rice bowl, and makuksu with roasted seaweed flakes would be good." The other man nodded in approval. "Okay, then we can make the ingredient list. And for the workflow, since it's a food truck, 4 people in the kitchen and 2 for serving should work." He then laid out the team structure. "Let's have Warren and Yun Baekwang assist the kitchen team, which consisted of Woo-jin and Ha-yun. And Ha Gang-soo and I will handle the front," he said. Another member asked what about the drinks. Woo-jin explained, "Serving drinks will drag conversations and slow down the sales turnover rate, so let's just offer water for now and see how things go." His castmates were deeply impressed. Ha-yun and the other man gave him a double thumbs up, exclaiming, "As expected of our hero chef and director on Gabak's Man, you're so dependable." Woo-jin, still feeling the pressure, thought to himself, "Indeed, not everyone can. I need to change the subject." He quickly announced, "Let's split into groups, 1 for buying ingredients, and 1 for preparation in the dorms." The next day, the food truck was parked and set up in a pleasant park area, complete with outdoor tables and chairs. Inside the truck, Yun Baekwang and Warren were visibly anxious. "Now that I'm actually in the food truck, I'm getting so nervous," Warren said. Baekwang agreed, "Me too." Someone will come. At least one person, right? Baekwang then observed, by the way, it seems like Woo Jin-hyung isn't nervous at all. Warren nodded, thinking, of course. There's no way he'd get nervous over something like this. Unseen by them, Woo Jin was stirring a pan with a completely blank expression, internally screaming, "Why am I here?" Suddenly, Warren pointed outside. Oh. Over there. An elderly couple had sat down at one of their tables. The team's first customers had arrived. Woo Jin watched them, a feeling of anticipation building within him. He thought, someone came. It's finally time. The order came in, bulgogi 1. RSF 1. As he began to cook, a powerful sensation washed over him. It's similar to the feeling I got when I acted for the first time, he realized, flames erupting from his pan as he expertly tossed the ingredients. I feel the strong desire to serve them a delicious meal. At their table, the couple chatted. The man looked towards the truck and said, "They said this food truck is a program for Korean TV." His wife replied, "Then, the ones who work there are all celebrities?" "I suppose so. It'll be difficult to expect much from the food." The man huffed, "You're too picky. A chef should try all kinds of different foods." Man replied, "I've tried quite a lot of Korean food doing research on dishes that I could add to my own restaurant." Just then, a server brought them their meals. "Here's your food." "Oh," the women said, looking at the two dishes. "The smell's good." "What do you think?" Man examined the noodle dish. It looks similar to Japanese ramen." The women urged him, "Hurry and taste it." He picked up some noodles with his chopsticks and brought them to his mouth. The moment the food touched his tongue, his eyes shot wide open in disbelief. He began to eat with a frantic energy, completely absorbed in the meal. His wife, startled by his reaction, was just about to try her own dish. Seeing her husband's intense focus, she paused. "We were wrong," man said. "Why? It doesn't taste good?" she asked him. He paused, looking at her with a serious, sweat-beaded expression. The one who made the food isn't an actor, but a real chef. Back in the truck, Woo Jin watched their intense reactions. A caricature in his mind voiced his thoughts, their reactions look off. His teammate suggested, "Do you want to go there and ask them personally about the food? Since they're our first customers, the pictures will look good if the chef goes instead. Might as well show off your English skills." Woo Jin simply nodded. "All right." He walked out to their table. The woman looked up and commented in English, "Oh. You're really good at English, huh?" She then gave him a big thumbs up. "This bulgogi rice bowl tastes absolutely amazing. Especially this noodle dish. It's the best," man said. The man then asked Woo Jin, "By the way, is this food eaten commonly in Korea?" Woo Jin replied, "This dish is my own creation." The man was stunned. "A created dish? I heard that everyone here is an actor though. Could it be that you're really a chef?" Woo Jin clarified, "No, I'm an actor too." This only shocked the couple more. "Really? To believe you can make something so delicious even though you're not a chef," they exclaimed in unison. The man then asked, "Then, are we the first ones to taste this dish?" Woo Jin confirmed, "That's right, you're our first customers, excluding the taste testers." The man looked at his meal with reverence. "That means this dish isn't something you can get in America." "Such an honor." He then asked, "Can I ask how long this food truck will be open?" Woo Jin explained, "We'll be here until evening for 2 days, then we'll run a restaurant for 5 days." The man nodded. "Then, should come tomorrow too. Can I take a picture with you?" "Of course," Woo Jin agreed. The man snapped a photo of Woo Jin, then turned back to his wife. "Then, please enjoy your meal," Woo Jin said with a slight bow. The man replied, "Yes, thank you. I should post this and the picture on my SNS. I should also recommend this place to my acquaintances on the way back home. The man, now finished with his meal and looking completely satisfied, patted his stomach. His wife smiled knowingly. That post, it'll cause quite a buzz. It might be hard for us to come here tomorrow. The man stood up, and as they left, his wife added, especially since you, a one-star Michelin chef, is praising it so highly. Meanwhile, at LA International Airport, two flight attendants glanced nervously toward the first-class cabin. Seated there were a blonde woman in sunglasses and her manager, Jonathan. He was telling her, "I know. I'll take care of myself." He continued, "It's the first time you're going to Korea. How are you feeling? You'll have to stay there for a week for the film promotion." The woman, superstar Miley Kara, replied coolly, "It's not bad." Jonathan smiled. "That's a relief. Also, we need to decide which Korean YouTube channel you want to appear on. Have you looked at the list?" Miley picked up her phone and showed him the screen. It displayed a video thumbnail of Kang Woo-jin wearing headphones, with the title, Miley Kara, Absolute, cover, Korean VR. Kang Woo-jin's alter ego. The view count was a staggering 15.33 million. Hey, if you're watching Manhwa Kun, make sure to subscribe so we can grow and be like Woo-jin's channel. "I only want to appear on this one," she said. Removing her sunglasses, she looked at Jonathan with a confident, smiling expression and declared, "I want to meet the Korean actor Kang Woo-jin once." With her request made clear, she crossed her legs and said, "So please take care of it this time too, Jonathan." The day begins inside a large white van, where the team travels down a paved road. Inside, the mood is buzzing. A young man with blonde hair excitedly scrolls through his phone, turning to the Woo-jin beside him. "Woo-jin Hyung," he exclaims, "new articles about you keep coming out every second. It'll be chaos once you return to Korea." Another team member chimes in, noting with a laugh that even the famous Miley Kara's visit to Korea is being completely overshadowed by all the news about Mr. Woo-jin. Hearing this, Woo-jin sweats nervously, thinking to himself that he's now genuinely scared to go back. Shaking his head, he decides to push the anxiety aside for now. He resolves to focus on the business at hand, recalling that although there weren't many customers the day before, it hadn't been a bad start at all. As he looks out the window, expecting a similarly quiet day, his train of thought comes to a screeching halt. The street is packed with a massive crowd of people, all gathered and murmuring with anticipation. Stunned, Woo-jin and his blonde companion stare with wide eyes. What in the world is that line? Woo-jin thinks, while his friend wonders aloud if the line could possibly be for them. In the front of the van, the team's manager tells Gang-soo to pull over to the shoulder. He asks if PD Yoon sees the unbelievable crowd outside. The side door of the van slides open, revealing PD Yoon, who looks just as shocked as everyone else. He turns to the crew inside and asks, "The customers have flocked here. Aren't you going to open?" The manager immediately confronts him. "PD Yoon, why are they already lined up here? You know something, don't you? Spit it out quickly." A knowing smirk spreads across PD Yoon's face as he turns to Woo-jin. "Mr. Woo-jin," he begins, "do you remember the elderly couple from yesterday?" Woo-jin confirms that he does, recalling that they were their very first customers. PD Yoon then reveals the incredible truth. That elderly man, he explains, is actually quite famous in the area. He is a renowned chef who runs his own one-star Michelin restaurant. Woo-jin can only react with a stunned, "What?" PD Yoon continues, showing them a social media post on his phone. The Michelin star chef had uploaded a glowing review of their food truck, complete with pictures, and had even recommended them to all of his acquaintances. The post was then picked up by a local newspaper, which ran a feature with the headline, "Korean cuisine that even a one-star Michelin chef fell for." That single review had created a viral sensation, explaining the massive crowd waiting for them. Understanding the situation, PD Yoon claps his hands together and urges them to hurry. "Let's open the food truck. Come on. Move, move." As the team scrambles out of the van in a flurry of motion, Woo Jin wonders why the grandfathers around him seem to love making such a big deal out of things. Watching the scene unfold, Choi, the president of Woojin's company, he muses to himself that it looks like Woo Jin is going to have a hard time today, a small smile playing on his lips. Just then, his phone rings. Seeing the caller ID is BW Entertainment, he answers, "Hello." A voice on the other end apologizes for the interruption, explaining that something urgent has come up. The president's casual demeanor vanishes, replaced by shock. "Huh? What?" he shouts into the phone. After listening for a moment, his expression softens to one of contemplation. "So, that's what they told you? Okay. Let's hang up for now." He ends the call, muttering the name Miley Kara in disbelief. The world-famous Hollywood superstar had just made a formal request to appear on Kang Woojin's YouTube channel, Alter Ego. The president immediately begins to process the implications. It was highly unusual for a Hollywood star to appear on a Korean YouTube channel, but he saw the potential. Her conditions were simple: the content had to be developed on Woojin's channel, and it must include promotion for her new movie. Thinking it over, the president realizes it's all perfectly possible. His mind races with ideas for a full collaboration package, a duet song, a talk segment, and even a cooking special. The impact, he thinks with a confident grin, will be absolutely insane. He finds himself looking forward to seeing what kind of chemistry Woo Jin would have with a Hollywood superstar. As he's lost in thought, his phone rings again. He glances at the screen, puzzled. Who is it? It's an unknown number. He sees that it's an LA number and answers cautiously, "What is it?" A moment later, his eyes go wide with utter shock. He can barely stammer out the name he just heard, Winner Movie Pictures. Later that night, Woo Jin is toweling his hair dry after a shower. He reflects on the exhausting but fun day of cooking for the endless line of customers. As he wonders how the footage will look on TV, a knock comes at his door. It's the president, asking if he can come in for a moment. Woo Jin lets him in, and the president decides to get straight to the point. He delivers the first piece of bombshell news: the Hollywood top actress, Miley Kara, wants to appear on Kang Woojin's Alter Ego. We're currently in talks about it with them. Woo Jin is momentarily stunned, but his outward expression remains perfectly calm. Inside his head, his chibi self is screaming, "Why?" but the president, impressed, mentally tells him to keep up the stoic character. Woo Jin simply replies, "I see." The president then delivers the second, even bigger piece of news. "And one more thing. The film company, Winner Movie Pictures, wants to see you." He explains that Winner Movie Pictures, a mid-sized Hollywood production studio, is behind the recent blockbuster series, The Last Kill, by director George Mendez. They are currently producing the third installment, The Last Kill 3, and are looking for an Asian actor skilled in martial arts for a role. Apparently, the director saw the YouTube video of Woo Jin taking down his attacker and was so impressed that he wants Woo Jin to participate in a screen test in a few days. Woo Jin is speechless. His inner self panics, shouting, "And now it's Hollywood?" But his calm exterior once again takes over, dousing the panic with a bucket of cold water as he simply thinks, "Wait." He processes the news, finding it fascinating but also distant and unreal. He reasons that since nothing is confirmed, he can take it lightly. It's just an audition. If he fails, he simply doesn't have to do it. With this newfound calm, he looks at the president and says, "It doesn't sound bad." The president is taken aback by his composure. "It's Hollywood, though. Don't you even feel nervous about it?" Woo Jin replies flatly that he isn't, thinking to himself that the key is to simply have no thoughts. He asks if he'll be the only one at the screen test. The president explains that they squeezed him into an already scheduled test, and while the role is a minor one, even a small part in a famous Hollywood project is on a completely different level. It would boost his market value immensely. If you get the role, the president says with conviction, you're going to rewrite history. He hands Woo Jin the audition sides, explaining that it's mostly action scenes and the directors will mainly be looking at his form. Fortunately, the timing works out perfectly. They will only need to delay their return to Korea by a single day. Woo Jin nods in agreement. I got it. A day is fine. Let's do it. Thrilled, the president promises to contact them immediately. He then voices one last concern, noting that the script seemed complicated and asking if Woo Jin is worried about being compared to other, more experienced actors. A look of unshakable confidence crosses Woo Jin's face. No, he says firmly. No matter who comes, which countries the actors come from, I don't think I'll be pushed back. He thinks of his ultimate advantage, the black square, his private entrance to a subspace where he can practice endlessly. It's been a while since he's had audition sides, not since his time on the show, Super Actor. Holding the script in one hand and picturing the swirling vortex of his subspace, a smirk plays on his lips. Then he thinks to himself, shall I check it out?
If you like this manhwa, then subscribe to Manhwa. Like the video and share it with your friends. See you in the next episode.
On the final day of filming for the reality show, Our Table, the atmosphere was electric with accomplishment. A staff member calls out, now. I'm closing the door, okay, marking the official, bittersweet end of the restaurant's first season of operation. Outside, the cast and crew gather for a commemorative photo, clapping and celebrating their hard-won success. Someone shouts, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone," as the applause swells. Another person suggests, before we leave, let's take some group pictures at the entrance. We can use them for a poster too. The show's acclaimed leader was quickly called forward. Someone calls out to the show's leader, Kang Woo Jin, telling him, okay. Mr. Woo Jin, you should come stand at the center. You're the leader. Woo Jin, still dressed impeccably in his chef's uniform, looks slightly surprised but agrees, all right then. The photographer gets ready, calling out, ready? 1, 2. As the whole cast poses for the picture, a perfect freeze frame of their achievement. With that final shot, the busy restaurant operation and the first round of filming for Our Table come to an end in the blink of an eye. Sometime later, the Our Table team returns home to Korea. The scene shifts dramatically to an airport bustling with activity. Having finished the long shoot, the team is greeted by hundreds of reporters and eager fans who have flocked to the airport, welcoming them with enthusiastic, booming cheers. However, amidst the celebration, some eagle-eyed observers begin to notice that Kang Woo Jin is missing, and where, exactly, is the chef? The news of his sudden absence instantly spreads through a flurry of speculative articles. Entertainment rankings are quickly dominated by sensational headlines questioning his whereabouts. One from Entertainment News asks, Kang Woo Jin remains in LA alone? A photo from Star Photo is accompanied by the pointed question, where did the hero who saved someone from an attacker go? Why did only Warren return to Korea? As rumors and tabloids begin to circulate rapidly, talk about Woo Jin continues to buzz louder and louder. Finally, an official statement is released by his agency, BW Entertainment, seeking to quell the rising tide of gossip. The article headline reads, Official, from BWENT. Kang Woo Jin didn't return to Korea as he's taking a brief break in LA. The article features a picture of Woo Jin in his Our Table uniform, looking serious, composed, and trustworthy. But the narration reveals this is only the carefully crafted official story, a delicious little fib. In reality, at that very time, Kang Woo Jin was on his way to a screen test for the major Hollywood tentpole film, The Last Kill 3, at the Winner Movie Pictures studio. Wu Jin arrives at the massive studio building, looking up in genuine awe and letting out a soft, almost reverent, whoa. He's immediately surrounded by the low murmur of other busy, ambitious people. He thinks to himself, so this whole building is both a set and studio? He feels a wave of anxiety crest over him, realizing, as expected, it's on a whole different level from a Korean production site. I'm nervous. Despite his nerves, totally justified, mind you, he steels himself, thinking, but I've come all the way here. I can't look like an amateur. He focuses, engaging in what he calls extreme mind control to lock down his nerves. A woman in a sharp blazer approaches him and his manager, speaking in English. This is the way to the waiting room. Wu Jin, now completely composed and looking professional in a dark green suit, gives a slight nod, master of his own fate. His internal monologue reveals his quick, mental strategy. Okay, concept acting done. The woman opens a door, and Wu Jin immediately sees 3 other actors sitting on a couch inside. They immediately turn to look at him, their expressions shifting to cold assessment. Wu Jin senses their scrutiny and thinks, they don't seem Japanese. Are they Chinese? The 3 men whisper amongst themselves, their glares sharp and clearly judgmental. Wu Jin feels their palpable condescension, the audacity, and becomes appropriately irritated. Look at them. They're looking down on me obviously like that, huh? It's somewhat annoying. His expression hardens with renewed resolve. He dismisses the outcome of the audition from his mind entirely, focusing on a more immediate goal. The results aren't important. First, I need to beat them all. He clenches a script in his hand, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes as he thinks, no matter who my opponent is, I always give my best when it comes to acting. Inside the audition room, the judges, including the director, they are deep in discussion about the candidates. The director strokes his white goatee and remarks, the 3rd Chinese actor has been the best so far. The lady next to him then said, next is Korean actor, Mr. Kang Woo Jin. Another judge questions her, raising a skeptical brow, by the way, why did you suddenly add him? I heard you gave him the test material a few days ago. He continues, and moreover, he's a rookie who just debuted this year. Do you perhaps want to change? The director sighs, sounding slightly exasperated by the scrutiny, you're nagging. The Korean actor is just a minor role. He just happened to be available at the time. He's not really a big deal to be called a change. Just then, Wu Jin walks into the room, commands attention, and introduces himself, hello, I'm Kang Woo Jin. The stunt coordinator, Gary Peck, sizes him up, thinking, his looks and aura are good. He then says to Wu Jin, leaning forward, he has a kinda heavy presence with a little mix of psycho. Has he ever acted as a villain? Wu Jin calmly replies, I suppose you could say I have experience to some extent. And I'm also currently training for them, a truly confident answer. The judges are taken aback by his unexpected composure. Felton thinks, and what's with his composure? I thought he'd be nervous since he just debuted not long ago. The director announces, cutting through the silence, now, let's start the test. Gary Peck turns to Wu Jin, deciding on a tactical retreat. I heard you just received the test material a few days ago. He suggests an alternative, then, rather than going with the martial arts dash, but Wu Jin cuts him off, stating confidently and with an air of absolute certainty, it's fine. I've acquainted myself with the script, and I can deliver it without issue, so please proceed comfortably. Gary looks at him with surprise and a touch of skepticism, wondering, what's with that composure? Is it because he knows he's lacking, so he covers it with confidence? He shrugs, deciding to roll with it, and says, what? Okay then. The director gives the signal from his desk, a crisp, commanding action. Wu Jin takes a deep breath, his eyes closing for a brief, critical moment. The entire atmosphere of the room instantly shifts as he gets into character. This is no chef anymore, this is a killer. His performance is described in 3 distinct, terrifying stages. The start is awareness. His eyes snap open, piercing and cold. In the middle, it's the sheer murderous intent. An image shows him lying on the ground, surrounded by encroaching shadows, the hunted becoming the hunter. And at the end is the brutal intent to eliminate. The scene is drenched in symbolic red as he faces his unseen target, a chilling visual of a focused, lethal mind. Without any props or partners, Wu Jin launches into a visceral combat sequence, an absolute masterclass in body language. He strikes, grapples, and throws his opponent with precise, deadly movements, a silent ballet of violence. His expression is locked in a cold, focused fury. Every motion is sharp and brutally efficient, conveying the character's lethal efficiency. The sequence climaxes with him delivering a final, devastating blow, his hand gripping the air as if crushing his foe's throat. The word eliminate appears repeatedly, emphasizing the raw, focused violence of the act. Suddenly, the director's voice cuts through the tension, yelling, "See cut." Wu Jin freezes, mid-motion, slowly coming back to himself as he pants for breath, the exhaustion of the performance finally setting in. The room is dead silent, a testament to the power of his audition. The judges stare, completely captivated by what they just witnessed. After a long, charged moment, the director leans forward, his eyes wide with genuine excitement, and declares, "The role is yours. It's perfect." He continues, already planning, "The shooting starts in June next year. But personally, I'd like for you to join starting from April." The judges and staff look on, fully expecting Wu Jin to be overjoyed. This is, after all, Hollywood. Instead, he replies calmly, "In that case, it'd be difficult for me." A palpable wave of confusion ripples through the room. A rejection? The director, thinking Wu Jin completely misunderstood the magnitude of the offer, clarifies, Did you hear me correctly? I meant a final offer." Wu Jin bows his head respectfully. "I'm honored. However, I already have ongoing and scheduled projects, so the timing doesn't work out." The director presses further, refusing to give up this talent easily. "Are all those contracts finalized?" Wu Jin explains the situation clearly. Some are finalized, and some are just verbal agreements. The director asks if the schedules can be adjusted for verbal agreements, a standard Hollywood expectation, perhaps, but Wu Jin stands firm in his commitment. That's true, but they're prior commitments. Internally, Wu Jin processes his own decision, the true rationale behind the polite refusal. He knows that Hollywood is a big deal and an incredible opportunity, but after the test, he came to an astute conclusion. My acting work in Hollywood, even the concept acting. I can make my way here easily enough. He smiles to himself, deeply confident in his own formidable abilities. He acknowledges that he could rearrange his schedules, but thinks, why should I? My acting works even now, so when I come back later after I've grown a bit more, I'll do even better. To mess up my connections in Korea for this is a true professional protecting his domestic base. The director, a veteran of the industry, seeing Wu Jin's unwavering resolve and sensing a bigger ambition, smirks slightly, a sign of respect. "Ah. I understand. What a shame. You may leave now." He adds one critical condition, however, "But, we'll consider today's test as something that never happened, right?" Wu Jin agrees without hesitation, "Of course." Then, he turns and leaves the room, letting out a quiet, private sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over somehow. His manager immediately rushes to his side, frantic with anticipation and worry, asking, "Wu Jin, how was it?" Wu Jin replies plainly, with characteristic understatement, "They said I passed, but I told them I'd join next time." His manager is aghast, a career-making opportunity, casually rejected. "Next time? I'm sure you're the only actor who'd reject a role like that." Wu Jin remains unbothered by the astonishment. Well, you did great. It's not like this is the only opportunity. The manager sighs, processing the immense missed chance, then remembers a crucial, alarming detail. The only downside is maybe that this has to stay as a secret. I signed a confidentiality agreement while you were auditioning, you know. If this leaks to the media, I'll be doomed. Just then, a man runs up to them, calling out urgently, Mr. Kong Wu Jin. It's one of the high-ranking producers from the audition, and he is clearly impressed. He hands Wu Jin a business card. Wu Jin thinks, a little distracted, that surprised me. Seeing him up front, he's really freaking tall. The manager whispers frantically to Wu Jin, who is he? Wu Jin replies, the producer from the screen test. The manager's panic spikes slightly, thinking, a producer. A very big deal indeed. The man turns to the manager, extending a hand. Are you perhaps Mr. Kong Wu Jin's manager? He smiles warmly, genuinely impressed. Oh. Nice to meet you. You're caring for a phenomenal actor. He then raves about the audition, a genuine fan. You should have seen the test process. To believe he overturned everything with a single scene in just a single take. He walks away, calling back over his shoulder, a clear promise in his voice, so when you come back to Hollywood, please remember the business card I gave you. Wu Jin and his manager agree, watching him go. As they watch the producer leave, the manager thinks aloud, fully grasping the gravity of the encounter. If he's the producer for The Last Kill series, then he's one of the most recognized producers in Hollywood. He looks over at Wu Jin, a slow, happy realization dawning on him. It seems he's taken a liking to Wu Jin. The manager's gaze becomes thoughtful, considering the bright future now almost guaranteed. A powerful connection has just been forged in Tinseltown, and he understands that even though this particular opportunity was declined, another, perhaps better, one is now almost certain to come. Then, someday, he might get a project offer. The world waits for Kong Wu Jin.
If you like this manhwa, then subscribe to Manhwa. Like the video and share it with your friends. See you in the next episode.
Under the cover of night, a sleek black van glides through the streets, its headlights cutting through the darkness like a predator on the prowl. Inside, the atmosphere is calm but expectant, the quiet before the storm. Miley Kara turns to the staff member, asking if Kong Wu Jin is really returning to Korea by tomorrow. The man, confirming the schedule, nods efficiently. The staff member notes that he is scheduled to return tonight, implying that the filming scheduled for the next morning should proceed without issues, smooth sailing, theoretically. Man, looking over the details with a critical eye, asks if they have checked the content. Miley Kara confirms that the duet, the talk segment, and the cooking segment are all prepared, an itinerary fit for a queen. A smile touches Kara's lips as she tells them that she wants to do them all, finding the prospect of the avatar cooking and other activities genuinely fun. As the van continues its journey, Kara hums a light tune, evidently in high spirits, main character energy on full display. Her phone buzzes with a message from someone named Joseph. The text reads, Kara, how's Korea? I heard that you're going to appear on a Korean actor's YouTube channel. I've recently become interested in Korea, so I'll look forward to it. Kara's expression shifts to one of slight confusion, record scratch. She stares at the screen, thinking it is odd that Joseph Felton, a man she has never heard express interest in Korea before, is suddenly paying attention. In a different location, Joseph sits in the back of a car, staring at his own phone, ominous villain framing initiated. Miley Kara wonders what the man is scheming. The scene shifts to a bustling building exterior and then to a sleek interior hallway where a crowd has gathered. Whispers ripple through the bystanders as the black van arrives. The paparazzi swarm is inevitable. People murmur in disbelief, asking if Miley Kara is really coming here, with many proclaiming themselves to be huge fans. Inside the waiting area, Kang Woo-jin sits calmly amidst the nervous energy of the staff, an island of zen in a sea of panic. He holds a water bottle, his expression completely unreadable. The staff whisper among themselves, noting how Woo-jin remains perfectly calm while they watch all of Miley Kara's movies and listen to her songs. They marvel at how his expression hasn't changed at all, absolute poker face mastery. However, internally, Woo-jin is screaming, absolute internal chaos. He thinks to himself that this is crazy and that the idea of meeting a top Hollywood actress feels like meeting an alien. He is on the verge of going insane, yet his outer facade remains stone cold. Suddenly, the announcement comes that Miley Kara has arrived, showtime. The doors slide open, and the Hollywood star enters, her presence immediately commanding the room. She walks in with a bright, professional smile, radiating charisma, buffs applied to everyone in range. Woo-jin stands up to greet her. As she approaches, she thinks, so that's the man. Kang Woo-jin. She extends a hand, greeting him warmly, Mr. Kang Woo-jin. Nice to meet you. I'm Miley Kara. Woo-jin takes her hand, shaking it firmly, and responds in English, Hi, I'm Kang Woo-jin. As they shake hands, Kara is internally surprised, he passed the first test. She expected this level of English after watching his YouTube videos, but his proficiency is even better in person. She observes him closely, noting that he looks way better in real life and seems quieter than she expected. The camera apparently doesn't do him justice. He has a completely different vibe than the roles she has seen him act in. His tension is low, leading her to wonder where that explosive on-screen energy comes from. She confirms to herself that the rumors about him debuting only a year ago are true, a true monster rookie. Kara breaks the ice with a specific question, dropping a bomb right out of the gate. She asks if he knows someone called Joseph Felton, the producer who gave him his business card. Woo-jin's heart skips a beat, visualized by a sharp jolt effect, panic spike detected, but he keeps his composure. He feigns ignorance, thinking to himself that he must deny it, deny till you die, Woo-jin. He answers smoothly, no, it's my first time hearing that name. Why are you asking? Kara accepts the answer, saying that if he doesn't know, then never mind, she just asked in case he might. She seems relieved, letting out a small phew. With the introductions over, the team moves to the production phase, time to work. They decide to film the duet vocal segment in this studio, followed by the talk and cooking segments elsewhere. Kara nods in agreement as they prepare to move to another rented studio. Regarding the duet song, she asks if they are going with Absolute, the one he covered previously. Woo-jin confirms this. Kara notes that the version he covered was a Korean version and asks what version he will do this time. Woo-jin replies that he doesn't mind either way, flexibility is key. Miley Kara then suggests that before they start the duet, Woo-jin to sing the song solo first. Miley Kara explains that she wants to hear him first so she can figure out how to blend their styles, scouting the competition, smart move. Woo-jin agrees. As he started to move towards the studio, Kara said, if possible he can go with the Korean version of the song. Woo-jin agrees. Kara turned into the chibi-style fox. Cue the sudden adorable art shift, saying, he's so handsome and there's this subtle roughness to him that catches the eyes of her. His manager exclaimed that lot of people can hear her, oops, inner monologue leaked. She replied that she would like to feel better by speaking what she is feeling right away, honesty is the best policy, apparently. Woo-jin steps into the recording booth and puts on the headphones, entering the zone. Kara watches him from the control room, thinking that his voice is very good. The music begins to play, and Woo-jin closes his eyes. He thinks to himself, the vocals are one thing, but how did he manage to pour out such emotions into a cover? He can feel it. Somehow, his emotions have become more intense, level up. He wonders if it is because so many roles and emotions have been imprinted into him. Visually, Woo Jin is shown standing over a vortex of musical notes, suggesting he is entering his unique mental space, the void where he accesses his abilities. He notes that his vocals seem to have changed too, somehow. Woo Jin begins to sing. He recalls the countless times he has sung this, but acknowledges that it is different this time. He thinks about Kara's original version of Absolute. He feels he finally understands the emotions within that song. A visual metaphor appears of a woman in a white dress reaching up toward light while bound by chains, classic tragic imagery. The narration explains that in Kara's version, the song was about freedom. Kara sang the song mixing it with despair, which is why it gradually blends into hopeful strength. However, the scene shifts to broken chains and a darker, more volatile energy, dark mode toggled on. Woo Jin realizes that he is singing it differently. He is mixing it with anger. As he sings, he looks intense, his eyes glowing with a sharp yellow hue, supernatural charisma engaged. He feels as if he is venting someone else's deeply pent-up resentment. The sound of his voice fills the studio, carrying a weight and power that stuns the listeners, AOE stun effect applied. In the control room, the manager gulps nervously, visibly shaking. He wonders just when and how Woo Jin improved this much, noting he has never even seen him practice, the genius trope in action. Miley Kara and her own team are equally spaced out, staring in awe. Her producer looks shocked, sweating. He thinks, it's finally out. Woo Jin's voice is described as powerful, and Kara observes him with a blush on her cheeks, fangirl mode activated. She thinks there is really something powerful about his aura and it is way better in person than in the video. How would it be like to see him act in person? Woo Jin finishes the take, calling Kara's name, snapping them back to reality. Kara apologized and said she listened well. She can't believe that she zoned out a bit, completely mesmerized. Kara, however, is thrilled. She tells him it sounded more powerful compared to what she saw in the cover video and that it was good. Woo Jin looks at Kara and thought there's something powerful in her aura, is she's an alien, game recognizes game. On the other hand, Kara thinks that aren't his abilities too ridiculous? It feels like he is from another planet, the feeling is mutual. Woo Jin immediately suggests they get into the recording. She leans in. Woo Jin suggested they go with him singing his part as the Korean and her singing her part in original. Miley Kara agrees, saying it feels like a completely new song will come out and that she is excited, collab of the century incoming. The recording session proceeds with the two of them in the booth together. Kara asks if he has ever worked on an album before. Woo Jin replies, "No, I haven't." She then asks, what about appearing in a music video? Woo Jin bluntly refuses, saying, "Never," shut down immediately. Kara looks at him, tempted. She thinks she wants to work closely with him and observe him. She wonders whether it is his vocals or his acting that makes him so compelling. Regardless of which it is, she is intrigued, the hook is set. The scene transitions to the aftermath of the session. The producer, adjusting his glasses, marvels at the result, thinking, "My goodness, their duet is just as fantastic as I expected." He anticipates that once the filming ends, things will definitely get noisy with Miley Kara's news starting tomorrow. They will also their part of PR, marketing machine powering up. Suddenly his phone rings. He looked at it on a surprise note and said it's finally out, cliffhanger alert. Later, news breaks across the internet. Articles regarding the Blue Dragon Film Awards and Grand Bell Awards are released. A text box highlights the headline, Film Festival. The Blue Dragon Film Awards Secretariat has revealed this year's main nominees. Kang Woo-jin's name stands out among the Best Rookie Actor nominees. Another headline reads, Movie Talk, following the Blue Dragons, now even the Grand Bell Awards. Kang Woo-jin appears as the nominee for Best Rookie Actor for both major film festivals. Double nomination, absolute domination. Later they recorded the cooking and talk segment. Kara's manager put his hand on his head and thought that Kara's cooking skills are still a secret, foreshadowing a kitchen disaster. Later she left Korea and they both followed each other on SNS, the modern oath of friendship sealed. With the international spotlight fading from Korea, the aftermath of Miley Kara's visit continues to ripple through the media. Articles flood the internet describing her departure, noting that after finishing her shoot with Kang Woo-jin, our favorite viral sensation, she waved to reporters and fans at the airport, marking the end of her schedule. The press fixates on the fact that her only appearance in the country was on Kang Woo-jin's YouTube channel, highlighting just how close the two stars have become. However, as the fervor around the pop star settles, the domestic film industry is already whipping itself into a frenzy over a different kind of news: the upcoming film festivals. The daily entertainment rankings display the new hot topics. Taking the top spot is the reveal of the Blue Dragon Film Awards nominees. The holy grail of accolades. The most nominated film is Drug Dealer, which has shattered records by surpassing 7 million viewers. Below that, speculation runs wild about who will take home the Best Leading Actor award, listing heavy hitters like Sim Han-ho and Jin Jae-joon. But the third spot belongs to the King of Issues, Kang Woo-jin. He has been nominated for Best New Actor at both the Blue Dragon and Grand Bell Awards. Media interest is intensely focused on Director on Gabok's Discovery, noting that the two major award ceremonies are scheduled consecutively within a week, the Blue Dragon on the 23rd and the Grand Bell on the 26th. To add to the chaos, broadcasters like SBC, MBS, and KBC announced their drama awards dates for the very end of the year, creating a promotional war. Amidst this, Kang Woo-jin's name is repeatedly mentioned as the strongest candidate for the Rookie of the Year award. While the entertainment world buzzes with award season predictions, the man at the center of the storm is far removed from the glitz, classic Woo-jin style. In a quiet, rural village surrounded by green trees and traditional houses, a shout rings out announcing that Mr. Kang Woo-jin has arrived. The staff of The Island of the Missing gathers around, buzzing with excitement as they welcome their star back. Dressed in a military camouflage uniform and a long dark coat, looking like he just walked off a Spec Ops mission, Woo-jin stands stoically as the crew playfully asks if he didn't come back too strong, wondering how he managed to turn the country upside down the moment he stepped away. The film's director approaches, smiling wryly as he comments on Woo-jin's eventful break. He notes that the actor worked hard and set off a lot of bombs in that short time. Woo-jin, maintaining his composed demeanor, simply replies that it wasn't intentional. The director, seemingly used to the chaos that follows his lead actor, tells him to go get changed and wait, promising to call him when they are on standby. As the director rallies the crew to finish filming, Woo-jin walks toward the set, thinking to himself. He realizes that, as expected, the set is where he feels most at ease. He pauses, finding the thought strange. He recalls that he used to be full of nerves, wondering since when he became so comfortable filming. He looks at the cameras and the busy crew, concluding that perhaps it is because his surroundings have changed so drastically. Suddenly, a loud noise from inside a building snaps him out of his introspection. He pushes open a door to find a break room where his co-stars are gathered. A blonde actress calls him over. Standing with her is the senior actor, Woo Chang, both holding coffee cups. Woo-jin approaches them, but before he can relax, he, likely as he remembers President Choi's words, points a finger at him, scolding him with a serious expression. He tells him that while everyone said they understood his schedule, as a junior and a rookie, he needs to show proper courtesy to the seniors separately. Woo-jin immediately bows and thanks them for their consideration. The senior actors look confused, asking what he is thanking them for, the prank clearly backfiring. Woo-jin explains that he thinks he caused inconvenience to the actors due to his absence, both in terms of the filming schedule and acting aspects. The tension dissolves into laughter as Woo Chang waves off the apology. He tells Woo-jin not to worry about it, the blonde women admitting honestly that thanks to Woo-jin, The Island of the Missing got huge publicity. The blonde actress changes the subject, asking which year-end award ceremonies he plans to attend. Woo Jin lists his itinerary: just the Blue Dragon and Grand Bell for film, and for the drama awards, he is going to SBC and KBC. He asks Woo Chang about his plans. The actor replies that he is doing the Blue Dragon and MBS. When Woo Chang asks the blonde actress, she shrugs, stating she is just attending the Blue Dragon and Grand Bell, as she has no reason to go to the drama awards. Woo Chang bluntly points out that she didn't do any dramas since last year because she was touring Hollywood. A dark aura flares up behind her as she jokingly asks if he wants to die, but Woo Chang laughs, agreeing that it is true. He teases that at this rate, Woo Jin might debut in Hollywood sooner than she does. Woo Chang adds speculatively that one never knows, Woo Jin might have already received contact from Hollywood. This remark hits too close to home, bullseye. Woo Jin flinches visibly, beads of sweat forming on his face as he thinks that actors have surprisingly good intuition. He quickly denies it, saying that can't be true. Woo Chang persists, saying that for now it might be a no, but he thinks they will see him in Hollywood soon. Changing the topic back to the present, Woo Chang asks if Woo Jin is going to 4 ceremonies this year, noting it is his first time. He remarks on how rare it is to go to award ceremonies in the first year of debut, let alone being nominated in all 4. He visualizes an interesting picture of Woo Jin eating up 5 trophies in his first year, a veritable buffet of gold statues. The blonde actress rolls her eyes, telling Woo Chang to worry about himself. She then asks Woo Jin if he is done preparing. Woo Jin looks blankly at her, asking what she means. She sighs, clarifying that she means tuxedos and items, and most importantly, his acceptance speech. Woo Jin freezes, a question mark floating over his head. The concept of preparing an acceptance speech hadn't even crossed his mind, total rookie move. Before he can panic, a voice from outside shouts for Mr. Woo Jin to stand by. Later that day, the sun has set, and the location is bathed in streetlights. Filming has ended. Woo Jin walks down a paved path alongside CEO Choi, thinking that the day's work ended somehow. CEO Choi, wearing a sharp suit and glasses, praises Woo Jin for his work and mentions they have a place to stop by before going back. Woo Jin was shocked and he thought that, no? He wants to go to bed right now. Woo Jin replies, today's schedule for the Island of the Missing is the last one. Choi said, yeah, but all the year-end award dates are out. He looked back at the van and there's a girl standing with a rack of 4 distinct tuxedos hangs on display, shimmering under the lights, Fashion Week on wheels. A stylist with short black hair and green highlights presents them with a flourish, announcing that these are Appa's tuxedos, 4 sets in total. She explains that luxury brands were fighting to provide them, so they just had to choose. She suggests he can wear a different one for each film festival and ceremony, gushing that she has never seen luxury brands rush in like this for a first-year actor. Woo Jin stares at the clothes, and CEO Choi adds that it just proves how strong his power is. With the Blue Dragon Film Awards opening soon, the CEO instructs him to go into the fitting studio and check the fit. Woo Jin steps forward, looking at the clothes with awe. Internally, he screams in excitement, realizing he is about to wear a tuxedo he only ever saw on TV. Suddenly, his phone buzzes in his pocket. He pulls it out to see a message from Warren asking where he is right now. He replies, saying he is in bio but thinks he will stop by the fitting studio briefly before heading home. She explains that she is off today and asks if she may come for a moment. Woo Jin is puzzled. A follow-up message clarifies that she wants to give him a small gift as thanks for that excessive incident the other day. Woo Jin stares at the screen, confused by what a small gift could be. Moments later, Warren arrives. Dressed casually in a brown coat, she hands him a rectangular box. As Woo Jin opens it, a golden light seems to burst forth, blinding him momentarily, victory screech. It is a watch, a sleek, elegant timepiece that screams luxury. Woo Jin stares at it, sweating nervously. He realizes this is a high-end luxury brand and definitely not a small gift. Just looking at it, he estimates the price to be over 30 million won. CEO Choi and the stylist watch with amused expressions as Warren explains she prepared it separately because she thought it would match the tuxedo. Woo Jin thanks her, his hands trembling slightly holding the expensive item. Woo Jin thinks there is no need to refuse, as gifts are always welcome, especially the kind that cost as much as a car. Suddenly, a curtain from another changing area pulls back, and voices exclaim in surprise. A stunning woman with long black hair steps out, wearing a floor-length crimson gown. It's the actress Ha-yeon, making an entrance like royalty. She smiles, explaining that since Woo Jin came to the shop, she decided to fit her outfit too. The stylist screams in delight, saying it is exactly as expected of Ha-yeon. Ha-yeon checks her phone and calls out to her manager, Dae-young, asking him to bring that over. She tells Woo Jin it is perfect timing as she had something to give him anyway. She explains that she wanted to give Woo Jin a congratulatory gift for his first film festival appearance, adding that since they are in the same agency, it felt weird to do nothing. Her manager walks in carrying a black box. Woo Jin looks at it warily. When opened, the box reveals a pair of polished, high-end black dress shoes. Woo Jin feels faint, recognizing that this also looks like a super expensive luxury brand. He starts to protest, but Ha-yeon cuts him off, claiming they are not expensive. Choi knows she is lying, one simple search would reveal the price, but Ha-yeon leans in and whispers to Choi to watch his mouth. Woo Jin relents, bowing and saying he will wear them well. Ha-yeon smiles, telling him to feel free to wear them comfortably but not to treat them too roughly. Choi then instructs him to try putting them on with the navy tuxedo and come out. As Woo Jin heads back into the changing stall with his armful of luxury goods, Ha-yeon turns to Warren, asking why she is actually here. Warren, standing next to Choi, replies that she mentioned it last time, the watch. She says the timing was good today, so she gave it to him. Ha-yeon, realizing Warren finally bought the watch she had been agonizing over. Warren thinks to herself that she is glad she bought the 30 million won one, not the 50 million won version she originally planned, realizing she was worried it might be too burdensome for the rookie. Oh, how thoughtful, only 30 million won. From behind the curtain, Woo Jin announces he is dressed. The atmosphere in the room shifts to anticipation. Ha-yeon, Warren, CEO Choi all turn their eyes toward the changing booth. The curtain is pulled aside. Ha-yeon's eyes widen in shock. Warren covers her mouth, blushing furiously as she stammers about how damn handsome he is. Woo Jin stands there, transformed. The navy tuxedo fits him perfectly, elevating his presence to that of a seasoned star. CEO Choi adjusts his glasses, a proud smirk appearing on his face as he thinks, haha, here we go again. The final shot focuses on Woo Jin's composed, striking face, looking every bit the monster rookie everyone claims him to be, ready to take the film festivals by storm.
If you like this manhwa, then subscribe to Manhwa. Like the video and share it with your friends. See you in the next episode. The night sky above the towering venue is illuminated not by stars, but by the relentless, blinding staccato of camera flashes, a man-made galaxy for the gods of entertainment. The air is thick with anticipation and the chaotic energy of a high-profile red carpet event. Photographers are stacked in rows, their lenses trained on the crimson path, capturing every movement of the celebrities making their entrance. A couple walks down the aisle, bathed in the artificial light, followed by a woman in an elegant blue dress and a man in a sharp suit. The shouts of reporters pierce the din, screaming compliments at the arriving stars, calling out to a woman in a red dress about how beautiful she looks and how incredibly small her face is, because apparently, skull size is the ultimate compliment here. They aggressively direct the celebrities, shouting for a Mr. Jae-jun to look over and wave just once. But the atmosphere shifts among the press corps as they wait for the main event, the apex predator of the evening. In the crowded pen of photographers, conversations buzz with a single question: when is Kang Woo-jin going to arrive? A reporter notes that everyone has been waiting specifically for him. Suddenly, a collective gasp and a scream of excitement ripple through the crowd as a sleek black van pulls up to the curb. The gathered masses press forward against the barricades, shouting that someone has finally arrived. The door slides open, and for a split second, the only thing visible is a polished black dress shoe stepping firmly onto the red carpet. Then, the world turns white. The camera flashes erupt with such intensity that they drown out the night, accompanied by a deafening roar identifying the arrival. It is Kang Woo-jin. Woo-jin steps into the barrage of light, looking impeccable in a tuxedo with a blue bow tie. His expression is one of utter, icy stoicism, a masterclass in unbothered. He walks with a heavy, deliberate gait, his fists lightly clenched at his sides. The reporters scream his name, demanding his attention, shouting that they have been waiting for him. But internally, the reality is far different from the cool exterior he projects. Woo-jin is screaming in his own mind, panic rising as the blinding lights assault his vision, internal monologue, pure terror. He mentally pleads for a moment of respite, thinking that the place is far too bright. He squeezes his eyes shut for a microsecond, breathless and dizzy, telling himself to get a grip. He orders himself to just walk, forcing one foot in front of the other to escape the glare. As he moves down the carpet, the murmurs of the crowd shift from excitement to awe. They observe his demeanor, noting how he seems significantly more relaxed than even the top stars who preceded him. To the onlookers, his expression hasn't shifted a single millimeter. It remains a mask of cold indifference. Internally, Woo-jin is just relieved that his vision is slowly clearing up as he adjusts to the assault on his retinas. He thinks to himself that this might be going better than he thought. With a sudden, stiff motion, robot mode engaged, he raises a hand to wave at the press. The cameras go wild again. A photographer captures the moment, grinning as he checks his viewfinder. He thinks that Woo-jin has a thrilling quality to him. Even though the appearance was brief, the reporter concludes that Woo-jin's presence is undeniably the best among all the actors present tonight. The scene shifts inside to the grand auditorium of the 41st Blue Dragon Film Awards. The vast hall is filled with rows of plush red seats, occupied by the elite of the entertainment industry. The buzz of conversation fills the room as attendees marvel at the turnout. Woo-jin sits quietly in his assigned seat, his eyes wide and scanning the room. The murmurs around him point out the sheer number of top-tier actors in attendance. For the first time, Woo-jin's internal monologue reveals a spark of genuine boyish excitement, fanba mode unlocked. He looks around, thinking that this is the first time he has seen so many stars in one place. The realization that they all know who he is strikes him as strangely exciting. Seated next to him are two older, seasoned actors. One of them, a man with graying hair and a warm smile, Mr. Jae-jun, he leans over to break the ice. He asks Mr. Woo-jin if he has been to a film festival before, commenting on how remarkably calm he appears. The older actor jokes that anyone would think Woo-jin attends these festivals every other day, confirming that this is indeed his first time at the Blue Dragon Awards. Woo-jin, depicted in his mind with a cute, round, cartoonish face, full chibi transformation, simply thinks, "Yes, it's my first time." He glances sideways, noticing that people all around are stealing glances at him. The older actor notices this too, pointing out that despite it being his debut, Woo-jin is already starting off as a star, commanding the attention of his peers. Music begins to swell, signaling the start of the ceremony. The older actor wonders aloud if it is starting soon and asks about the order of events. His companion notes that part 1 of the Blue Dragon always starts with the Best New Actor Awards, followed by the Most Popular Film Award. On stage, the hosts, Mr. Go Sung-jin and Mississippi Park Yoo-min, the previous year's Best New Actor winners, step up to the podium to begin the proceedings. The older actor next to Woo-jin realizes the implication and turns to him, suggesting that Mr. Woo-jin should probably get ready right away. Woojin stares ahead blankly, his mind going static. Brain.exe has stopped working. The actor explains that the upcoming category is for the new actors who's shown the brightest this year. In stark contrast to the helpful advice, Woojin's internal state is pure chaos. He thinks to himself that he can't hear a single thing due to the overwhelming nervousness. On stage, the hosts announce the presenters and move directly into the nominations. The screen behind them lights up with the title, Best New Actor Award. The host declares that, as expected, they have incredible nominees this year. He announces that they will meet the nominees first. Huge portraits of the contenders flash onto the screen, accompanied by applause. First is Park Tu for the film Melancholy. Next is Ha Sang-il for The Manipulated Hand. Then An Il-hun for Keyword of Betrayal. Kim Ji-yeon is announced for With You. Finally, the screen displays the intense, shadowed face of Kang Woo-jin for his role in Drug Dealer. The audience buzzes with speculation. Whispers ripple through the seats as people ask each other who the winner will be, though the consensus seems to lean heavily toward Kang Woo-jin. The presenter holds the red envelope, admitting he doesn't know, before preparing to announce the winner. He remarks on how amazing this particular person was this year. The camera cuts to the waiting area where the nominees sit. Woojin's family members. His friends are listening, waiting for the name to be revealed. The presenter's voice booms through the hall. Making a huge sensation in his debut year. Congratulations! The 41st Blue Dragon Film Award, the Best New Actor Award, goes to. The tension hangs in the air for a split second before the name is called. Actor Kang Woo-jin from Drug Dealer. Thunderous applause erupts. Woo-jin remains seated for a moment, his eyes blinking in confusion. He thinks, Huh? Me? It's me? He looks like a lost child in his own mind, surrounded by question marks, even as the people around him clap and cheer. Suddenly, a spotlight crashes down on him, illuminating him in the darkened theater. He flinches visibly, startled by the sudden brightness, deer in the headlights, literally. Panic sets in immediately. He feels dizzy, his legs turning to jelly. Sweat begins to bead on his forehead. He frantically tells himself not to think too deeply and to just empty his brain. The actor next to him laughs good-naturedly, congratulating him and urging him to hurry up to the stage. Woo-jin forces himself to stand, buttoning his jacket. As he rises, he slaps on his mental armor. He tells himself, Yes. That's right, I'm that arrogant, monstrous rookie actor who does things his own brazen way. He steels himself against the pressure, refusing to be swayed by the atmosphere. But as he steps toward the aisle, a horrifying realization strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He stops dead in his tracks. His internal thoughts scream, Wait, by the way, what do I do with the acceptance speech? His eyes widen in shock. He realizes he had looked up acceptance speeches on YouTube and even prepared them. But in the heat of the moment, his mind has been wiped clean. Total hard drive failure. He can't remember a single word. He thinks, with absolute certainty, I'm screwed. Despite the internal meltdown, his physical body continues to move with terrifying calmness. He walks toward the stage, his face a mask of indifference. Fake it till you make it. Level 100. The audience whispers, noting that he doesn't look particularly happy. They wonder if he already expected the win. The older actor watches him go, thinking that is the face of someone who knew he would win. Director muses that usually, people pretend to be surprised, but Woo-jin doesn't play those games. It feels to him as if Woo-jin is ready to shoot fireworks right from the start. Woo-jin ascends the stage and accepts a bouquet of blue flowers and the golden trophy from the hostess. He stands there, holding the heavy award, looking down at it with a gaze that the audience interprets as intense and profound. In reality, he is just dazed, thinking about how heavy the object is. He looks out at the sea of faces. His internal scream continues. Argh! All the top actors and legendary directors are looking at me. What a crazy sight! He steps up to the microphone, the silence of the room amplifying his anxiety. He adjusts the stand. He decides that there is no need to say a lot. Talking too much, he reasons, will just reveal his vulnerabilities and might cause a weird misunderstanding. He resolves to start with the gratitude first. His deep voice resonates through the speakers. Thank you to my parents, my friends, the support from my fans, and the drug dealer team. He stops. A heavy silence falls over the auditorium. The audience waits for more, but Wu Jin just stands there. The silence stretches, becoming awkward. Wu Jin notices the lack of reaction and the confused stares. He realizes they are wondering if that is all. He begins to sweat internally. He knows he isn't good with words. He wonders if he should just blandly say thank you again and leave the stage. He asks himself what would be better. The audience begins to whisper again, noticing that he is even looking around at the other actors, interpreting his frozen panic as supreme arrogance. Wu Jin makes a decision. He decides that projecting an image of wanting to work harder from now on should be fine. And perhaps, he should add a bonus comment telling them to watch him. He leans closer to the microphone. The room holds its breath. Although this year is the Best New Actor Award, Wu Jin says, his voice steady and calm, next year I'll hold the Best Actor Award in my hands. He pauses, letting the words hang in the air like a physical weight. Mic drop, incoming. You can look forward to it. He bows slightly. Thank you. The auditorium is plunged into stunned silence before a ripple of shock waves through the crowd. Actors turn to one another, asking if they heard him correctly. Was that a warning? One asks. He looked around at us before saying that, didn't he? The older actor in the audience chuckles in disbelief, interpreting the speech as a challenge. I'm catching up to you, so stay on guard. Something like that. He didn't think Wu Jin would blatantly declare his ambition to every actor in the room like that. He realizes that the first-year actor of the Korean entertainment world has essentially just declared war. The director stares at the stage, his expression serious. He had forgotten momentarily, but he is reminded now that Kang Wu Jin is an arrogant, monstrous actor. Back in his seat, the older actor leans over to Wu Jin, who has returned with his flowers. He gently chides him, saying, Mr. Wu Jin, you should have held back a little. Wu Jin looks at him with an innocent, confused chibi face, a question mark floating above his head, utterly clueless. The older actor laughs, admitting that even so, he thought it was nice and refreshing. Wu Jin sits there, completely baffled. He thinks, Why? Both my ambition and speech were simple. Wasn't it okay? He remains totally oblivious to the earthquake he just caused. Narrative text appears on screen, explaining that after the oblivious Kang Wu Jin walked off the stage, the Blue Dragon Film Festival, which had momentarily fallen into shocked silence, barely managed to regain its flow. Following Wu Jin's win, director Kim Do-hee received the second award. The most popular film award also went to Drug Dealer. Director Do-hee accepts her award with a beaming smile, holding a massive bouquet of pink roses. The ceremony continues with congratulatory performances by popular singers, the Short Film Awards, and the Best New Director Award. Finally, the ceremony reaches the last category for Part 1, the Popular Star Award. The announcer's voice rings out again. Yes! The Popular Star Award goes to actor Kang Wu Jin. Congratulations! Wu Jin appears on screen again, looking as bored and stoic as ever, holding his flowers, the epitome of suffering from success. The audience erupts into applause once more. In the seats, the couple from earlier claps enthusiastically. The man comments that he didn't expect Wu Jin to win the Popular Star Award too. He marvels that winning both the Best New Actor and the Popular Star Awards is unprecedented. Isn't he the first to win 2 awards in a single film festival during a debut year? The narration confirms that Kang Wu Jin achieved his second win and started to write history. Continuing with Part 2 after that, actor Jin Jae-jun took home the Best Actor award. Standing on stage with purple flowers, he delivers his speech. And lastly, he says, The Best Picture award was also claimed by Drug Dealer. The final panel shows the title card for Drug Dealer in a gold frame. The Blue Dragon Film Festival concludes with a grand finale. But as the applause fades and the lights dim, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that tonight wasn't just a festival, it was the Drug Dealers on award party. If you like this manhwa, then subscribe to Manhwa. Like the video and share it with your friends. See you in the next episode.